Challenge you to spend 100 billion in a month. If the challenge fails, you won't earn a penny in the future. If the challenge succeeds, you will receive 1 trillion and a mysterious grand prize. Do you accept the challenge? Your girlfriend's father threw 100,000 at you, looking down on you. You have no money or background. Are you worthy of my daughter? Next month, Shanshan will be engaged to Chu Xiao. The Chu family's total assets are over 10 billion. You're not even worthy to carry their shoes. Take the money and go as far as you can. You're angry and powerless, with less than 100 bucks left in your pocket. I really want to be a rich person, you shout in your heart. The system prompt sounds in your mind. You are required to spend 100 billion every month. If you spend it all for 12 consecutive months, the challenge is successful, and you will receive 1 trillion and a mysterious grand prize. If you fail, the unspent money will be collected, and you won't earn a penny in the future. Do you accept the challenge? You are extremely surprised. You cannot refuse this challenge. I accept the challenge. Ding! 100 billion has been transferred to your card. Please spend it all within a month, otherwise the mission fails. After completing the monthly task, the next 100 billion will be issued on the 1st of the next month. Your phone beeps, you look down, and your card balance has become 100 billion, 94. 4. The aunt sees you, going from sorrow to joy, worried about your mental state. She asks with concern, young man, are you okay? Try to be more open-minded, don't be too upset. I can introduce you to my granddaughter. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine, you just go into the nearby bank. Too many people handling business, head straight to the VIP area. Hello sir, how may I assist you? You glanced at his name tag, Xin Xiaonan, I'm here to withdraw some money. Isn't this the poor boy from our class who wanted to freeload but failed? We are in the high-end VIP reception area, came here to avoid waiting in line. Do you, a poor boy like this, deserve it? You frown as you saw a man and a woman enter through the door. Chu Tianxi Zhanhai is from the Chu group, heir's girlfriend's father, the son-in-law favored by Dong Yunshan. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. What kind of experience is it to be a poor boy? You will soon experience it. The Chu group is just a company with assets of over 10 billion. As long as one is willing to have 100 billion, there are hundreds of ways to bankrupt a company worth over 10 billion. I have assets of over 10 billion. I can't even spend the interest on my deposits every month. What kind of experience is this? You, a poor devil who resents the wealthy, will never understand in your lifetime. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Manager Chin, please help me withdraw money first. Just help me withdraw first. I need to give my girlfriend 100,000 spending money per month. Thank you, my dear. Just withdraw 100,000. What are you pretending with me here? Go out, turn left to the ATM machine. Don't embarrass yourself here. Chu Tianxi is furious, being looked down upon by the poor devil in his own eyes. I'm taking 100,000 to support a woman. Are you jealous? Have you, a poor devil, ever seen what 100,000 looks like? You ignored it, handed the card to Qin Xiaonan, and asked Manager Qin to help me withdraw 4 million. Qin Xiaonan was very surprised by the amount to be withdrawn. Can you stop pretending? If you had 4 million, the beggars on the street would all be millionaires. He has tens of thousands of pocket money each month. Even if he saves for a year without spending, it's only a few 100,000. Although he is a second-generation rich, he is still in college after all. 4 million is still a huge sum for him. What if I actually had 4 million? Dream on, you won't earn 4 million in your lifetime. Stop talking nonsense. If I withdraw 4 million, you will address me as grandpa from now on. If not, I dare you to. Addicted to bragging, huh? Let's make a bet. Manager Qin, please withdraw the money. Sure, please follow me. Qin Xiaonan walked towards the high-end VIP counter, then swiped your card and entered 4 million. It must be a bluff. This poor kid couldn't possibly have that much money. Card swipe successful. How is this possible? Chu Tianxi is unlikely to carry it out. The girl beside him, her gaze towards you has changed as well. Seeing the successful card swipe, Qin Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief for you. Sir, please wait a moment, I will have someone bring the cash to you. Thank you, Manager Qin. Take the card, look at Chu Tianxi, and quickly call him Grandpa. Chu Tianxi was dumbfounded. Just yesterday, he ran into you in the school cafeteria. You were eating pickles with steamed buns, and he made fun of you. It's only been a day, and this poor classmate of yours suddenly got 4 million. Did he strike it rich, win the lottery? I didn't expect that. You, kid, have this kind of luck too. Did you win the lottery? You should start calling me Grandpa. I wonder if your dad suddenly having another dad will make him jump for joy. Don't get too proud. Do you think winning the lottery can make you rich? Daydreaming. 4 million isn't much. It's just my pocket money for 4 years of college. Far behind compared to my family. 400 million is pocket money for 4 years, it pains me to hear. Call me sometime, I'll give you some money to spend. Don't get cocky. Sir, let us help you take the money to the car. No need for that trouble, follow me. Four staff members glanced at Qin Xiaolan in confusion, quickly followed to see what the gentleman wanted. Xu Tianxi followed along. I want to see what you're up to. After you came out, you saw 4 middle-aged ladies chatting on chairs by the roadside. Give 1 box to each of the 4 ladies. 1 each. The staff were dumbfounded. 1 box per person, which means 100,000 each. What's the relationship between these middle-aged ladies and the young man? Xu Tianxi was already dumbfounded. The staff carried the boxes forward, and when they were opened, the neatly arranged money dazzled everyone. For aunties, these 4 boxes, each containing 1 million, are for you. Young man, what are you doing? Just now, I felt that words of thanks were not enough. Please accept this money, and spend it without worries. Alright then, we won't be polite. Anyone would find it hard to refuse when faced with this. Xu Tianxi's stature, the girl beside him felt very unbalanced. She served Xu Tianxi as if serving a master, receiving only 100,000 a month. These 4 aunties said a few comforting words, and one of them received 1 million. Qin Xiaonan sighed in his heart, finding it devoid of humanity. The thoughts of the wealthy are truly unfathomable. Quickly say grandpa and listen. I'll give you 100,000 to buy candies. Don't get too pleased with yourself yet, let's wait and see. Xu Tianxi pulled up the girl next to him to leave, but the girl broke free and came to you, saying, Grandpa, husband, dad, you can call me anything. Xu Tianxi exploded with anger and dragged the girl away. Seeing Xu Tianxi's unpleasant expression, I felt great. It was truly satisfying to slap him in the face with money. Sir, this is my personal business card. It has my phone number on it. Let's keep in touch. In the past, you never had the courage to approach such a goddess. Now, taking the initiative to exchange contact information, you couldn't have imagined this before. Once again, you marvel at the power of money. You took the business card and dialed Qin Xiaonan's number. This is my number. Alright, I've noted it down. The phone rang at this moment. It's Dong Chanxian calling. Manager Qin has a favor to ask of you today. Please have dinner when you're free. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Okay, goodbye. Hello, what's up? Shanxian, can you come home with me tonight? I want to come clean with my parents about our relationship. You feel relieved about Dong Chanxian's sudden decision. In her heart, she sees herself as the poor boy living in a school dormitory, eating in the school cafeteria, rejecting the wealthy young master Xu Tianxi with billions in wealth, and choosing you, a seemingly worthless poor boy. You have always been aware of this. Alright, I'll come over at a few o'clock. Where is the address? You are no longer self-deprecating and powerless. The present is different from the past. Dong Yunshan's assets are only a few billion, and he still needs to rely on the Chu family's Chu group. Now, even the Chu group doesn't catch your eye. A Dong Yunshan is just a small ant. 8 o'clock tonight, Central Sea International Hotel. No need to dress up deliberately or feel too pressured. I'll be on your side. Understood, see you tonight. Even though Chanxian said not to dress up, you naturally won't really go in these clothes. After all, you are wealthy. You can't neglect yourself in terms of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Moreover, if you can't spend 10 billion within a month, it would be a failure. Saving money is impossible for you. Spending only 4 million now is far from enough. You hailed a taxi to go to Zhonghai Auto City. Young man, are you going to buy a car? Which car caught your eye? Let me give you some advice. I'll definitely help you choose the best value for the same price. Let's buy a Rolls-Royce first to play around. Bro, are you kidding me? Taking a taxi to pick up a Rolls-Royce, who would believe that? Young people just love to show off. You can't be bothered to explain, closing your eyes and starting to worry about spending money. Making 10 billion in a month is like reaching the sky. Spending 10 billion in a month is not that easy. When you arrive, you start looking at the car, a group of people surrounding a black Rolls-Royce, crazily taking photos and posting on social media. A college student's size, the base price of a Rolls-Royce Phantom is 88 million, struggling for a lifetime feels like can't even afford a wheel. Feeling so desperate, you see the sighing college student, realizing it's a good buddy who has helped you many times. Donzi, what are you doing here? Bro, why did you come alone? Where's your wife? Shanshan has classes today, so I came out for a stroll by myself. Someone in the crowd accidentally pushed, causing Qindong to lose balance, taking a few steps back and leaning against the body of the Rolls-Royce. Donzi, are you okay? You scared me. If this thing gets scratched or dented, it wouldn't be enough to compensate with my life. Everyone, please don't push, follow the order. The sales manager was also startled and hurried forward to maintain order. The sales manager sees a 3 centimeter scratch on the Rolls-Royce door, takes a sharp breath. Shandong leans against the back of the Rolls-Royce door, and the key scratches a line on the door. The paint on this car is all imported original. The special paint costs tens of thousands. Plus, this is a new car that hasn't been sold yet. This student is probably finished for life. Oh my, changing a Rolls-Royce. This student is in for a lifetime of bad luck. The car model Li Lukun looks at you and Shandong with eyes full of sympathy. Shandong's eyes went black for a moment. If it weren't for you holding him, he would have collapsed. Bro, I messed up the Rolls-Royce. My life is over. What am I going to do? Donzi, don't panic. Bro will help you sort this out. This is no small matter. Your confidence is quite something. 88 million now. If this car has been repainted, no one will buy it. Neither of you will leave today. Don't think just because you're poor students, you can act like victims. This isn't over. Who are you calling poor students? I'm talking about you too. Don't try to deceive me. Hurry up and contact your family. I have no family. I'm an orphan. Fake excuses to avoid responsibility. Things are getting more and more interesting. This drama is getting sweeter. Onlookers enjoy the show without considering the seriousness of the matter. Various faces. Don't act pitiful with me. I'm not falling for your act. Call your parents quickly, or I'll call the police. It's just 88 million, right? I'll buy this car. I don't mind if it has scratches. Are you crazy? Just saying 88 million like that. If he can afford a Rolls-Royce, then I'm the richest person in Zhanghai City. That bragging is a bit too much. You want to buy a Rolls-Royce. 88 million is not the same as 88 yuan. I can't be bothered to argue with you, just swipe your card quickly. Alright, I'll play along with you. Who are you pretending to be? The sales manager picked up the card and walked towards the card machine in the back. Li Lukun scanned you once, not holding high hopes for you. The cashier at the bar has seen it all, doesn't believe you have that much money. Seeing the sales manager coming with that card, he sneered at the sight of a wealthy person. He has encountered many truly wealthy and falsely wealthy people, confident he can tell at a glance. Someone like you, with clothes and shoes that aren't worth a few hundred yuan altogether, still dares to say you want to buy a Rolls-Royce. How is that possible? The cashier lazily didn't want to deal with it, thinking it was unnecessary, sure that the balance would be insufficient after one swipe. If you don't have money, you don't have money. Why talk like this? Truly a poor loser. Taking the card and casually looking at it, he found it to be worn out, full of scratches, and even some unknown stains. He became even more convinced that this kid was just pretending, not even a few thousand yuan in the card. Xiaoli, swipe quickly, stop dawdling. If it doesn't work, let's see what else he has to say. If the car paint is scratched, they won't leave today without paying tens of thousands. If they can't pay later, I'll call the police, teach these two poor kids a lesson. If you don't have money, why come to such a high-end place? Reluctantly, the cashier took the card, swiped it on the machine, entered 88 million, didn't bother to look again. However, after 2 silent seconds, a crisp sound rang out, the receipt popped out, the card was successfully swiped. How is this possible? There really is no trace of hesitation in the cashier's eyes. The gaze towards you has become hot and gentle. If one could associate with such a giant axe, young people wouldn't have to work so hard. As a distinguished customer, let me personally serve you. Sales manager Qianbei comes before you, sir. I was blind to your importance earlier and had a bad attitude. Please forgive me. This is the credit card receipt, please sign it. Just spending this little money, at such a big car show, not even arranging a few good cars, it's boring. You mutter to yourself and get ready to find a small table to sign. The sales manager bends directly in front of you, no need to bother finding a place. My back is your prepared desk. He turns around, grinning at you, the smile full of charm and flattery, even more affectionate than seeing one's own father. After you sign, the sales manager personally hands it to the counter, running around, constantly busy. You can't help but feel that money makes the world go round. This saying is absolutely true. Having money is really cool. Originally anxious, Li Lukun is now somewhat surprised. He has seen many wealthy people who spend money like water buying cars on the spot, but he has never encountered someone like you who doesn't even hesitate to spend nearly 20 million. It seems I worried about you for nothing. It's normal to worry. You can't imagine my capabilities. What capabilities do you have then? Can you let me see? Let me give you my number first. If there's a chance, I'll let you see my capabilities. Then just write it on my heart. Leaving contact information, he leaves contentedly. Bro, where did you get so much money from? Don't worry, this money is neither stolen nor taken by force. Bro, You've become wealthy. Sir, the paperwork for your Rolls-Royce has been completed. We've placed everything in the car for you. We've taken care of everything else. You can just drive off. You are truly wealthy, the most generous car purchase I've seen. You don't need to bother with him. After taking the keys, you directly handed them to Chindong. Donzi, didn't you say when you were young that your biggest dream was to have a nice car? It's yours now. Chindong couldn't believe it. To give me this 88 million Rolls-Royce, not just a small car worth a few thousand. Even if a good brother is wealthy, a car like this isn't something you can just casually buy. To help him out, having already spent so much money, he felt very guilty and grateful. Now to give it to himself, how embarrassing. Don't refuse. When I was short of money before, you helped me get through tough times. Now that I'm wealthy, it's normal to give you a car. To spend so much money on a car, and then give it away, this is a Rolls-Royce after all. To just give it away with a few words. Why don't I have such a wealthy brother? The hobby of the wealthy is truly unique. Wearing clothes that cost less than 100 yuan, buying a 20 million luxury car. You pulled up to Chengdong, got into the car, stepped on the gas and drove out of the car exhibition hall. On the road, it attracted many people's attention. A luxury car like this. In a second-tier city like Shanghai, it's not common to see. Many people stop and look with envy at the people in the cars, hating themselves for not being as wealthy as others, especially when waiting at traffic lights. The cars behind dare to get too close. If they accidentally scratch the luxury car, they can't afford to compensate for it. You drive to the Wanda Underground parking lot, deciding to buy some nice clothes. You're already well off, yet still wearing cheap clothes. It's unacceptable. Spending 100 billion a month, you should first dress like a tycoon. Otherwise, people will look down on you when you spend money. You go straight to the LV store. The female clerk at the entrance sees your cheap clothes and her smile freezes, especially when she sees Chindong with a Rolls-Royce key hanging from his waist. She looks down on him even more, sure that he's not wealthy. Hanging the car key on his waist in a tacky way, pretending to be the owner of a luxury car, is simply laughable. She knows people like him come to the store just to broaden their horizons. It's impossible for them to buy clothes. They're poor losers who can't even afford 1 or 2 pieces of clothing with their monthly salary. Thinking this, the female clerk's expression grows colder, too lazy to even greet you. He whispers to the young girl tidying clothes, "Xiao, keep an eye on those two, don't let them mess up the clothes. They can't afford to buy them yet they're making a mess. If they get dirty, they can't even afford to compensate." Okay, he's a recent college graduate who hasn't been interning at the store for long. He's very polite to all customers and not at all snobbish. Whether rich or not, he patiently serves all customers who enter the store. When he heard that he was to serve the guests, Xiao happily walked towards you. "Hello, sir. What kind of clothes do you like? What size do you wear? I can bring them for you to try on. How much is the girl's monthly salary?" "Not much, just a few thousand yuan. Help me choose some clothes, and you should get a commission after I buy them, right?" "A little bit." "That's good. Thank you for helping me choose today. I won't let you help for nothing. Just randomly pick a piece of clothing from the shelf. Without even looking, let Xiao behind you take it first." After browsing around the store, you picked out another 4 pieces. Xiao, holding these 5 pieces of clothing, had a big smile on his face. He had been an intern for over half a month and had only sold 2 pieces of clothing in total. He never expected to sell 5 pieces in one day, earning over 1,000 yuan in commissions. He was extremely happy, but his kind heart made him worry about you. He could tell that you might not be very wealthy. Suddenly choosing these 5 pieces of clothing, totaling over tens of thousands, probably far exceeded your financial capacity. Perhaps after buying these clothes, your life ahead might be quite tough. Seeing you still wanting to continue choosing, Xiao persuaded the gentleman, "Why not buy these few first? You can always come back to buy more clothes when you need them. Brother, just buy a few to wear for now. These clothes are expensive. It's just a few pieces of clothing. It's just a small matter, but looking at these few pieces of clothing, you could exhaust all your savings. If you're poor, just be poor. Pretending to be rich is truly disgusting." Afterward, you stopped looking. The salesperson took you to check out. You stopped him and asked, "What's wrong? Do you think there are too many and don't want to buy anymore? You can buy fewer. I knew you couldn't afford it a long time ago. If you can't afford it, don't pretend. After choosing the clothes, now you say you don't want to buy. I hate people like you who show off, with barely any money but flaunting luxury car keys on your waist. Do you think others can't see through the act? Pick a few pieces of clothing. Now, when it's time to check out, you don't want to pay. If you don't have money, don't come in." I asked him to wait. It's not about not paying. I wanted to tell him, besides these few clothes, all the other clothes in the store are sold out. "What do you mean all sold out?" Xiao was shocked. The female shop assistant was also startled. Buying all of them would cost at least several million. Who buys clothes like this? Bro, I know you have money, but buying so many clothes will cost millions, and you can't wear them all. It's okay if we can't wear them all. We wear one set in the morning, another at noon, and another at night. If we get tired of them, we'll throw them away, or if we get bored, we'll change. Or we can donate these clothes to those in need. Is he really going to buy them all? He has never seen anyone buying the entire store's clothes before. He thought it was impossible. But when Xiao successfully swiped the card, he was shocked. With sales of several million, the commission alone was 800,000. He couldn't earn that much in 5 years of work, and he deeply regretted it. He quickly came to you to apologize, handed you his business card, and asked you to find him directly next time you come. You completely ignored him. He said to Xiao that he felt the clothes were not enough, and he wanted to buy more. Could you be my assistant? I will pay you a salary of 100,000 per hour. How can one not be stunned and feel like it's a dream? Earning 100,000 in an hour, he works hard for a whole month and doesn't even make 5,000. Now, what he earns in 1 hour equals more than what he would earn in over a year. For a kind and beautiful person like you, 100,000 per hour is indeed a bit low. How about 200,000? The female shop assistant was stunned, feeling extremely bitter. 100,000 per hour is sufficient. I'm willing to take it for 200,000. It's settled. After you leave, the female shop assistant knelt on the ground and cried directly. Just because she looked down on these two poor guys, she missed out on tens of thousands in commission and also missed a 200,000 job for an hour. She wished she could crash into a wall. Next, you continue shopping at Armani, Givenchy, Gucci, and others in Wanda, buying all the clothes in every store. After 2 hours of shopping, you finally put together an extremely luxurious outfit. When you came out of the last store, 50 people were following you, all salespeople from each store, and each of them looked good. Both passers-by and wealthy individuals were dumbfounded. You've emptied out all the clothes in the entire Wanda store. Where should I have them delivered for you? Please help me arrange to donate the clothes to the mountainous area. Passers-by were stunned when they heard. I want to go to the mountainous area, please donate these clothes to me. One piece would cover my monthly salary. This is a rich man's affair, we don't understand at all. I entrust this matter to you. I will pay you an additional labor fee of 1 million. Buy some clothes, head to the Shanghai International Hotel alone, full of confidence. It's time to go meet your girlfriend and her dad. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at the Shanghai International Hotel. The Shanghai International Hotel is the first 5-star hotel in Shanghai City, located in the most prosperous commercial center of the city. With its prime location and luxurious decoration, business has always been very good. As Chen Chen stepped into the hotel lobby, intending to admire the decoration of this 5-star hotel, he suddenly noticed a group of tall, burly men in black suits blocking a fat man with a big belly and a smug look. It seemed like there was a dispute going on. Among the group of big men, the leader shouted at the fat man, "Boss Wang, if you don't pay back today, don't even think about leaving." The middle-aged fat man surrounded in the middle had a distressed look on his face as he pleaded, "I'm not refusing to pay. I lost 5 billion in gambling, I admit I was unlucky. But 5 billion is not something I can just come up with. You have to give me time to raise the money." As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the burly men grabbed him by the collar and said, "We've already given you 3 days, there has to be a deadline. If you don't pay back today, you won't be able to leave. If you can't come up with 5 billion, we'll take your hotel as collateral." The burly man's tone was fierce, clearly not someone to be trifled with, and from their demeanor, it seemed like they were not just bluffing or threatening. Upon hearing this, Boss Wang, who was cornered, immediately became angry. "Use my hotel as collateral? Do you know that the Shanghai International Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Shanghai? Selling it alone would be worth at least 10 billion. Taking away my 5-star hotel for 5 billion is too much." The burly man said, "You forced us to do this. If you obediently come up with 5 billion, we won't need your hotel. But if you can't pay today, don't blame us for being ruthless. If you can't pay or use the hotel as collateral, we'll have to take you away and make you pay with your life to apologize to our boss." Upon hearing this, Boss Wang immediately backed down. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he trembled. Please, brothers, I still have some favor with your boss. Give me 2 more days, I'll find a buyer immediately. Once I sell this 5-star hotel, I'll pay back the 5 billion debt. Please go back and tell the boss, okay?" Boss Wang's tone was almost pleading, on the verge of kneeling down. If his hotel were taken as collateral, he would be left with nothing, nowhere to go. This international hotel, whether it's the land or the property, is worth more than 5 billion. Even if it's sold for 10 billion, it would still be a loss, and there would definitely be people eager to buy it. However, there are very few people in Shanghai City who can come up with 10 billion at once, and he only has 2 days. Even if he takes a loss and tries to sell it for 10 billion, it's not guaranteed that he'll find a buyer immediately. The burly man heard Boss Wang's conditions, hesitated for a moment, seeming somewhat swayed. But in the end, he shook his head and said, "No, our boss already instructed us when we came, either bring back the money today or bring back the person. It's up to you." Boss Wang was almost in despair now. With a bitter face, he stood there, unsure of what to do. Chen Shen, who was standing not far away, heard all their conversation, knowing that Boss Wang owed someone a 5 billion gambling debt. Now that they had come to collect, if he didn't pay, they would take his hotel as collateral. Chen Shen grew up in Shanghai City and had known about the Shanghai International Hotel since he was a child. The Shanghai International Hotel is a landmark in Shanghai City, a gathering place for the wealthy. The value of this Shanghai hotel is definitely more than 10 billion. So, when Chen Shen heard that Mr. Wang was urgently looking for buyers, he immediately stepped forward and said, "You want to find buyers, right?" The debt collectors in black suits, seeing a young man approaching, all stared at him warily. Mr. Wang, with a mournful face, glanced sideways at Chen Shen, seeing that he was just a young man under 20. Although his clothes looked exquisite, like a wealthy second generation, this was a deal worth $1 billion, not something a young person could casually inquire about. Mr. Wang, feeling troubled, immediately annoyed by the disturbance, said, "Why ask? Go cool off on the side." The head of the debt collectors also menacingly threatened, "This is none of your business, get lost quickly." Chen Shen, however, completely disregarded their rude attitude, walked a few steps forward with a smile, and said, "Why not my business? One of you wants to collect debts, the other wants to sell the hotel to repay debts. Don't you need a wealthy buyer? Well, here I am. Let's talk." Mr. Wang, feeling annoyed, had no mood to banter or joke with a young man. He immediately said with an angry face, "Talk nonsense. Do you know how much my hotel is worth? Do you think you can show off here with just a few 100,000 or a few million? Don't cause trouble, go away." Being able to open a 5-star hotel in Shanghai City, Mr. Wang was only mingling in the upper social circles of Shanghai. He almost knew all the wealthy people in Shanghai. Among Shanghai's tycoons, there were only a few with assets exceeding $1 billion, let alone over 10 billion, which were even rarer. In Mr. Wang's impression, there seemed to be no one like Chen Shen. Even among his friends with assets over 10 billion, there was no one like Chen Shen among their descendants. Therefore, Mr. Wang naturally thought that the young man in front of him was at most a moderately wealthy second generation. As for 10 billion, well, how could he come up with that? The head of the debt collectors was also somewhat annoyed and bluntly threatened Chen Shen, "If you dare to cause trouble again, I will immediately have someone break your legs." Chen Shen nonchalantly said, "Just 10 billion, right? I heard earlier, if you agree, I can swipe my card for payment now." What? Mr. Wang was greatly surprised, his face even changed a bit. "Do you really want to buy my hotel? Do you really have 10 billion? The group of debt collectors who came to collect debts were also shocked, never expecting this young man to speak so boldly, saying he would spend 10 billion to buy the Shanghai International Hotel. They also never imagined how a young man under 20 could have so much money. So, sell or not? Speak up. Chen Shen, seeing that no one seemed to believe him, said somewhat impatiently. After some thought, Mr. Wang nodded firmly and said, "Sell. As long as you really have 10 billion, I'll sell it to you at a loss." Mr. Wang was a businessman. Although he loved gambling and often lost money, he could still manage his finances. Selling for 10 billion, although a small loss, he could at least take out 5 billion to repay his gambling debts, leaving him with 5 billion. If he couldn't sell it, and the debt collectors took the hotel as collateral, he wouldn't have a penny left. Therefore, Mr. Wang decisively agreed to Chen Shen's terms. Seeing the two reach an agreement, the head of the debt collectors did not intervene. He was there to recover the 5 billion gambling debt, and he hadn't really considered taking the hotel as collateral. After all, Mr. Wang was not a fool, and he wouldn't agree so easily. If he really took the hotel as collateral, Mr. Wang would definitely find all sorts of ways to obstruct. It was more convenient to just take the money. So, the group immediately went to the finance and legal departments, signed contracts, stamped them, and made the payment. Originally, Mr. Wang, who was still somewhat worried, finally let go of his suspended heart at the moment the deal was successful. He had money and even gambled on debts, with 5 billion left for himself. Immediately feeling relaxed, he happily said to Chen Shen, "I really didn't expect it, young man. We only exchanged a few words when we first met, and you dared to spend 10 billion to buy this hotel. What a bold move. I, old Wang, have been around for half a lifetime and have never seen such a generous young person. I truly admire you. The burly men who came to collect debts were also shocked. At first, they thought Chen Chen was just boasting and causing trouble on purpose. How could a 10 billion deal be taken lightly? Without saying 3 words, wanting to spend 10 billion to buy a hotel, they had never seen such a business deal before. However, now seeing Chen Chen swipe his card without hesitation and actually buy the Shanghai International Hotel, they all secretly gave him a thumbs up in their hearts. They greatly admired Chen Chen. After Mr. Wang received the money, he immediately paid 5 billion to the debt collectors. The storm was settled just like that. Mr. Wang had a special appreciation for young people like Chen Chen, who were wealthy and generous. Moreover, Chen Chen had come to his aid in a time of urgent need, for which he was very grateful. Mr. Wang personally took Chen Chen to the international conference room of the Shanghai Hotel. They signed the equity transfer agreement for the Shanghai International Hotel and had the hotel's managers and above meet Chen Chen and announce the matter. The managers of various departments of the hotel shook hands with Chen Chen one by one and introduced themselves. They were all puzzled as to why Mr. Wang had decided to sell the high-end 5-star Shanghai International Hotel. They were even more surprised that a young man like Chen Chen, who looked like he was not even 20, could spend billions to buy the top hotel in Shanghai City. It was truly admirable. Especially since Chen Chen showed no airs of a boss in front of everyone and was polite to the managers. Everyone felt that the new boss was much more approachable and charming than Mr. Wang. Therefore, the managers of various departments of the Shanghai International Hotel showed even more respect towards Chen Chen. They actively invited Chen Chen to visit their departments. When all of this was over, Chen Chen took out his phone and saw that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, the time he had agreed to meet Dong Qianqian. Dong Qianqian had already sent a message on his phone. Chen Chen immediately followed the room number in the message and, led by the restaurant manager, arrived at the door of the luxurious private room. When Chen Chen pushed open the door, Dong Yunshan, who was sitting inside, immediately saw Chen Chen. Dong Yunshan's face turned cold in an instant, and he said unkindly, "So, the important person Chen Chen wanted us to meet is you. Boy, didn't you understand what I told you last time? Are you still pestering Chen Chen, looking to die?" Sitting next to Dong Yunshan was a woman who was nearly 40 years old, dressed in a luxurious manner. She wore several rings on her fingers, some with diamonds and gemstones. A large pink diamond hung around her neck, shining brightly. This woman was Dong Qianqian's mother. She was strongly against Chen Chen's relationship with her daughter, especially when she found out that Chen Chen had grown up in an orphanage and was still a poor college student. She firmly stood with Dong Yunshan, adamantly opposing her daughter's continued relationship with Chen Chen. When she saw Chen Chen enter, she arrogantly snorted and said, "You must be Chen Chen, right? I know you like Chen Chen very much, but you are too poor. You and Chen Chen are not even in the same world. She spends tens of thousands on a handbag, and a set of cosmetics costs more than your monthly salary. How will you support her? How will you make her happy? You grew up in the impoverished environment of the orphanage. You and Chen Chen are simply people from 2 different worlds. You are not worthy of our princess-like daughter at all. It's better for you to leave her." Dong Yunshan took over, mocking, "We advise you, it's for your own good. Otherwise, if you stay with Chen Chen in the future, spending her money every day, you will end up feeling inferior sooner or later. Just look at this table of food in front of you today. It's a very ordinary meal for us, but it costs 88,888 yuan. I'm afraid you won't even earn that much in 3 years for your meals. Look at this steamed fish maw with swallow's nest. One dish costs 10,000. The swallow's nest is from the top snow swallows in tropical caves, and the fish maw is from the rare shark near the Bering Strait. You probably won't have the chance to taste it in your lifetime. And this matsutake mushroom dish, each piece is worth hundreds, let alone eating it. You poor guy probably have never even seen it before. And this foie gras, caviar, and these other dishes, each costing thousands, with your meager salary after graduation, how can you afford to provide these for Chen Chen? Our one meal is something you can't earn even after working hard for a whole year. Be sensible and leave quickly." Dong Qianqian's mother, looking at the silent Chen Chen, continued, "Our family travels in luxury cars, lives in villas occupying hundreds of square meters. Our family's company is worth over 3 billion, something you won't earn in several lifetimes. You don't even have these things as a poor boy, right? If Qian Qian marries you, will you let her wander the streets with you? Will you let her eat coarse food and suffer with you every day? I've said it, you two are from completely different worlds. You are just a toad, don't even think about having a swan. Because you are not worthy." "I'm not worthy? He. Chen Chen smiled lightly. Of course, you're not worthy, Dong Yunshan said leisurely, lighting a cigarette. With your status, you're not even qualified to be a dog in our family. Our dog eats more expensive food than what you eat, you're not even comparable to our dog. Stop it. Dad, Mom, please stop. Dong Qianqian immediately interrupted them. Standing up from her chair, she walked to Chen Chen by the door, hugged his arm, leaned her head on his arm, and said, "You can't speak ill of him like this. Whether he's rich or poor, I like him, I want to be with him." Hearing the words of Dong Yunshan and his wife, Chen Chen, who was about to get angry, felt very happy to see Dong Qianqian's firm attitude, standing by his side firmly. Dong Qianqian didn't mind that he was penniless, even when he was extremely poor before. She was willing to be his girlfriend. A warm feeling surged in Chen Chen's heart. Chen Chen put his arm around her waist, walked to the table and sat down casually. He said, "You just think I'm poor, right? What's so great about being rich? Isn't it just designer bags and cosmetics? Isn't it luxury cars, luxury homes? Whatever you want, just say the word, I'll buy it for Qianqian. Isn't it just a meal costing over 80,000 yuan? If you want to eat, I can treat you every day." Oh. Dong Yunshan laughed heartily as if he had heard the biggest joke. "Are you confused because you heard we want to drive you away from Qianqian? Are you out of your mind? Saying you'll buy whatever, with your background as a poor orphan, what will you use to buy for her? Treating us to a meal costing over 80,000 yuan, do you know what the taste of this meal is like? Look at how shabby you look today, did you pick those clothes out of a trash can? Ha ha, poor boy, today is the last time you'll see Qianqian. Let you taste what the food of the rich tastes like, eat your fill and then get lost." After hearing Dong Yunshan's words, Chen Chen was not angry. He held Dong Qianqian's slender waist with one hand and casually turned the glass dining table in front of him with the other hand. Glancing at the dishes on the table, he disdainfully said, "Is this thing even fit for human consumption? Just over 80,000 yuan, I can't even be bothered to pick up my chopsticks. I'll treat you to something better another day." Enough. Dong Qianqian's mother reprimanded, "Stop boasting and talking big here. I used to think you were a decent young man. Being poor is one thing, at least your character was not in question. But now, you shamelessly boast and talk big, without any bottom line or shame. With your attitude, it's absolutely impossible for you to be with Qianqian." After saying that, she loudly called out to the door, "Waiter, get your manager here. Kick this person out immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, the private room door was immediately opened. However, it was not a waiter who came in, but the catering department manager who had come with Chen Chen. As the new owner of the Shanghai International Hotel, Chen Chen dined in his department, so how could the manager not personally attend to him? Therefore, when he heard someone calling inside, he immediately gently pushed open the door and cautiously walked in. Upon entering, he first greeted Chen Chen with a smile on his face, then turned to Dong Qianqian's mother and asked, "Madam, may I assist you with anything?" Dong Qianqian's mother immediately frowned, pointing at Chen Chen, and scolded, "Get this poor wretch out of here, he has already ruined my appetite." The manager's face immediately changed in surprise and embarrassment. "Madam, I think you must have misunderstood. Our boss is so wealthy, how could he be the poor person you described?" Before he could finish his sentence, Dong Yunshan, his wife, and Dong Qianqian all stared at the manager as if they had seen a ghost, frozen in place. Dong Qianqian widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and asked, "What did you say? He is your boss? Say it again?" Seeing Dong Qianqian sitting next to Chen Chen, the two of them intimately close, it was clear she was his old girlfriend or lover. The manager immediately put on a bright smile and said, "Yes, this is our new boss at Shanghai International Hotel." Dong Qianqian still couldn't believe it and asked, "Are you telling the truth? You're not fooling me, right?" The manager earnestly nodded. "Miss, how could I joke about such a thing? How is that possible?" Dong Yunshan's hand holding the cigarette trembled uncontrollably, the ash falling on the table unnoticed. Wasn't he a poor boy from an orphanage? When did he become the owner of Shanghai International Hotel? The results of the investigation I had done were crystal clear. This kid doesn't even have 1,000 yuan in his bank account. How did he suddenly become the owner of Shanghai International Hotel in just one day? This Shanghai International Hotel is worth at least tens of billions, much more powerful than my own company. When did this penniless boy become so wealthy? Beside him, Dong Qianqian's mother was also dumbfounded, looking at Dong Yunshan with confusion, as if asking, "What's going on? Wasn't he a poor boy? How did he become the owner of this five-star hotel?" Looking at the puzzled expressions of the three, Chen Chen casually waved his hand and the manager immediately retreated like a mouse seeing a cat. "Well, what do you think?" Chen Chen looked at Dong Yunshan and his wife across the dining table and asked, "I told you before, fortunes change in the blink of an eye. Now, I am the owner of this Shanghai International Hotel. This hotel is worth at least 10 billion. Now, am I worthy of Qianqian? Dong Qianqian, who was holding Chen Shen's arm, was completely stunned, her big watery eyes staring at Chen Shen's handsome face without blinking. Chen Shen is the owner of Shanghai International Hotel? He's not a poor guy, he's very wealthy. Oh my, how did I never notice this before? Dong Qianqian never expected that her boyfriend turned out to be such a hidden tycoon. For so many years, she had always thought of him as a poor guy who could barely afford meals, but little did she know, he was actually the real owner of Shanghai International Hotel. It was beyond her wildest dreams. Dong Yunshan's expression was constantly changing. This outcome was something he had never anticipated. The people he sent out for investigation had made a major mistake. This was something he couldn't wrap his head around. But at this point, he didn't know what to say. After some consideration, even if Chen Shen was the owner of Shanghai International Hotel, including all his fixed assets, his net worth was only around 1 billion, whereas the Chu family had at least a dozen billion. Chu Tianxi was also the only son of the Chu family, and these assets would eventually be his. Compared to Chu Tianxi, Chen Shen was still far behind. With this comparison in mind, Dong Yunshan immediately felt that making a decision was not that difficult. He looked at Chen Shen and chuckled. Whether you are really the owner of Shanghai International Hotel or your net worth is really 1 billion, so what? Compared to Chu Tianxi, you still fall short. The Chu family has assets of at least a dozen billion, they can provide nearly 1 billion in liquid assets, while even if we include your fixed assets, it's only worth 1 billion. So, in comparison to Chu Tianxi, we still prefer Qianqian to be with Chu Tianxi. They are the son-in-law we most desire. Beside them, Dong Qianqian's mother, whose heart had been leaning towards Chen Shen, began to reconsider accepting him. But after hearing Dong Yunshan's words, she seemed to agree with his point of view. When Dong Qianqian heard her father's words, her hopeful heart was immediately doused with cold water. She scolded, "Are you still reasonable? You said before that Chen Shen had no money, that he couldn't give me happiness, and you didn't want us to be together. Now that he has money, and even 10 billion, you still want to obstruct us. Poof, are you still my parents? If you don't agree today, I will cut off all ties with you. I want to be with Chen Shen, now and forever. How dare you?" Dong Yunshan immediately slammed the table, shouting loudly, burning with anger to see his daughter so devoted to Chen Shen. "How dare I not?" Dong Qianqian didn't back down, raising her delicate chin in defiance. Seeing his girlfriend willing to go against her parents to be with him, Chen Shen was moved, and at the same time, he felt even more disgusted towards Chu Tianxi, who had always been compared to him. He coldly addressed Dong Yunshan and his wife across the table. "Chu Tianxi? The little Chu family? Ha, just a dozen billion in assets, right? You wait and see, in no time, you will see how the people of the Chu family kneel at my feet, how they beg for mercy. And you, just wanting to merge with the Chu family for a few billion in funds? A mere billion, worth pushing your daughter into the fire pit, all in the name of her well-being, how ridiculous. You will regret your actions today." Dong Yunshan was so enraged that veins popped on his forehead. "You? Wanting the prestigious Chu family of Shanghai City to bow down to you? Ha ha ha. I think you should really go to a mental hospital and get yourself checked. As for regrets, my biggest regret is not breaking your legs a few days ago." Beside, Dong Qianqian's mother was at a loss for a moment. If they continued to make a scene, it might be hard to end it. So she immediately got up, took Dong Yunshan and left. As they were about to leave, she turned back to look at Chen Shen and Dong Qianqian cuddling together, shook her head helplessly, and sighed deeply. At night, on the top floor of the Shanghai International Hotel, in the presidential suite, Chen Shen, who had taken off his designer clothes, was wearing boxers, stretching his arms comfortably on the soft big bed. The presidential suite is really different. The luxury is astonishing. The presidential suite was divided into several areas. The attendant's bedroom, living room, and reception room, the owner's bedroom, living room, study, reception room, bathroom, and study. There were countless other rooms of various sizes and functions, like a maze. Moreover, each room was decorated luxuriously to the extreme. The doorknobs, faucets, all made of pure gold. The paintings hanging on the walls were probably worth hundreds of thousands each. The small bar in the suite was filled with various red wines, spirits, and liquors, all imported from famous wineries around the world. Each bottle was valuable. However, none of these things could capture Chen Shen's attention. At this moment, lying on the bed, Chen Shen's mind was filled with fantasies of Dong Qianqian. Since he was hit by a car and obtained the Universe Tycoon system, not only did he have an extra 10 billion in his bank account, but it seemed like even his body had undergone a miraculous change. He found that his abilities in that aspect seemed to have become stronger than before. Just by thinking, he could immediately have a reaction. Moreover, his abilities seemed to have become exceptionally powerful. So tonight, after Dong Yunshan and his wife left, he couldn't wait to bring Dong Qianqian to the presidential suite. He wanted to put it into practice. However, when he eagerly tried to hug Dong Qianqian, who was originally snuggling up to him like a gentle kitten, she pushed him away and ran into the bathroom. She said she wanted to take a relaxing bath first. Helpless, Qianqian could only quickly throw away his obstructive clothes, scattering them all over the floor. Then, he lay on the bed waiting for her. At this moment, Dong Qianqian was enjoying a rose petal bath in the bathtub. With 10 billion in his possession and becoming the owner of this Shanghai International Hotel, she no longer had to worry about their future. So even though she had a big fight with her parents today, it didn't affect her good mood at all. After bathing, Dong Qianqian, with a body full of floral fragrance, wrapped in a bath towel, came to Chen Chen. Chen Chen had been impatiently waiting. Dong Qianqian felt that she had never been so happy. Her face was as rosy as peach blossoms in spring, looking at Chen Chen with infinite tenderness and affection. Chen Chen, catching his breath, rested for a few minutes before feeling the excitement again. Amid Dong Qianqian's exclamation, the two rolled together once more. And so, they tossed and turned 7 or 8 times throughout the night, until the sunlight streamed in through the window, until Dong Qianqian felt all soft and exhausted, unable to resist anymore, and they both fell into a deep sleep. They slept until noon, when Chen Chen woke up. Seeing the beauty curled up beside him, Chen Chen lovingly stroked her long hair. Feeling the touch, Dong Qianqian woke up, looked at Chen Chen, raised her head slightly, and rested her tender face on Chen Chen's hand. Coquettishly, she said, "Darling, you are amazing. I love you to death." Smack! Chen Chen patted her and got out of bed. He said, "I love you too. Rest a little longer, I have something to do, I'll go out first." Chen Chen put on his clothes and went to the office of the owner of the Shanghai International Hotel. Although the beauty of the spring was infinitely good, he had not forgotten the task issued by the system. In January, he spent 10 billion, but now he hasn't spent much money yet, so he needs to continue working hard. When he arrived at the office, the attentive restaurant manager had already sent him a delicate lunch. Chen Chen asked while eating, "Can we still contact the previous hotel owner, Mr. Wang?" The manager who brought the meal was very surprised by this sudden question from the new boss. He was worried about any trouble between the old and new bosses and hesitated whether to speak up. But after a moment's thought, he realized that now he was working under the new boss, so he naturally knew whose side to stand on. After a moment of thought, he said, "Mr. Wang has been in Shanghai City for many years. It's not difficult to find him if you want to." Chen Chen nodded and said, "Then go find him immediately. I have something good to discuss with him." The manager immediately nodded and went out to make a call. Sure enough, not long after Chen Chen finished his lunch, there was a knock on the office door. Soon, the door was gently opened. The chubby Mr. Wang walked in with a greasy round face. Seeing Chen Chen behind the large desk, Mr. Wang immediately smiled broadly and said, "Ha, young brother. Oh, I should call you Boss Chen now. It's been a day, and you look so radiant. Must be good news after good news." Chen Chen replied politely, "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Wang sat down on the chair in front of Chen Chen's desk, smiling and asked, "Boss Chen, what good news do you have for me?" "Well," Chen Chen said, "although I bought this hotel, I don't know how to manage it. I thought, could I ask you to come back and continue managing this hotel? I won't treat you unfairly. We'll split the profits of this hotel 50-50. What do you think?" As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, Mr. Wang's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Really?" Chen Chen nodded, "Of course." Mr. Wang clapped his thigh, his eyes squinting with joy, and said, of course, from now on, I, old Wang, will be under your command, Boss Chen. I will follow your lead." Mr. Wang had been somewhat regretful about losing this hotel. But unexpectedly, just a day later, such good news happened, making him ecstatic. This Shanghai International Hotel had an annual turnover of 3 to 4 billion. The profit was at least over 1 billion. With a 50-50 split, that meant at least 50 million or more. In recent years, as the boss, he had delegated most of the work to his managers. He lived carefreely every day, hardly using his brain. Now, Chen Chen unexpectedly proposed a 50-50 split with him, and he was naturally overjoyed. "All right, it's settled then," Chen Chen nodded and said, "I have one more thing to trouble you with." "What is it?" "Just tell me, Mr. Wang replied. "Oh, I have some spare cash on hand and have set my sights on the shares of the Chu family in Shanghai City. So, I want you to help me gather some information, detailed information about the Chu family's assets. Can you do that?" "Of course, Mr. Wang answered without hesitation, "But, Mr. Chen, why did you suddenly decide to investigate this?" The Chu family was a prominent family in Shanghai City, and their situation was not a secret. With determination, it was not difficult to investigate their assets. However, the Chu Group in Shanghai was only a moderately profitable enterprise, and acquiring it might not yield much profit. Moreover, family-run businesses like this were complex and challenging to manage. Most people would not be willing to acquire them. Oh, I made a deal with someone. He said I couldn't make the Chu family kneel at my feet, so I just want to show him that as long as I want to, the Chu family is nothing. I want him to kneel, and he will have to kneel. Understood. Understood. Mr. Wang was even more impressed this time. Young heroes are full of vigor and vitality. So, he stopped asking more questions and readily agreed. Chen Chen nodded and asked him to take care of it immediately. Indeed, Mr. Wang's methods were quite effective. In just over an hour, he called Chen Chen to say that everything had been sorted out. The Chu Group is a family-owned joint stock company. The shares are divided into 4 parts, with Chu Yunlong, Chu Tianxi's father, serving as the chairman of the company, holding 40% of the shares. Chu Yunlong's elder brother and 2 younger brothers each hold 20% of the shares. In a joint stock company, whether it is family-owned or a joint venture, whoever holds the most shares has the power to speak. They become the chairman of the joint stock company. Therefore, Chen Chen instructed Mr. Wang to find a way to contact Chu Tianxi's uncle and 2 uncles. Tell them that he is willing to purchase their 20% stake at twice the market price. Mr. Wang was taken aback when he heard this. He didn't understand why Chen Chen was doing this. Wasn't Chen Chen going to lose money with such conditions? Although the Chu Group was doing well, the profit margin was only around 10%. Buying shares at twice the price might take a long time to break even. If anything unexpected happened in the future, they would definitely suffer losses. Mr. Wang wanted to say a few words of advice, but Chen Chen told him not to ask too many questions and just do as he said. Helpless, Mr. Wang immediately took care of it. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Wang called again to inform Chen Chen that everything had been settled. Tonight, the 3 brothers of the Chu family decided to host Chen Chen and sign the share transfer agreement on the spot. Chen Chen was very satisfied with this outcome. He instructed Mr. Wang to make arrangements immediately. Mr. Wang readily agreed. At 6 o'clock in the evening, in the meeting room of the Shanghai International Hotel, all the members of the Chu family, except Chu Yunlong, were present. The 3 brothers were eagerly waiting in the meeting room. They never expected someone would offer to buy their shares at twice the price. This deal was a sure win, and a big one at that. Although the Chu family's business was doing reasonably well, the profits were not substantial. The dividends they received each year were not much either. Moreover, Chu Yunlong had been holding onto the position of chairman of the Chu family's joint stock company with his 40% stake, which had long been a source of discontent for the other 3 brothers. However, withdrawing their investment was not an easy task. This family-owned company involved many people, and they couldn't afford to break ties. So, they had been suppressing their dissatisfaction. But now, through Mr. Wang, they learned that someone was willing to buy their shares at twice the price, and they immediately agreed with a mix of surprise and joy. The extra premium was something they wouldn't have earned from their shares in 10 or even more years. How could they refuse to sell their shares at such a price? With this money, they could start their own company and potentially earn more than the current dividends. Therefore, without much persuasion from Mr. Wang, they readily agreed to the deal. They had arrived early at the meeting room, waiting for Chen Chen to come and sign the share transfer agreement. Just as the 3 brothers were getting impatient, Chen Chen finally walked in. They immediately stood up, respectfully shook hands with Chen Chen, and greeted him. When they saw how young Chen Chen was, they were even more amazed and praised him for his youth and potential. Bold and generous. Chen Chen didn't pay much attention to their flattery. Buying shares with money was the priority. Soon, both parties signed the equity transfer agreement. Chen Chen also transferred the money to the 3 individuals through bank transfer. Additionally, he gave each of them an extra 5 million and asked them to support him at the Chu family's equity meeting the next day. Chen Chen promised them further rewards once the matter was settled. Seeing Chen Chen's generosity and being fed up with Chu Yunlong's arrogant behavior, the 3 individuals readily accepted the money without hesitation. The next day, at the Chu Group headquarters, Chen Chen confidently walked in with Mr. Wang and the 3 equity transfer agreements in his bag. Today was the annual shareholders meeting of the Chu Group. Having acquired the shares the day before, Chen Chen planned to make a move at this crucial moment. Therefore, he decided that he must stir up some trouble today. Inside the lobby of the Chu Group headquarters building, Chu Tianxi was busy welcoming the guests coming in from outside. Every year during the shareholders meeting, they would invite partners to attend. This served to strengthen their partnerships and showcase the Chu Group's strength to their collaborators. Hence, there were many people present that day. Shu Tianxi was bustling around, greeting guests with a smile. Suddenly, he spotted a figure that should not have been there. "Chen Chen?" Shu Tianxi exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? This is my Chu family's territory. You are not welcome here. Please leave." Ever since the incident at the bank where Chu Tianxi felt humiliated in front of Chen Chen, who gave 100,000 to each of the 4 elderly women, he had held a grudge against him. He had been planning his revenge but had not expected Chen Chen to show up again. The Chu Group headquarters was his territory. So, upon seeing Chen Chen, he immediately wanted to drive him away. Chu Tianxi's loud voice caught the attention of everyone in the lobby, and they all turned to look at Chen Chen. Unperturbed, Chen Chen walked up to Chu Tianxi and chuckled. "Good grandson, is this how you talk to your grandfather? Good grandson?" The other guests attending the board meeting were puzzled by Chen Chen's unexpected address. They began whispering and discussing among themselves. Already furious, Chu Tianxi turned red with anger at being called a grandson by Chen Chen. Enraged, he shouted, "Security! Where is security? Come over here and kick this person out." Chu Tianxi was the young master of the Chu Group, and in the headquarters, his words were like royal decrees. After he shouted, 4 or 5 security guards immediately surrounded them. Seeing Chu Tianxi glaring angrily at the young man in front of him, the guards understood the situation and were ready to take action against Chen Chen. Just then, a middle-aged man's stern voice echoed in the lobby. "Stop! Who dares to kick him out?" Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to see who was speaking. They saw a man in his 50s striding over. "Uncle," Chu Tianxi respectfully greeted the newcomer. About to speak ill of Chen Chen, Chu Tianxi was taken aback when the middle-aged man sternly rebuked him. "Who gave you the right to act recklessly here? Do you know that, mister? Chen is our most esteemed guest. If you say another word, I will have you thrown out immediately." The middle-aged man then approached Chen Chen, put on a warm smile, and said, "Mr. Chen, I apologize. The younger generation is ignorant and has offended you. Please forgive us." Perplexed, Chu Tianxi was left dumbfounded. When did this kid become the most esteemed guest of the Chu family? As his uncle, I have always been aloof and proud, even towards my father Chu Yunlong, the chairman of the family conglomerate, whom I usually disregard. I often clash with him at board meetings. How did I end up being so deferential and respectful towards this kid today? Chu Tianxi was completely puzzled by what was happening. The others in the hall were equally perplexed. They had no idea who this calm and composed young man was or what was happening within the Chu family. In the hall, everyone was speculating non-stop. Chen Chen was invited into the conference room for the shareholders' meeting. Soon, the others attending the meeting also arrived. Chu Yunlong, as the chairman of the Chu Group, holding 40% of the shares, naturally took the central seat. But sitting beside him was Chen Chen. When Chu Yunlong noticed this unusual situation, he was also taken aback. Looking at this young man he had never seen before, he couldn't understand why he was sitting there. This was the Chu Group's board meeting, and only those holding shares of the Chu family were entitled to sit there. Even very important clients could only sit in the audience. Just as Chu Yunlong was about to speak up, Chu Tianxi, the middle-aged man from the Chu family and Chen Chen's uncle, stood up first and loudly addressed everyone. "Today is the day of our Chu family's shareholders meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to announce an important piece of news to everyone. That is, my 2 brothers and I have transferred our 60% stake to Mr. Chen Chen here. He is now the largest shareholder of our Chu Group, effectively holding the majority of the shares. Therefore, I suggest that there is no need to continue with this board meeting. Mr. Chen Chen is now the indisputable chairman of the Chu Group." What? Chu Yunlong, who was about to speak, was completely stunned. This kid actually holds 60% of the Chu Group's shares? Did his 3 brothers really sell their 20% stake each to him? How could this happen? Chu Yunlong stood there, somewhat at a loss. Over the years, he had wielded the power of the chairman with his 40% stake in hand, always having the final say in the group's development and never allowing others to interfere. But now, he had never expected that someone could buy up the remaining 60% of the shares, even more than his own stake. Chu Yunlong was completely dumbfounded. He had never imagined such a thing could happen. Chu Tianxi, standing behind Chu Yunlong, was also dumbfounded. Looking at Chen Chen, Chu Tianxi's lips trembled, unable to say a word. If the humiliation at the bank had made him angry, now, Chen Chen's acquisition of his family's shares had made him grit his teeth in anger. Acquiring 60% of the shares meant that the power of the Chu Group had fallen into Chen Chen's hands. This scion of the Chu family was now subordinate to Chen Chen. Even if Chen Chen was displeased, Chu Tianxi couldn't even be considered a subordinate. Even his father, Chu Yunlong, would have to be at Chen Chen's mercy. Chu Tianxi felt like his heart was about to explode. The clients and bosses sitting in the audience were also shocked to hear this. They had never imagined that someone could acquire 60% of the Chu Group's shares. This must involve billions of funds, perhaps even tens of billions. And the person who had accomplished this was just a somewhat handsome young man, leaving the clients and bosses in the audience envious. Some of them managed companies with assets in the millions or tens of millions, and even the wealthiest among them had assets in the billions. They were clearly far inferior to Chen Chen. These bosses all cast admiring glances at Chen Chen. The female secretaries who came with the bosses looked at Chen Chen with stars in their eyes, wishing to throw themselves at him. Some bosses with daughters at home couldn't help but wonder how to climb the relationship ladder with Chen Chen, this young boss. They asked if he had a girlfriend. If they could have a wealthy man like him as their son-in-law, their company would grow overnight. As these people admired and idolized Chen Chen, he slowly stood up from his chair, cleared his throat, and said, "Thank you all for coming. Thanks to the support of the Chu family's 3 brothers. Today, I have acquired 60% of Chu Group's shares. I believe the position of chairman should rightfully be mine." The Chu family's 3 brothers and the audience all nodded. Only Chu Yunlong and Chu Tianxi stood there, their faces changing colors, looking very unpleasant. Chen Chen raised the 3 share transfer agreements in his hand and continued loudly, "Since there are no objections, I will now exercise the powers of the chairman. I heard that Chu Group has just acquired a piece of land in the outskirts of Shanghai City. The place has a less than ideal environment. I believe we need an outstanding talent to oversee it on site for me to feel at ease. Right?" Chen Chen said, turning to Chu Yunlong beside him, seemingly speaking to him on purpose. Chu Yunlong, with a mournful face, neither nodded nor shook his head. Chen Chen continued, "Although Chu Group has many talented individuals who could go, I am a bit uneasy sending someone else. So, I would like to ask Mr. Chu Yunlong to go in person. For the development of Chu Group, for everyone's benefit, Mr. Chu should not refuse, right?" "You." Chu Yunlong was almost livid. Sending a manager to a remote area like that would suffice. Why would a boss like him need to go? In the past, no one dared to say such things, it was practically seeking death. But now, he was no longer the chairman. Chen Chen held 60% of the shares, making him the chairman. He had to unconditionally execute the chairman's decisions. So, no matter how angry Chu Yunlong was, he had to comply. Chu Tianxi beside him was even more furious, his face turning black. He wanted to explode but found he no longer had the power. Chen Chen was the chairman of Chu Group, supported by the 3 Chu brothers. At this moment, no one paid attention to them father and son. Chu Tianxi stood there dejectedly. "Alright, since there are no objections, let's happily decide on this matter," Chen Chen chuckled. Just when everyone thought things were settled, Chen Chen continued, "To celebrate my appointment as chairman of Chu Group, I have decided to issue my first order. Starting today, all employees of Chu Group, from top to bottom, are to take immediate leave. Until the day I notify everyone to return to work, you are all on vacation. Don't worry, during this time off, you will receive triple pay. You can go on vacation, spend time with your parents, children, go shopping, have fun." As Chen Chen spoke, the employees of Chu Group in the venue immediately cheered with joy. Someone even shouted, "Chairman, I love you. Chairman, you're the best." Chen Chen waved his hand nonchalantly and said 2 words, "Meeting adjourned." Then, he laughed heartily and left. 3 days later, Chu Group was almost paralyzed. Due to Chen Chen's order for all employees to take leave, the Chu Group has come to a standstill. All partners have called to terminate their cooperation. Moreover, the projects developed by Chu Group with a large amount of loans have also come to a halt. For each day these projects are delayed, tens of thousands of costs are incurred. If this situation continues, it won't be long before the Chu Group disappears from Shanghai City. Their bankruptcy is imminent. Chu Yunlong, the owner of 40% of Chu Group's shares, cannot bear to watch the family business he has worked hard to build for many years collapse like this. He immediately abandoned his current project and returned to Shanghai City. Chu Yunlong is going to find Chen Chen. He wants to confront Chen Chen, to clarify the interests at stake. If this nonsense continues, they will not only fail to make money, but they will also be left with nothing in a matter of months. Chu Yunlong gathered some loyal former subordinates of Chu Group who, like him, do not want to see the company collapse. When Chu Yunlong found them, they were anxious and immediately agreed to his plan. Chu Tianxi also followed. Although Chu Tianxi really did not want to see Chen Chen, he couldn't ignore the future of his family business, the legacy of his father in generations to come. Shanghai International Hotel. In the boss's office, Chen Chen and Dong Chanqian were cuddled up on the large, soft sofa. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The female secretary entered and said, "Boss, there are a few people claiming to be from the Chu group who want to see you. What should I do?" "Poof. Have they finally had enough and come to surrender?" Chen Shen smirked mischievously and said casually, "Let them in." "Okay," the female secretary crisply replied and swayed her hips as she left. Soon, the room door was pushed open again. 6 or 7 people rushed in noisily. Leading them was naturally Chu Yunlong. Behind him were Chu Tianxi and several others in their 40s and 50s, the elders of the Chu group. "Mr. Chen, I have something to discuss with you." Chu Yunlong came in without beating around the bush, directly getting to the point. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Chen lounged on the sofa, indifferent. It seemed he didn't care about the people who had come in, treating them as if they were invisible. Chen Chen still held Dong Chanxian in his arms, behaving as if they were alone, making Dong Chanxian blush with embarrassment. Chu Tianxi had a soft spot for Dong Chanxian. He had tried to get close to Dong Chanxian behind the scenes, hoping to have her in his arms. But now, seeing Chen Chen and Dong Chanxian being affectionate in front of him, Chu Tianxi was seething with anger. However, he couldn't do anything in this situation. Even his father, Chu Yunlong, couldn't do anything to Chen Chen, so what could he do? "Regarding the issue of all employees taking leave, I think you should stop it immediately," Chu Yunlong said sternly. "Even if you want to pay those poor souls triple the salary, do you know how much money we will lose by letting them rest for a day?" "How much money?" He. "I don't care how much money we lose, I want the result." Chen Chen sneered. You can't do this." Chu Yunlong's tone softened. "We are all on the same boat now. You own 60% of the shares. If you stop the vacation immediately and get everyone back to work, we can still make up for our losses. Our clients have been cooperating with the Chu group for many years. As long as I talk to them personally, they will surely overlook past grievances and continue working with us. In this way, by the end of the year, I guarantee you will earn at least a few billion." "A few billion? Ha ha. Do you really think I care about such a small amount of money?" Chen Chen said again. "Let me make it clear, I want the Chu group to close down. I want to use money to make you surrender. As for how much money I spend, I really don't care." Chu Yunlong was so angry that he couldn't speak coherently. He never expected Chen Chen to say such things. He felt his vision darken, his blood pressure rising. Spending billions to acquire 60% of the Chu group's shares, not for profit, but to ruin the Chu group. How could there be such a person? How could there be someone so wealthy? Spending billions just for fun? Chu Yunlong raised his hand to his forehead, looking weakly at Chen Chen, and asked, "Why? My Chu family has no grievances with you. Why are you doing this?" "Why? Ask your beloved son," Chen Chen said coldly. At that moment, Chu Yunlong seemed to suddenly realize why Chen Chen was treating him and his Chu group this way. It was all because of his incompetent son causing trouble. Enraged, Chu Yunlong slapped Chu Tianji across the face and roared, "Apologize to Mr. Shen immediately. You troublemaker causing problems all the time." Chu Tianji, feeling wronged, covered his swollen cheek, looked at Chu Yunlong, then at Chen Chen, and finally, he reluctantly bowed his head. Thud. Chu Tianji knelt in front of Chen Chen. "Grandfather, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Spare the Chu family." Chu Tianji finally admitted defeat. Kneeling on the ground, like a defeated dog, he had no hint of pride left. The elderly members of the Chu group who came with Chu Yunlong, seeing this scene, were furious but powerless. Before Chen Chen, even Chu Yunlong had softened, so they stood aside, not daring to say a word. Looking at Chu Tianji kneeling on the ground, Chen Chen said slowly, "Is this enough?" Chu Yunlong was stunned. "Then, what else do you want? My son has offended you, I have made him kneel and beg for mercy, isn't that enough?" "Of course not," Chen Chen said lightly. "Do you think I'm so easy to deal with? Do you think that by offending me, kneeling and apologizing, everything will be fine? Ha ha. Things are not that simple. What do you want then?" Chu Yunlong asked. He had no way out now. If he didn't restore the operation of the Chu group, his family business would really collapse. He might not only end up penniless, but also in debt, chased by the banks to the ends of the earth. He might even end up in prison. So, no matter what conditions Chen Chen proposed now, he had to agree. "If you want my forgiveness, first, you must kneel to me." At these words, Chu Yunlong's body stiffened. How many years had he been a prominent figure in Zhanghai City? When had he ever bowed to anyone? There were hardly a few people in the entire city who could make him nod in greeting. He never expected that today he would have to bend his old back and kneel before a young man. Chu Yunlong felt his face burning, unable to bear the humiliation, unwilling to kneel. However, he was also very clear that this was his last chance. If he couldn't seize it, if he couldn't earn Chen Chen's forgiveness this time, if he couldn't immediately restore the operation of the Chu Group, his future life would be unimaginable. It would be even more humiliating than it is now. So, Chu Yunlong, who had been high above for decades, the dignified chairman of the Chu Group, finally had to slowly bend and kneel in front of Chen Chen, finally kneeling on the ground. Chu Yunlong respectfully kowtowed to Chen Chen, apologizing and asking for his forgiveness. Looking at the Chu father and son who were completely submissive at his feet, Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good, you know your place. I am pleased. I will give you a way out. My second condition is that you sell me your 40% stake at half the market price. How about it? Half the price? Chu Tianxi immediately raised his head, surprised. Selling at half the price would mean a loss of at least 200 million for their assets. This would be more painful than cutting flesh from him. Just as he was about to advise his father not to agree, Chu Yunlong nodded grimly. What? Dad, are you really going to sell our shares at half the price? Chu Tianxi exclaimed. Chu Yunlong, infuriated, gave him a resounding slap. It's all because of you, this prodigal son, who provoked Mr. Chen. Otherwise, how could we end up like this? Chu Yunlong, after all, had experienced the ways of the world and saw things more clearly. How could he not understand that Chen Chen had them in the palm of his hand? If they didn't agree, Chen Chen would never relent. The employees of the Chu Group would continue to be on leave. In no time, the Chu Group would inevitably collapse. By then, it would be too late for everything. So, why not take this opportunity to at least get back half of the money? Although life might not be as glorious as before, it shouldn't be a big problem to live on with this money. Chu Yunlong respectfully bowed to Chen Chen again, saying, Thank you for your mercy, we will never dare to anger you again. I am willing to sell my 40% stake in the Chu Group under my name to you at half the market price, without any objection. Being my old man is indeed different, much better than your stupid son. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Let's not delay, let's do it. Go back and prepare the share transfer agreement. We will sign it today. All right. Chu Yunlong struggled to get up from the ground, and with Chu Tianxi and the old men of the Chu Group, they left dejectedly. An hour later, Chu Yunlong returned with the prepared share transfer agreement. After signing with Chen Chen, he apologized repeatedly. He also stated that starting from tomorrow, they would immediately leave Zhanghai City, never to return, never to bother Chen Chen again. Then, Chu Yunlong left with Chu Tianxi in a dejected manner. Chen Chen held the share transfer agreement in his hand, watching the Chu family leave in a sorry state, and burst into laughter. Now Chen Chen had completely taken control of 100% of the Chu family's shares. The Chu Group was no longer related to the Chu surname. The next day, Chen Chen held a meeting and officially renamed the Chu Group as the Chun Group. As for the management team of the group, those who wanted to stay would continue with triple the salary, and those who didn't want to would receive a compensation package. Triple the salary. Such a great attraction, such generous treatment, how could those old people from the original Chu Group not be moved? After all, it was all work, whether it was the Chu Group or the Chun Group, they were doing the same work. And now, the boss was offering 3 times the previous salary. How could they bear to leave? One by one, they were all full of spirit and vigor, showing goodwill towards Chen Chen, expressing their loyalty. In this way, Chen Chen didn't have to exert much effort. The prestigious Chu Group in Zhanghai City, with assets of over 1 billion, became Chen Chen's. And the Chu father and son, for offending Chen Chen, ended up in a miserable situation, rolling out of Zhanghai. Zhanghai City. Dong Family Villa. Dong Yunshan was busy answering the phone with a furrowed brow. The new factory he invested in was facing the risk of a financial chain rupture. If he didn't find funding soon, his project would likely fail. Once the project failed, all the money he had invested would go down the drain. Moreover, the loans he had taken from the bank would also face the risk of repayment. So, he had no way out. He had to find funding quickly. That's why he used Dong Chanshan as a bargaining chip, determined to push for his daughter to marry Chu Tianxi. The Chu family was wealthy, so funding was not an issue. Dong Yunshan now needed another 100 million in follow-up funding. If Dong Chanshan married Chu Tianxi and became in-laws with the Chu family, they would certainly not ignore him, and he would secure the funding smoothly. After hanging up on another creditor's call, Dong Yunshan lay on the sofa, rubbing his face vigorously with both hands to boost his spirits a bit before calling Chu Yunlong. The call connected quickly. Hello, Chu, it's Dong Yunshan. When are you free to have dinner together? Let's sit down and discuss Tianxi and Shanshan's matter, Dong Yunshan said with a smile on the phone. However, to his surprise, Chu Yunlong's voice on the other end sounded somewhat weak. Oh, Mr. Dong, I'm sorry, but I've already left Zhanghai, so there's no need for dinner. And as for Tianxi and Shanshan, let's not mention it again. Your daughter is lucky to have a boyfriend like Mr. Chun. How could my wastrel son compare? This. Dong Yunshan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chu Yunlong to say such things. Chu, what's wrong? What happened? Who is Mr. Chen? Ah, don't you know? My incompetent son offended Mr. Chen, who then bought all the shares of our Chu group. I'm now homeless, forced to hide elsewhere, barely surviving. What? How is that possible? Dong Yunshan was stunned. The phone in his hand fell onto the coffee table with a thud. The Chu group was acquired? The Chu group, worth over $1 billion, was acquired in just a day or two? And the Chu father and son were driven out of Shanghai. Could it be that Mr. Chen, that poor boy Qin Chen, is real? Did he really say that he would make the Chu family tremble at his feet? Dong Yunshan was shocked, almost out of breath. However, after a short rest, he realized an even more severe problem. That is, with the Chu family falling, what would happen to the $1 billion in funding he needed? He had hoped to rely on his daughter's relationship with Chu Tianxi to get the life-saving funds from the Chu family, clinging to this last bit of hope. Now, even that last straw had been abruptly cut off. Dong Yunshan collapsed on the sofa like a deflated ball. He had almost exhausted all avenues for funding and help. But $1 billion in funding was too much, and even those willing to help him lacked the ability. Now, he couldn't find anyone else to help. Dong Yunshan was in dire straits. If he couldn't find the money to mend his broken financial chain, his good days were numbered. What should I do? What should I do? Dong Yunshan was like an ant on a hot pan, tossing and turning, in unbearable torment. In the end, he thought of Chen Chen. Given the current situation, perhaps only Chen Chen had the capability. He was the owner of Shanghai International Hotel. In the blink of an eye, he had acquired the vast Chu Group. With such substantial financial resources, it should not be difficult for him to come up with $1 billion in funds. However, thinking about what had happened before, Dong Yunshan felt that if he rashly approached Chen Chen, he would definitely not agree to lend him money. He might not even agree to meet. What should I do? Dong Yunshan was extremely anxious. The heavy pressure forced him to find Chen Chen as soon as possible. So, Dong Yunshan immediately thought of his daughter, Dong Chanshan. Therefore, Dong Yunshan called his daughter and explained his intentions. When Dong Chanshan heard that her father wanted to see Chen Chen again, she was somewhat surprised. She thought her father was going to force Chen Chen to break up with her again. It was only when Dong Chanshan heard that they wanted to borrow money from Chen Chen that she breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment, and finally agreed. They agreed to meet at a coffee shop. Zhenghai City. Shangdao Coffee Shop. Chen Chen sat by a window, listening to elegant music, sipping fragrant coffee, looking at the scenery outside the glass window, feeling very content. Just as Chen Chen took a few sips, enjoying the beautiful scenery and coffee, he saw Dong Yunshan and his wife appear at the entrance of the coffee shop. When the two saw Chen Chen, they immediately put on smiles, no longer showing the disdainful expression they used to have, as if looking at a beggar on the street. But their smiles seemed awkward. Chen Chen remained indifferent. When the two approached, he casually gestured for them to sit down. Dong Yunshan and his wife sat down nervously, unsure of how to start. After all, the insults they had hurled at Chen Chen before still echoed in their ears. Yesterday, they were arrogant and proud, mocking Chen Chen in various ways, calling him a pauper, saying he was not worthy of their daughter, and even comparing him unfavorably to their dog. Now, they were shamelessly asking for money again. Even a person with a sense of shame would feel embarrassed, right? But some people can really surprise you. Yesterday, Dong Yunshan's wife, who had boasted of being a noblewoman, immediately put on a pitiful look when she saw Chen Chen ignoring them with a cold face. She sobbed, "Mr. Chen, we were wrong. We looked down on people with our dog eyes. The words we said before were just nonsense. Please, be magnanimous and help us out. Our company's funding chain has broken, and we need $1 billion in funds. Please help us. If you don't lend us the money, our company will face bankruptcy. In that case, we'll have to drink the northwest wind." "But what does that have to do with me?" Chen Chen said coldly. "I know you must be angry with us." Dong Yunshan also spoke up. "We know we were wrong and sincerely apologize to you. You are so wealthy, I think $1 billion should not be a problem for you. Please be generous and give us some help. We will be extremely grateful. Am I not a pauper? How can I afford to help you? I haven't even eaten an 88,888 table of dishes. It's not appropriate to ask me for money, right?" Chen Chen said. I. Dong Yunshan was at a loss for words, wishing he could slap himself twice. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have humiliated him like that. Now he really felt like begging Chen Chen for forgiveness. But thinking about Chanshan marrying him in the future, at least he was his father-in-law. If he really knelt down, where would he put his old face in the future? Dong Yunshan's face turned bright red, unable to utter a word out of shame. Dong Yunshan's wife was willing to set aside her pride to prevent the bankruptcy of the Dong family's company. She continued to plead with Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, Boss Chen, we were blind before and didn't see that you are the real wealthy one. Comparing you to Chu Tianxi is like comparing a chicken to a phoenix. We will never stand in the way of you being with Qianqian again. You can do whatever you want in the future. It would be best if you moved into our house and lived with her. For Qianqian's sake, please help us just this once. Dong Yunshan's wife pleaded tearfully. Seeing that they had softened and were almost forced to the brink, Chen Chen didn't remain silent. Instead, he calmly said, "Do you really need money? Do you really want to save your family's company?" Of course. Dong Yunshan immediately lifted his head and smiled apologetically as Chen Chen finally acknowledged them. "I can help you with money, but I have a condition. If you agree, I will immediately provide the funds." "What condition?" "The condition is that you step down as chairman and let Qianqian take over." "What?" Dong Yunshan exclaimed in shock. "Let Qianqian become the chairman?" "Exactly." Chen Chen casually sipped his coffee. "As long as you give her the position, I guarantee the money will be transferred immediately. Your company's crisis can be resolved right away." "What do you say?" But I'm worried that Qianqian won't be able to manage such a large company." Dong Yunshan expressed his concern. "You don't need to worry about that. I'm here," Chen Chen confidently stated. "I can easily crush the Chu family, so do you think I'll have any problem with your 3 to 4 billion small company?" "Well," Dong Yunshan was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. He was now pushed to a corner. If he didn't agree, it seemed that Chen Chen wouldn't help save his family's company. "Fine," Dong Yunshan slapped his thigh firmly. "I agree." He had no other choice. If he didn't agree, there was only a dead end. By agreeing, there was still a glimmer of hope. After all, the position of chairman was being passed to his daughter, not an outsider. They only had one daughter, Dong Qianqian, and everything would eventually belong to her. Now that his daughter had met such a wealthy and powerful boyfriend, they had nothing to worry about. Let it be. The next day, Chen Chen personally accompanied Dong Qianqian to the headquarters of the Dong family's company. Dong Yunshan transferred all the chairman's rights to Dong Qianqian. Dong Qianqian didn't want to do it originally. However, Chen Chen said only she could save her family's company. If she didn't, the Dong family's company would go bankrupt. Helpless, Dong Qianqian had to reluctantly accept. But when Dong Qianqian learned that her family's company's financial chain had broken and was on the brink of collapse, she was dumbfounded. She realized that the company at home was like a hot potato. It was too hot to hold, but she couldn't throw it away. What should I do? Dong Qianqian sat behind her desk, looking at the pile of documents on the table, her face full of worry. My family's company is on the verge of bankruptcy. It may need $1 billion in funds to reconnect the broken finances. Where can I find this money? It's just $1 billion. Why are you frowning like that? Come on, give your husband a smile, and I'll give you $2 billion right away, Chen Chen teased from the side. Oh, stop joking. I'm not joking with you, I'm serious. I'll transfer $2 billion to you right away. Don't forget, I'm now the owner of Zhenghai International Hotel and the chairman of Zhenghai Chun Group. What's a little money like this? Take $2 billion and have fun. If you run out, I'll give you more. Source text, who cares about business? As long as you're happy, do whatever you want. As long as my dear beauty is happy, I'm willing. He. MMM. Dong Qianqian hugged Chen Chen tightly and kissed him hard. Darling, you're so good to me, I don't know how to repay you. Don't know how to repay? Chen Chen smirked. It's okay, I don't want money anyway, you can repay me with your body. With that, Chen Chen stood up and embraced Dong Qianqian again. Ah, don't be silly. This is the office, let's go to the hotel. Zhenghai International Hotel. Presidential Suite. The two were so engrossed that they had knocked down numerous pieces of furniture. After several intense rounds, Dong Qianqian's cheeks were flushed, her body trembling slightly, lying there almost breathless before they stopped. Zhenghai City. Sunshine Orphanage. This is where Chen Chen grew up. When Chen Chen was in the orphanage, the old director took great care of him. During his college years, whenever he came back for holidays, the old director would specially cook for him. For Chen Chen, the Sunshine Orphanage was his home. The people here were his family. When he had no money before, he always said that if he ever got rich, he would rebuild the Sunshine Orphanage. He wanted every child living here to have a happy childhood. Now that he had the means, with a huge fortune of $1 billion per month at his disposal, Chen Chen returned to the Sunshine Orphanage today to make all the changes money could afford to make everything the best it could be. Stepping through the somewhat dilapidated iron gate of the Sunshine Orphanage, the familiar scene came into view. The flower bed filled with roses still looked neglected. The flagpole in the middle of the yard was rusty. The once most beautiful three-story building in Chen Shan's eyes now seemed somewhat small and run down. Looks like it's time to spend some money to rebuild it properly, Chen Shan muttered to himself as he walked in. Just as he reached the middle of the yard, about to find the old director, a voice suddenly came from behind. Chen Chen? Hearing the call, Chen Chen turned around to see a handsome man in a suit, with shiny hair, walking towards him. It turned out to be none other than Lu Ming, his former rival in the orphanage. Lu Ming was a few years older than Chen Chen. When they were kids, they both liked a girl named Lin Xin. They had fought many times over her. As they grew up, Lu Ming left the orphanage, and Chen Chen never saw him again. Unexpectedly, he was here at the orphanage today, and judging by his attire, he seemed to be doing well. Lu Ming? How come you have time to come back and see the old director too? Chen Chen asked politely. Yeah, Lu Ming deliberately adjusted his hair and showed off his shiny branded watch on his wrist. I'd been away from the orphanage for a long time. I miss the old director. I've made quite a bit of money these past 2 years, so I thought of coming back to donate some money to the orphanage. Are you here to donate too? Lu Ming said with a hint of sarcasm. He knew Chen Chen seemed to still be in college, a poor student who wouldn't have money to donate, probably needing donations himself. Since they had fought over Lin Xin since childhood and never liked each other, Lu Ming decided to humiliate Chen Chen properly now that he had the chance. Chen Chen could see through his intentions but decided not to reveal it. He found it amusing. You want to donate? Sure. Let's compare and see who has more money to donate. I'll crush you without spending a dime. Although he thought so in his heart, on the surface, Chen Chen still politely said, yes, I am here to donate too. We all walked out of here, and the old dean was so good to us. Now that we have money, of course, we should come back and repay the orphanage. Oof. You start panting as soon as I mention your weight, Lu Ming said disdainfully. You, a poor college student, also come to donate. How much? $1? $2? Or did you donate your tuition fees? Don't pretend in front of me. I know very well how you are doing. I am an experienced person, very familiar with your current situation. Your university tuition fees rely on subsidies and loans. Don't be so stubborn and suffer for the sake of face, endure it. Oh, it seems like you have a lot of experience? Chen Shan looked at him with ill intentions. They were both children who grew up in the orphanage. The university tuition fees are supported by social welfare organizations. Unlike children from ordinary families who have their parents to pay for tuition and living expenses, orphanage children mostly have to rely on part-time jobs to earn their living expenses. Lu Ming had also struggled through this poverty and hardship in the past. It was only in the past 2 years, after he graduated and started working in a large international company, that his life had greatly improved. This dark and unbearable history was a scar in Lu Ming's heart, one he least wanted others to mention. Now, when Chen Chen mentioned it, he immediately felt touched. Staring angrily at Chen Chen, about to explode, a hoarse voice suddenly came. Chen Chen? Lu Ming? Why are you here? The two immediately turned to look, and it turned out that the old dean had come out of the room. Standing beside the old dean was a glamorous and charming girl. The girl had long flowing hair, delicate features, a tall and graceful figure, and exuded a captivating charm with every move. Lin Xin? Lin Xin? Chen Chen and Lu Ming both recognized the girl at once and couldn't help but call out in unison. Chen Chen, Lu Ming, hello. The girl smiled brightly, raised her hand and waved twice, greeting them. After recognizing Lin Xin, Lu Ming immediately walked up warmly, shook hands with her, and exchanged pleasantries. Oh, the big star is getting more and more beautiful. At first glance, I didn't even recognize you, Lu Ming flattered with a smile. You've been so popular this past year. You're everywhere on TV, in newspapers, and on phones with the TV shows and movies you've acted in, not to mention the ads you've done. You are now a well-known big star. How about it? Have you made a lot of money? Hee. Lin Xin smiled charmingly. I haven't made much money, but I've gained some fame. It seems like you guys are doing well too. How about it? What brings you back today? Oh, well. Lu Ming deliberately adjusted his expensive suit, and said seriously, I've been working at a Fortune Global 500 company for the past 2 years. I've made some money too. So, I thought I should come back to the orphanage. Now that I have money, I can't forget the care the orphanage and the old dean gave me. So, I want to donate some money to the orphanage. Oh, we were thinking the same thing, Lin Xin smiled. I also think so. Many facilities in the orphanage are old. Although we may not have enough money to demolish and rebuild the entire building, we should be able to raise enough to renovate it. How about this? I'll donate 500,000. How much? The old dean almost doubted his ears when he heard this number. There weren't that many children in the Sunshine Orphanage, usually around 20 or 30. The annual funding allocated was at most around 200,000. With some savings in various aspects, they could barely maintain it. But now, Lin Xian pledged to donate 500,000 as soon as he opened his mouth, which equaled the expenses of the orphanage for 2 years. How could he remain calm? However, before the old director could speak, Lu Ming also made up his mind and generously said, "I will also donate 500,000. This small amount of money is still affordable for me, Lu Ming." In fact, Lu Ming's heart was already bleeding. He only earns about 1 million a year. 50,000 is already half a year's salary for him. How could he not feel heartache to donate it all at once? But in front of Lin Xian, he didn't want to lose face. Especially with Chen Chen here, the two of them had been fighting for Lin Xian for so long, and Lin Xian had never clearly expressed her attitude towards them. If today, he could show off well, maybe he could win the favor of Lin Xian, his beloved. If he could make Chen Chen, this poor student, make a fool of himself again, Lin Xian would definitely look down on Chen Chen and like him. So, Lu Ming deliberately asked Chen Chen, "Both Lin Xian and I are donating 500,000. Didn't you say you wanted to donate money too? How much are you prepared to donate?" Although Lu Ming asked politely, he had already belittled Chen Chen in his heart. How much money could a poor student have to boast about donating? 50,000 is simply an astronomical figure for a student. Lu Ming felt that he must corner Chen Chen today and make him make a fool of himself. Is that so? Has Chen Chen also earned a lot of money? Lin Xian asked in surprise. If I remember correctly, isn't Chen Chen still in college? Yes. The old director heard Lu Ming's words and immediately came out to smooth things over. Chen Chen doesn't need to donate. He is still a student. He doesn't have much money now. When he graduates in the future and becomes successful like you, he will not forget us either, the old director said with a smile. In fact, he knew very well about Chen Chen's predicament. Last month when Chen Chen came back, he talked about his hard work and part-time jobs to earn money. Chen Chen doesn't even earn tens of dollars a day. Now he has to ask him to donate. How could the old director bear it? No, director, you are underestimating Chen Chen, Lu Ming said with ill intentions. Look at Chen Chen's expensive outfit. Don't underestimate him. Maybe he can earn a lot of money from part-time jobs. Right, Chen Chen? You are right, I am very rich now, Chen Chen said generously. Forget about 500,000, even 5 million, 50 million are nothing. It's only right to donate more money for the orphanage. Listen, look at Mr. Chen's grandeur. Our 500,000 is nothing to him. Lin Xian, you as a big star are not as good as Mr. Chen in mixing well, Lu Ming said sarcastically and ambiguously. Originally, Lin Xian had a good impression of Chen Chen. When she was young, Lin Xian knew that Chen Chen and Lu Ming had been secretly in love with her, and she also knew about the fights between the two at the orphanage. At that time, Lin Xian liked Chen Chen a little more. It's just that after a few years, she didn't expect Chen Chen to become like this. She never thought he would learn to brag and talk big. It instantly disappointed Lin Xian, and she even felt some aversion and disgust. Saying that 500,000 is a small amount, even 5 million, 50 million are nothing, this kind of talk clearly came from someone who hasn't stepped out into society, speaking big words out of thin air. As a star like her, she only earns a few million a year, at most 1 or 200 million, and most of the money is earned by the entertainment company. For an ordinary person, it's even harder. Let alone 500,000, even 100,000 a year is quite a lot. And for Chen Chen, a college student who hasn't graduated yet, to say that tens of thousands, even millions, are nothing, it inevitably made Lin Xian look down on him. Chen Chen, I know you're still in college and don't have money, it's okay. Not donating to the orphanage won't make us look down on you. But when you start bragging, it becomes a bit annoying, Lin Xian said indignantly. Chen Chen, upon hearing her words, smiled lightly. Bragging? I didn't brag. I just have money. You all want to improve the conditions of the orphanage, right? I think the same. Earlier, you mentioned renovating the orphanage, but I think it's unnecessary. Why not just demolish it all? These buildings are decades old and a bit rundown. The plumbing and wiring inside also need to be completely replaced to avoid safety hazards. Let's tear it down and build a brand new orphanage. We can have the main building here and a beautiful little garden over there. Enough! Lin Xian, furious, immediately cut off Chen Chen before he could continue. I really misjudged you before. How did I not see that you're this kind of person? A university student with no real ability, struggling even with daily life, instead of studying hard and finding a good job after graduation, you shamelessly boast about this and that. Who do you think you are? A billionaire? Dream on. Wake up. Standing nearby, Lu Ming achieved his goal, seeing Lin Xin explode at Chen Chen, which delighted him. Lu Ming added insult to injury. Chen Chen, I know you like Lin Xin. She's here today, and you're feeling embarrassed, afraid of losing face in front of her, afraid of being outdone by me, right? Oh, you're wrong to think that way. How can you compare yourself to me? I'm currently working in a top 100 global company. The amount of money I handle daily would shock you. It's over 10 million every day. You probably won't earn that much in your lifetime. So, you're not qualified to compare yourself to me. Accept your fate. Go back to your school and stop coming out to boast and brag for no reason. It only makes people laugh at you. Ha ha. Seeing the situation, the old director immediately pulled Chen Chen aside and comforted him. You don't have to be like this. I know you also want to help the orphanage. Your intentions are good. But right now, you really can't compare to those two. One is a big star, the other a white-collar worker in a big company. Economically, they are indeed wealthier than you. Don't compete with them on who donates more money. By the way, the cucumbers in the vegetable garden are ripe. When you leave later, pick some to take back to school. They can be eaten as fruits and save you some money. Hee hee, so you've been relying on the old director all this time, quite the big shot, coming back to the orphanage to ask for food, not feeling ashamed at all. Still have the nerve to say you'll donate a lot of money to the orphanage and rebuild it. Disgusting. Lu Ming sarcastically remarked without courtesy. Have you said enough? Chen Chen had had enough of Lu Ming's malicious words. What if I have? If you've said enough, then put your money where your mouth is. Chen Chen looked at him coldly. You said you'd donate 500,000, right? Show it first. As for how much I donate, I'll bring it out immediately. How about that? Sure, Lu Ming sneered. I happen to have a 500,000 deposit slip. I'll hand it over to the old director now. As for you, if you can't come up with 50,000, I'll avoid you whenever I see you in the future. If you can't, you'll have no face to return to the orphanage. How about it? Let's make a bet. Whoever loses will get out of here. Dare to gamble? Chen Chen smirked. Who dares not to gamble is a coward. Chen Chen found it amusing. Lu Ming, oh Lu Ming, you've really stepped into my trap. You want to compare wealth with me? Today, I'll show you what true wealth is. Chen Chen immediately took out his phone and called Boss Wang from Shanghai International Hotel. Hey, Lao Wang, get 1 billion in cash from the company right away. Deliver it to Sunshine Orphanage, I need it. Yes, quickly. Alright, click. Chen Chen hung up the phone, only to find Lu Ming and Lin Xian staring at him with dumbfounded expressions. The old director also looked displeased, his mouth slightly turned down. But he didn't say much. He felt that Chen Chen's actions were just to maintain his meager self-esteem in front of Lu Ming and Lin Xian. Young people, when insulted face to face, how could they willingly endure it in silence? Although he couldn't do it, speaking out and arguing a bit might make him feel a little better. Lin Xian, however, couldn't contain her inner anger. She used to have a very good impression of Chen Chen, but the more she saw him act recklessly, the angrier she became. Chen Chen, wake up, how did you become like this? Do you know how much 1 billion is? Do you know how big a pile of 1 billion banknotes is? Just making a phone call and having someone deliver 1 billion, who do you think you are? The son of the richest man in Shanghai? Chen Chen looked at the angry and blushing Lin Xian, and said with a smile, you know, I've never seen what 1 billion in cash looks like before. But, we'll see it soon. Also, hee hee, do you care about me so much because you like me? Seeing Chen Chen shamelessly joking around, Lin Xian's beautiful eyes widened in anger, her red lips trembling. With a cold snort, she turned her head away, ignoring him. Chen Chen, shamelessly, still wanted to ask, completely clueless. Lu Ming beside them was already furious. Not only was Chen Chen bragging, but he also dared to flirt with Lin Xian in front of him, which made him want to explode with anger. Chen Chen, Lu Ming shouted, it's fine if you don't have money, but daring to be shameless. I've seen shameless people, but never someone as shameless as you. Poof. Talking about 1 billion right away, if you can't produce 1 billion later, I'll send you to a mental hospital and make you take some medicine, get your mind right, stop bragging all the time. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, veins popping on his forehead. Alright, later, if I produce 1 billion, you better be ready to kneel and beg me. Chen Chen retorted sharply. When he had no money before, Chen Chen was fearless, now with 100 billion every month, what did he have to fear? For those who wanted to compete with him in wealth, Chen Chen was open to all challengers. Seeing the two of them about to start a heated argument, the old director immediately intervened. Oh, you two, always fighting since you were young, now that you're grown up, can't you be a bit more peaceful? Stop comparing. Whatever money you have, just give what you can, it's your intention that matters. Talking about tearing down the entire orphanage and rebuilding it, how is that possible? How much money would that take? At least $1 million, I reckon. I probably won't live to see what the new orphanage director looks like. Forget it, let's just renovate it as Lin Xin suggested. That's good enough for me. After rambling on for a while, the old director suddenly heard a car horn at the entrance of the orphanage. Then, one black Mercedes after another drove into the yard. When they all came in, they lined up neatly in 2 rows, totaling 20 cars. These cars almost filled the spacious orphanage yard. After the black Mercedes parked, dozens of burly men came down from them. These men carried bundles of neatly tied red 100 yuan banknotes from the cars and trunks. The large bundles of banknotes were somewhat heavy for the strong men to carry. Led by a middle-aged fat man, they came to Chen Chen. The men of the Great Han Dynasty neatly stacked the banknotes on the ground. When all the banknotes were placed, it was like a small mountain. Then, led by the middle-aged fat man, a group of people stood in perfect order, respectfully bowed 90 degrees to Chen Chen, and greeted loudly, "Hello, Boss Chen." What's going on? Where did these people come from? How did they bring so much cash? What's Chen Chen's name? Chen. Boss Chen? Could it be? Could Chen Chen really? Lu Ming, Lin Xin, and the old dean, the 3 of them looked at the shocking scene in front of them, instantly petrified, completely stunned. When had they ever seen so much money? When had they ever seen such a grand scene? When could they have expected that with just one phone call from Chen Chen, someone would actually deliver a mountain of 100 yuan banknotes? Lu Ming looked at the red mountain in front of him, feeling a bit dizzy for a moment. His palms were unconsciously sweaty. His heart was incredibly shocked. How could this be possible? Lu Ming couldn't believe that Chen Chen was not a poor student, right? Wasn't he just talking big and bragging? How could one phone call from him actually make someone immediately deliver $1 billion in cash? No, this can't be real. Lu Ming shouted desperately in his heart. The impact of this money on the famous star Lin Xin was no less than Lu Ming's. Lin Xin had been in the entertainment industry for the past 2 years, thinking she had seen a lot, thinking she could handle any situation. But facing this pile of $1 billion in cash like a small mountain, she couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart, her legs slightly trembling. Lin Xin was incredibly shocked. Was all this money Chen Chen's? How could he be so wealthy? $1 billion in cash, even her entertainment company's boss might not be able to produce it just like that. Just now, she thought Chen Chen was just talking big and looked down on him a bit. She even felt a bit proud of having some money herself. Now it seemed so ridiculous. He was the real wealthy one. The old dean, seeing the large amount of banknotes suddenly piled in front of him, was completely stunned. He had worked hard and diligently managing the orphanage for a lifetime. When had he ever seen so much money? Standing there, staring blankly ahead, he couldn't say a word. It was Chen Chen who spoke first. "I keep my word. The $1 billion in cash I promised to donate has been brought here. Please check it, Dean." After being urged twice by Chen Chen, the old dean suddenly woke up. Shaking all over, trembling, he asked in disbelief, Is this real? 1 billion? All donated to my orphanage? Of course, Chen Chen chuckled. "It's all yours, use it as you please. If it's not enough, I'll bring you more." I. The old dean was so excited that his eyes rolled back, almost having a seizure. $1 billion! You could build several orphanages with that. He had never imagined in his life that one day he would have so much money. After taking a few deep breaths and calming his emotions, the old dean's eyes lit up and he said happily, "Oh, Chen Chen, I misunderstood you. It seems you are the most promising child in our orphanage. I'm proud of you. With this money, I will definitely rebuild the orphanage and make it the best in Shanghai City. Provide the best environment for the children. I will also suggest to the relevant authorities to change the name of Sunshine Orphanage to Chen Chen Orphanage. Let the children remember your name and learn from you in the future." Lin Xin's view of Chen Chen also changed. Her eyes towards Chen Chen were different now. It turned out that Chen Chen was really a wealthy man. He didn't pretend or talk big, everything he said was true. She had misunderstood him. The famous beauty star leaned towards Chen Chen and whispered softly, "I'm sorry, Chen Chen, I misunderstood you just now. I thought you were just saying that to save face. I was also worried about you not making progress, so I said those words in a moment of anxiety. Oh, I'm really silly. I'm sorry. You're not mad at me, are you? How could I be?" Chen Chen smiled indifferently. "Don't you know I've liked you since I was a child? But your words just now did hurt me a little. Wanting my forgiveness isn't that simple." "Ah?" Lin Xin was surprised. "Then what do you want?" "What do I want? Ha ha." Chen Chen deliberately leaned closer to Lin Xin, smirked, and said, "Don't you understand what I want? Annoying." Lin Xin blushed immediately and coquettishly. Lu Ming beside them couldn't bear it any longer. He had just heard that the old courtyard wanted to name the new orphanage after Chen Chen. If his archenemy Chen Chen were to come to the orphanage in the future and see that even the name was Chen Chen, how could he face coming back again? Wouldn't that be a complete loss to his opponent? Especially when Lin Xian found out that Chen Chen was actually a billionaire, her attitude towards him underwent a huge change. Lu Ming had originally planned to mock Chen Chen severely, to establish a dreamy image of a handsome and wealthy man in front of Lin Xian, but now that plan was completely ruined. Seeing Lin Xian and Chen Chen getting flirtatious right in front of him, Lu Ming felt like his lungs were about to explode. He hysterically shouted, "It's impossible, Chen Chen can't possibly have so much money. This must be untrue. He must be a fraud. This money must be ill-gotten. How could a poor student like him have more money than me? How could he have billions in wealth? Yes, he must be a big fraud." Lu Ming was starting to lose it. Pointing at Chen Chen with one hand, he shouted enraged, "Shut up!" Before anyone else could speak, Wang Laoban, who brought the money, immediately roared, "You little brat, where did this stinky kid come from? How dare you disrespect our boss Chen? Had enough of living? And who are you? What's it to you?" Although Lu Ming was somewhat afraid of Wang Laoban's imposing manner and the people he brought with him, he was still in a rage and asked with a show of force, "Who am I?" Wang Laoban sneered twice, "Let me tell you, I used to be the boss of the Shanghai International Hotel, got it?" "What?" Not only Lu Ming, but even Lin Xian and the old dean were stunned to hear Wang Laoban's words. They had all lived in Shanghai City for a long time. How could they not know about the Shanghai International Hotel? The tall building of the Shanghai International Hotel stood in the most prosperous area of the city center. Every day, only the rich and powerful upper-class figures came and went. Ordinary folks didn't even have the qualifications to enter. Even white-collar workers like Lu Ming could only afford to stay for a night or two occasionally. Even a big star like Lin Xian couldn't afford to stay in the suites inside without the company's money. People like the old dean, naturally, didn't even need to be mentioned. He probably never had the chance to go in his whole life. Now, the middle-aged fat man in front of them used to be the former boss of the Shanghai International Hotel, so his worth and status must be extraordinary. However, in front of Chen Chen, he still behaved respectfully, as if he were just Chen Chen's little brother. Does that mean Chen Chen's worth and status are even more impressive than the boss of the Shanghai International Hotel? All three of them were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was so scared that he couldn't speak anymore. If he continued to inquire, it would only be humiliating himself, and he might anger them to the point where his life was at risk. Lu Ming felt that he had completely failed in front of Chen Chen. Seeing Lu Ming silent, Wang Laoban continued, "Kid, consider yourself lucky. If you dare to disrespect our boss Chen again, I'll make sure you can't take care of yourself. Do you really think you can stomp your feet in front of us? Do you know the worth of our boss Chen? He casually throws around billions. He is now the owner of Shanghai International Hotel." With a wave of his hand, he acquired the entire shares of the Chu Group for over 10 billion. Now Shanghai no longer has the Chu Group, it's now the Chen Group. Did you know that? What? Lu Ming, Lin Xian, and the old dean were even more shocked. They never expected Chen Chen to be the new owner of Shanghai International Hotel. They never imagined that the renowned Chu Group of Shanghai, deeply rooted in the Chu family, had all been taken over by Chen Chen, becoming his Chen Group. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Xian's gaze towards Chen Chen became even more affectionate and ambiguous. Her hand unconsciously held onto Chen Chen's arm, as if afraid he would ignore her and suddenly leave. The old dean was delighted, praising Chen Chen for his success, far surpassing those who only earn a few $100,000 in salary. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt utterly embarrassed. With the 500,000 deposit slip in his bag, he couldn't bear to show his face. He could only hang his head low, feeling like a defeated dog, wanting to sneak away unnoticed. However, his actions did not escape Chen Chen's sharp eyes. "Oh, Lu Ming? You're leaving so easily?" Chen Chen looked at Lu Ming's desolate figure and said, "Didn't you call me a poor student? Didn't you mock me, saying I could never earn 10 million in my lifetime? Didn't you say you'd send me to a mental hospital to take my meds and get my mind right? How come? Have you forgotten what you said so quickly?" I. Lu Ming stood there, stuttering, at a loss for words, neither advancing nor retreating. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself hard for being so foolish to offend Chen Chen so deeply. Now, he had no room to maneuver. With so many of Chen Chen's men in the yard, those burly men, each one capable of beating him to a pulp. Thinking of this, Lu Ming could no longer remain calm. He turned back, walked up to Chen Chen, and with a thud, knelt down. "Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disrespected you. I was blind and didn't realize your true wealth. Please forgive me, spare my life. You are truly embarrassing." Lin Xian couldn't believe that Lu Ming, who had just been arrogant and sarcastic towards Chen Shen, turned out to be such a spineless coward. Seeing Chen Shen's wealth and power, he immediately cowered like a beaten dog. Remembering she had once felt a liking towards him, Lin Xian now felt a wave of disgust. Oh, now you realize your mistake? Chen Shen looked down at the kneeling Lu Ming as if he were a disgusting bug. I warned you before, I don't make empty boasts. You didn't believe me and deliberately belittled me in front of Lin Xian. Did you think I was unaware of your little schemes? Lu Ming, do you think you're impressive just because you work for a Fortune 500 company? Let me tell you, my wealth is beyond your imagination. Wait and see, when I have the time, I'll visit your workplace and maybe even acquire it. Let me show you what real wealth is, what you can't afford to mess with. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Ming knelt on the ground, nodding repeatedly, not daring to say a word of dissent. Alright, all you have to do now is crawl from here to the door, and I'll let you go, you can leave. Chen Shen squatted down, as if talking to a dog. Yes, yes, yes. As soon as Chen Shen finished speaking, Lu Ming felt like he had been granted clemency, nodding gratefully. He quickly scrambled to the door, not daring to delay for a moment. In just a few seconds, Lu Ming disappeared without a trace. After Lu Ming's embarrassed figure vanished at the door, Chen Shen smiled and said, Alright, the money for building the orphanage is ready, so you don't have to worry. I am now the owner of the Zhenghai International Hotel, so today I invite everyone to have a meal together. Old director, inform all the children and staff at the orphanage, let's all go together, I'll treat everyone to a feast. Great, great, the old director was very excited. He immediately went inside to inform everyone. Chen Shen then turned around, raised a hand, and gallantly said to Lin Xian, I wonder if this beautiful lady would honor us with her presence and join us for dinner? Of course, Lin Xian happily placed her soft, fair hand in Chen Shen's. Since you've invited me, how could I not go? In no time, everyone else from the orphanage came out. They were delighted to see Chen Shen, especially when they learned that the pile of money like a small mountain and those high-end Mercedes-Benz cars were all Chen Shen's. The people from the orphanage looked at Chen Shen with admiration. Let's go to the 5-star hotel for dinner. Chen Shen shouted cheerfully. Everyone from the orphanage got into the Mercedes-Benz cars, forming a convoy of 20 black luxury cars, and drove out of the orphanage gate towards the Zhenghai International Hotel. Chen Shan also instructed Mr. Wang to immediately take the money in the yard to the bank and deposit it into the old director's account. Zhenghai International Hotel. Dining Hall. The magnificent decoration and elegant environment made the people from the orphanage who were visiting for the first time look around with joy. Sitting on chairs tied with bows, looking at the pristine tablecloths and exquisite tableware, the staff and children from the orphanage were excited, curiously touching this and looking at that. Everyone already knew that this 5-star hotel now belonged to Chen Shen. Chen Shen was the owner here. Everyone was very envious and happy for Chen Shen. Shortly after taking their seats, waiters began serving dishes. Chicken, duck, fish, abalone, sea cucumber, precious delicacies, and 2-foot-long lobsters for each person. There were various fine wines, beverages, fruit juices from around the world. Everything was available, and every table was filled to the brim. Everyone exclaimed that they couldn't eat anymore, as there was no more space and they couldn't finish it all. Chen Shen watched everyone happily eating and drinking, feeling very content, and loudly declared, Don't be polite, coming here is just like being at the orphanage. This is your home. Feel free to eat, tell the waiter what you want, go ahead and order. Help yourself to whatever you want, don't be shy. In the future, you can come anytime. What's mine, Chen Shen's, is yours. Great. After Chen Shen finished speaking, a burst of cheers erupted. Chen Shen, when you were young, I took care of you a lot, held you, and you even peed on me, remember? I always liked you the most when we were young. A middle-aged woman with a shiny mouth full of oil said, Aunt Zhang, I remember, you were the best to me when I was young. How about this, now that I have money, I can fulfill one of your wishes. What do you want the most? I can make it happen for you, Chen Shen said. Really? Of course. Well, I have to say, Aunt Zhang thought for a moment and said, I've worked hard all my life, never really enjoyed myself. I always said, when I have money, I'll take a good vacation, travel abroad, see what it's like overseas. This wish, can you help me make it come true? If it costs too much, then forget it. By the end of Aunt Zhang's words, she seemed to feel hopeless, almost wanting to give up. Unexpectedly, after hearing her words, Chen Shen clapped his hands, happily saying, Come on, Aunt Zhang, why give up? I like people with dreams. It's great to travel abroad. So, tomorrow you go to the travel agency and ask if there are any global travel tours. I'll give you 5 million first. Don't choose a too cheap tour, or I'm worried about their service. I'll give you another 1 million for shopping, spend it without worries, buy whatever you want. If it's not enough, call me, I'll give you more. If you fancy an island, a yacht, remember to let me know, I'll buy it for you. After Chen Shen finished speaking, the hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned. 3 seconds later, there was an explosion. Everyone crowded around Chen Shen. Chen Shen, I have a dream too. Chen Shen, I want to buy a car. Chen Shen, I want to buy a house. I want to buy a horse, keep it in our orphanage. I want a girlfriend. Chen Shen, can you help me buy one? I want to go to the island country to watch adult movies. For a moment, everyone was clamoring with different desires. Chen Shen stood in the middle, looking at these people, smiling with great joy. Don't worry, as long as money can solve the problem, it's no problem for me. I will help you all achieve your wishes one by one. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the lobby of the Shanghai International Hotel. Congratulations, you are now the object of admiration and worship for everyone. Lin Xian, holding a tall glass, elegantly approached Chen Shen. Lin Xian had always been beautiful and outstanding. In the past 2 years, after becoming a star, she became even more stylish, wearing a red long dress that complemented her tall and well-proportioned figure perfectly. With delicate features, light makeup, she looked very beautiful and captivating. Coupled with her graceful manners, every smile and gesture exuded a charming temperament. Upon closer inspection, Chen Shen couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. And you? Do you admire and worship me too? Chen Shen stared straight into the clear eyes of the famous star Lin Xian, seemingly teasing her. The previous Chen Shen would never have said such words. The old Chen Shen, so poor that he could barely support himself, wouldn't dare to have a girlfriend. But things were different now. He had money. More money than he could spend. So, facing Lin Xian again, he no longer felt any inferiority or confusion. He was brimming with confidence. Maybe a little bit. Lin Xian seemed a bit uneasy. She already had a good impression of Chen Shen, but in the past, both were too poor to even think about anything else. But now things had changed. She was a well-known star, and Chen Shen had become a billionaire. At this moment, Lin Xian felt that fate had been too kind to her, to let her have such good fortune, to meet Chen Shen again. So, she felt she had to seize this opportunity. It's too chaotic here, will you accompany me for a walk outside? Lin Xian shyly asked Chen Shen in a soft voice, can we? Chen Shen could easily sense Lin Xian's intentions towards him. His heart was filled with joy. Lin Xian was someone he had secretly admired since childhood. In the orphanage, countless days and nights were spent thinking about Lin Xian. Now that he had the opportunity, Chen Shen wouldn't miss it. Seizing the moment, Chen Shen gently embraced Lin Xian's fragrant shoulders, and they slowly walked towards the small garden outside the hotel. In the garden, lush grass and various flowers emitted a pleasant fragrance. Chen Shen and Lin Xian leaned against each other, strolling along the smooth cobblestone path. You're a star now, must be enjoying the limelight, right? Chen Shen asked. Well, Lin Xian sighed softly, the glamour is just for show. I have my share of worries too. Oh, tell me, maybe I can help, Chen Shen offered. Actually, besides donating to the orphanage, I have another important reason for coming back to Shanghai this time. Lin Xian obediently nodded. I received a great script, but it requires a substantial investment to start filming. My main purpose in Shanghai is to find a big boss to invest in my new script. My company has already contacted a big boss named Tian Fengyi. We agreed to meet in his room tonight. What? Tian Fengyi? Isn't he the unscrupulous businessman who's often reported in the news for exploiting female actresses? You can't go. Chen Shen immediately objected. I know, but I really need the money for investment. How much do you need? I'll invest it all. Chen Shen decisively stated. What? You'll invest it all? Lin Xian was shocked, her steps halting. But this is a big production, requiring 3 billion in funds, and you? I thought it was more, it's just 3 billion. I'll give you 5 billion, take it and shoot as you please. It's okay, if the box office isn't good, I'll help boost it, making you a popular star. Chen Shen said calmly. 5 billion? Lin Xian was completely stunned. She covered her mouth with her small hand, gazing at Chen Shen's handsome face, unable to utter a word. Although she knew during her time at the orphanage that Chen Shen was the owner of Shanghai International Hotel and a conglomerate, she had never imagined he was this wealthy. To offer her 5 billion for investment left Lin Xian at a loss for words. Looking at Chen Shen affectionately, she suddenly tiptoed, raised her plump lips, and planted a kiss on Chen Shen's face. Thank you, you're so kind to me. It's nothing, really. Chen Shen felt sweet after being kissed by the beauty. Gazing at Lin Xian's exquisite face and tempting red lips, Chen Shen had the urge to lean in and taste them fiercely. Their eyes met, filled with tenderness. Just as Chen Shen was about to embrace Lin Xian's slender waist and kiss her, Lin Xian's phone rang. Ding-a-ling. The warm atmosphere was immediately disrupted. Lin Xin smiled awkwardly, took out her phone, and answered the call. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. "Hello, Miss Lin, we agreed to meet today. Why haven't you arrived yet? Are you going back on your word, or do you no longer need the investment?" I'm sorry, Mr. Tian, I found an investor already, so I won't trouble you anymore," Lin Xin said. Actually, she knew very well why Tianfeng was so eager to have her come over. The boss of the entertainment company had hinted before that Tianfeng was attracted to her beauty and wanted to take advantage of her. She was aware that Tianfeng had harmed many young actresses using such methods. What? Someone has already invested? Tianfeng heard bad news over the phone and immediately roared, "Mada, who dares to interfere when I have set my eyes on a woman? Doesn't he know that I have connections? Just wait, I'll make sure to deal with him." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin was immediately frightened. She knew very well that Tianfeng was a dominant figure in Zhanghai City. Leveraging his wealth and power, he had connections with all kinds of people and even had a group of thugs under him. In Zhanghai City, he held considerable influence and could navigate both legal and illegal matters, making him untouchable to ordinary people. Now, upon hearing that Tianfeng was causing trouble, Lin Xin immediately worried about Chen Chen's safety. Lin Xin quickly tried to appease the furious Tianfeng over the phone. "Mr. Tian, please don't be angry. We don't need that much money this time, so we don't want to trouble you. Next time, I will definitely come to you. Stop talking nonsense. Who do you think you're fooling? Do you think I don't know how much money you need this time? Little girl, once I've set my eyes on you, I must have you. I don't care if you need money, I prefer it when it's free," Tianfeng arrogantly declared. "Zhanghai is my territory. Do you think you can avoid meeting me and everything will be fine? He. You underestimate me too much. Tell you what, I'll send someone out now. I guarantee that within half an hour, they will find you and the person giving you money. Watch me break his lackey's legs." "Tian, Mr. Tian, please don't." Lin Xin was completely terrified. Tianfeng, a bully and tyrant, always followed through on his threats of bullying and violence. If he were to find her in Chen, who knows what might happen. As Lin Xin was about to continue pleading with Tianfeng, Chen, who was beside her, couldn't bear it any longer. Taking the phone from Lin Xion's hand, he sternly said, "You bastard, idiot, who do you think you are? If you dare to call and harass Lin Xion again, I won't spare you." With that, Chen hung up the phone with a snap and continued to lead the worried Lin Xion forward. Lijiang Resort Hotel. Room 8888. Tianfeng, fat as a pig, wrapped in a towel around his waist and wearing slippers, seemed ready to satisfy his lust as he awaited the arrival of a beauty. However, Lin Xion stood him up. To make matters worse, the girl he wanted to pursue had another man by her side, who even insulted him. Enraged, Tianfeng's fat body trembled, and he angrily slammed his phone to the floor. "Damn it, where did this brat come from? How dare he snatch the girl I want and even insult me? He's asking for trouble. Watch me teach him a lesson." Tianfeng immediately shouted for someone outside the room. A blonde thug-like person entered promptly. "Boss, what are your orders?" "Amao, go, gather some people and find that little bitch Lin Xion and the man with her, beat them to a pulp for me," Tianfeng said viciously. "What? Even the female celebrity?" Mao was surprised. "Aren't you still interested in her company?" "Humph, I've lost interest now," Tianfeng said, "so, when you find them, cripple the man. As for Lin Xion, she's yours. I don't care about one or two, I'll reward you guys, let you taste what it's like to be with a female celebrity." With his head full of dyed yellow hair, the little ruffian Amao, upon hearing about this opportunity, immediately and happily agreed. "Alright, boss, I'll take my boys there right away." After saying that, Amao cheerfully opened the door and left. Zhanghai International Hotel. On the road in front of the main entrance. After Chen and Lin Xion came out of the small garden, they chatted about their respective experiences over the past 2 years while walking along the road, unknowingly walking quite a distance. Lin Xion was worried that Tianfeng would really send someone to cause trouble, so she urged Chen to go back early. Chen, on the other hand, didn't take Tianfeng's threats on the phone seriously at all. He continued to joke and tease Lin Xion. However, just as the two of them reached a few hundred meters away from the hotel, a Buick business car suddenly rushed over from the opposite direction. With a sharp screech, the business car abruptly blocked Chen and Lin Xion's path. Hordes of arrogant little ruffians got off the car with baseball bats and other items in their hands. The group of over a dozen people surrounded Chen and Lin Xion in an instant. Leading the group was Amao with dyed yellow hair who had appeared in Tianfeng's room. "Big star, you're hard to find, huh?" Amao squinted at Lin Xion, his small eyes constantly scanning her face and ample chest. It seemed like he was drooling with desire. Lin Xin being a celebrity, it was natural for Mao to recognize her at a glance. The other dozen or so little ruffians also shook their heads and looked at her with malicious intent, seemingly eager for the exciting and sensual events to unfold. Lin Xin was terrified. Although she was a big star, first and foremost, she was a girl, a helpless and fragile girl at that. Faced with such a group of ruffians, she was at a loss for what to do. Timidly, she asked in a low voice, You guys are Mr. Tian's people, right? I've already told him that I don't need his investment anymore. Mao arrogantly waved the baseball bat in his hand and said, We are indeed sent by Mr. Tian, whether you still need our boss's investment or not, that's none of our concern. The boss said to find you, cripple the men around you, and as for you, we'll enjoy you, ha ha ha. Shameless. Lin Xion's face changed color with fear and she scolded fiercely. Yes, we are shameless, what can you do to us? Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Xian scared and angry, Mao and his gang of ruffians became even more excited. Get lost. Seeing Lin Xian being bullied, Chen Chen shouted loudly, pulling Lin Xian behind him. Faced with these ruffians, Chen Chen showed no fear. His body was already strong before, being a member of the school basketball team, with great endurance and explosive power, dealing with a few people was no big deal. Now, with the Universe Tycoon system, his body was getting stronger day by day. Facing over a dozen ruffians, Chen Chen felt it was the perfect time to see how many he could take down. Oh, surprised? Mao pretended to be surprised and said arrogantly, It's not your turn yet, you jumped out on your own. Kid, can't wait to die? Tell me, should I break your arms first, or your legs? Ha ha ha. The gang of ruffians also laughed arrogantly along with him. It was as if Chen Chen in front of them was their trapped prey, waiting for them to play with as they pleased. Oof. Who cripples whom is still uncertain? Chen Chen said coldly. With a deep breath, he felt an infinite power brewing within him, as if he could shatter a stone with a single punch. Therefore, facing the dozen or so ruffians in front of him, they seemed like moving sandbags, waiting for him to go up and beat them up. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Mao became furious immediately at Chen Chen's strong attitude. With a wave of his hand, two lackeys immediately charged towards Chen Chen. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out as Chen Chen punched each one, knocking the two thugs at the forefront to the ground, their faces covered in blood. Seeing this, the other thugs realized that Chen Chen was no ordinary opponent, he was a tough guy. Ignoring the famous celebrity Lin Xian, they all rushed towards Chen Chen. In an instant, punches, kicks, and the shadow of a baseball bat all enveloped Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen fought like a god of war, fierce and unstoppable. With a casual raise of his hand, he knocked down two more, and with a kick, he broke one guy's rib. The other thugs were shocked by Chen Chen's strength and hesitated to attack. Just then, a voice rang out from nearby, Stop. Is it fair for so many people to bully one person like this? With these words, a beautiful girl in sportswear dashed over and started beating up the thugs. Despite being just a girl, her skills were razor-sharp. The robust thugs, when faced with her, were easily defeated, lying on the ground in pain, unable to get up. In less than a minute, over a dozen thugs were all knocked down, bruised and swollen, crying out in agony. The girl didn't even have a scratch on her. Clapping her hands lightly, she turned to Chen Chen and asked, Are you okay? Chen Chen nodded gratefully and finally got a good look at the girl. With fair and lovely features, big eyes, a petite nose, and short hair, she looked incredibly pure and cute. Her figure was also very attractive, curvy and fit, indicating regular exercise and a hint of determination beneath her cuteness. I'm fine, thank you. You're amazing, young lady. Taking down a dozen men with just a few moves is truly admirable. Chen Chen praised, brushing off the dust from his clothes. My name is Wu Nan. I used to be in the special forces and just retired a few days ago. I'm currently looking for a job and happened to come across these thugs causing trouble. I just taught them a lesson, Wu Nan said casually, adjusting her wind-blown hair. Special forces? Just retired? Looking for a job? Chen Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. It was like a dream come true. Wasn't he in need of someone like her right now? With her impressive skills, he could hire her as his personal bodyguard and never worry about situations like today again. Moreover, her innocent face and hot figure were quite appealing. Thinking about this, a mischievous smile crept onto Chen Chen's face. Oh, what's up? Can you help me find a job? Wu Nan was puzzled by Chen Chen's strange smile and didn't know what he was thinking. My company is currently hiring. Are you interested? Chen Chen said with a serious expression. Your company? Wu Nan was taken aback, seeming a bit skeptical and finding it hard to believe Chen Chen's words. After all, Chen Chen looked too young, and claiming to own a company made people doubt him. Seeing Wu Nan's disbelief, Chen Shen added, "Yes, I am the boss of the company and we are in need of talents like you. Would you be interested? Feel free to make any requests." Wu Nan thought for a moment. Since she hadn't found any other suitable job, she might as well give it a try. Chen Shen didn't seem like a bad person with his sunny and handsome appearance, so she said, "I don't have many requirements, but as a highly skilled retired special forces soldier like me, how about an annual salary of 1 million to work as a bodyguard for you? If you agree, I'll join your company." 1 million? Chen Shen was taken aback and immediately said, "That's too little. For a beautiful and skilled girl like you, how can 1 million be enough? I'll give you 10 million. What? 10 million? Wu Nan was shocked. Is there really such a generous person? Asking for 1 million and getting 10 million. Before Wu Nan could speak, Chen Shen continued, "Don't worry, I'm not a scammer. Give me your account number, and I'll transfer the money to you immediately." Well, Wu Nan hesitantly took out her bank card. Chen Shen immediately called the finance department of Chen Group and had them transfer 10 million to Wu Nan's account. Seeing the payment notification on her phone, Wu Nan finally believed it. She looked at Chen Shen with different eyes, feeling that he was truly a rare good man. Not only was he handsome and wealthy, but he also had good judgment. He had decided to hire her as a bodyguard right after meeting her. Wu Nan's heart fluttered a bit. Now Wu Nan had officially become Chen Shen's personal bodyguard. The thugs lying on the ground dared not have any ideas about Chen Shen anymore. Grimacing in pain, they limped back to their car and fled like the wind. Chen Shen took Lin Xin and Wu Nan back to the Central Sea International Hotel. When Wu Nan learned that Chen Shen was the owner of this hotel, she was even more surprised. At that moment, she realized that Chen Shen was indeed a young, handsome, wealthy boss. Thinking about her 5 sisters who had retired from the special forces with her, it seemed that none of them had found a job. Since the conditions here were so good, Wu Nan wanted to bring them over. When they were serving together as special forces, they had a very close bond and often carried out missions together. If she could bring them all here, their future work as bodyguards would definitely be easier to accomplish. However, Wu Nan didn't know if Chen Shen would be willing to hire so many people. After all, her 5 sisters were all highly skilled and beautiful. If the salary offered was too low, they might not be willing to come. So, Wu Nan hesitated and tentatively asked, I have 5 sisters who also just retired from the special forces with me. They haven't found jobs either. Do you need more people? What? This time it was Chen Shen's turn to be surprised. One Wu Nan was already so beautiful and skilled. She actually had 5 sisters, which was amazing. Chen Shen immediately said excitedly, yes, yes, yes. They are your sisters. How could I not want them? Let them all come, just like you, all with an annual salary of 10 million. Is that okay with you? Really? Wu Nan hadn't expected that Chen Shen would readily agree to let her 5 sisters come over as well, and also offering them a salary of 10 million each. Wu Nan was overjoyed. Excitedly nodding repeatedly, she said, that's great. I'll call them right away and have them come over. Wu Nan called each of the 5 girls, telling them to come to the Central Sea International Hotel immediately for a job with an annual salary of 10 million. At first, the 5 girls were a bit incredulous upon receiving the news, but with Wu Nan's solemn assurance, they all cheered and agreed. They all rushed over as quickly as possible. When Chen Shen saw them, he almost had a nosebleed. All 5 girls were stunning beauties, with lovely faces, hot figures, dressed in tank tops and short shorts, showing off their snow-white arms and long legs. Chen Shen was almost blinded by their presence. Having such a group of beauties as bodyguards, surrounding him every day, felt like living a fairy tale life. Seeing all her sisters gathered, Wu Nan took the initiative to introduce them. These are my sisters. They are called Rose, Lily, Purple Bamboo, Snow Orchid, and Peony. Each of them has exceptional skills. With us 6 sisters protecting you, not even encountering killers will be a problem. Oh, okay. Chen Shen nodded repeatedly, happily agreeing. In fact, he was already ecstatic, thinking, who needs killers when each of you enchanting fairies is more than enough to make me gush blood and die. Chen Shen immediately transferred 10 million to each of the 5 girls. Once the payment is made, they are mine. Ha ha. Chen Shen was overjoyed. The girls, as promised by their eldest sister Wu Nan, each received an annual salary of 10 million, which made them very excited. The girl named Rose blushed, with a smile as bright as a flower, her eyes like autumn water, stealing a few glances at Chen Shen. It seemed she had a good impression of this handsome, wealthy, and generous guy. The girl named Peony was more openly affectionate. She directly threw herself at Chen Shen, hugged his neck, and planted a firm kiss on his face, making Chen Shen feel the softness pressing against his chest, so comfortable. The other 3 girls watched them and giggled discreetly, covering their mouths. It seemed that Chen Shen's generous gesture of giving them so much money and reuniting them like they used to be when they were special forces soldiers touched them deeply. "Alright, stop fooling around, everyone," Wu Nan, being the eldest, spoke up, and the other girls immediately toned down their playfulness. Wu Nan asked Chen Shen, "What's the deal with those troublemakers who bothered you today? Can you tell us more?" Wu Nan could tell that those people came prepared. It was not just a random encounter causing trouble for Chen Shen. The thugs had been ruthless, indicating a significant conflict with Chen Shen. Now that they were his personal bodyguards, Wu Nan felt it necessary to clarify the situation. "Oh, it's like this, I offended a boss named Tianfeng, and those thugs were probably sent by him." Chen Shen briefly explained the incident where Tianfeng wanted to take advantage of Lin Xan, and he intervened, even scolding Tianfeng over the phone. After hearing Chen Shen's account, the sisters cursed in unison, "Beast! We must teach that scum a lesson and show him that women are not easy to bully. Yes, beat him until he's toothless, let's see if he dares to send thugs to cause trouble again. Humph. I say, just castrate him directly, let him never harm girls again." Rose clenched her teeth and made a cutting gesture with her hand. The sisters were furious to hear that Chen Shen had been bullied by someone like Tianfeng and immediately clamored for revenge. However, Wu Nan stopped them, saying, "That scum can't escape, we'll go after him in a few days. Right now, the most important task is to find a suitable place, resume training, so that there won't be any mishaps during missions." "Yes, that's right." The other girls nodded in agreement, thinking that the eldest sister's plan was thoughtful. "That's easy, tomorrow we'll go to the outskirts of Shanghai together, see if there's a suitable place, and buy it directly as your training ground." "How does that sound?" Chen Shen suggested. "Really? That's great." Wu Nan agreed enthusiastically. She was increasingly feeling that following Chen Shen was the right choice. The next morning, sales office of the Manhwa Lake Natural Villa area. Chen Shen took the sisters around the city of Shanghai, only to find that the area around Manhwa Lake in the south of Shanghai had beautiful scenery, fresh air, and was most suitable for the training of beautiful women. Moreover, the surroundings of Manhwa Lake had already been developed into high-end villa areas, with extensive greenery and ample open spaces, making it an excellent location. So, without further ado, Chen Shen took the girls to the sales office of the Manhwa Lake Villa area. Outside the sales office stood 2 rows of tall and sturdy security guards, bowing respectfully to every guest who came to view the houses, presenting a very dignified scene. Stepping into the castle-like upscale sales office, a sense of extravagance enveloped them. Sparkling crystal chandeliers illuminated the room. Small artificial rockeries and fountains murmured with flowing water. Gold-plated ornaments adorned the walls and pillars. Imported red carpets covered the entire hall. Even the sales ladies in charge of reception were tall and outstanding in appearance, comparable to flight attendants. It was evident that the houses being sold here were not cheap and not a place for ordinary people to visit. After Chen Chen entered, a sales lady in a professional suit and black stockings with long legs greeted him. However, when she saw that Chen Chen was under 20 years old, her smile quickly faded. Professionally smiling, she said, "Sir, feel free to look around. If you are interested in any villa, I can provide you with detailed information." With that, she turned and left. At that moment, a middle-aged couple swaggered in. The middle-aged man smiled, revealing a few large gold teeth, and his watch gleamed, indicating luxury. The woman was also adorned in designer brands from head to toe, with an LV bag and a Chanel suit. They looked like a wealthy couple. Therefore, the sales lady in black stockings immediately ignored Chen Chen and went to greet the couple with a brilliant smile. The black stockings sales lady was a star seller here, able to discern who had money and who didn't, who was just here for show, and who were potential clients. For example, someone like Chen Chen, although dressed in designer clothes, appeared wealthy. However, the black stockings beauty didn't believe he could afford a villa near Manhwa Lake. Each villa here cost millions, only truly wealthy individuals could afford them. The rich second generation might live lavishly with designer clothes and luxury cars, but that was small change compared to these million-dollar villas. Only the mature and stable middle-aged wealthy individuals were the real buyers of such properties. As for the rich second generation, how many of them could afford millions? Seeing the sales lady somewhat neglecting him, Chen Chen felt a bit unhappy. But considering that he was mainly here to buy a villa for Wu Nan and the others to live in, he didn't take the attitude of the black stockings lady too seriously. Chen Chen and the sisters excitedly gathered around the sand table model in the middle of the hall to make their selection. "How about this one? It's so close to the water's edge, I can jump into the lake for a swim every morning when I wake up," Rose exclaimed excitedly. "I like this one, deep in the woods, so quiet, with no other houses within a kilometer." Lily pointed to a villa and said, I think this one is great. It's on a small island in the middle of the lake, the house is large, the environment is secluded, we won't be disturbed up there, whether it's living or training. It's very comfortable," Peony said, pointing to the island in the lake on the sand table. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. It seemed like something had been crushed. Looking closely, it turned out that Peony's spectacular 36D chest was too grand, and when she leaned over excitedly, she accidentally crushed a villa model on the sand table. What should we do?" Peony blushed awkwardly, standing there. Just then, the black-stocking beauty returned and witnessed the scene. Nervously, she exclaimed, "Oh my, how could you be so careless? This model is very expensive, specially made by a foreign company we hired, costing us hundreds of thousands. Now that you've damaged it, you can't just leave. I'll go find the manager immediately and have him assess the compensation. You kids, thinking you can play around anywhere just because your families have some money? Everything here is high-end, even the sofa is imported from Italy, costing over $1 million for a set. The cups on the table are crystal and agate, if you accidentally break one, you'll have to pay $20,000 for each. Can you afford that? Don't leave." The black-stocking beauty continued walking, occasionally glancing back vigilantly, as if afraid that Chen Chen and his friends might suddenly run away. Soon enough, the black-stocking beauty returned with a man in a black suit to face Chen Chen again. "Manager, look, it was them who damaged the villa model on the sand table. Many clients are coming to view houses these days. How can we allow such obvious flaws in our exquisite and high-end place?" the black-stocking beauty said anxiously. At the same time, she cast a disdainful look at Chen Chen and his friends once more. The manager inspected the damaged model and then looked at Chen Chen, saying, "Sir, you've damaged our property, so you'll have to compensate." "How much?" Chen Chen asked indifferently. "We spent $300,000 on making this sand table model. Now that it's damaged and needs to be remade, plus the time wasted, let's say $50,000 in compensation." "What? I just pressed it, and now I have to pay $50,000? That's outrageous." Peony felt a bit wronged and angry. This item was made by a master. If you can't afford to compensate, you shouldn't have come in. Now that you've damaged it, there's no way to shirk responsibility, the manager said coldly. "Exactly, you all look like rich second-generation kids who spend money recklessly, thinking you're real tycoons just because you have a bit of money at home," the black-stocking beauty sneered. "Look at yourselves, the ones buying houses here are mature and successful individuals, not young ones like you with a few bucks in your pockets. How dare you come here to view houses?" "Hoof." Chen Chen looked at the man and woman disdainfully and sneered, "How do you know I don't have money? How do you know I can't afford to buy a house here? Just a broken sand table, costing a few $100,000, what's the big deal?" "Hoof. You're quite arrogant. If you're so wealthy, then buy the most expensive villa here. Buy it, and I'll shut up. If you can't buy it, stop pretending to be rich here, disgusting." The black-stocking woman became even more furious when Chen Chen remained defiant. "Fine, I'll buy the most expensive villa here," Chen Chen said casually. "Humph, you'll buy it? You didn't even ask the price, just said you'll buy it. It's easy to say, do you know how much our villa in the lake center is worth? I'll scare you, it's worth 80 million, 80 million. I doubt your family even has that much money." The black-stocking woman seemed convinced that Chen Chen was just talking big and became even more impolite in her speech. He, just 80 million? You think I can't afford it?" Chen Chen retorted. Seeing Chen Chen's arrogant attitude, the manager's expression also turned unpleasant. Initially, he thought they would quickly compensate and be done with it, but he didn't expect Chen Chen to show no sincere attitude of admitting fault. Not only did he not feel remorse for damaging the property, but he also claimed not to care about tens of thousands and even mentioned buying an 80 million villa, which was absurd. The manager considered himself well-traveled and naturally understood what 80 million meant in the city of Shanghai. Don't talk about a young man under 20, even those upper-class tycoons in Shanghai would think twice before spending 80 million on a villa. Now Chen Chen is so casual, as if playing around. The manager felt that Chen Chen was just trying to be careless, trying to make a scene, attempting to get away with it. Immediately, he said sternly, "Enough, you better put away your little tricks now, don't show off in front of me. Hand over the 500,000 compensation immediately, or I'll call security right away." At that moment, the couple with big golden teeth walked over. After figuring out what had happened, the man with big golden teeth looked at Chen Chen and said, "Young man, it's okay to make mistakes, but if you don't even have the courage to admit it, then it's truly despicable. And, it's fine if you can't afford to compensate, but if you admit your mistake, I believe we can discuss things. But you insist on saying you're very wealthy, don't care about a few $100,000, and want to buy that 80 million villa on the island in the lake. You're exaggerating. Even I can't afford it, yet you claim you can easily buy it. Since you're so wealthy, Can you tell me what your family does? I am the president of the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce. I know almost all the prominent businessmen in Zhonghai. If you can mention a name I know, I will talk to you today, but if you can't, it's just empty boasting. Don't blame others for being rude. As soon as the man with big golden teeth finished speaking, the manager and the saleswoman with black stockings became even more polite to him. So you're the president? No wonder when you came in, I felt you were extraordinary, clearly a big shot, the manager flattered. Now that the president is here, see if you still want to brag and deceive your way through. Speak up. You said you're wealthy, right? What kind of company does your family own? What's the name? What's your father's name? The saleswoman, feeling like she had found a backer, aggressively questioned Chen Chen. Why bother about my family? The company is mine. I am the owner of Zhonghai International Hotel, Chen Chen casually replied. Zhonghai International Hotel? The manager and the saleswoman exchanged glances and couldn't help but sneer. You're the owner of Zhonghai International Hotel? Ha ha. Who doesn't know that Zhonghai International Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Zhonghai, worth at least tens of billions? A young man under 20 claiming to be the owner of a 5-star hotel, who would believe that? The more the manager and the saleswoman looked at Chen Chen, the more they felt he was lying, the more they found him despicable. The president of the Chamber of Commerce, the man with big golden teeth, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, said disappointedly, I never expected that my advice would have no effect on you, you completely ignored it. The more you talk, the more absurd it gets, saying you're the owner of Zhonghai International Hotel. Do you know? Just a few days ago, the owner of Zhonghai International Hotel, Mr. Wang, invited me for dinner, and you shamelessly claim to be the owner. It's truly laughable. Upon hearing this, the manager and the saleswoman became even more convinced that Chen Chen was a big liar who loved to boast and show off. His talk about buying an 80 million villa was even more absurd. At this point, the manager no longer wanted to hear any nonsense from Chen Chen, threatening coldly, pay up now, or I'll call security to deal with you. The security guards at the door, all burly and imposing, seemed not only to boost their presence but also to serve a purpose. Why rush? Chen Chen remained calm as ever, and said slowly, I told you, I have money, compensating you with 500,000 is nothing, and as for your 80 million villa, I really intend to buy it. If you kneel down now and apologize, I might show some mercy and buy all the remaining villas around Manhwa Lake for you. Shameless. The saleswoman couldn't bear it anymore and scolded, the more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. You can't even afford 500,000, and you're talking about buying all our villas. Who do you think you are? How many billions do you need to buy our Huan Manhwa Lake project? Even the richest man in Shanghai might not dare to say such things. How dare you speak so recklessly? What if I can afford it? Chen Chen saw that if he didn't put them in their place today, it wouldn't work, so he decided to show them. You, who only knows how to talk big, if you can afford it, I'll call you dad. The manager grabbed the saleswoman who was about to explode and spoke first. Alright, my good son, today I'll show you what unimaginable wealth looks like, Chen Chen said disdainfully. You! Seeing that Chen Chen had the upper hand, the manager's face turned red with anger. Humph! If you can't afford it later, I won't even take the 500,000, consider it your medical expenses. Today, I will definitely have someone break your legs. Alright, it's a deal. Chen Chen said, later, I'll buy your real estate company and make all of you kneel down and call me dad. You bastard! Just you wait. The manager cursed fiercely. Then, he immediately took out his phone and called the general manager. Selling all the villas in Manhwa Lake was such a huge deal that it exceeded his authority, so he had to ask the general manager to come in person. Even if he believed that Chen Chen couldn't afford it and was just bluffing, he still didn't dare to make decisions on his own. Moreover, bringing the general manager had another advantage. The general manager was known for his bad temper. If he found out someone was causing trouble, he wouldn't easily let them off. Sure enough, when he heard that someone wanted to buy all the villas in Manhwa Lake, the general manager didn't dare to delay and immediately drove over. When the bald, burly general manager, with a tough guy appearance, entered the sales office lobby, he immediately saw Chen Chen. His heart skipped a beat, about to go greet him, but unexpectedly, the manager and the saleswoman approached first. General manager, it's that kid. The people he brought damaged our sand table model, not only refusing to compensate but also shamelessly saying he wants to buy all our villas. The saleswoman pointed at Chen Chen and complained. Yes, general manager, it's that little bastard. He even said he would buy our company and make us call him dad. The sales manager eagerly reported to the general manager. Little did they know, as soon as the general manager heard their words, his eyes widened, he raised his arm, swung it round, and with a loud smack, he slapped the manager across the face. The sales manager saw stars, spun in place several times, and a bright red palm print swelled up on his face. Watch your mouth, Who are you talking about? The general manager scolded fiercely. The sales manager covered his burning face, completely bewildered. What's going on? Why did the general manager slap him as soon as he arrived? He was cursing that kid, not him. The saleswoman also didn't understand what was happening, but seeing the general manager angry, she dared not say a word. She had been holding back from bad-mouthing Chen Chen, and now she had to swallow her words. However, what happened next shocked them even more. After hitting the manager, the general manager immediately put on a fawning smile, walked up to Chen Chen, respectfully nodded, and said, "Chairman Chen, these people haven't seen you before, so they spoke out of turn, causing you distress." What? Chairman Chen? The manager and the saleswoman, still covering their faces, turned pale upon hearing this. Could this young man be their new chairman? The one who easily defeated the Chu family and then re-established the Chen group as chairman? At this moment, the two of them finally realized that they were in trouble. They had offended someone they really couldn't afford to offend. Even the big boss with the gold tooth beside them couldn't help but be stunned, slightly surprised. Could it be that they had underestimated this young man? Was he really a wealthy tycoon? Judging by the bald man's attitude towards him, it didn't seem fake. Even the big boss with the gold tooth found it hard to believe. As everyone was dumbfounded, Chen Chen looked at the bald general manager in front of him and asked, "Do you know me?" "Chairman Chen, you're joking. You are the chairman of the company, how could I not know you? Last time at the meeting, I sat at the back due to my low position, so you didn't notice me." The general manager smiled apologetically. Oh, Chen Chen suddenly remembered. After acquiring 100% of the Chu family shares and establishing the Chen Group, he had held a meeting with the managers of various subsidiaries. It was the only meeting he had held as chairman, attended only by the top executives of the group. Therefore, these junior managers below had never seen Chen Chen before. "Since you recognize me, it's easy. I want to buy all the villas in Manhwa Lake, but these two say I can't afford it. Can you calculate how much it will cost?" Chen Chen said. The general manager was stunned and anxious. "Chairman, what are you saying? The Manhwa Lake Villa project is developed by your company. Why would you need to buy it? Just choose one and move in." Upon hearing this, the sales lady and the manager were completely dumbfounded. The young man they had always looked down upon and mocked turned out to be the chairman of the group. They were even begging for food under his command, and today they had disdained a billionaire boss as a pauper. Fate was truly unpredictable. They were terrified. "Oh, so that's how it is." Chen Chen pretended to suddenly understand, then walked up to the manager and the sales lady, asking coldly, "What do you think? Have you heard? I am the chairman of your company. These villas here, the sand table, and this sales office, they are all mine. Do you still think I can't afford them? Come on, speak. Continue speaking." The two were trembling with fear, not daring to say another word. Trembling all over, they stammered, "And no. We dare not. We were too arrogant, we were blind. Chairman, please forgive us." "Beg for my forgiveness? I'm a pauper. How dare you ask for my forgiveness? Don't you still want to break my legs? Come on." Chen Chen pressed. "And no." The manager kept shaking his head, retreating, looking as if he wouldn't dare even with 10 times the courage. "Didn't you want me to compensate 500,000? Didn't you say I couldn't even afford that little money? Why aren't you arrogant now? Where's your momentum from earlier?" The manager and the sales lady were on the verge of tears. Just as they were about to continue pleading, the general manager standing aside raised his foot and kicked towards them, causing the sales manager to stumble, even knocking down the sales lady. "Get out, you're fired. Get out of Shanghai. If I see you again, I'll break your legs. Every time I see you, I'll break them." "Why yes, we're leaving. We're leaving. We won't dare to come back again." The two didn't care about the disdainful gazes around them. Tails between their legs, they hurriedly fled. The big boss with the gold tooth, who had just been condescending and pointing fingers at Chen Chen, now awkwardly chuckled a few times. He had never expected Chen Chen to be a real wealthy tycoon. Thinking about the words he had just said, he suddenly felt embarrassed and wanted to walk away. Just then, unexpectedly, Chen Chen spoke up. "Hey, that chairman of the Commerce Association, weren't you going to teach me how to be a person? Where are you going?" He. "Let me tell you something, the owner of Shanghai International Hotel has sold his hotel to me for 1 billion, so yes, I am indeed the owner of Shanghai International Hotel. You, not only are you not well informed, but your judgment is also lacking. You, with your old and confused eyes, should not come out embarrassing yourself by relying on your age. If you act pretentious and get caught, be careful not to get beaten to death. You." Ugh. Dejinya's face was full of shame. He thought he was just dealing with an inconspicuous young man, but he ended up kicking a stone, encountering a tough opponent. Chen Chen was a truly wealthy young man. Feeling ashamed, Dejinya couldn't bear to stay any longer, so he left with his woman in a sorry state. After Dejinya left, the general manager touched his bald head, realizing that Chen Chen must have had a reason for coming, probably to buy a villa or something. Especially seeing Chen Chen surrounded by 6 or 7 young and beautiful girls, each with a hot and charming figure, it was easy to guess what the chairman wanted the house for. If the general manager lacked this insight, he wouldn't have made it to his position. He immediately approached Chen Chen and said, "Chairman, in our Moon Lake Villa project, the best option is the one on the central island in the lake. It's spacious, with many rooms, a swimming pool, sports facilities, a small garden, and everything you need. If you want to live there, it's the perfect choice." Chen Chen stared at the sand table model for a while and thought that the central island in the lake was indeed a good place. Surrounded by the lake, with clear blue waters and a beautiful environment, it was undisturbed by the outside world, truly wonderful. "Alright, let's choose the one on the central island. Do you all agree?" Chen Chen asked Wu Nan and the beautiful girls. "Yes, we have no objections." "Wow, I can't wait to go swimming," the girls excitedly discussed. "Then let's go." Chen Chen waved his hand and immediately set off with the beautiful girls. The next morning, Moon Lake Island Villa. Willow trees swayed along the embankment, the grass grew, and birds flew under the February sky, a scene of beautiful sunshine. Chen Chen lay under a parasol, holding a glass of red wine, gazing at the blue swimming pool in front of him, his eyes fixed without blinking. At this moment, the beautiful women in the pool were joyfully swimming back and forth, a truly stunning sight. Especially when Nguden put on her swimsuit, it was even more spectacular, making Chen Chen almost unable to control himself. Her tender and flawless skin was as white as jade, smooth as satin, dazzling Chen Chen's eyes. The other beautiful women each had their own charm. Wu Nan was pure-faced but surprisingly voluptuous and hot, Rose was charming and playful, Purple Bamboo was serene like a gentle rain in Jiangnan, Snow Orchid was cold and had a goddess-like aura. With such a group of beautiful women by his side, Chen Chen was truly a winner in life. However, after looking at the beautiful women for a while, Chen Chen didn't feel particularly happy. It had been around 10 days since he was hit by a car and entered the Universe Tycoon system, and he was still far from spending the 10 billion target. By the end of the month, if he didn't spend the 10 billion, he would not only lose the beautiful scenery and women in front of him but also his life. Sigh. Chen Chen sighed deeply. System. Ding. Hello, host, what can I do for you? I want to ask about the progress of the mission completion. Ding. Host Chen Chen, the mission is to spend 10 billion every month. Current progress, 11 days have passed, and you have spent 275,332,964 yuan, completing 53% of the mission. Friendly reminder, at this rate, you are doomed. Hee. Damn it. Chen Chen rolled his eyes at the system's mockery of himself. What on earth? Chen Chen sighed deeply. Back when he had no money, he thought life was tough, dreaming of becoming a billionaire one day and living a heavenly life. But now that he had a lot of money, so much that he couldn't spend it all, a sense of urgency crept in. He now had to make an effort to spend money every day, which was quite exhausting. However, the system was right. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to spend all this money. It seemed he needed to figure out how to spend even more. The revolution is not yet successful. Comrades still need to work hard. I must find ways to spend more money. The current pace is too slow. Chen Chen finished his glass of red wine in one gulp, stood up to jump into the pool to relax with the beautiful women when suddenly his phone rang. Hello, Chen boss, it's Lao Wang. Come back to the hotel quickly, there's trouble brewing. What? Chen Chen was taken aback. Who dared to cause trouble at the Zhenghai International Hotel? Lao Wang was a prominent figure at Zhenghai. If even he couldn't handle it, then this troublemaker was no ordinary person. Without hesitation, Chen Chen said, alright, we'll head back immediately. He called Wu Nan and a few other sisters, and they rushed to Zhenghai International Hotel. When Chen Chen arrived at the hotel entrance, he found that the usually clear lobby was now blocked by dozens of cars. Several security guards in uniforms were stationed at the hotel entrance, allowing people in but not out. These guards were unfamiliar, not from the hotel. As Chen Chen approached, he noticed the words Tian Security on their uniforms and immediately guessed that Tian Fengyi was causing trouble. Chen Chen, with Wu Nan and the others, boldly entered the hotel. Indeed, sitting arrogantly on the sofa in the lobby was a middle-aged man, fat and sleazy-looking, smoking a cigar, Tian Fengyi. As soon as he saw Chen Chen burst in, Tian Fengyi's eyes lit up, focusing on him. Especially when Lao Wang went up to talk to Chen Chen, Tianfeng immediately knew that this was the guy who took Lin Xian away and injured his little brother Amao. Tianfeng loudly cursed at Chen Chen. Damn it, you're Chen Chen, right? You ruined my good deal, made Lin Xian run away, and injured my little brother? Yes, you fat pig must be Tianfeng, looking just like a beast. Chen Chen retorted fearlessly, staring straight at him. Oh, you've got guts, but in front of me, your courage is useless. Look around, there are over 100 of my men in this lobby, plus the security guards from my Tian security company. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll beat you until you can't take care of yourself. Tianfeng threatened harshly. Mr. Tian, let's talk things out calmly, calm down. Lao Wang knew Tianfeng wouldn't back down easily, so he quickly brought a cup of tea with a smile. Little did he know, Tianfeng was not in the mood for pleasantries. He flung the teacup far away, pointing at Lao Wang's nose. Who do you think you are, coming to me for mercy? Just because you own a hotel and have assets of around 10 billion, you think you can save face in front of me? Let me tell you, my Tian Film Industry is a listed company with a market value of 3.5 billion. My Tian security company employs over 500 security guards. Who in Zhenghai's leadership dares to oppose me? Do you think you're worthy to show up in front of me? The tea was actually thrown away, leaving Boss Wang embarrassed and speechless. Tianfeng was right, the gap between a hotel owner and Tianfeng was indeed huge. Tianfeng could completely ignore him. What was throwing a cup of tea at him? If Tianfeng got angry and beat him up, he probably wouldn't dare to make a sound. Ignoring Boss Wang, Tianfeng turned to Chen Chen and said, Kid, kneel down in front of me, kowtow 100 times to apologize. You have money to invest, right? Then compensate my little brother with 100 million in medical expenses, and hand over that girl Lin Xian. If I'm happy, I might consider sparing your life. Chen Chen looked at the arrogant Tianfeng, then at the embarrassed Boss Wang, and sneered, is that all? A 3.5 billion film company? A security company with 500 employees? Just these? I thought you had a huge influence. Is this all you've got? With this little power, you want me to surrender? In my opinion, it's not worth mentioning. Oof, not worth mentioning? Are you scared, silly? Standing next to Tianfeng was a burly man with a dark face, like his bodyguard. Look up, all my security guards are well trained. They could turn you into a pulp in minutes. Kid, kneel down and apologize to our boss, or else. As the burly man threatened, he cracked his knuckles. With a wave of his hand, over 100 security guards in the hall immediately surrounded Chen Chen and the others. They looked fierce, as if they were about to devour Chen Chen and the others alive. Seeing Wu Nan and her sisters, all beautiful women, each more stunning than the last, the guards couldn't help but salivate, eager to take advantage. Unexpectedly, Tianfeng suddenly shouted, be gentle, leave the women, I haven't had fun in 2 days. These girls are really something, even better than the star Lin Xian. Capture them all, I want to train them well. Did you hear the boss? The burly man deliberately asked loudly, as if Chen Chen and the girls were insignificant. He used to be a professional mixed martial artist, winning national competitions, and no less than 10 or 20 people could get close to him. Facing Chen Chen and Wu Nan, he didn't even bother to look at them. Once he made a move, he believed he could easily take down Chen Chen and the others. Heard it. The many security guards and henchmen in the hall all laughed maliciously. This kind of bullying was not new to them, they were well versed in it. Tianfeng kept these security guards, more like his thugs, for situations where his interests clashed with others. Even if it was just for show, it was enough to intimidate. Today's events were just another day at the office for them. Seeing that their opponents were only Chen Chen and a few girls, with no pressure at all, the guards were more arrogant than usual. Some ruffians couldn't wait and had already approached Chen Chen and the others. Their narrow eyes kept wandering over the girls, unable to stop staring at their beauty. The innocent looks and hot figures of the girls made them salivate incessantly. Perverts. Shameless. Peony noticed they were all staring at her chest and quickly covered it with her hands, her face turning red with anger. But the more she covered, the more alluring it seemed, and the closer guys almost had nosebleeds. Behave, the boss is in luck today. One person licked their lips, their throat moving as they swallowed saliva. Yes, truly exquisite, never seen one this big before, and the face is quite attractive. These few are not bad either, much better than those flashy women in the club. I wonder if the boss is done, maybe he'll reward us with a taste too. Several guys, with dirty mouths, started critiquing the girls. Wu Nan couldn't bear it anymore. If she let them continue, who knows what vulgar words they might say. She immediately stepped forward and scolded loudly, shut up. You bunch of scoundrels, filthy rogues. Filthy rogues? He. I like that title. Today, I'll show you what a rogue can do. A young man with long hair, tall and skinny, with a sly look in his eyes, approached Wu Nan as soon as he saw her standing up. As he spoke, the young man's skinny hand reached for Wu Nan's chin. "Hey, pretty girl, why are you so angry when you look so good? Let me help you cool off. Give me a smile." Before the young man could finish his sentence, Wu Nan was furious. She swiftly raised her right hand, grabbed his wrist as he reached out, twisted it back hard, and there was a cracking sound of bones breaking immediately. "Ah!" The young man screamed in pain, cursing, "Let go, you girl, my arm is broken." Wu Nan was not about to let him off easily, thinking about the offensive words he had just said. She raised her hand, and the young man screamed even louder, bending over, tears and snot streaming down his face. Just as everyone was amazed by Wu Nan's ruthless actions, they saw her swiftly move and viciously kick the young man in the face. Ouch! The young man, who was still howling, felt like his nose, mouth, and face had been fiercely struck by a large stone. His vision filled with stars, blood gushed from his nose and mouth, and he even spat out 2 front teeth. Damn, this girl is too ruthless. So fierce, it seems not just anyone can subdue her. Exciting! I love it! In the hall, 100 or so people, after witnessing Wu Nan's methods, were astonished, admiring, and some were even inspired to fight. The scene became even more intense. Soon, some fearless individuals stepped forward to make a move on the coveted peonies. The peonies seemed to be dragging their magnificent chests, making it seem like they couldn't move easily. However, to everyone's surprise, the peonies were extremely agile. As the person approached, reaching out to grab her chest, the peony swiftly delivered a powerful and forceful kick. Bang! A muffled sound, hitting the target spot on. The men in the hall, witnessing this scene, all felt a chill down their spines. This was even more ruthless than before. Previously, only an arm was broken and 2 teeth knocked out, but now, even the lower body was shattered. Where did these girls come from? They look like angels, but when they fight, they're scarier than demons. Damn, they're terrifying. The few men who had been eyeing the peonies earlier, all had shocked expressions, subconsciously clutching their crotches and stepping back. Damn, we warned you early on that the girl is tough, but you didn't believe it. Look at me, Amal, being beaten like this. Now you know how tough they are, serves you right. Amal, with a cast on his hand and bandages around his neck, gleefully watched the 2 unlucky guys on the ground, speaking with amusement. At this moment, the burly man with the dark face glanced at Tianfengyi. "Boss, should I go?" Tianfengyi took a deep drag of his cigar, nodding. "Go ahead, be decisive." "Got it." The burly man took a step forward, and the security guards in front automatically made way. "Look, the captain is about to make a move. Those few people are in for trouble now." "Indeed, who is the captain?" "He's a well-known figure in the national Sanda community. A few women, no matter how skilled, are not his match." "Exactly, I've seen the captain fight against a foreign Muay Thai expert. That Muay Thai expert is also famous in their own country, but in less than 2 minutes, our captain knocked him out. The captain's heavy punches are not something ordinary people can withstand." The subordinates of Tianfengyi, who were intimidated by Wu Nan and Muden just now, became excited again when the stern-faced man appeared. Although they couldn't fight themselves, they were eager to watch others fight. Especially when facing such skilled beauties and their legendary captain, their anticipation grew. In a blink of an eye, the stern-faced man reached the front of the crowd, looked disdainfully at Chen Chen and Wu Nan, and arrogantly said, "I didn't intend to fight. I thought scaring you would be enough. Whatever our boss Tian says, you should follow. But since you are so unreasonable, not only did you not listen, but you also dared to hurt my men. Since you forced my hand, don't blame me. Today, I'll show you what it means to mess with the wrong person." After saying that, the stern-faced man raised his fists, one in front and one behind his chest, bent his left leg and pushed off the ground with his right leg, lowered his chin, stared straight ahead, and assumed a standard Sanda stance. "So much nonsense. I bet your strength lies in your mouth, not your fists, ha," Rose said disdainfully. They were all special forces, and combat skills were essential for each of them. Moreover, they were trained by top instructors in combat techniques, all lethal moves that surpassed the strength of the Sanda techniques used in competitions. After enduring rigorous training, they could defeat even male special forces, let alone a former Sanda athlete. Therefore, when Chen Chen wanted to act, Wu Nan immediately stopped him. "Don't act. Leave it to us. Since we are your personal bodyguards and have taken your money, we must fulfill our duties as bodyguards." Wu Nan stood in front of Chen Chen, blocking him. "But I think this black guy seems formidable. After all, you are girls. Let me handle this." Chen Chen was genuinely worried. These girls were as delicate as flowers, and if they were really hurt, it would be heartbreaking. After obtaining the divine system, Chen Chen felt incredibly strong, at least 2 or 3 times more powerful than an average person. He believed he could handle this captain easily. Even if the captain had trained, His strength was at most twice that of an average person, definitely not a match for Chen Chen. Just as Chen Chen and Wu Nan were at a standstill, to their surprise, Rose made the first move. Rose's slender figure leaped into the air, executing a graceful 360-degree roundhouse kick accurately towards the stern-faced man's head. Impressive! Such agility! Damn, this girl is not weaker than the captain. The security guards in the hall couldn't help but praise Rose when she made her move. The stern-faced man was caught off guard by Rose's swift attack. Seeing the swift kick approaching, he had to quickly lower his head to dodge. As a professional Sanda athlete, the stern-faced man's awareness and reflexes were top-notch. Just as he dodged Rose's roundhouse kick, he immediately seized an opportunity to throw a straight punch. But Rose was equally skilled. As if she had eyes on her back, she landed and jumped over a meter away, effortlessly evading the straight punch coming from behind. Then she spun around for another whirlwind kick. The stern-faced man was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the girl in front of him to have such rich combat experience. His eyes glinted with fierceness, and the force in his punches intensified. He raised his arm, preparing to withstand Rose's attack. Bang! The burly man's dark face swayed as he was kicked, moving half a step to the side. Such strength! He never expected that a seemingly delicate girl could unleash such a powerful attack. Is that so? Rose's beautiful eyes widened, her posture elegant. There's more where that came from. She followed up with a series of frontal kicks, her feet continuously flying up and down, aiming relentlessly at the burly man's chest and abdomen, almost resembling the legendary Foshan shadowless kick. The burly man used his hands to block Rose's attacks one by one. Although currently at a disadvantage, his vast experience allowed him to quickly assess that Rose excelled in leg attacks while her upper body was weaker. If he could get close enough to nullify the power of her legs, he could easily subdue her. The burly man smirked. Seizing an opportunity, he lunged forward and found himself just inches away from Rose. Abandoning punches, he spread his arms wide and attempted to embrace Rose tightly, intending to render her legs powerless. In Sanda, there was a technique known as the bear hug takedown. Confident in his strength, he believed that by holding onto this girl, even if he didn't throw her, just squeezing her tightly would be enough to make her faint. Gazing at the imminent victory, at Rose's delicate and beautiful face, the burly man felt elated, almost ecstatic. However, suddenly, Rose, who had been serious and focused, stood still as if she had anticipated the burly man's move and was waiting to be embraced. At the same time, a victorious smile played on her face. "Oh no!" the burly man exclaimed inwardly, "This little girl must have planned this all along." However, it was already too late for him to react. Trying to dodge was futile at this point. With his hands wrapped around her, exposing a large gap in his defense, Rose took advantage of his relaxed upper body defense and swiftly delivered an elbow strike. Smack! Rose's elbow struck forcefully from below, directly hitting the burly man's chin. As the burly man opened his mouth in surprise, the unexpected elbow strike caused him to bite his own tongue. His massive body leaned back, spitting out a small piece of bloody flesh. Damn! The captain's tongue got bitten off. How is that possible? The captain has been defeated? Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, seizing the opportunity as the burly man leaned back, Rose aimed at his exposed neck and delivered a swift chop with her hand. Splurt! Blood sprayed out wildly. The burly man, the formidable figure in the eyes of countless people, had fallen. In an instant, silence enveloped the entire arena. Everyone was stunned, staring at Rose in terror. They never imagined that the former professional Sanda athlete, who could take on a dozen opponents single-handedly, would be defeated by a girl. And to top it off, he even lost a piece of his tongue. Was this girl really just an ordinary woman? Was there a fierce beast residing beneath her beautiful exterior? The security guards and thugs were all trembling in fear, shocked by the 3 out of the 6 girls who had already engaged in combat, each displaying a sharpness akin to female assassins. Any one of them could probably take down all of them, and there were still 3 who hadn't made a move yet. If they joined in, it was unimaginable. Even if 100 more people came, even if the entire security company of 500 men were called in, they might not stand a chance against them. At this moment, those who had initially harbored ill intentions towards Wu Nan and her friends were secretly relieved that they hadn't acted impulsively. If they had made a move just now, not only would they have gained nothing, but they might have even lost their manhood in the process. In the hall, Tianfeng's security guards and thugs dared not take another step forward. Tianfeng himself had not anticipated that things would escalate to this extent. Even his head of security was no match for these girls. Despite bringing over 100 men, they couldn't suppress the aura of the opposing group. He was suddenly filled with anger. He shouted at the security guards and thugs standing dumbfounded in the hall, "What are you standing there for? Just a few women, what's there to fear?" Attack them, whoever can defeat one will receive 100,000, defeat two, and get 300,000. Whoever can subdue these women can take them back to play with as they please, so go on. Those who had been fearful initially, upon hearing Tianfeng's words, regained some courage in their eyes. With the promise from the boss that they could take the women back for themselves, they felt emboldened, knowing that if anything went wrong, the boss would have their backs. Moreover, there were rewards, 100,000 for one, 300,000 for two. Considering their meager monthly salaries of 4 to 5,000, missing out on this opportunity to strike it rich would be a pity. In no time, many people were eyeing Chen Chen and the girls with a hint of interest. Although the girls were skilled fighters, facing a crowd, the outcome was uncertain. Let's attack together, someone shouted, and the hesitant ones seemed to be spurred on, rushing forward immediately. In such situations, someone needed to take the lead. If one person acted, the rest would follow suit. In an instant, a large group of people charged towards Chen Chen and the others. Wu Nan and her friends quickly assumed defensive positions and engaged in the fight. Baihe, Zizhu, and Xuelan, although they hadn't fought earlier, now displayed their true strength in the melee. Being former special forces, they were no pushovers. Each of them could easily take down a burly man with a single move. Seeing the situation escalate, Chen Chen knew it was time to act. Having witnessed Chen Chen's fighting skills before, Wu Nan trusted he could handle himself and refrained from intervening, ready to step in if things got dangerous. However, to her surprise, Wu Nan soon realized that Chen Chen's abilities far exceeded her expectations. The security guards and thugs were like chickens and dogs in front of Chen Chen. He knocked them down with a slap and kicked them half dead with a single blow. Wang, who had failed to mediate the situation and had his teacup smashed, couldn't contain his anger upon seeing Chen Chen in action. He bellowed, "Everyone in the hotel, whether security, staff, or kitchen workers, come out and fight. If you defeat Chen, I'll give everyone a bonus." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ran a few steps, and viciously kicked a man with Tian Security written on his backside. Upon hearing Wang's call, the staff of the Zhonghai International Hotel rushed over, with the chefs brandishing knives and ladles to join the fray. Chen Chen nodded in approval. These were his employees indeed. He shouted, "Hit them hard. Once this is over, each of you will receive a 100,000 bonus and 3 days off." As soon as Chen Chen spoke, the morale among the hotel staff soared. A 100,000 bonus and 3 days off, this boss was something else. On Tianfeng's side, the mood deflated as they compared. While everyone here would receive a share, each person on their side would only get 10,000 for defeating one person. Faced with this comparison, they were all tempted to defect on the spot. During the chaotic situation, Tianfeng, who sensed trouble, took out his phone and made a call. After hanging up, he leisurely blew a smoke ring, looking relaxed and unconcerned as more and more of Tian's security guards were being taken down, seemingly detached from the situation. He didn't seem worried at all about Chen Chen coming to deal with him later. About 10 minutes passed, and the noisy voices gradually subsided. The security guards and thugs brought by Tianfeng had all been knocked down, and Chen Chen and the Wunan sisters arrived in front of Tianfeng. "You old bastard, anyone else left? Bring more if you have, seems like we haven't had enough to beat up." Chen Chen chuckled. "Humph, you dared to say such disgusting things to insult us earlier, now it's our turn to deal with you, right?" Newton said angrily. Facing the questioning from Chen Chen and the others, Tianfeng still sat there nonchalantly, shaking the cigar ash in his hand, and said with a relaxed smile, "You think that by taking care of these small fries, you can touch me? Ha ha, you are too naive. Just wait and see, I'll show you how powerful Tianfeng is in Zhonghai City." "What do you mean? Does he still have some tricks up his sleeve?" The Wunan sisters exchanged glances, puzzled. Indeed, before they could ask, there was a screeching sound of brakes outside the Zhonghai International Hotel. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed sharply in a black Zhongshan suit, strode in with a group of people. They quickly filled the lobby, numbering in the hundreds, and upon entering, they immediately made everyone kneel down. Whether it was Tianfeng's thugs and security guards or the people in the hotel, all knelt down obediently. Only Chen Chen and the Wunan sisters remained unfazed, standing stubbornly. Chen Chen was puzzled. Who were these people exactly? They arrived just at the right time after he had dealt with Tianfeng's men. These people looked fierce and powerful, much more intimidating than Tianfeng's security guards and thugs. They were probably a powerful force in Zhonghai, perhaps even more influential than Tianfeng. Chen Chen's guess was spot on. After the middle-aged man entered, he walked directly to Tianfeng. Despite his stern expression, his tone was still polite as he said, "Boss Tian, we rushed over as soon as we received your call. You said someone was threatening you here. Who exactly are they? Are these people in front of you?" Yes. Tianfeng immediately put on a weak appearance. "I was supposed to treat my company's security to a meal today, but unexpectedly, after we came in, we were surrounded by the people in this hotel for no reason, and many of my employees were injured. Mr. Zhang, you must intervene for us. You shameless. Clearly, you brought people to cause trouble for us, now you turn the tables and claim we are threatening you, how despicable. Newton said furiously. Shut up. I didn't ask for your opinion, don't interrupt. The middle-aged man addressed as Mr. Zhang sternly rebuked. What exactly happened? I will get to the bottom of this. After speaking, Mr. Zhang's fierce gaze swept back and forth between Chen Chen and the Wunan sisters for a while, as if they didn't seem to have any background. He then ordered his subordinates in a commanding tone, Men, now take all the troublemakers from this hotel back. In Shanghai, my words are law. Yes. His men immediately acted on the order and started to apprehend people. Wait a minute. Chen Chen spoke loudly. Why are you only taking our people? They are the troublemakers, you are not arresting them but want to take us away. Is this fair? Fair? Ha ha ha. Tianfeng stood up from the sofa, walked up to Chen Chen, and arrogantly said, Young man, you are still too inexperienced. In Shanghai City, we make the rules. Dare to challenge me, and you won't even know how you'll die. This Mr. Zhang is a big shot in Shanghai City, with a deep background and a profound understanding of handling things, making him the most influential person in Shanghai over the years. Whenever Tianfeng and his group encounter problems they can't solve, they always seek out Mr. Zhang to act as a referee. As long as he speaks, no one dares to disobey. Tian boss, why waste time talking to them, Mr. Zhang impatiently waved his hand. Alright, take them back immediately. It seemed that Mr. Zhang didn't want things to escalate here or reveal too much about his relationship with Tianfeng, as he had his principles to uphold and needed to maintain his influence. The more discreetly things were handled, the less trouble for him. He had been following this principle for years, which is why no major incidents had occurred. Once back in his territory, he could act without much restraint. Wait! Just as Chen Chen was considering his next move, Wu Nan spoke again, Mr. Zhang, please wait, I'll make a call. Make a call? Oof. It's useless no matter who you call. Do you think this is your territory? Tianfeng looked disdainfully at Wu Nan, thinking she was just stalling for time. A girl working as a bodyguard, who would she call? In Shanghai City, Tianfeng knew more than just this Mr. Zhang. There were many influential figures, all part of the same circle. They shared both glory and downfall, which is why Tianfeng dared to bring 100 people to cause trouble recklessly. If they couldn't handle it, he could easily call for reinforcements. Mr. Zhang beside him seemed unsure about Chen Chen and his friend's background. When Wu Nan mentioned making a call, he neither agreed nor opposed. Wu Nan immediately took out her phone, found a number labeled Uncle Zhao in her contacts, dialed it, and got through quickly. The person on the other end seemed surprised. Nan, why did you suddenly call Uncle? Didn't you just finish your military service? Do you need Uncle to help you find a job? Uncle Zhao, I've already found a job. I need your help with something today. Oh, what is it? Since you called me, it must be serious. Tell me about it. Well, a group of people came to cause trouble, and we had to fight back. When they couldn't win, they brought reinforcements. This Mr. Zhang, who came with a large group, clearly favors them. He wants to take us away without explanation. Can you help us out? Oh, is that so? Is Mr. Zhang still there? Let me talk to him. Wu Nan handed her phone to Mr. Zhang and said, take the call. Mr. Zhang remained cold and reluctant, showing no interest in answering. After a while, he picked up the phone and coldly asked, who is this? Zhao. I'm sorry. Initially arrogant and fierce, Mr. Zhang's expression changed drastically as soon as he answered the call, becoming fearful and anxious. I will definitely investigate thoroughly. There must be a misunderstanding. I won't show any bias. I have no connection with the troublemakers. I will handle this properly. Mr. Zhang spoke humbly into the phone, almost as if he wanted to kneel down. After a short while, the call ended, and when he returned the phone to Wu Nan, his icy demeanor had softened considerably. Mr. Zhang returned the phone to Wu Nan and exclaimed loudly, I was a bit confused just now, didn't clarify things before giving orders. Now I realize I made a mistake. This is Shanghai International Hotel, how could people here cause trouble on their own? In this situation, I think it's the Tian security personnel who came over to stir up trouble. Everyone, immediately tie up Tianfeng and his men, take them back for questioning. These people must have done a lot of bad things. What? Is this a mistake? How could this happen? Tianfeng was dumbfounded, his mind not reacting properly. Mr. Zhang, did you make a mistake? What mistake? It's you. Dare to bring people to cause trouble, take them away. Mr. Zhang shouted, and his subordinates dared not delay, immediately tying Tianfengyi securely with a rope. Tianfengyi's men were also tied up, a large group, all taken away. Only after Mr. Zhang and Tianfengyi's people had all left, did Boss Wang, with a big lump on his forehead, run to Chen Chen and Wu Nan, giving them a thumbs up in admiration. I admire you, too powerful. Not only did you defeat Tianfengyi, but with just a phone call from Miss Wu Nan, even Mr. Zhang was scared. You guys are like gods. I've wasted half my life, Boss Chen. I'll follow you wholeheartedly from now on. Too impressive. The employees of Shanghai International Hotel, who were frightened when they were about to be arrested just now, were surprised that with just one phone call, things turned around. Not only were they released, but the other party was taken away. They looked excitedly at Chen Chen and Wu Nan, praising the boss's extraordinary methods. Chen Chen was also puzzled. Who did Wu Nan call to scare the big shots of Shanghai City like that? He was about to ask, but Wu Nan spoke up. Are you curious who I called to make Mr. Zhang so afraid? Chen Chen nodded. He. Actually, it's no one special. Don't forget, we are retired special forces, our identities are unique. It's not surprising to know a few big shots, right? Wu Nan smiled. True. Chen Chen saw that she casually found a reason and seemed unwilling to say more, so he didn't continue to ask. Alright. Chen Chen clapped his hands, smiling. Everyone has been through a lot today. Each person gets a 100,000 yuan bonus, 3 days off, the hotel will be closed for 3 days, all departments will be free for internal staff for 3 days, everyone have a good time. Wow! Great! Hooray! Shanghai International Hotel immediately buzzed with excitement. In the evening, Dong Qianqian also rushed over. When she heard Chen Chen recounting what happened during the day, her eyes widened. She was also happy that Chen Chen had found Wu Nan and the other 5 sisters. These days, Dong Qianqian had just taken over her family's company, busy all day long, not to mention meeting Chen Chen. She didn't even have much time for phone calls. As soon as she saw him, Chen Chen didn't chat for long, but took her to the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. I've only known them for a few days, and we've only encountered fights and killings. I haven't had a chance yet. Chen Chen comforted Dong Qianqian's silky white skin, somewhat helplessly. He. Do you want me to help you talk to them? I see they all like you, Dong Qianqian giggled. They are all very beautiful, that Wu Nan, innocent-looking, hot figure, very charming at first sight. If you take her in, you will be very happy. Rose is lovely, playful, smart, quite good too. And Lily, purple bamboo, snow orchid, they are all exquisite beauties. Don't waste resources. In the Shanghai International Hotel restaurant, Wu Nan and her 6 sisters were enjoying a lively meal with other people from the hotel. Chen Chen impatiently pulled away the blushing Dong Qianqian, and they all saw it. Several girls were very clever and guessed what the 2 of them were up to. Rose took a sip of juice and enviously said, Miss Qianqian is so beautiful, I envy her so much. Are you envious of Miss Qianqian's beauty, or are you envious of the attention she's getting right now? Rose teased straightforwardly. Oh, look at her. Peony blushed instantly, and seeing everyone looking shy and not speaking, she straightforwardly said, I am envious, don't you envy her? Look at how good Chen Chen is to us, he looks handsome, and I like him. If he's willing, I'll. Peony couldn't finish her sentence, her face as red as an apple, almost burying it in her 3060 chest. Ice Beauty Shuelan, for once, dropped her goddess demeanor and said, I think Chen Chen is quite nice. Yeah, I didn't say he's not good, but he's already with Miss Qianqian, who knows if he'll like us too. Rose sighed. Wu Nan looked at them, not saying a word, but the blush on her face, the tenderness in her eyes when mentioning Chen Chen, seemed to say all that needed to be said. You little girls, what infatuation are you getting into? It's most important to protect him, you know? Don't think too much for now, okay? Oh, got it. He. The girls frolicked, but deep down, they were probably all wondering how Chen Chen and Dong Qianqian were having a wild time. The next morning, Chen Chen was suddenly awakened by a ringing phone. He picked up his phone and saw the name Li Xiaojing displayed on it. Chen Chen suddenly remembered a serious issue. After getting the Cosmic Tycoon system these days, he was so preoccupied with spending money that he seemed to have forgotten to go to school. Damn, he had forgotten that he was still a university student. If he hadn't seen the name Li Xiaojing, he wouldn't have remembered about school. Chen Chen quickly answered the phone. A hurried voice came from the other end. Chen Chen, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you come to school for several days? Are you running out of living expenses and working part-time? But you still need to remember to attend classes. Come back quickly, today is the selection of impoverished students. The subsidy is 3,000 yuan. If you don't come soon, you'll lose the qualification. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you in the classroom. A girl on the other end spoke rapidly like a machine gun. Chen Shen felt warm in his heart and gratefully said, "I got it, Xiaojing, thank you, I'll come right away." After that, he hung up the phone. Chen Shen let out a sigh, lying back on the soft bed, reminiscing about some past school memories. When he first entered university, Li Xiaojing was his classmate. Her family situation was not good either. She usually only bought the cheapest meals, sometimes even just a bowl of plain rice with her own pickles. Because she was afraid of being seen by other students, afraid of her fragile self-esteem being trampled on again, she rarely ate with other classmates. She didn't want to be looked down upon, and she rarely participated in class activities, hardly having any friends in the class. Chen Shen's situation was similar to Li Xiaojing's in the past. They both lived in hardship, couldn't afford good meals, even the cheapest meals in the school cafeteria on the ground floor. They could only have them every few days. So, gradually, the two of them often spent time together, chatting, taking walks, and sometimes Li Xiaojing would bring some homemade snacks for Chen Shen. When Chen Shen returned from the orphanage, bringing fresh cucumbers and tomatoes, he would also take Li Xiaojing to the small lake on campus to share with her. Eating vegetables together seemed more delicious than any fruit and better than any meal from a fancy restaurant. After Chen Shen started dating Dong Qianqian, a wealthy girl, although Dong Qianqian wanted to help Chen Shen, he always refused and kept it to himself. So, in Li Xiaojing's eyes, Chen Shen was always seen as someone with a similar unfortunate fate like her, and she always looked out for him. This touched Chen Shen deeply, and he wanted to protect her, thinking that maybe it would have been nice if Li Xiaojing had been his girlfriend instead of Dong Qianqian. Despite Li Xiaojing's poor family background, she was beautiful, with a fresh and elegant girl-next-door look. She just didn't have the money to buy nice clothes and makeup, making her less noticeable compared to other girls at school. Chen Shen thought that if Li Xiaojing dressed up nicely, she would surely impress many people. Now that Chen Shen had money, he thought it was time to help Li Xiaojing. He kissed the sleeping Dong Qianqian, who was exhausted, and then got up to go to school. The 3,000 yuan poverty allowance was no longer appealing to Chen Shen. He was going to help Li Xiaojing. A few days ago, she mentioned that her mother was still in the hospital waiting for surgery, which cost 200,000 yuan, and his father was also unwell, supporting the family by doing odd jobs. Chen Shen thought, since money had to be spent anyway, he might as well help them out. At the entrance of Shanghai University, after Chen Shen and Wu Nan arrived, Chen Shen decided not to let them accompany him inside. With 6 beautiful women like them, it would surely cause a stir if they entered the school together. Chen Shen didn't want people at school to know about his newfound wealth yet. He had always been known as a poor student with very limited means, and suddenly claiming to be wealthy might invite unnecessary trouble. So, Chen Shen told Wu Nan at the gate, "I'll go in by myself. There won't be any danger in school. You all can go shopping, have fun, buy clothes, or even each get a car you like. Those black Autos and Mercedes driven by the company every day are getting boring. Go ahead, don't worry about money. Keep all the shopping bills, and I'll pay for them." "Great!" Peony exclaimed happily, "I've been wanting my own sports car for a long time." Rose and the other girls brightened up at Chen Shen's words. "Are you sure you don't want us to go in with you?" Wu Nan asked, still a bit concerned. "No need, trust me." "Alright then, call us if you need anything. We'll wait for you here after school." Seeing Chen Shen's firm attitude, Wu Nan didn't say more. With a reluctant look at Chen Shen, Wu Nan got into the car with the other 5 girls and drove away. After they left, Chen Shen turned and walked slowly towards the school. It was around 9:30 in the morning, the time for classes to begin. In the past, if he was late, especially on a crucial day for selecting impoverished students, Chen Shen would have rushed there without hesitation. After all, the 3,000 yuan allowance was a huge sum for a poor student from an orphanage. He hadn't earned that much even after working hard for 1 or 2 months, so Chen Shen always valued the annual allowance. But at this moment, things were different. After obtaining the Universe Tycoon system, with a monthly income of 10 billion, 3,000 yuan is nothing compared to 10 billion. Chen Shen no longer cares about this small subsidy. If he misses it, so be it. It's better to give it to other classmates who may need it more. Therefore, Chen Shen walks calmly and leisurely. In the past, he lived from hand to mouth, always thinking about how to make money, with no room for anything else in his mind. He didn't even pay attention to what the campus looked like. Today, as he returns, Chen Shen realizes that the school environment is quite beautiful. The maple trees on both sides of the main road are all very sturdy, looking like they have been there for decades. The lush foliage covers the sky, creating a vibrant and flourishing scene. Walking under the trees, he feels extremely relaxed. Even the nearby small lake looks wider and cleaner than usual. While admiring the campus scenery, Chen Shen follows the familiar route and soon arrives at the entrance of his classroom. The door is open, and inside stands a middle-aged woman in her 40s, who looks like a teacher. When she catches sight of Chen Chen at the door from the corner of her eye, she first hesitates slightly, then a look of displeasure and disdain appears on her face. She pretends not to have seen anything and continues facing the audience, saying, "Those who qualify for the poverty-stricken student status can now report their names. We will write them on the blackboard later for discussion and voting. This year's subsidy is still 3,000 yuan. Although it's not much, it can still be very helpful for students in real need. I hope that when you vote later, you will vote for those good students. As for those who are often absent or late, forget about them. They simply don't deserve the subsidy." With that, she deliberately turns away, not even looking towards the classroom door. The other students in the classroom had already seen Chen Chen standing at the door. Seeing the teacher pretending not to notice and not letting him in, and saying those words, they knew the teacher must be trying to make things difficult for Chen Chen again. This teacher is called Wang Lina, unattractive in appearance, overweight, unhappy at home, and going through menopause, so she finds fault with everyone. In the past, Chen Chen was often late due to part-time work, and Wang Lina always had a short fuse. So when she saw Chen Chen, she got angry, thinking that if he had poor living conditions, that was one thing, but not striving to study and improve was another, which made her look down on him even more. This time, Chen Chen had not come to school for several days in a row. Wang Lina, as the class counselor, was about to call Chen Chen later and give him a final warning, but she didn't expect Chen Chen to show up at this time. This made Wang Lina even more furious. "You come neither early nor late, just when we are selecting the poverty-stricken student status, you show up. How coincidental." Wang Lina pretended not to see Chen Chen, not wanting to give him this opportunity, deliberately preventing him from receiving the 3,000 yuan subsidy. Li Xiaojing sat at her desk, looking towards the door with a worried expression. She had been worrying about Chen Chen all along, afraid that if he came too late and missed the selection, he would never be able to get the subsidy. When it was time to report names, and Chen Chen had not yet arrived, she was extremely anxious. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen's figure suddenly appeared at the classroom door. Li Xiaojing finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, to her surprise, although Chen Chen had arrived, Wang Lina ignored him and left him hanging at the door. Li Xiaojing kept signaling to Chen Chen at the door, urging him to come in quickly, but Chen Chen seemed relaxed, showing no signs of worry or urgency. After being left hanging for a while, Chen Chen, seeing that Wang Lina had no intention of letting him in, started to feel impatient. Chen Chen could be sure that this woman going through menopause had noticed her presence early on but was deliberately pretending not to see. She definitely wanted to embarrass herself and lose the eligibility for selection. Chen Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he loudly said, "Report." With that, all the students in the classroom turned their gaze to Chen Chen, but Wang Lina seemed deaf to it, showing no reaction. She remained standing in the middle aisle of the classroom, facing backward, with her back to Chen Chen. "Report!" Chen Chen shouted again when she ignored him. At this moment, Li Xiaojing also stood up and said, "Teacher, Chen Chen has been standing at the door for a while. Shouldn't we let him in?" Seeing Li Xiaojing standing up, Wang Lina realized she couldn't continue to feign ignorance. She turned her head to glance at Chen Chen, pretending to be surprised. "Oh, isn't this Chen Chen? When did you come? I haven't seen you for so many days. I thought you found a good job to make money and didn't need to come to school anymore." The other students looked at Chen Chen standing at the door with sympathy. "I just forgot," Chen Chen said lightly. "Forgot?" Wang Lina said with a fake smile. "You, a student, actually forgot to come to school, and for so many days at that? Who are you trying to fool? Since you forgot, how come you suddenly remembered today? Is it because today is the selection for the impoverished student qualification, and you remembered there's money to be had? Do you think this little money is worth me remembering?" "Ha, I really just forgot," Chen Chen said. Seeing her relentless questioning and not bothering to engage further, he raised his head and walked into the classroom. Looking at Li Xiaojing standing there, Chen Chen walked a few steps and sat down in the empty seat next to her. Seeing Chen Chen's unexpectedly rude and arrogant attitude, Wang Lina became even more annoyed. "Humph. Did we hear you correctly? You don't care about this little money anymore? Then why did you come back today?" "Exactly, Chen Chen, haven't seen you in a few days, didn't expect you to start caring about face and bragging." Suddenly, a male student in the class dressed in branded clothes sneered, "You say you don't care about this little money at all, pretending to be rich? How many times have you applied for the impoverished student status without you? You're the kind who wants to show off but also wants to maintain a facade. How disgusting is that? Yang Chao, what are you saying?" Chen Chen immediately looked at the speaking student, angry. "Oh, haven't seen you in a few days, even your temper has grown, looks like you need a lesson." Yang Chao stood up abruptly. Yang Chao was a second-generation rich kid. His family owned several car sales companies, with assets exceeding $1 billion, and he was the most well-off in the class. Because he spent money extravagantly, he had quite a few hangers-on around him. Generally, in the class, even in the school, there were not many people who dared to provoke him. Previously, Shin deliberately avoided Yang Chao, firstly because the two were too different, not on the same level, and there was no need for contact, and secondly, Shin was busy with life every day. Where was the time to waste with him? In Yang Chao's eyes, this was a manifestation of inferiority and submission. So, when he heard Shen's retort today, Yang Chao suddenly felt humiliated. Never did he expect that even the worst student in the class, Shen, dared not to put him in his eyes. How could he bear it? He immediately stood up, wanting to go and teach Shen a lesson. But Wang Lina was still there. Although she also looked down on Shen, she was after all the class advisor. She wouldn't just stand by and watch students fight in the classroom. She immediately stopped the angry Yang Chao and asked everyone to submit the names for applying for the impoverished student qualification. Yang Chao glared at Shen viciously, shook his fist threateningly. "Kid, enjoy your moment of triumph for now. After classes this afternoon, when we're out of the school gate, watch how I deal with you." "Sure, I'll be waiting. Don't run away like a coward then." Shen smiled. Yang Chao's face turned green with anger. He never expected that Shen today seemed like a different person, showing no fear towards him and even daring to mock him back. It seemed that if he didn't teach him a lesson, there would be no more dignity for him as the leader in this class. "Stop it," Li Xiaojing immediately pulled Shen's arm. "Why provoke Yang Chao? His family is wealthy, and he has many people around him. If you clash with him, how will you handle the consequences? Hurry up and write your name down. I'll give it to the teacher right away. Luckily you came just in time. Any later and you might have really missed this opportunity." After speaking, Li Xiaojing took out 2 pieces of paper, one for Shen and the other she neatly wrote her own name on. "I really don't need it." Shen looked at the blank paper, not picking up the pen, and said to Li Xiaojing, "You don't need to apply either. I have money now, I can help you." Shen knew that Li Xiaojing had a strong sense of pride. If he gave her money rashly, she would definitely refuse it, even seeing it as pity and charity. So, Shen decided to test the waters and see if she would accept his help. As expected, Li Xiaojing immediately became somewhat angry and said, "Shen, what's gotten into you? You haven't been to school for a few days, and you've changed so much. Have you been influenced by bad company outside of school? How much can you earn doing odd jobs every day? And now you look down on subsidies and want to help me? If you keep talking big like this, I won't talk to you anymore." Seeing Shen not writing, Li Xiaojing took back the paper she handed over and wrote Shen's name on it. Then, she stood up from her seat, walked to the front of the classroom, and placed the 2 papers with the names on the podium. When Wang Lina saw Shen's name, her face was filled with disdain. In a short while, the students who wanted to apply had all submitted their names. Wang Lina then copied those names onto the blackboard one by one. There were a total of 42 students in the class, 17 applied, but there were only 10 spots available. After writing the names, Wang Lina said, "Alright, based on your knowledge, choose 10 out of these 17 applicants whom you think should receive the subsidy for impoverished students. We will be fair and transparent, and the one with the most votes will receive the school's 3,000 yuan." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Chao, full of anger, saw Shen's name on the blackboard and sneered disdainfully, "I thought you had some backbone, saying you didn't want the subsidy, yet here you are submitting your name? Truly hypocritical. I've never seen someone so shameless." Hearing Yang Chao's mockery, Shen couldn't be bothered to respond. He had no interest in such a clown. This guy was too poor, not worth his time. Besides, what was 3,000 yuan to him now? But if he insisted on not taking it, he might hurt Li Xiaojing's feelings. "Oh well, let's just apply. Maybe I won't even get it. I'll just go to the principal later and donate some more money to the school in the end." Shen made up his mind. After this was over, he would go to the principal's office. He would donate tens of millions to the school, and ask the principal to give more money to those truly impoverished students in the school's name. Especially Li Xiaojing, Shen believed that if the principal gave her some money as a school reward, she would gladly accept it. Therefore, Shen didn't care about the current selection at all. As the votes were counted, the results quickly emerged. Li Xiaojing had the most votes and rightfully secured the first place. And Shen was surprised to find out that he had also been selected as one of the impoverished students, ranking 7th in the votes. Shen could only smile helplessly and accept the result awkwardly. Watching Shen being elected, Wang Lina looked somewhat indignant, emphasizing Shen's name with a heavy tone. Yang Chao, seeing Shen being selected again, was also gritting his teeth. By 10:30, the class came to an end. Chen Shen greeted Li Xiaojing, saying there was something to attend to and they would return for lunch, meeting at the restaurant entrance. Before Li Xiaojing could ask what was going on, Chen Shen had already left the classroom. A few minutes later, Chen Shen stood at the principal's office door and knocked on the heavy wooden door in front of him. "Come in." A middle-aged man's gentle voice came from inside. Hearing someone inside, Chen Shen pushed the door open. "Hello, principal. Who are you?" A silver-haired man with glasses, looking sharp and spirited, sat behind the desk writing something. He stopped writing, raised his eyebrows, and asked as Chen Shen entered. "I'm Chen Shen, a student of our school. I have something to discuss with you today." "Chen Shen? Oh, you're the student with a special background, raised in an orphanage, right?" The principal seemed to have a deep impression of the name. "What's the matter? Is it about the financial aid for impoverished students today? According to your conditions, you should qualify. If there's an issue, I can help you reapply." "Oh, no, it's not about applying for financial aid," Chen Shen said. "Then what is it?" The principal was puzzled. An ordinary student should go to their class counselor if they had any issues, so why come to the principal's office? The principal took off his glasses, rubbed his temples, then stood up and walked to a long sofa, gesturing for Chen Shen to sit. "Come, sit down and tell me slowly." "Okay." Chen Shen didn't seem restrained. After sitting on the single sofa beside the principal, he said, "Although I didn't come for my own financial aid qualification, it's indeed related. I grew up in an orphanage with poor conditions. After entering university, the school provided me with significant help. Now that I have some money, I want to donate to the school." "Oh, I see," the principal nodded approvingly. "Chen Shen, you're commendable. You've earned money and immediately thought of giving back to the school, to those who helped you. I'm pleased. However, I don't think you need to donate all your money to the school right after earning it. You've worked hard. It's not easy. At this stage, you should invest more in yourself, replenish your nutrition, buy some books. When you really make big money in the future, it's not too late to give back to the school. I will warmly welcome you then." The principal spoke kindly and sincerely, advising Chen Shen. He thought Chen Shen must have earned a few hundred or thousand yuan from a job and now wanted to donate it to the school. He didn't want to dampen the students' enthusiasm but also didn't want a financially struggling student to donate all their hard-earned money to the school, hence the advice for Chen Shen to spend on himself and studies. "No, principal, I'm not donating a small amount, and I already have money now, no need to wait for the future," Chen Shen explained. He. "Alright, since you insist on donating, I won't stop you. In that case, go find your class counselor, give the money to her, and I will make sure the school awards you a certificate." The principal still smiled warmly, speaking calmly to Chen Shen. In his eyes, the money Chen Shen donated seemed entirely unnecessary to come to him. The principal had many tasks to handle every day, and he didn't have time for such trivial matters. So, he wanted Chen Shen to go directly to find the class counselor. But when Chen Shen heard his words, he smiled and said, "I'm afraid if I donate too much money, the counselor won't dare to accept it, so I came directly to you." "What?" Now it was the principal's turn to be surprised. "Donate too much, and the counselor won't dare to accept it? How much do you want to donate?" He never expected that Chen Shen would say such a thing. A poor student like him could only donate a few hundred or a few thousand at most. The possibility of tens of thousands was slim. It was quite exaggerated to say that even the counselor wouldn't dare to accept that amount of money. "I'll donate 1 billion, Chen Shen said calmly. "How much?" The principal almost fell off the sofa in shock, staring at Chen Shen in disbelief. "Did you say you want to donate how much?" 1 billion, Chen Shen repeated. 1 billion? The principal was at a loss for words, trembling as he asked, "How do you have so much money?" Chen Shen didn't know how to explain it at that moment. Saying he had a system that gave him 10 billion a month was definitely not an option. Not to mention that the principal, a staunch materialist scholar, wouldn't believe it. Even if he did, what if he wanted Chen Shen to participate in experiments for science? That was definitely not feasible. The risk was too great. Winning the lottery? But who didn't know that he used to struggle to even have enough to eat, let alone spend money on lottery tickets? Besides, even winning a first prize in the lottery would only be 5 million after taxes, saving about 4 million. How many first prizes would he need to win to reach 1 billion? It sounded absurd. While Chen Shen was struggling with this, the principal suddenly seemed to have a thought and asked in confusion, "Chen Shen, are you not an orphan? Have your family found you? Is your family very wealthy?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shen realized the principal was indeed knowledgeable and imaginative. Before he could even think of it, the principal had already considered it. Chen Shen immediately smiled and nodded. "The situation is similar to what you said. I also happened to come into an unexpected fortune. I had a difficult life before and received a lot of help from the school. Now that I am capable, I want to donate a portion to the school to help those students in need, so they can focus on their studies without worrying about their livelihood. Good, good, good. I knew I didn't misjudge you, Chen Chen. You are truly an outstanding student nurtured by our school. I will report your deeds to the city and make sure you receive great recognition. I will also include you in the school's list of distinguished alumni. You are the most generous donor in our school's 100-year history. The principal was very excited, holding Chen Chen's hand, almost shedding tears of joy. Shall we donate now? Chen Chen was thinking about meeting Li Shaojing for lunch later. Now, the principal looked hesitant. I think this should be done in a more grand manner. We should gather all the teachers and students for a grand donation ceremony. That would be more appropriate. Oh, Chen Chen was taken aback and waved his hand. I don't think it's necessary. I came to you privately because I didn't want more people to know that it was me who donated. As long as this money is used where it's needed, that's all that matters. In school, Chen Chen really didn't want to show off or let his classmates know how wealthy he was. Here, he hoped to remain anonymous, wanting everyone to think he was still the struggling student. Integrity and moral courage. Integrity and moral courage. The principal looked at the calm Chen Chen, giving him a thumbs up, his silver hair trembling with excitement. I never expected that you not only have a mature perspective on money but also remain indifferent to fame. To have such a high level of integrity at such a young age, I admire you. I truly admire you. The principal looked at Chen Chen with reverence in his eyes, as if he had encountered a great sage whom he had to look up to. Chen Chen, however, paid no attention to that and kept urging him to quickly bring the person from the school's finance department. A few minutes after the principal made a phone call, a woman in her 30s from the finance department came over slowly. She was wearing a sky blue knitted sweater, beige corduroy pants, and shiny embellished leather shoes, with a half-asleep, half-lazy look. Upon entering the office and seeing only the principal and Chen Chen, she asked in surprise, "Principal, didn't you say someone was going to donate to the school? Where is the person?" "It's me," Chen Chen said. The woman casually glanced at Chen Chen and said, "You're still a student. Just give the donation to your counselor directly. Why make me come over again?" Her tone carried a hint of complaint and impatience. "Xiao Wu, watch your words," the principal immediately criticized. "I asked you to come, so you come." Before the principal could continue, Chen Chen interrupted, "Sorry for not informing you in advance. Since you're here, let's process the payment quickly. Just transfer the funds, it's no trouble." With that, Chen Chen took out the card linked to the Universe Tycoon system and handed it to Xiao Wu. Seeing the principal speak, Xiao Wu reluctantly took the card and skillfully swiped it through the card reader in her arms. Then, she suddenly remembered something and asked, how much should I charge?" 1 billion. The principal said excitedly with a flushed face. "What?" Xiao Wu almost dropped the card reader in her arms. She even doubted if she misheard or if the principal, being old, didn't speak clearly. 1 billion? How much money was that? Someone was donating 1 billion. Was it this young-looking student in front of her? She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. "Yes, 1 billion, please proceed with the payment." Chen Chen confirmed again. "Oh, okay. Xiao Wu regained her composure and agreed repeatedly. Now she understood why the principal got angry when she complained earlier. If she were the principal and someone wanted to donate 1 billion, she would treat him like an ancestor. How could she risk upsetting such a wealthy benefactor? Thinking this, Xiao Wu was no longer tired. She immediately became alert and carefully entered the number 100 million on the card reader. She was also amazed by the situation, thankful she didn't act too rudely earlier and relieved that Chen Chen didn't get upset. If Chen Chen had really been displeased and decided not to donate because of her behavior, she would have committed a grave mistake. The principal might not just dismiss her, but she could face severe consequences, considering the large sum of money involved. Beep beep beep. A crisp mechanical sound rang out. The card payment was successful. The principal's eyes narrowed into a smile. He held Chen Shen's hand, insisting on keeping him, inviting him for lunch, and promising that although Chen Shen didn't seek fame, the school would show its gratitude. Chen Shen was not being polite or humble, he genuinely didn't take these matters seriously. As he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and said, "Principal, I have one more small matter to trouble you with." "Oh?" The principal was taken aback, thinking it was another request for a donation. He quickly said, "Don't be polite, just tell me what you need. As long as the school can do it, we will spare no effort to help." "Well, this matter isn't difficult at all. There's a classmate in our class named Li Shaojing, whose family conditions aren't great either. I know her mother is in the hospital, urgently needing money for surgery. So, I was thinking, could the school step in and send some money to her family, saying it's from the school? The principal nodded. That's the right thing to do. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, we would have investigated. The money is already in place, and I'll immediately arrange for people to investigate the situation of impoverished students in each class. Once confirmed, we'll immediately provide them with money, relieving their worries and allowing them to study peacefully. There are quite a few good talents among these students. Chen Shen smiled, then I can rest assured. With that, he bid farewell and left the office. At noon, in front of the cafeteria at Zhonghai University, Chen Shen stood under a large tree that two people could barely embrace, looking up at the university cafeteria nestled among the branches and leaves, feeling a myriad of emotions in his heart. The school cafeteria has 3 floors. The bottom floor offers the cheapest meals and is where most students eat. They serve basic meals every day. The prices are low, and the taste is just passable. However, even in a place like this, the old Chen Shen and Li Xiaojing couldn't afford to eat there every day. They could only occasionally order a dish to satisfy their cravings. The second floor is the staff cafeteria, mainly for the school's teachers. The food here is naturally better than on the first floor. Students are not allowed to enter. The third floor is different. It looks like a high-end restaurant, with elegantly decorated private rooms, large tables for about 10 people, and small tables by the window for couples. Both the environment and the food are incomparable to the first and second floors. Of course, the prices are much higher than on the lower floors. The third floor is usually frequented by students from affluent families, the rich and beautiful, and the second-generation rich. Students from ordinary families only come here occasionally, perhaps for birthdays or to celebrate something important. Students like Chen Shen, who can't even afford the first-floor cafeteria, don't even need to be mentioned. From the moment he stepped into the university gates, he had never set foot on the third floor. Not to mention the taste of the food inside, he hadn't even seen what it looked like. So, today, when Chen Shen said he wanted to treat Li Xiaojing to a meal, he wanted to take her to the third floor and treat her to a meal there. After waiting for several minutes, Chen Shen finally saw the belated Li Xiaojing. Originally, Li Xiaojing hadn't planned to come to the cafeteria to eat today. When she came from home in the morning, she had specially brought a few pumpkin steamed buns she had made the night before. She wanted to share them with Chen Shen. However, after the first class, Chen Shen hurriedly said he would treat her to a meal and dashed off. She didn't even have a chance to speak. Helplessly, Li Xiaojing had to come to the cafeteria entrance to look for Chen Shen. Oh, you didn't even let me finish speaking. Why did you walk so fast after class? Li Xiaojing came to the tree, looking at Chen Shen reproachfully. I made pumpkin steamed buns myself. Let's eat together. Let's not go to the cafeteria to eat. We just identified impoverished students, and if we go to the cafeteria to eat, others might gossip. What's there to fear? Chen Shen looked at her, smiling knowingly. At worst, we'll forego the status of impoverished students. Let's see who dares to gossip. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. With that, Chen Shen took Li Xiaojing's soft, white hand and led her into the cafeteria. Li Xiaojing had wanted to resist at first, but after a couple of tugs that didn't move Chen Shen's hand, feeling the warmth transmitted through his hand, she blushed slightly and followed him in. Thinking to herself, she decided to let him have his way this time. After all, the 3,000 yuan subsidy would be released in a couple of days, so it was only right to treat herself a little. A meal costing just a few bucks wouldn't break the bank for the two of them. Li Xiaojing followed Chen Shen into the restaurant, only to realize that he wasn't heading towards the ground floor where they usually ate. Instead, he led her up the stairs to the second and third floors. Aren't we eating here? Li Xiaojing asked, surprised. No, from now on, we won't eat on the first floor. We'll go to the third floor every day, Chen Shen replied. Are you crazy? Li Xiaojing pushed Chen Shen's hand away, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. The third floor is not a place for people like us to eat. I heard that a meal there costs at least a few hundred yuan, which is almost my monthly living expenses. Let's go back to the first floor. As she spoke, Li Xiaojing tried to pull Chen Shen's clothes, wanting to quickly take him back to the ground floor to eat, as if that was the only place she could comfortably have a meal. The third floor and even the staircase leading to it made her feel extremely uncomfortable. The hardship she had endured since childhood had instilled a sense of inferiority in her, causing her to reject all things luxurious and high-end, believing they were not meant for her. It's okay, Chen Shen smiled. Xiaojing, I have money now, really, let me treat you. Chen Shen's strength was much greater than hers. Holding her hand, he dragged Li Xiaojing to the third floor. Choosing a small table by the window overlooking the campus lake, Chen Shen ordered 2 steaks, 2 salads, and 2 freshly squeezed fruit juices. The waiter quickly brought the dishes to the table. Looking at the delicious steaks and creamy vegetable salads in front of her, Li Xiaojing couldn't help but widen her eyes and swallow her saliva. Eat up! Chen Chen smiled at her. If you don't like it, I'll have them take it away and order something else. No, Li Xiaojing waved her hands. It's delicious. I can tell it's delicious at first sight. There's no need to change it. These delicacies were already a rare treat for her, so there was no reason to be picky. She knew each dish was not cheap, so she couldn't bear to waste them and make Chen Chen order something else. Li Xiaojing awkwardly picked up her knife and fork, savoring the aroma of the grilled steak. The tender texture and delicious flavor of the beef immediately brought a happy and satisfied smile to the girl's face. Seeing Li Xiaojing finally eating peacefully, Chen Chen was also happy. He picked up his juice and took a sip. As the food settled in her stomach, Li Xiaojing no longer appeared so tense and uneasy, even looking around with a lifted face. It was lunchtime, and most of the other tables were occupied. The young men and women there were dressed elegantly, chatting and laughing. The men wore exquisite clothes, clearly expensive, while the women wore light makeup, looking beautiful without being flashy. They were all rich second-generation kids. Only Li Xiaojing and Chen Chen seemed a bit out of place in this environment. Especially Chen Chen, who had changed into relatively ordinary clothes before coming to school, didn't look wealthy at all. Li Xiaojing felt somewhat uncomfortable and urged Chen Chen to eat quickly so they could leave after finishing their meal. Just then, a familiar voice came from the restaurant entrance. Chen Chen? Li Xiaojing? Chen Chen looked up to see Yang Chao, who was accompanied by a glamorous girl from who knows which class, coming over to eat. Yang Chao seemed shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. Chen Chen said, "What's wrong? Why are you so surprised? This place isn't owned by your family, and there's no sign saying we can't come in, right? Although there's no sign saying you can't come in, why would you be willing to spend so much money to dine on the third floor? Normally, aren't you unable to afford even the first-floor restaurant?" Yang Chao exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, as if he had figured something out, he looked enlightened and said, "I get it now. You just received a 3,000 yuan subsidy and came here to celebrate, right? Well, using the subsidy for impoverished students to enjoy a lavish meal worth hundreds of yuan, quite the indulgence. I wonder what the counselor would think if she saw this scene. Will she still agree to give you the subsidy? Ha ha." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaojing's expression changed immediately. She put down what she was holding, looked anxiously at Chen Chen, then at Yang Chao, and hurriedly explained, Yang Chao, it's not what you think. Please don't misunderstand." "Misunderstand?" Yang Chao smirked. "With steaks and juice, what's there to misunderstand, Li Xiaojing? I thought you were a good student. How did Chen Chen corrupt you like this?" Alright, no need to say anything more. As an upright person, how can I stand by and watch the school's subsidy being wasted like this? I better call the counselor. I don't think you guys need it at all." Finished speaking, Yang Chao reached for his phone from his pocket. The glamorous girl next to him also looked mockingly at Chen Chen and Li Xiaojing, seemingly waiting to see them embarrassed. "No, please don't." Li Xiaojing immediately cried out, almost on the verge of tears. Chen Chen quickly comforted her. "Xiaojing, don't worry, it's just a little subsidy, take it or leave it, this money means nothing." Chen Chen looked disdainfully at Yang Chao. "Oh?" Yang Chao, who was about to make a call, seemed startled, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exclaimed, "Nothing? 3,000 yuan means nothing? Chen, you sure have a big mouth." Yang Chao couldn't stand seeing someone showing off in front of him. His monthly allowance was probably just tens of thousands, so 3,000 yuan was only about 3 or 4 days worth of pocket money for him. Chen Chen saying it meant nothing made him angry. In Yang Chao's eyes, 3,000 yuan was almost half of Chen Chen's living expenses for 6 months, and now Chen Chen was acting so arrogantly. Yang Chao couldn't bear it. Looking at Chen Chen indignantly, he said, "Come on, you're so rich, right? Show me, let me see how impressive you really are, Boss Chen." "Why should I show you?" Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with him. He, boasting about how rich you are, yet can't show it. "Buddy, can you stop pretending?" Yang Chao seemed almost amused by his anger. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, come and see, these two just received the school's subsidy for impoverished students and immediately came here for a feast. Have you ever seen such shameless people?" With his shout, everyone turned to look at Chen Chen and Li Xiaojing, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Ugh! People these days clearly have no money at home, finally get a subsidy, instead of cherishing it, they come to eat a lavish meal, so vain and greedy. Exactly, look at them, dressed so shabbily, yet they dare to come to the third floor to eat. Oof! The poorer they are, the more lacking in spirit they become. I despise people like this the most. I think I recognize that guy a bit. His name seems to be Chen Chen. Heard he came from the orphanage, very poor conditions. And he still brings his girlfriend here to eat, unbelievable. In the third-floor restaurant, most people's attention was drawn to Chen Chen and his group. Chen Chen looked at Li Xiaojing, who was deeply ashamed due to the accusations, and then at Yang Chao's provocative expression, he felt a surge of anger. Slamming the table, he exclaimed loudly, "Yang Chao, let me tell you again, I have plenty of money and couldn't care less about that subsidy. It was Xiaojing who insisted on putting my name down, it was the whole class who voted for me, and I originally wanted to give it to other classmates. But then I got busy with other things, so that 3,000 yuan is no big deal, you know nothing." "Ha, you talk better than you sing, I almost believe you," Yang Chao sneered. "Alright, since you claim to be rich, prove it to us. If you can produce 10,000 yuan today, then it's yours, deal?" With a snap, Yang Chao threw a set of BMW 3 Series car keys onto the table. Wow! Onlookers immediately gasped. "Looks like things are getting serious." "Ha, it's fine. That kid clearly has no money. He can't even come up with 5,000, just putting on a show." "I agree. Two poor students like them couldn't possibly have 10,000 in savings. If their families have that much money, it's already impressive." The crowd buzzed with whispers and gossip. Yang Chao's glamorous girlfriend, Lu Yao, swayed her slender waist, clinging to his arm, and cooed, "Chao Chao, why get so worked up over someone like him? It's not worth it. Put away the keys, no need to stoop to their level." "No," Yang Chao straightened his neck, "today, I'm going to embarrass them, make them lose face. Claiming to be rich, right? Come on, as long as you can produce 10,000, I'll keep my word. I've only had this BMW 3 Series for less than a year, worth over 200,000. It's yours. If you can't, well, don't blame me for being rude. Apologize in front of everyone, bow down, and act subservient to me until graduation. How about that?" "Hee hee," Chen Chen chuckled disdainfully, "you really come up with the craziest ideas. Fine, I may not fancy your old car, but making some noise with it sounds good to me." Seeing Yang Chao relentless in his demand, Chen Chen stopped hesitating. "If you court death, you'll find it. If you stick your head into the lion's mouth, don't blame it for biting. You think I can't produce 10,000? Let me make you admit defeat," Chen Chen sneered. "Waiter, calculate the total bill for today, I'll cover it all." Whoosh! Everyone was astonished. Cover it all? The meals here aren't cheap. There are probably around 10 to 20 tables. Even with a rough estimate, it's over 10,000, maybe close to 20,000. Can this guy really afford it? Doubts arose in everyone's minds. Sitting across from him, Li Xiaojing suddenly looked up, gazing at Chen Chen in confusion, and said in amazement, "Chen Chen, please stop fooling around. Where would you get so much money? Let's apologize to Yang Chao and stop this, okay?" Yang Chao paid no attention to Li Xiaojing's words, looking smugly at Chen Chen. "Alright, I underestimated you. I never thought the boss who can't even afford the first-floor restaurant would be so generous today, treating everyone to a meal. Sure, go ahead and pay the bill, I'll wait." Upon hearing that Chen Chen would foot the bill for everyone, others grew excited and hopeful. Soon, the waiter arrived with the bill in hand. The total is 20,233 yuan. 2 tables ordered red wine, so the price is a bit higher. Let's round it down and make it an even 20,200 yuan. The waiter placed the bill on Chen Chen's table for his review. Chen Chen didn't even look at him and said directly, "Just this little money, it seems too stingy to let young Master Yang lose a car for 20,000 yuan. How about this, you go to the second and first floors immediately, inform everyone that I will cover all the expenses today, all the people who come to eat are free, you go and have them calculate how much money is needed, and I will pay immediately." What? Is he crazy? It's impossible. Why does this kid look more like a show-off the more I look at him? Although the restaurant on the first floor of the school is cheaper than here, it can't handle so many people. If it's all covered, it's probably going to cost tens of thousands of yuan, right? Everyone was stunned by Chen Chen's words. Li Xiaojing looked at Chen Chen, unable to say a word, thinking he had gone mad. Yang Chao also didn't expect Chen Chen to have this move. Finding it too little to spend, he was too good at pretending, immediately urging the waiter, "Don't just stand there, Chen boss has spoken, go quickly. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. To treat all the students in the school to a meal, I will make you lose face in front of all the students in the school." Yang Chao gritted his teeth, thinking viciously. 10 minutes later, the departing waiter returned with 2 bills. The second-floor restaurant today is a total of 5,600 yuan, the first-floor restaurant is 76,320 yuan, plus the 20,200 we just had, it's a total of 102,120. Student, may I ask if you will pay in cash or by card? Wow! 100,000 yuan, I didn't expect the turnover of a lunch in our school restaurant to be so high, a girl with a ponytail exclaimed. It's not surprising. Think about how many thousands of students we have in our school, each spending a dozen or 20 yuan. It's enough for this much. the boy next to her explained. But can this guy really afford 100,000 yuan? He doesn't look like he's very rich in his dress, and didn't he say he was a poor student just now? I don't know, if he really is a poor student, I don't think he can come up with that much money. 100,000 yuan is enough for 4 years of tuition and living expenses in college. If he has this money, why would he need to apply as a poor student? I think he's probably just bragging out of desperation. In the third-floor restaurant, when most of the people dining heard that it would cost 100,000 yuan to settle all the bills, they all expressed doubts about Chen Shen's ability to come up with so much money. When Yang Chao heard that it would take 100,000 yuan to settle all the bills, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chen Shen, didn't expect this, did you? Didn't expect it would cost so much to treat all the teachers and students in the school to a meal. Are you still awesome now? I want to see how you come up with this 100,000 yuan. Humph. You kid, you better kneel down honestly and apologize. Get ready to be my lackey. Who said I can't afford it? Chen Shen said indifferently. Then he took out the bank card bound to the Universe Tycoon system from his pocket and handed it to the waiter, saying, "Swipe the card, no password." Okay. The waiter waiting on the side, who had just run from the third floor to the first floor and back, was out of breath. Now panting heavily, he took the card handed to him by Chen Shen. He rolled his eyes at Chen Shen, then went to the cashier, his eyes clearly saying, "If you make me run up and down for nothing, watch how I deal with you." However, he soon came back with a look of surprise on his face, holding the bill and a pen for signature that he had swiped the card. The card was successfully swiped. The waiter asked him to sign. Damn! He really paid 100,000 yuan. How? How is that possible? How can a poor student have so much money? I'm not even as rich as a poor student. What about my face? The third-floor restaurant was instantly shocked. No one had expected that Chen Shen actually had 100,000 yuan. And most importantly, he spent it without a care. This means that his card definitely has more than just 100,000 yuan. For a moment, everyone looked at Chen Shen with envy. Several girls who came with their boyfriends had different looks in their eyes when they looked at Chen Shen, clearly showing envy and ambiguity in their beautiful eyes. Looking at their own boyfriends, although some were considered wealthy, they obviously couldn't afford to spend 100,000 yuan on a single meal like Chen Shen just did. Comparing in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. Only one girl had a different expression from the others. That was Li Xiaojing. When she saw Chen Shen's card actually successfully paid, she was stunned, her face full of astonishment and disbelief. It took her a while to come back to her senses, anxiously looking at Chen Shen and asking, How? Chen Shen, how do you have so much money? Have you done something illegal? In Li Xiaojing's mind, it was impossible for Chen Shen to earn so much money from working every day, so if he could casually take out 100,000 yuan, it meant that his money was most likely not earned through legitimate means. Therefore, her first thought was not that Chen Shen had money and she could get closer to him or find a way to spend his money. The first thought that flashed through Li Xiaojing's mind was that she must stop Chen Shen and not let him go astray for money. Chen Shen casually signed the bill handed to him by the waiter before looking at Li Xiaojing and smiling lightly. "Don't worry, my money is not from any shady dealings, no need to worry." Then, Chen Shen turned to look at Yang Chao, who was standing there in a daze, looking like a wooden chicken. Just now, Yang Chao, who was arrogant and sarcastic towards Chen Shen, was now completely dumbfounded, standing there motionless, as if he still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. How is this possible? How could he have 100,000 yuan? Can't he even afford a meal? Yang Chao kept shouting in his mind, unable to believe that Chen Shen actually had so much money and was willing to spend it all at once. This made Yang Chao feel like his worldview was collapsing. He rushed to the waiter who was about to leave, snatched the credit card bill, and looked at it carefully. 102120, not a single digit was wrong. Now Yang Chao was completely dumbfounded. Standing there in a daze, his eyes filled with doubt as he looked at Chen Shen. Chen Shen chuckled, "How about it? Yang Chao, do you have anything to say now?" You. Yang Chao was completely speechless, now regretting that he had spoken too much earlier. In order to provoke Chen Shen into gambling, he even bet his BMW 3 Series, and now, not only did he lose face in front of so many people, but he also lost the car. He had only bought the car less than a year ago, and it was still 90% new, usually his tool for picking up girls. In university, driving such a BMW was already very cool, and many girls were willing to get in the car. Now he was about to lose to Chen Shen, which made Yang Chao feel a pang of regret. He had been pestering his dad for half a year to buy it, and his family's assets were over 100 million, but most of the money was tied up in unsold inventory in their car trading company, and the actual available cash was only a few million at most. How about it? Admit defeat? If not, we can continue. Chen Shen looked at Yang Chao, who looked embarrassed, and said with a smile, Admit my ass. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Yang Chao was very angry, now somewhat sober, gradually regaining his arrogant demeanor. Even though he lost face and was heartbroken over losing the car, if he backed down now, he would lose everything. You think I, Yang Chao, would admit defeat to you? Joke. It's just 100,000 yuan, just a few days pocket money for me, plus my BMW. Since I lost, it's yours. I, Yang Chao, can say it and do it. It just so happens that I want a new car. After speaking, Yang Chao took out the car keys, slapped them on the small table in front of Chen Chen with a painful expression on his face. Everyone saw it, and it didn't look like he didn't care as he claimed. Alright, I like your defiant look. Chen Chen looked at Yang Chao, who looked extremely embarrassed, and said with a smile, I have money and time. Whenever you're not satisfied and want a challenge, I'm ready. It's just a matter of wealth. I'm happy to accompany you. Hearing Chen Chen's mocking words, Yang Chao's face turned green with anger. Being looked down upon by a poor student like this, he couldn't bear to stay any longer. Yang Chao pointed at Chen Chen and roared, Chen Chen, don't be arrogant. We have our own rules. I admit that I lost the car to you, no more to say. But don't get too cocky. Our agreement after school this afternoon still stands. You wait for me outside the school gate. If I don't leave you crippled, my name is not Young. With that, he dragged his glamorous girlfriend down the stairs. Alright, I'll be waiting for you. Chen Chen still wore a carefree smile on his face, as if he had never taken someone like Yang Chao seriously. Just a slightly privileged second-generation rich kid in this small world of the university campus. Compared to the billionaire who spends 10 billion every month now, it's like an ant challenging a giant tree, laughable and self-deceiving. Soon, amidst the admiring and envious gazes of the crowd, Chen Chen left with Li Xiaojing. In the afternoon, as soon as they returned to the classroom, the students were buzzing with excitement. They gathered in groups, discussing fervently. The main topics revolved around two things. One was the latest news from a teacher's daughter. At noon, the principal urgently summoned the school leaders and class counselors for a meeting. It was about a mysterious tycoon who donated 1 billion to the school, mainly to support underprivileged students. Depending on each student's situation, they could receive subsidies ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Students facing difficulties at home could also benefit from this money, even their families. The other shocking news that shook the entire school was that Chen Chen, a poor student, actually went to the third-floor restaurant for a meal today, and to challenge the rich second-generation Yang Chao, he even spent 100,000 to treat all the teachers and students in the school. Everyone was discussing, speculating, and expressing their opinions. There were smart people in the university, and soon someone deduced that Chen Chen must have known in advance about the substantial subsidies being distributed, which is why he dared to do this. Otherwise, with his conditions, let alone spending 100,000, even spending 10 would make him hesitate. Now, Chen Chen, contrary to his usual self, became so generous. It must be because he just received a 3,000 yuan subsidy, and he knew about the substantial subsidies the school was going to provide. Spending all his money now would still allow him to receive a significant subsidy, ensuring no problems in his future studies in life. People chattered and discussed enthusiastically, but Chen Chen remained indifferent to the matter, smiling when asked, keeping silent. However, the news of treating the whole school to a meal caused such a sensation that it was impossible to keep it a secret. Soon, almost everyone in the school knew about it, whether they attended the meal or not. Wang Lina, Chen Chen's class counselor, naturally got wind of the news early on. Although there were no classes in the afternoon, she still came to the classroom. The principal had given her a task to understand the specific situation of each student in the class who needed help, and the principal specifically instructed her to pay more attention to Li Xiaojing's situation. Wang Lina naturally did not dare to neglect her duties. Once in the classroom, she began to inquire about each student in detail. Having been with these students for 2 years, she was familiar with their general situations. She knew well who truly needed financial assistance. Therefore, she completed the investigation in half an hour. Almost all the students who had applied for financial aid, more than a dozen of them, were all questioned except for Chen Chen. After filling out the survey form and carefully checking it twice, Wang Lina was about to leave. Li Xiaojing immediately stood up and asked, Teacher Wang, did you forget to register Chen Chen? Li Xiaojing knew that this round of subsidies was worth more than 3,000, it was said to be at least tens of thousands. She was worried for him when she saw that Wang Lina hadn't even asked Chen Chen. Even though Chen Chen had spent 100,000 at lunchtime and always claimed to be wealthy, Li Xiaojing thought, how much money could he really have? With his spending habits, it would probably be gone in a few days. She felt that Chen Chen used to be poor, and now that he had some money, he couldn't control himself. Maybe he was also influenced by Yang Chao, which led him to do such absurd things. Chen Chen could be reckless and not think about the consequences, but she had to consider his long-term well-being. What if he spent all his money in a few days? Wouldn't he be back to his old days of hardship? Chen Chen? Wang Lina, who was almost at the door, suddenly turned back, sneering. Chen Chen has money to treat the whole school to a meal. Why would he care about this little subsidy, right, Chen Chen? Wang Lina's tone was sarcastic, and everyone could tell she was mocking him. But Chen Chen showed no shame on his face. Instead, he raised his head, looked Wang Lina straight in the eye, and said nonchalantly, "Yes, I do have money. Let the subsidy go to other students in need. I don't want it. Oh, if you're short of money, ask me nicely, and maybe I can give you some." Wang Lina's attitude had already made Chen Chen very angry. If she wasn't shown some respect, she might think she could be easily bullied. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Chen Chen offer her money, Wang Lina felt insulted and shouted like a shrew, "Say that again? I'm your counselor. Do you think I care about that little money? How dare you insult me like this?" Wang Lina's reaction was overly intense, whether it was due to menopause or because Chen Chen's words touched a sensitive nerve. Her furious attitude towards Chen Chen was like a lioness on the African savannah. "Do you think you can do whatever you want with a few bucks? Have you ever seen money? I think you're just used to being poor. You got some money by chance and lost yourself, not even knowing who you are. Do you know that's a moral issue?" As she was yelling, suddenly, several unfamiliar faces appeared at the classroom door. 3 men and a woman, all very refined yet imposing. They were dressed neatly and tastefully, the men in casual suits with shiny leather shoes, showing a keen sense of style. The woman wore a long beige wool coat, accentuating her tall figure, looking clean and sharp. She wore a yellow and red floral silk scarf around her neck, instantly elevating her elegance. Perhaps to conceal the marks of time on her face, her makeup was a bit heavy, but not overly glamorous. The woman was surprised to see Wang Lina in a rage and asked, "Excuse me, what's happening, teacher? Why are you so angry?" Wang Lina didn't know who these people were. Judging by their appearance and demeanor, they were probably teachers from other departments, maybe just passing by to visit. Wang Lina, upon hearing the woman's inquiry, immediately responded indignantly, "The students in our class are so disappointing. They used to be impoverished students, but somehow managed to earn a little money from who knows where, and immediately started acting all high and mighty. Just today, he received a subsidy of 3,000 yuan and promptly went to celebrate at the fancy restaurant on the 3rd floor. Not only that, he made a bet with his classmates and ended up spending 100,000 yuan to treat the whole school to a meal. This kind of behavior from someone so petty is truly unbearable to witness. Just now, I reprimanded him, and he actually dared to talk back to me. How could I not be angry?" "I see," the woman nodded, then turned to Chen Chen and said, "Young man, your actions are quite inappropriate. How can an impoverished student spend money so recklessly? Just because you came into a little money, you shouldn't forget the hardships you faced before. You shouldn't be using money to indulge yourself. You should learn more from your classmate Chen Chen. Look at him, he was also an impoverished student before, but when he had money, his first thought wasn't about dining out or making bets with classmates, his first thought was to give back to the school. Students with such noble character as Chen Chen are worth learning from." "Oh, by the way, which one is Chen Chen? Please stand up so we can meet you." After she finished speaking, the classroom fell silent, everyone dumbfounded, frozen in place like statues. Wang Lina was also taken aback, completely surprised that the woman would say such things. What's going on? Who is this woman? Why is she praising Chen Chen so much? Wait, what did Chen Chen do to her? No, what did Chen Chen do to deserve such high praise? She wants us all to learn from Chen Chen? Am I hearing this right? No one knew what was happening. After the woman spoke and saw everyone's strange reactions, she was also puzzled, unsure of what had occurred, thinking she hadn't said anything wrong. Just as she was wondering, Chen Chen grinned and said, "I am Chen Chen." "What?" Now the woman was also stunned, completely unprepared for this sudden and awkward moment. At that moment, the principal appeared at the door, panting heavily. "Oh, leaders, I told you to wait for me. I wanted to come with you, but I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry to see Chen Chen. Look, I brought the certificate of honor and the medal." The principal rambled on, completely oblivious to anything amiss. The woman addressed as a leader forced a smile and said to Wang Lina, "This teacher, I believe you must have misunderstood Chen Chen. How could such an outstanding student do what you accused him of? It's not." Wang Lina tried to explain, but the woman interrupted, "Go back and write a report, clarify this matter. Oh, I noticed your attitude towards the student was extremely poor just now. I think it tarnishes the image of our teachers. I suggest you take a leave of absence to reflect on your behavior, and then consider whether you can continue teaching at this school." "What?" Wang Lina was stunned. She was being asked to write a report for criticizing Chen Shan and was being suspended. How could this be happening? Chen Shan was just an ordinary student, right? And he was a poor student with no background. His grades were just above average, not exceptional. How could she face such severe consequences for merely scolding him? Wang Lina found it unbelievable and unfair. She glared at the woman, questioning loudly, "Who do you think you are? Why should I write a report and be suspended?" Accustomed to raising her voice when angry, she unintentionally displayed a bit of her usual shrewish demeanor while speaking. In the eyes of that female leader, Wang Lina immediately appeared even more unsightly. Her face turned pale, and she sternly said, "Who am I? The principal should tell her who I am and whether I have the right to suspend her." The principal, in his 50s with silver hair and the appearance of a seasoned scholar, showed great respect and politeness towards the woman referred to as the leader. "Leader, please don't be angry. Don't stoop to her level. She's been in a bad mood lately. I will definitely criticize her properly and have her suspended for a while to reflect." After the principal finished speaking, he raised his voice to Wang Lina, "Xiao Wang, this is the high-ranking leader from the Education Bureau of Shanghai. She came to our school today specifically to commend Chen Shen. Mind your attitude." I'm sorry." Now Wang Lina seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. The high-ranking leader of the Education Bureau of Shanghai? Judging by the principal's respectful attitude, her position must be quite high. She came to commend Chen Shen? And she had witnessed Wang Lina scolding Chen Shen harshly just now. Moreover, her tone towards her seemed rather impolite. Thinking of this, Wang Lina became nervous, her breathing quickened, and her face turned pale with fear. "Leader, I have a bad attitude, please don't mind. I've been having issues with my mood recently, that's why." "I see, so it's because of personal issues." The woman's tone seemed to soften a bit. But just when Wang Lina and the principal thought there might be a turning point, the woman's words plunged Wang Lina into an abyss. "Since you have personal issues, there's no need for a reflection. You are dismissed directly," the woman said decisively. "Luckily, I came today and discovered this issue in time. Otherwise, letting you continue would have harmed many good students. Chen Shan, such an outstanding student, was portrayed so poorly by you. I believe the problem lies with you, not him. You can leave immediately. Go to the school's finance department to settle your salary. Also, your teaching qualification has been revoked. Someone like you is no longer fit to be a teacher." After the woman finished speaking, Wang Lina's face turned black. With a loud cry, she ran out. The principal was at a loss, not knowing what to say. The students in the class were all shocked, never expecting that Chen Shen had gained such influence. Even the high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau of Shanghai favored him greatly. Wang Lina was directly dismissed for scolding Chen Shen, unable to continue as a teacher. Isn't this too exaggerated? All the students in the class were shocked beyond words. At that moment, the female leader approached Chen Shen, smiling warmly as she shook his hand, saying, "Chen Shen, you've been wronged. Troublemakers like her who infiltrate the education system should have been removed long ago. Today, we thank you. If not for you, we wouldn't have discovered her. Although you prefer to quietly contribute to the school, we cannot turn a blind eye. Therefore, the principal, I, and the leaders of Shanghai have decided to commend you. Here are certificates for Outstanding Student, Advanced Youth, Outstanding Alumnus, Outstanding Youth of Shanghai, and an Advanced Youth Medal." The woman took one certificate after another from the principal's hands and warmly handed them to Chen Shen. In the end, there was a thick stack of over a dozen certificates. Oh my goodness! So many honors! Usually, getting one of these honors is already great, right? Indeed, what extraordinary things has Chen Shen done to deserve such praise from the school and Shanghai's leaders? In the classroom, the other students looked at Chen Shen with envy and resentment, holding a stack of bright red certificates of honor. Could it be that Chen Shen donated that 1 billion? Someone whispered in surprise to their classmates. How is that possible? Someone immediately objected, that's 1 billion, not $100. How could he have so much money? Could Chen Shen be a hidden second-generation rich kid? What if he's actually very wealthy? Have you ever seen a second-generation rich kid who couldn't even afford to eat at the ground floor restaurant for 2 years in a row? Have you ever seen a second-generation rich kid who grew up in an orphanage? With these words, everyone fell silent. Yes, they were all classmates in the same class, and they had known Chen Shen for quite some time. Chen Shen being able to spend 100,000 on a meal might be puzzling, but still plausible. Maybe he won the lottery, found a fortune, or encountered some good opportunity, truly making a profit. But 1 billion is different. An ordinary person couldn't earn that much in several lifetimes. Chen Shen casually threw those certificates on the desk and said, "Alright, I've accepted these, you all need to study, so please go back." Of course, the woman nodded happily. Then, after shaking hands with Chen Chen again, she walked out of the classroom with the principal. Phew! Chen Chen let out a long breath and sat heavily in his seat. If I had known it would be so troublesome, I wouldn't have shown up myself. I should have let Lao Wang handle it in the name of the company. It would probably have been better. Chen Chen muttered to himself, while Li Xiaojing beside him looked at him with a frightened expression and asked, Chen Chen, tell me the truth, what happened? Why is the principal so polite to you? Why did even the leaders of Zhenghai City come to see you personally? And Wang Lina was expelled for scolding you. Don't tell me you don't know anything about all this. Li Xiaojing was increasingly unable to understand Chen Chen, feeling more and more panicked. She didn't know when Chen Chen had become so influential. Chen Chen smiled. I told you before, it's because I'm rich now. I said they are so polite to me because I donated that 1 billion. Do you believe me? Don't joke around. I'm talking to you seriously. Li Xiaojing was annoyed at Chen Chen's playful expression. She couldn't believe that Chen Chen donated 1 billion, but she couldn't explain the thick stack of certificates of honor either. When she asked again, Chen Chen remained silent. Li Xiaojing spent the whole afternoon lost in thought, speculating this way and that. The time for school to end at 5 o'clock arrived. Chen Chen immediately got up and walked towards the door. Since the conflict with Yang Chao at the third-floor restaurant at noon, Chen Chen hadn't seen him again until the end of school, knowing he must have gone to find help. Maybe he was already waiting at the school gate. Chen Chen didn't want Li Xiaojing to get involved in trouble, so he ignored her calls behind him and headed straight for the school gate without looking back. As soon as Chen Chen stepped out of the school gate, he was stunned by what he saw. There was a row of luxury sports cars parked at the entrance. A bright yellow Porsche 918, with its round headlights resembling two bulging frog eyes, both lively and mischievous. A red Ferrari LaFerrari, with a carbon fiber body, elegant lines, futuristic design, eye-catching in every way. And a black Lamborghini, with a cool and flashy appearance, blinding titanium alloy dog eyes with the Golden Bull logo, all indicating its luxury and style. The other three cars were a Maserati, a Lincoln, and a GTR. My goodness! Chen Chen's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. This was way too ostentatious. These cars are not common in Zhenghai City, but unexpectedly, 6 of them have gathered here all at once. Not only were there luxurious sports cars, but each sports car was accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman with a fantastic figure. The scene was more stunning than any luxury car exhibition. Soon, the school gate was crowded to the point of being impassable. Not only were some boys attracted by the luxury cars and beautiful women, but many girls also couldn't help but stop in their tracks, curiously admiring. Who is this young master from, to be able to attract so many beautiful women driving a fleet of luxury sports cars to pick someone up? If one could climb up to such a wealthy young master, it would be like ascending to the heavens, transforming from a commoner to a phoenix. The beautiful women who arrived in the sports cars were none other than Wu Nan and her 5 sisters. Following Chen Chen's instructions not to save money and spend as much as possible, they each bought a luxury sports car. Finally, they drove the newly purchased sports cars together to pick up Chen Chen after school. Who are Wu Nan and her sisters? Retired Special Forces soldiers who have been through gunfire and battles, having seen all kinds of scenes. Facing the onlookers, they showed no signs of awkwardness, leaning casually against the sports cars, occasionally flipping their hair, striking a few poses, exuding charm and allure, captivating the crowd more than the car models at car shows. These innocent students had never seen such extraordinary beauties before. When the beauties smiled and cast flirtatious glances, they were all so excited they almost fainted on the spot. Everyone was speculating which rich second-generation student from the school had such grandeur. Just then, Chen Chen finally managed to squeeze out of the crowd, and Wu Nan and her sisters immediately spotted him. They all strode over, smiling, to greet him. The group of stunningly beautiful women surrounded Chen Chen, each one introducing the car they had bought to him. Newton even warmly held Chen Chen's arm, her impressive 36D chest slightly deformed from the squeeze, pulling Chen Chen to visit her sports car. Chen Chen, embraced by the softness, surrounded by a fragrant breeze, faced with the dazzling smiles of these beautiful faces, felt both happy and somewhat uncomfortable. Okay, Newton, please let go of my hand, I'll come see it in a moment, Chen Chen said with a smile. The onlookers were shocked to see this scene. Wow, so heartless. 6 heavenly beauties all surrounding him, and so harmonious, truly skilled, the master has won my admiration. People are really different. I'm a single dog without a girlfriend. Sigh, look at them, surrounded by a group of beauties. I wonder if the tycoon needs more friends? Damn, when did our school hide such a badass person? Yeah, does anyone know him? Who is he? It seems to be that guy named Chen Chen. What? Chen Chen? The guy who treated the whole school to a meal at the restaurant today? Exactly, him. He seemed quite ordinary before, I don't know why, but after a few days, it seems like he suddenly turned into a tycoon. The crowd's eyes sparkled, enviously watching Chen Chen and the beautiful women around him. Among the onlookers, there were many girls with good looks, their eyes filled with endless tenderness and charm as they looked at Chen Chen, regretting why they hadn't noticed this hidden super tycoon earlier. If they could have become friends with him before his identity was revealed, they could now choose from these sports cars at will. Many girls gazed at Chen Chen with eyes full of flirtation, hoping he would glance at them. Handsome and wealthy tycoons like Chen Chen were simply irresistible to them. Just as the onlookers were envious of Chen Chen, a group of about a dozen or 20 people suddenly rushed over not far away. The leader was a tall, skinny young man with a head full of blonde hair, swaggering as he walked, exuding a ruffian air. Beside the blonde young man was a guy with an angry face, muttering something as he twisted his head. After listening to him, the blonde young man patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, everyone knows Zhonghai. I, Huang Mao, have been under Tianya's wing. Not to mention a student from your school, I dare to challenge even your principal. Just stand aside and watch when we meet that kid later. We guarantee to beat him to the ground, making him tremble at the sight of you in the future." "Alright, thanks in advance, Mao Gu. Don't worry, after we're done, I won't deduct a penny from the hard-earned 10,000 yuan. Besides, I'll treat everyone to a night at the Night Fragrance Club, all expenses on me." "Ha ha, that's the way. Promising. I have high hopes for you." Huang Mao and his buddies behind him immediately perked up at the mention of going to Night Fragrance, where the girls were fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, seductive and skilled, a place so alluring that they could dream of it. "Mao Gu, you're too kind." It was Yang Chao speaking. He hadn't been to the classroom all afternoon, only seeking help from others. So, Yang Chao thought of finding people who mingled in society. Luckily, he had a buddy who claimed to know the famous Huang Mao in Zhonghai City. For the sake of his buddy's face, he agreed to handle the matter of teaching someone a lesson for just 10,000 yuan. Therefore, when they reached the school gate, they were surprised to find a large crowd gathered there. Yang Chao hurried a few steps, squeezing into the crowd to see what was going on. To his astonishment, he saw several beautiful girls surrounding Chen Chen, chatting and laughing. Yang Chao's jaw almost dropped in shock. "Damn, these girls are so beautiful, look at that innocent pretty face, hot figure, that one is not bad either, a cold and aloof goddess vibe. And that one is even more attractive, that white rabbit, must weigh a few pounds at least, tisk tsk." Yang Chao's saliva was almost dripping to the ground. These beauties were far superior to the flashy internet celebrities around him. What Yang Chao couldn't bear was that all these top-notch beauties were all around Chen Chen, showing him affection, seemingly about to cling to him. Yang Chao felt a surge of anger rising from within. Losing the BMW and losing face wasn't enough, now he saw this, he couldn't bear it. "Chen Chen!" Yang Chao shouted, "I thought you would have run away scared by now, but here you are, still daring to be here, deceiving several beautiful girls to show off here. I'll show you." Before he could finish his sentence, Rose, who had been smiling at Chen Chen, immediately turned cold, her gaze sharp as she looked at him. "Who do you think you are? Say one more word, and I'll cut off your tongue." Upon feeling Rose's piercing gaze, Yang Chao's heart chilled, quickly shutting his mouth, amazed at the sharpness of this girl's eyes. Like eyes with sharp knives, forcing people not to look directly at her. However, thinking that he had brought Huang Mao today, a man with some reputation in the streets of Zhonghai City, along with a dozen of his buddies, Yang Chao felt confident in dealing with Chen Chen in front of him. So, Yang Chao straightened his chest and said, "Chen Chen, a real man, hiding among women, what kind of hero is that? If you have the guts, come out, let's settle our matters like real men." "Alright." Chen Chen looked at the somewhat timid Yang Chao and said, "Where are your people? Bring them all over. I know someone like you wouldn't dare to speak arrogantly alone." "You!" Exposed by Chen Chen, Yang Chao's nose crooked in anger as he pointed at Chen Chen. "Don't be so arrogant. I've invited a big shot today. When he shows up, you'll be scared out of your wits. Mao Gu! Mao Gu! Come over here quickly." Yang Chao shouted loudly, then menacingly threatened the surrounding crowd. "What are you all looking at? Keep staring and I'll make you all fight together." His shout indeed had an effect, as a large group of people afraid of being implicated immediately scattered. A few bold ones also discreetly moved to the side to watch. The group led by Mao Gu, who was blocked outside, swaggered over, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, looking down on everyone with a very arrogant attitude. Yang Chao immediately walked up to Huang Mao and nodded, bowing. "Mao Gu, it's that kid. He somehow got some money and now he's acting all high and mighty, deal with him." Huang Mao coldly snorted in pretense, then followed Yang Chao's finger to look in that direction. "Oh my god." At the sight of Chen Chen and a few beautiful women like Wu Nan, Huang Mao's legs went weak, almost kneeling on the spot. The cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground unnoticed. Seeing Huang Mao's expression, Yang Chao thought he was stunned by the beauty of the girls. He smirked, "Mao good, these girls are of good quality. I was also shocked when I first saw them. You take care of that kid, and we can have our way with these girls." Smack! Before Yang Chao could finish, Huang Mao slapped him across the face. "Shut up!" Huang Mao bellowed. "Oh my god!" Huang Mao shuddered at the thought of the incident at the Shanghai International Hotel lobby, where that kick from the rose directly disabled one of his buddies, even bursting his balls. He felt a chill down his spine and trembled all over. His arm, just removed from a cast, and his newly fixed teeth made him even more terrified at the sight of Chen Chen and Wu Nan, more terrifying than a mouse facing a cat. Afraid that Yang Chao's foul mouth might provoke Chen Chen and the angels, Mao swiftly shut him up with a hard slap before he could finish. Yang Chao had no idea about these things. He was still waiting for Huang Mao to bring people to deal with Chen Chen, so why did he get slapped first? Was there such a rule for hiring thugs? Isn't it just about paying them? Why wasn't it discussed beforehand? Covering his face, Yang Chao dared not get angry and asked in confusion, Mao. Mao go, what's going on? Why did you hit me? I paid you to help me beat that kid. The onlookers were also puzzled. What's going on? Some couldn't understand. Who is on whose side? Is there some unexpected move in play? Huang Mao, looking fearful, glared at the somewhat aggrieved Yang Chao and sternly said, "Damn it, I thought you wanted me to beat someone. Turns out it's Boss Chen and a few beautiful ladies. Who dares to cause trouble for them? If not you, then who should I beat? I'll beat you." With that, Huang Mao slapped Yang Chao's other cheek, leaving a red mark. Huang Mao knew that Chen Chen must have seen him by now, and since Yang Chao had invited him, it meant there was a conflict between Chen Chen and Yang Chao. By appearing with Yang Chao at this moment, his intentions were clear. Huang Mao felt that since they had a conflict, he had to show his stance and quickly pick a side. Therefore, Mao slapped Yang Chao twice harshly to show that he understood and prayed that Chen Chen and the beautiful women wouldn't get angry. What the hell is going on? Yang Chao was on the verge of tears, clueless about Huang Mao's thoughts. The hired thug not only failed to help but also ended up slapping himself hard in the face. Is there anything more unjust in this world? Moreover, from what Huang Mao said, it seems like he already knew Chen Chen and the others. Huang Mao seemed terrified when he saw them. How did things turn out like this? Yang Chao's face darkened. Chen Chen saw Huang Mao mercilessly slap Yang Chao and already knew what he was thinking. He chuckled and said, Mao, well done. He. You're too kind. Mao saw that Chen Chen didn't get angry with him and even praised his performance, confirming that he made the right call by slapping Yang Chao. He immediately flattered, saying, I really didn't expect this today. If I had known you were the one causing trouble, I wouldn't have dared to come even if you lent me 100 guts. Well, you've learned your lesson. Chen Chen nodded and smiled. You did well. I can see that you really didn't know about today's events in advance. Yes, you are wise. Mao breathed a sigh of relief and asked, so, what should we do about this today? Chen Chen looked at Yang Chao covering his face with his hands and said, we have to ask young Master Yang. He said that after school this afternoon, he wants me to wait for him at the school gate to settle things with me. That idiot, let's teach him a lesson. Mao waved his hand, and his followers immediately started punching and kicking Yang Chao. These followers, some of whom had witnessed the skills of Wu Nan and her group, naturally understood why their leader Mao was so afraid. They thought that if they beat up Yang Chao badly, it would satisfy Chen Chen and the girls, and the matter would be resolved. Each of them used all their strength, not holding back, raining blows on Yang Chao. Yang Chao felt extremely unlucky. He had spent 10,000 yuan, only to end up being beaten half to death by the other party. He had never experienced such misfortune in his 20 years of life. However, this beating was not in vain. Now he finally understood one thing. That was that Chen Chen was truly different. He was no longer the poor student from the orphanage who couldn't even afford to eat at a first-floor restaurant. He could easily throw around 100,000, without batting an eye. When he went out, a group of supercar-driving beauties would come to pick him up, and even Huang Mao, a well-known figure in Shanghai City, treated him with utmost respect, like a mouse meeting a cat. Each of these aspects made him incomparable to the small rich second generation like Yang Chao. Lying on the ground, enduring the punches and kicks, Yang Chao's eyes dimmed, completely surrendering. He kept wailing, stop, Chen Chen, Master Chen, please make them stop, I surrender, I apologize to you, I won't dare to provoke you again. But Mao and his group dared not stop. The louder Yang Chao cried, the harder they hit him. Finally, 10 minutes later, when Yang Chao was almost at his last breath, Chen Chen spoke, that's enough. Mao and his men quickly stepped aside. Chen Chen walked up to the fallen Yang Chao, looking down on him as if he were a tiny ant, and said calmly, now you know I meant what I said, right? No. I know. Due to Amao and the others' ruthless actions to appease Chen Chen, Yang Chao's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he could barely speak. Good, let's leave it at that for today. I don't want there to be a next time. Of course, if there is, you won't have a chance to apologize, Chen Chen said. Yes. Yang Chao nodded repeatedly while lying on the ground. Alright, that's settled then. Chen Chen looked relaxed, with a smile on his face. Amao was relieved that the matter was finally over, continuously thanking God, Buddha, and Guan Er-yi in his heart. Just as he was about to watch Chen Chen leave and then make a quick getaway himself, unexpectedly, after taking 4 or 5 steps, Chen Chen suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, "Oh, I think I forgot something." Amao was almost scared out of his wits, fearing that Chen Chen had remembered something and was going to give him a hard time again. With a mournful face, trembling, he asked, "WH. What is it?" "Oh, don't be afraid, I just want to ask you for a favor," Chen Chen said, taking out a BMW car key from his pocket and pressing the unlock button. Beep, beep. Immediately, a brand new white BMW 3 Series sedan parked not far away beeped twice. "That one, smash it for me, I want to hear a sound." "What?" Amao was stunned. "Hear a sound? Smash it? What are you standing there for? Go on," Chen Chen urged. Yes, smash." Amao immediately instructed his men, smash it to pieces, quickly. The younger brothers dared not delay, feeling sorry and muttering about smashing such a good car, almost new. Without hesitation, they started hitting the car with stones and wooden sticks. Soon, even the engine was smashed to pieces. Yang Chao lying on the ground felt heartbroken. After Amao and his men left with Yang Chao, the crowd gathered at the gate of Zhonghai University gradually dispersed. The donation to help Li Xiaojing at the school was finally completed. At this moment, Chen Chen just wanted to find a place to relax. Of course, the more money he could spend, the better. It had been over 10 days since the beginning of the month, and he hadn't spent 5 billion yet. At this rate, by the end of the month, it would be his doomsday. How could this be possible? He had to figure out a solution quickly. Several beautiful women were eagerly waiting for him to speak about where to go. "Do any of you know a fun and relaxing place where we can spend money? The one with the best suggestion will be rewarded," Chen Chen asked. Brainstorming, he couldn't think of a place to go by himself for a moment. He couldn't just go back to Zhonghai International Hotel or the villa on Manhwa Lake, it would be too boring. After he finished speaking, the girls looked at him strangely. May Rose widened her eyes and asked in surprise, You are too much, aren't we sisters, beautiful enough to accompany you? Do you still want to go to that kind of place, little sister?" The other girls also glared at him indignantly. When a man wants to relax, have fun, and spend money, the first choice is not to find those skilled ladies and discuss life and ideals with them on a big bed. Where else can he go? Speaking so euphemistically. It's not surprising that they would think too much. Chen Shen's words were too easy to misinterpret. Seeing their attitudes, Chen Shen chuckled. "Seeing you all getting angry, that's not what I meant. I just want to find a normal, fun place where I can spend a lot of money. Forget about dining. How much can even the best food cost? Think of something else." When the girls heard this, they realized they had really misunderstood him, so they all lowered their heads and thought seriously. "How about going to see a movie, the kind where you book the whole theater?" "Ha ha. Pass, how much money can watching a movie cost? When I have time, I'll buy a cinema and give it to you, let you book the whole place by yourself. Then, let's go shopping, luxury goods, designer bags can still cost a lot, just mentioning shopping fills me with energy." "Pass, I'm too tired today, and we've already bought luxury cars, those things aren't worth much money, keep thinking." There's a place, I don't know if you want to go?" May Rose hesitated and said. "What place? Hurry up and tell me." "The Zhonghai New Lisboa Entertainment City, the most upscale entertainment city in Zhonghai City. The top floor houses a luxurious casino where it's rumored that the daily turnover reaches billions. If you're unlucky, it's possible to lose any amount once you step inside." "Beautiful." Chen Shen's eyes lit up, snapping his fingers. "Why didn't I think of this before? It seems I need to study harder in the art of spending. Hurry, let's get in the car and go." The girls were all surprised by Chen Shen's decisiveness. However, they all knew his nature. If he wanted to go wild, they would accompany him. Losing a few million seemed insignificant to him as long as he was happy. So, the beauties swiftly got into their cars and, led by Rose, headed towards the Zhonghai New Lisboa Entertainment City. Chen Shen sat in Wu Nan's Maserati Quattroporte, impressed by the spaciousness and luxurious features. Wu Nan, being the eldest, was more considerate than the younger girls. Seeing that everyone bought flashy two-seater sports cars, she thought Chen Shen might need a larger and more comfortable space, so she bought this Maserati that combined sportiness and comfort. Indeed, as soon as Chen Shen sat in, he couldn't stop praising it. Wu Nan said she was happy as long as he liked it, but she felt sweet inside. Although Shanghai City was not small, with these luxury sports cars, it would take at most half an hour to drive around. Therefore, Chen Chen and the beauties soon arrived at the entrance of the Shanghai New Lisboa Entertainment City. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the neon lights were dazzling in the dark. Looking up, a Baroque-style tall building stood before them, adorned with various sculptures on the exterior walls, illuminated by colorful lights, appearing magnificent and dreamlike. In the parking lot at the entrance, luxury cars like Mercedes, BMWs, and Land Rovers worth 1 to 2 million were almost full. It seemed that, as Rose had said, this entertainment city was indeed the top in Shanghai City. Although these cars were impressive, they paled in comparison to Chen Chen and his group's grandeur. When Rose's Ferrari LaFerrari led the way, followed closely by Wu Nan's Maserati, and then by a Porsche 911, Lamborghini, Nissan GTR, and a Lincoln supercar, everyone at the entrance stopped and curiously watched. Seeing such a grand procession, the security guards of the entertainment city dared not be negligent. They immediately warmly directed the supercars to a dedicated parking lot next to the main one. Unlike the crowded open parking lot next to it, this one had few parking spaces, with only a Maybach and a Bentley parked inside. It seemed to be reserved for VIPs. After getting out of the cars, a red carpet was laid all the way to the entrance of the lobby. Chen Chen and the beauties attracted many gazes as they entered. After all, 6 heavenly beauties surrounding a handsome guy was a visually striking scene. Guided by a beautiful woman in a black silk miniskirt, Chen Chen took the elevator directly to the top floor of the new Lisboa Entertainment City, where the luxurious casino was located. As soon as he entered, Chen Chen was dazzled and couldn't help but exclaim that it was a great place to spend money. The first impression was luxury. A large crystal chandelier hung overhead, reflecting colorful lights on the various sized crystals. The walls and pillars were made of smooth and bright marble that could serve as mirrors, adorned with world-famous oil paintings. The carpet underfoot was exceptionally comfortable, indicating its high value. In the lobby, elegantly dressed guests were engrossed in playing at the tables. There were bunny girls wearing maid outfits and bunny ears on their heads, shuttling among the guests with trays of drinks. What a scene of revelry and extravagance! I love it! Chen Chen exclaimed, taking out his card immediately and asking Wu Nan to exchange it for chips. Start with 2 million for each person, give more if they run out. Wu Nan was taken aback. Exchange so much? Not much, not much. Today everyone is free to lose. The more they lose, the happier I am. Alright then. Wu Nan had no choice. She had seen Chen Chen's eagerness to spend money before and could only do as he said. Soon, the chips were exchanged back, and Wu Nan handed out 2 million to each person. Chen Chen immediately walked to a table with a large roulette wheel. Without even looking, he picked up 5 black chips worth 100,000 each and threw them on the table. Most of the others playing nearby were betting a few hundred or a couple of thousand at most. They had never seen someone so extravagant, not even warming their seats before throwing down 500,000. Some people holding a few hundred chips in their hands felt too embarrassed to bet and just sat there waiting to see the outcome of this round. A middle-aged bald man with a small pile of chips in front of him seemed to have won a little. Seeing Chen Chen's actions, he shook his head disdainfully and muttered to himself, "Another rich second generation whose brain has been fried by money. It would be strange if he didn't lose with such a betting method." He seemed very knowledgeable about this roulette game. The dealer who started the roulette wheel frowned when Chen Chen casually threw down 500,000. It had been a while since he had seen such a generous customer. He immediately perked up, smiling broadly and loudly declared, "Place your bets." The roulette wheel spun. Among the guests who had bet a few hundred, the wheel slowly came to a stop. Oh my God! No way? This is possible. Everyone at the table looked at Chen Chen in astonishment. Even the dealer couldn't believe it. After Chen Chen casually threw down 500,000, it landed directly on the number 13. He thought there wouldn't be much difference between betting like this and just throwing the chips. But he never expected that when the roulette wheel stopped, it landed exactly on the number 13. A payout of 10 to 1, 5 million. The dealer quickly counted out 50 red chips worth 100,000 each and pushed them politely towards Chen Chen. There was a hint of jealousy and envy in his eyes. Just a moment ago, some people had looked down on Chen Chen, thinking he was just fooling around and didn't understand the game at all. But at this moment, their faces changed slightly, and they fell silent. After organizing his chips, finishing the remaining half glass of whiskey, he left without a word. The other guests who had lost a few hundred saw Chen Chen effortlessly earn back 5 million with a single throw, their eyes turning red with envy. But they didn't have the audacity to throw down 50,000 in one go, so all they could do was envy him. When the 5 million chips were pushed in front of him, Chen Chen was dumbfounded, his face filled with anger. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn, how the hell did I win this? Why is it so hard to lose some money?" Chen Chen had won money but looked dejected, as if not losing money made him frustrated. The other guests were puzzled. What kind of trick was this? Winning money but not happy, constantly saying he wanted to lose money? Is this how the rich play nowadays? We really don't understand the world of the rich. Chen Chen, seeing that he had won back so much in just one round of the roulette game, lost interest immediately. How long would he have to play to lose more money? He stood up ready to check out other activities. As he stood up, he noticed that Wu Nan and her sisters had been standing behind him the whole time, watching him play. Didn't I give you all the chips? Don't follow me, go quickly, play by yourselves, remember, try to lose as much as possible, don't think about winning. Chen Chen deliberately instructed. Seeing Chen Chen looking a bit anxious, Wu Nan had to signal to the other beautiful women, and everyone dispersed, each going to play their favorite games. Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the beautiful women finally willing to lose money. Looking left and right, Chen Chen noticed a table not far away surrounded by many people, so he casually walked over. Upon arriving at the table, he found it quite interesting. They were playing a dice-guessing game. Unexpectedly, in such a high-end place, there was such a down-to-earth way of playing, which piqued Chen Chen's interest. Rolling the dice was about guessing big or small, and of course, you could also bet on a leopard, which meant all three dice showing the same number. This kind of outcome was rare, but the odds were higher, all depending on luck and intuition. Chen Chen watched a couple of rounds where others bet small, and according to normal circumstances, the likelihood of small continuing to win would decrease. So, Chen Chen directly placed a bet of 1 million on small. This type of game was popular and attracted many players, with some betting tens of thousands. Although Chen Chen's 1 million was the highest, it didn't surprise others. Soon, everyone placed their bets. As the dealer shook the dice cup, everyone's eyes were fixed on it, their hearts pounding. Crack! After a while of shaking, the dice cup was slammed onto the table by the enchanting female dealer. Then, it was revealed. 4, 5, 5, big. Damn, I knew it would be big, there goes my 20,000 again. Oh my, what's your 20,000? I've lost my 100,000. Several losers immediately started cursing. But seeing that he had indeed lost this round, Chen Chen was ecstatic, almost jumping with excitement, saying, quick, quick, continue, finally found a way to lose money, I can't wait. He then threw out another 3 million, this time betting big. People around, seeing him lose 1 million in one go, were not disappointed but rather happy, looking at him as if he were a fool, not understanding his play. The game continued. The enchanting female dealer shook the dice cup up and down, her chest almost bursting out of her dress. But the surrounding guests had no time to care about that, all eyes fixed on the dice cup in her hands. Until the cup was slammed down again, and the dice revealed. Immediately, there were gasps and shouts. Some cursed, some screamed in joy for winning. This time it was small, but Chen Chen had bet big and lost another 3 million. But Chen Chen was thrilled, thinking that with this situation, increasing the bet and losing billions didn't seem too difficult. Just as Chen Chen was about to put his remaining 1 million on the table, a cute little head suddenly approached him, a lovely girl of 6 or 7 years old, staring at him with big watery eyes. Pouting her cute little mouth, she said in a sweet voice, "Brother, if you lose all your coins, I can tell you where to bet to win." Chen Chen was taken aback. He bent down to touch her chubby face, smiling. "All right, tell me where to bet." Chen Chen didn't believe that such a little one understood dice rolling, but since he was losing anyway, he might as well play along with her. The little girl, biting her finger, looked at the betting positions for a while, pointed to the 3 ones, and said, "Those 3 same ones, all one, will definitely win." Duo, don't talk nonsense. A stylishly dressed young woman next to them, who seemed to be the little girl's mother, immediately stopped her from being naughty. The woman smiled slightly at Chen Chen. "I'm sorry, kids talk nonsense, please don't take it seriously." "It's okay," Chen Chen said lightly with a smile, "winning or losing doesn't matter. Since she wants to bet, I'll bet." With that, Chen Chen placed the remaining 1 million in his hand on the positions of 3 ones, the leopard, and cheerfully waited to lose the money. Chen Chen lost 4 million in 2 rounds, catching the attention of others. Now, seeing him about to bet another 1 million on 3 ones for the leopard, everyone thought he must be crazy. Although the leopard paid 1 to 10, the chances of getting a leopard were so low that throwing 1 million at once was like throwing it into the water without a sound. A bespectacled gentleman kindly advised, "Young man, dice isn't played like this. You've already lost 4 million. It's better to play it safe, bet on big and small a few times first." "Yes, sir, don't listen to Duo. She's just a child, talking nonsense. 1 million is not a small amount. You should be more cautious." The young woman, the little girl's mother, said with some concern. Chen Chen chuckled, reached out and took a cocktail from the bunny girl passing by, took a sip, and said, "Thank you for your concern, but I really don't mind. I just want to have fun. If I really lose, I'll be even happier." Everyone fell silent. Happier to lose? Who has ever seen such a person? Coming here not to win money but to lose it, truly bizarre. The enchanting female dealer, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, couldn't help but throw him a flirtatious glance, discreetly pulling down her neckline to reveal more cleavage. "Bring me more guests who want to lose money like this." The female dealer's eyes were full of charm as she sent flirtatious looks to Chen Chen. Her heart bloomed with joy, knowing that her bonus and commission for the month were guaranteed again. Hurry, I can't wait to lose money. If I lose this round, I'll go change chips and continue." Urged by Chen Chen, the female dealer finally extended her slender hands, picked up the purple-black dice cup, and began shaking it in front of her chest. Clatter! Clatter! Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound, all eyes fixed on the dice cup, waiting to see the outcome of this round. Although no one could be sure if it would be big or small, they were certain that the chances of getting a leopard were slim. They were all waiting to see what expression Chen Chen would have if he lost, and if he would still be so carefree and smug. Crack! The heavy dice cup slammed onto the table again. The enchanting female dealer blushed slightly, her chest rising and falling slightly, showing that she was particularly concerned about the outcome of this round. If Chen Chen lost, the 1 million would go to the casino, adding to the 4 million he had lost before, totaling 5 million, from which she could at least get a commission of 5,000. But if Chen Chen won, it would be a disaster. A leopard paid 1 to 10, which meant 10 million. She might not only lose her commission but also face a deduction from her salary. So, she used all her skills in shaking the dice cup that she had practiced for years. As long as she didn't shake out 3 ones, anything would do. After silently praying for a while, the female dealer finally, with trembling hands, slowly opened the dice cup. Everyone was stunned. Looking at the dice in front of them, even the female dealer was dumbfounded. 3 dice on the table were stacked one on top of the other, with the bottom 2 obscured, and the top one clearly visible to everyone, a bright red large dot, particularly eye-catching. "Oh my god, the top one is a 1. I wonder what the other 2 are below. Could it really be a leopard? No way, I think it's just a coincidence. The bottom can't be 1. The other onlookers were all amazed and guessing. The female dealer looked at the dice in front of her, sweat beading on the tip of her nose. Taking a deep breath, she extended her slender fingers to move the stack of dice. As she removed the first one, the people around immediately gasped. "It's really a 1. Unbelievable. Quick, open the next one." The enchanting female dealer's heart was trembling, constantly praying that the next one would be anything but a 1. However, when she moved the second die with her red nails and revealed the 1 at the bottom, her heart sank. After shaking the dice cup for 6 or 7 years, she was confident that she could get what she wanted, big or small. Even if she wanted a triple, she could roll 3 of the same number within 10 chances. But she never expected that when she least wanted it, she would roll a triple 1, a killer combination. And they were stacked on top of each other, unable to get what she wanted. The enchanting female dealer's face turned green, unsure whether to praise her godlike skills or be annoyed at her luck. The other onlookers, who had underestimated Chen Chen before, thinking he was just fooling around, were all dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Is there a conspiracy? Cheating? But they had never seen anyone cheat and give away money, right? The only possibility now is that this kid had a stroke of luck, hitting a probability so small that it was almost impossible. Most importantly, he had bet a whopping 1 million. Some regretted not taking a chance with Chen Chen. Look at him, taking a risk and turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Amazing! Chen Chen never expected things to go this far. If it weren't for the unattractive look on the female dealer's face, he would have thought she was deliberately going easy on him. Soon, 10 million in chips were placed in front of Chen Chen. The little girl, Duo, was overjoyed, her eyes forming crescent moons as she shook her head with her 2 ponytails tied up, pouting at Chen Chen in surprise. Brother, look, I was right, choosing that 1 would definitely win. You see, you won so many coins just by looking at it. I always rank first in school. Yes, Chen Chen smiled helplessly, not losing but not winning either, quite frustrating. However, seeing the little girl so happy for winning made it acceptable. If she were to cry endlessly if she lost, it would be troublesome. Chen Chen pinched Duo's chubby little face and said, "You helped brother win so much, how should I thank you? Let me give you a few to play with." After that, Chen Chen grabbed a handful of red chips from the table in front of him, about 20 of them, and put them in the little girl's shirt pocket. "Are these coins good for you to play with?" "Yes, thank you, brother." The little girl was very happy, easily accepting them as if they were just a few small gifts from her big brother. Others immediately became unsettled. No way, that one red chip is worth 100,000 soft sister coins, just exchange it at the front desk, and it's real money. Just like that, he gave away nearly 2 million in one go. Who is this person? It's outrageous for a tycoon. Ah, why don't I have such an adorable daughter? Just a few sweet words and you earn 2 million. The girl's mother, a young woman, was also stunned to see Chen Chen give Duo around 20 red chips. The daughter was too young to understand what one chip meant, just treating it like a toy coin. But how could she not know? One chip was worth 100,000, so 20 of them meant 2 million, not a small sum of money. Although she was meticulously dressed from head to toe and didn't seem to be short of money, meeting by chance in a place like this and receiving 2 million truly caught her off guard. Sir, isn't it a bit inappropriate? It's okay, she chose it all, so that's how I can win. Giving her a few to play with is only right, Chen Chen said with a faint smile. Seeing that Chen Chen seemed indifferent, the woman stopped being pretentious and nodded slightly to thank him. Seeing that the chips in front of Chen Chen were recovered and increased, he continued to ask the little girl, Duo, which one should we go for next? Holding 2 red chips in her hand, the little girl with watery eyes stared for a while and said, let's go for that one. Saying that, she pointed to the spot with 3 CXS. Alright, I'll go with your choice. Chen Chen pushed all the remaining chips in front of him and bet everything on the 3 CXS. The others who had been envious for a while were now even more shocked. Betting on a 3 of a kind? How is that possible? Even getting 2 3 of a kinds in a row is something you rarely see in a year of playing. But seeing Chen Chen's confident look and the clear eyes of the little girl, and thinking back to the previous round, it didn't seem impossible, did it? But they won. So, those with courage immediately decided to follow suit and bet on 3 CXS, 100,000 yuan. Seeing someone follow, others also followed suit, with bets of 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, and in no time, the bets exceeded over 10 million. The female dealer was at a loss. She didn't know what sins she had committed in her past life to encounter such a person. But she couldn't refuse the guests' bets, it was their freedom to bet as they pleased. The female dealer could only wait for the bets to be placed, then nervously lift the dice cup and shake it again. This time, she had learned her lesson and didn't bother with any tricks, just casually shook it a couple of times before placing it back on the table. Thinking to herself, if this round really turned out to be a 3 of a kind, she would immediately resign and never touch this stuff again in her life. Since everyone had placed their bets, they all stared nervously at the dice cup, hoping for the miraculous appearance of 3 CXS. Some were excited, stretching their necks, staring with wide eyes, and shouting loudly, 6, 6, 6. Knowing it was a dice game, they probably thought a bunch of foolish old men were watching a risque female anchor perform here. After a dozen seconds of unbearable anticipation, the female dealer made up her mind and, with a bang, uncovered the dice cup. 1, 3, 5, small. Everyone was dumbfounded. What happened to the 666? Where's the 3 of a kind? Those who had followed suit with their bets were all stunned, standing there speechless. Ha ha ha. The female dealer, acting like a lunatic, burst into laughter without any professionalism. Alright. No one expected that Chen Chen lost 8 million, but he clapped and laughed as if he had won money. Those who lost money all looked at him like he was crazy, glaring at Chen Chen angrily, cursing him silently for being insane, and even wanting to slap themselves and call themselves idiots. How could this happen? But little did they know what Chen Chen was thinking. After struggling for a long time, he managed to lose all the 2 million he had brought with him. Could Chen Chen not be upset? After those who were cheated left in anger, Chen Chen couldn't stop smiling. Just then, Wunan and the others returned after playing around. Seeing that Chen Chen was in a good mood, they all gathered around him. Are you winning or losing money? Why are you so happy? Wunan asked with a smile. Need I say more? Of course, I lost money. Chen Chen replied cheerfully. By the way, how did you all do? How much did you lose? I still have 700,000 left, Wunan said. She felt embarrassed for losing so much money in such a short time. Oh, you should keep trying. Chen Chen said disappointedly upon hearing that she hadn't finished losing yet. I'm done. Newton pinched her fingers, looked down at her 36D chest, and said sheepishly, there was a slot machine over there that I found fun, I couldn't control myself for a moment, and I lost it all. The more Newton spoke, the quieter her voice became, feeling like she had made a mistake. Although Chen Chen said they could lose as they pleased, they felt that he just didn't want them to feel burdened and wanted them to have fun. I still have 2 million. I have 1 million left. I have 100,000 left too. Megue, Purple Bamboo, and Lily also extended their fair, delicate hands, holding onto their remaining chips. I have. Only Shualan hesitated for a long time without saying how much she had left. Wunan laughed, did you lose everything too? Shuelan shook her head, denying nervously with her hands behind her back. Ha! You didn't lose 2 million and end up in debt, did you? Muden widened her eyes. As soon as Muden said this, the other girls were surprised, looking at Shuelan's unusual behavior. Could it be that she really owed gambling debts? It's okay, Shinshin said loudly. I didn't ask you to lose money. Shuelan did well. As long as you're okay, it doesn't matter how much you lose, I'll help you repay. No, Shuelan blushed slightly, shook her head gently, then took out a tray from behind with chips on it, neatly stacked with golden chips. I just won about 30 million. I don't know how to tell you guys. What? Won over 30 million? The girls were ecstatic, immediately crowding around to pick up the chips in her tray and examine them carefully. Each golden chip was labeled with 500,000, neatly arranged in rows of more than 3, with 20 in each row. Wow, Shuelan, you're amazing too. Yeah, what did you play? How did you make so much money in no time? Several girls asked in amazement. Shuelan smiled faintly. It's the poker over there. I don't know why. After watching them play a few times, I knew how to play, and I could almost figure out what cards they had, so I won almost every hand. Wow, Shuelan, you're really amazing. Meiguei exclaimed. Yeah, I really didn't expect it. Shuelan is so talented in this aspect. Shinshin couldn't help but praise. Have you studied before? Shuelan shook her head. No, this is my first time in a place like this. How could I have studied before? I just watched them play a few rounds and learned the rules. Oh, you really are a genius. Chen praised. Hearing Shen's words, Shuelan's fair and pretty face blushed slightly. She stole a glance at Chen, then lowered her head shyly and said nothing more. Shuelan gently placed the over 30 million chips in front of Chen. Chen was taken aback at the sight. What to do now? He was happy to think he had lost 2 million. And when he heard that Meiguei, Wu Nan, and the others had also lost, especially Muden who had lost all 2 million, he thought the results were brilliant. Unexpectedly, Shuelan, this fairy, had won over 30 million in the blink of an eye. This was getting more and more complicated. Just as Chen was scratching his head in distress, the enchanting female dealer across the table threw a flirtatious look at Chen and said seductively, Sir, do you want to lose money? Do you want to lose big money? Chen raised his head upon hearing this and said, Yes, do you have a way? The female dealer nodded. We have a VIP room where all the big clients are. If you don't have 100 million in funds, you don't even qualify to enter. Do you have any interest? The female dealer could tell that Chen, this handsome young man, was a lunatic, and a particularly wealthy one at that. She didn't dare let Chen continue playing at her table. The roller coaster-like excitement was too much for her fragile heart to handle. Seeing him insist on losing money, she decided to introduce him to the VIP room. When Chen heard her words, his face immediately brightened, and he happily exclaimed, Why didn't you mention this service earlier? What a waste of time. Hurry, take us there. Alright, please wait a moment, the female dealer immediately called out twice on the intercom. Sure enough, not long after, a tall and beautiful woman, dressed in a nearly transparent blue gown, with a slender waist and graceful demeanor, approached. This woman, in terms of looks and figure, was a cut above the bunny girls and dealers in the hall. Truly worthy of being a VIP, even the service girls for clients had such elegance. Following behind the beauty, Chen couldn't help but gaze at the swaying figure in the gauzy skirt, the faintly visible slender waist and perky buttocks, and the fair skin that could almost rival Dong Qianqian's. Catching a whiff of the fragrance left in the air by the beauty and watching her graceful figure, Chen felt an urge to pounce. However, in such a public setting, it didn't seem appropriate. Especially with Wu Nan and the other 6 girls watching from behind, it was better to keep such thoughts to himself. Acting on them would be inappropriate. Guided by the beauty, Chen soon arrived in a spacious room. The room was luxuriously decorated, with furniture reminiscent of medieval Europe, high-backed leather sofas, and intricately crafted coat racks, exuding a noble air in every detail. It made one feel unworthy without money to be in such a place. In the center of the room was a large green table for gambling. At that moment, 3 men and a woman were seated at the table. When Chen was ushered in, a man in his 50s with a goatee, wearing suspenders and a vest, stood up with a smile and greeted, Come, please sit down. My surname is Jean, I'm the owner here. I heard that you're not interested in small games and want to play big, and coincidentally, I have a few friends here who also like to play big. How about a few rounds with us? Sure, that's what I had in mind. Chen replied without hesitation, taking a seat at the gambling table without waiting for an invitation. What are we playing? Count me in, I won't sit out. Of course, mister. Jean chuckled as he returned to his seat. I don't know what you're familiar with, how about Texas Hold'em? It's quite classic, and we usually play that here. Texas Hold'em? I've heard of it, but I don't know how to play. Oh, then let's pick another game. No, why change? Chen Chen interjected, it's fine if I don't know, as long as you do. As long as I can lose money, who cares what we play? Well, cough. Mr. Jean was taken aback. He had met peculiar people before, but someone who insisted on playing a game they didn't know was a first. This wasn't like the games outside where bets were in the tens of thousands. Here, bets could easily reach millions. So, Mr. Jean reminded him, let's exchange chips first. How much would you like to exchange? Let's start with 1 billion. Chen Chen said as he casually tossed his bank card linked to the Universal Tycoon system onto the green table. 1 billion? Mr. Jean was slightly surprised but quickly smiled and said, alright. He then had a slender maid in gauze take the card to be swiped. The 3 men and 1 woman at the table had been eyeing Chen Chen since he entered the room, constantly assessing him. Clearly, someone like Chen Chen, who didn't even understand the game and was a wealthy fool, was a rare opportunity not to be missed. Although they remained calm on the surface, the ecstatic joy between them was evident in the exchanged glances. Especially when they saw Chen Chen throw down 1 billion, they were practically jumping with excitement. Normally, making a few million in a game was considered good enough for them. They never expected that today, for some unknown reason, they would stumble upon such a fat, easy target. It was truly a cause for celebration. Chen Chen was no fool. Although he didn't know what trickery was at play, he could sense that something was off from their slightly unnatural expressions. If it were someone else, they would have slammed the table, made up an excuse, and left in a hurry. But Chen Chen stayed because he was there to lose money. Those outside didn't play high-stakes games, so they couldn't lose much money. Now that they were up to something fishy, it was exactly what Chen Chen needed, so there was no reason for him to leave. As long as they weren't cheating by swapping cards or pulling any other tricks, if they could win fair and square based on their card skills, Chen Chen was determined to play along, no matter how much he lost. So, Chen Chen called out to Wu Nan and Muden, both of you lost the most just now. Come over here, let's play together. Anyone else who wants to play, join us. If you lose, I'll cover the losses, and if you win, it's all yours. When the 3 men and 1 woman heard about this opportunity, they looked at Wu Nan and the other girls with a hint of envy in their eyes. But Muden felt embarrassed after losing 2 million, so she pushed Xuelan forward and took the seat on Chen Chen's right. Wu Nan, upon Chen Chen's invitation, sat on his left. Soon, a large pile of chips worth 1 billion was set in front of Chen Chen. He then gave Wu Nan and Xuelan 30 million each, and the gambling session officially began. The man in suspenders, the boss named Jean, looked at Chen Chen and chuckled, since you're not familiar with the rules, let me give you a brief introduction before we start. Sure, Chen Chen replied nonchalantly. Xuelan and Wu Nan were also new to the game. Although they had heard of this type of game before, they had never had the chance to play, so they listened attentively. Texas Hold'em rules may sound complex, but they're quite simple. At the beginning of each round, each player receives 2 cards. The dealer starts the betting, and then each player decides whether to bet or fold after seeing their cards. After everyone has had their turn, the community cards are dealt, and players decide whether to bet or fold based on their hand and the community cards. You can raise, but if you want to call, you must match the previous bet. This process continues for 5 rounds, with 5 community cards being dealt. The remaining players can then reveal their cards, combining their 2 cards with the 5 community cards to form the best possible hand. The player with the highest ranking hand wins. The hand rankings are as follows, from lowest to highest: high card, pair, 2 pairs, 3 of a kind, straight, flush, full house, 4 of a kind, straight flush, and royal flush. That's about it. If you're unsure, you can refer to the screen for the list of hand rankings. Do you understand, or do you have any other questions? Crystal clear. Chen Chen snapped his fingers, urging, let's get started already. I can't wait to start losing money. The rules are too tedious, but it's never too late to learn while playing. Alright, Jean nodded with a smile and said to the beautiful maid in a green chiffon dress, let's deal the cards. The 2 men and 1 woman on either side of Jean were also visibly excited. The woman was wearing a black suit with 2 buttons of her white shirt undone, revealing a hint of a pink undershirt. She was in her 30s, with a shoulder-length haircut styled by a famous hairdresser. Her eyes were enchanting, her lips red and alluring, the kind that would attract men. At this moment, seeing Chen Chen looking impatient, she wore a confident smile as if she had him figured out. The other 2 men included a young man in his 20s with a clean-cut appearance and a bearded man who seemed around 40. Both exuded confidence and composure, indicating they were skilled in this game and didn't pay much attention to Chen Chen, Wu Nan, and Xuelan. Upon hearing the boss's instructions, the beautiful woman in a transparent blue chiffon skirt swiftly approached the table and skillfully began dealing cards for everyone. The first round was hosted by Boss Jean, dealing 2 cards to each player. After the cards were distributed, Boss Jean casually tossed a golden chip as a blind bet of 500,000. The woman with red lips beside him smiled and followed suit with 500,000. The bearded man glanced at his cards and folded immediately. It was Wu Nan's turn next. Being the first round, she understood the rules and the common practice of blind betting but hesitated to reveal her cards, fearing a loss, and eventually folded. Why fold? You guys are no fun, Shin Shen muttered, feeling a bit bored as both the bearded man and Wu Nan folded. He then grabbed a handful of chips and threw them onto the table. 5 million. Without even looking at his cards, he threw 5 million, causing even the dealer to glance at Shin Shen. Not only was he handsome, but also quite the high roller. Indeed, Shin Shen's move surprised Boss Jean and the others. Xu Elan looked at her cards and shook her head, folding as well. The young man hesitated for a moment, seeming to consider playing but ultimately sighed and folded too. After a round of betting, it was back to Boss Jean. If Boss Jean wanted to continue, he would have to match Shin Shen's 5 million and reveal his cards for 10 million. Just when everyone thought Boss Jean would reveal his cards, he surprised them by folding without looking. Now, only Shin Shen and the woman with red lips remained at the table. The woman extended her slender fingers, delicately pinching the corners of her cards with her shiny nails. With a seductive glance, she smiled at Shin Shen. I'll pass too. Sir, not only are you handsome, but you also have courage. You didn't even look at your cards and bet 5 million right away, making my heart race. The woman flirted with Shin Shen, even subtly emphasizing her chest. Boss Jean chuckled. You really want to play big, young and promising, indeed. Behind Shin Shen, Muden, seeing the woman flirting with him, was furious. Her eyes widened, and she proudly said, we are here to play big. If you can't keep up, you better leave now. Alright, let's continue, Boss Jean replied. After the first round, all the chips on the table were collected in front of Shin Shen, and the second round of dealing began. This time, Boss Jean placed a blind bet of 1 million, followed by the woman with red lips and the bearded man, each betting 1 million. When it was Wu Nan's turn, she hesitated but eventually matched the 1 million bet. Next was Shin Shen, who once again, without looking at his cards, threw 5 million. Xu Elan, straightforwardly, folded without hesitation. The creamy-faced young man's complexion turned ugly. He regretted sitting in the seat below Shin Shen, missing even the chance to post the blind bet. If he wanted to continue, he would have to raise 5 million in one go. With a forced smile, he picked up the cards and looked at them. Ace of Diamonds and King of Diamonds. This was a good hand, so he boldly raised by 10 million. After the round, the beautiful woman in green silk waved her jade hand and revealed the first community card, placing it in the middle of the table, the King of Hearts. Mr. Jean, upon seeing his cards, also raised by 10 million, and the woman with red lips followed suit. Only the man with a big beard lit a cigarette and discarded his cards. Wu Nan and Shin Shen also continued. The second community card was the Ace of Clubs. The creamy-faced young man saw that he had at least 2 pairs, so he raised by another 5 million, totaling 15 million. Unfortunately, in the end, Mr. Jean won with a flush of hearts, defeating everyone. Shin Shen and Wu Nan lost almost all of their 30 million in chips in this round. Wu Nan's face turned pale as she looked at Shin Shen, feeling somewhat guilty. Shin Shen held her soft white hand and comforted her. Cheer up, we're not done losing yet. The more we lose, the happier I am. Let's continue. After that, Shin Shen took out his card and said to the maid standing nearby, please exchange for 4 billion in chips. Today is really good. Spending money at this speed is more like it. The beautiful woman dared not delay and quickly placed 4 billion in chips in front of Shin Shen under Mr. Jin's urging gaze. Shin Shen gave half to Wu Nan. Try to lose as much as possible. The more you lose, the more you help me. Trust me. Wu Nan looked at the 2 billion in chips in front of her, then at Shin Shen's smiling face, feeling a mix of anger and urgency, unsure of how much money this guy really had and what he was up to. Losing tens of millions to hundreds of millions, he didn't feel sad at all, but rather happy as if he had won money, which was truly unreasonable. Wu Nan knew what to do. However, she would just do as Shin Shen said, as long as he was happy. The game continued. Each round involved bets of hundreds of millions to billions. After a dozen rounds, Shin Shen had very few chips left, while Wu Nan, who was being cautious, had barely half left. Xu Lan rarely bet, mostly passing in the games. Although she didn't lose much, everyone had almost forgotten about her. Now, Mr. Jean and the woman were the biggest winners at the table. They had almost stacked chips in front of them, each with at least 3 billion, most of which came from Shin Shen and Wu Nan. The creamy-faced young man and the man with a big beard didn't win much, but they still had tens of millions, so all 4 of them had flushed faces. They had been playing for over an hour now. Chen Chen felt that the pace was a bit slow. Having finally found a place where he could spend money quickly and complete tasks efficiently, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. If he spent 10 billion today, he wouldn't have to worry about the system wiping him out by the end of the month. So, Chen Chen waved his hand, signaling to pause the game and said, "I think we're wasting time like this. The stakes are not high enough. Can we increase them?" Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Mr. Jean and the others were stunned. They had already lost several billion, and he thought they were playing small? Who was this guy? Did he have a gold mine at home? However, Mr. Jean had already realized that Chen Chen was not very good at playing. It wasn't an act. At first, he was worried that Chen Chen was pretending to be clueless to deceive them. However, after playing for such a long time, Boss Jean found that worrying was completely unnecessary. Although he was unsure where Chen Chen came from, why he had so much money, and why he insisted on losing money, he could be certain that Chen Chen was not here to win money but to give it away like crazy. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it involved billions of dollars, like a gift from the god of wealth. When Boss Jean heard Chen Chen say that the stakes were still low, he immediately said with joy, "If you still don't find it exciting, let's raise the bet. How about starting at 1 billion? I'm in, ha ha ha." Chen Chen nodded happily at the mention of starting at 1 billion. He tossed his bank card and said, "Exchange it directly for 20 billion in chips. I want to have a good time." The red-lipped woman, the bearded man, and the creamy-faced young man were stunned to see Chen Chen wanting to exchange for 20 billion in chips, their eyes gleaming with excitement. 20 billion! That was more money than they could spend in several lifetimes. Seeing Chen Chen lose a few billion without a care and wanting to play even bigger, they too found it hard to contain their excitement. Although each of them had only 2 or 3 billion in front of them, as long as they had good cards and went all in, they could keep playing until the end and still have a chance to win. Even if they couldn't win at all, winning a portion would be enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Boss Jean, however, was different from them. He already had over 3 to nearly 4 billion in chips in front of him, having the most capital, making him the most powerful and the most eager to pocket the huge wealth that Chen Chen was offering. After Chen Chen exchanged for the 20 billion in chips, Boss Jean, though still smiling, was visibly excited and eager, his slightly trembling hands betraying his emotions. He immediately instructed the maid to start dealing the cards. In the first round of blinds, each person bet 1 billion. Wu Nan and Xue Lan were originally going to fold, the stakes were too high, and their hearts couldn't take it. But Chen Chen wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to lose money, so he took the liberty to bet 1 billion for each of them. Boss Jean revealed his cards, 2 kings. These were excellent whole cards, so when it was his turn to speak, he immediately bet another billion without hesitation. Next was the red-lipped woman. After looking at her cards, she thought for a moment and also bet 1 billion. The bearded man, upon seeing his cards, had his facial muscles contorted, indicating a weak hand. He had already bet 1 billion earlier, and if he gave up now, that previous billion would have been for nothing. If he continued, and the community cards didn't match his whole cards, he would lose even more. The bearded man was deeply conflicted. This was no small game. He had never played for this much money in decades. After scratching his beard and head for a while, the bearded man made up his mind and also bet another billion, seemingly wanting to take a risk, hoping for a big win. Wu Nan, seeing everyone else betting, reluctantly looked at her cards. She had 2 queens, so she gritted her teeth and bet 1 billion in front of Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded with a smile, "That's more like it." He then, without looking at his cards, placed another billion in chips. Xue Lan delicately picked up her cards and saw a 10 and a jack, a weak hand. She glanced at Chen Chen and smiled faintly, indicating that her hand was weak and she wouldn't bet. However, Chen Chen said, "It's rare that everyone is in this round, let's not spoil the fun, shall we?" With that, Chen Chen also bet 1 billion for Xue Lan. It was now the creamy-faced young man's turn. He closed his eyes, made a cross with his right hand over his chest, and muttered a few words devoutly, as if praying that his god would favor him and help him out. After completing these actions, he pushed all the chips in front of him forward and declared, "All in." The stack of chips in front of him was worth at least 2 billion, indicating his determination to go all out. The others, witnessing the young man's move, were somewhat surprised but not shocked, knowing that even if they didn't go all in this round, the next one would likely be the same. As everyone watched, the first community card was revealed, a spade A. Mr. Jean immediately matched with over 2 billion. The woman with red lips had only about 2 billion in chips left, so she also went all in without hesitation. The man with a big beard, seeing everyone betting without backing down, looked at the few million chips left in front of him, extinguished his cigarette forcefully, and weakly said, "Pass." He then gathered his remaining chips, stood up, and left. Wu Nan, unsure of how to proceed in the current situation since she didn't know others' hands, but holding a pair of queens wasn't bad. However, to continue betting now required over 2 billion. After hesitating for a moment, just as Chen Chen was about to help her bet further, Wu Nan reached out and pushed all her remaining chips forward, all in. Wu Nan felt that regardless of winning or losing, this was the way to go, but she couldn't let Chen Chen continue betting for her. Seeing Wu Nan also go all in, Chen Chen didn't say anything more and continued to call without looking at his cards, being reckless. However, he didn't bet directly but instead turned to Mr. Jean and asked, "How much money do you have in total?" Mr. Jean was taken aback, wondering what this meant. Was he suggesting a high-stakes game to settle the win or loss? Considering his pair of kings and the ace already on the table, he smiled and said, "I have over 100 million on the table, 300 million in the safe, and my new MGM casino is worth 5.6 billion. How about that? Want to play big?" Not bad, Shin Shin nodded. "Let's go big then. I bet 800 million, gambling your entire fortune. Are you up for it, Mr. Jean?" In other circumstances, Mr. Jean might not have dared to take such a huge risk. But today was different. Firstly, this was his territory, so he didn't need to deceive or worry about others deceiving him. Secondly, he was sure Chin Chen wasn't very skilled at the game, and with his decades of accurate judgment, he wouldn't be wrong. Thirdly, his hand was exceptionally good this round, while Chen Chen hadn't even looked at his cards yet. In such favorable conditions, facing Chen Chen's 10 or 20 billion, how could Mr. Jean not be tempted? "Alright, I'll play along with you, let's have a good game." Mr. Jean put away his smile and spoke seriously. He immediately had someone open the safe and bring over the property documents of the MGM casino, along with other asset certificates. Among them was a huge 300 million deposit slip. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Mr. Jean, you truly have courage and boldness. I'm not disappointed to give you my money. A person like you, who seizes opportunities and dares to take risks, deserves to prosper." After speaking, Chen Chen pushed his chips forward, and with a clatter, over 16 billion in chips were all in. "This is mine and the remaining ladies, each with over 8 billion. Now, let's deal the cards and see who wins." Just as Chen Chen finished speaking, Shualan's expression changed, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she whispered to Chen Chen, "It seems like my hand isn't that great, should I?" Chen Chen waved his hand, "No need, you've already bet, let's just play." Hearing this, Shualan remained silent, sitting quietly. Although Mr. Jean was worried, seeing Chen Chen throw in over 8 billion for the girl, his desire to win grew even stronger. If this hand wins, counting the money on the table, there is a huge fortune of about 4 billion. If he wins it all, there's no need to open a casino, just enjoy life to the fullest and become a tycoon. Under everyone's tense gaze, the slender figure of the beautiful woman in green veil seemed to have long realized the weight of this round. Her hands trembled as she dealt the cards. After a couple of shuffles, she finally revealed the second community card, turning it over to reveal an ace of diamonds. Now the community cards show a pair of aces. Mr. Jean holds a pair of kings, forming two pairs, currently the highest. A smile crept onto Mr. Jin's face. The dealing continued. No one expected the third card to be another ace, this time an ace of clubs, making it 3 aces. Mr. Jean was delighted, almost squinting with joy, as he now had 3 of a kind with a pair. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was almost certain of winning. The fourth card was a king of clubs. The fifth card was a queen of clubs. With all the cards revealed, the outcome was clear, and it was time to show hands. Mr. Jean couldn't contain his joy, confidently flipping his whole cards onto the table. 2 kings. What? Oh, I shouldn't have played. The young man and the woman with red lips, upon seeing Mr. Jin's cards, their eyes dimmed, slumping in their chairs. They hadn't expected their own hands to be weak, let alone Mr. Jin's to be stronger. No wonder he had bet all his money, even the casino. With such a good hand, they might have done the same. They both discarded their cards without revealing them. Wu Nan slowly revealed his 2 queens. Everyone was surprised, feeling a bit regretful, as queens were only slightly weaker than kings, but that slight difference cost them 4 billion. Wu Nan forced a smile, relieved that Chen Chen didn't bet more, or he would have lost even more. Seeing Wu Nan lose, Chen Chen smiled, "Well done, it's okay, this is the result I wanted." Saying that, Chen Chen reached for his whole cards. Slowly, he was about to reveal them. Mr. Jean immediately tensed up, as Chen Chen's cards had been a mystery all along. 3 aces with a pair of kings, although strong, who knew if Chen Chen had an ace in his hand, that would beat Mr. Jin's hand. So, Mr. Jin's eyes widened, sitting on the edge of his seat, holding his breath, waiting for Chen Chen to reveal the 2 crucial cards. Snap! Chen Chen suddenly flipped his cards onto the table. A pair of threes. Damn. Ha ha, I won. Mr. Jean was ecstatic. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen's whole cards were just a pair of threes, even weaker than Wu Nan's queens. The woman with red lips pursed her lips, looking somewhat disdainful, as if the cards she discarded were even stronger than Chen Chen's. Mr. Jean stood up laughing heartily, bowing to Chen Chen. I concede, it's just my luck was a tad better than yours, I won. Chen Chen, seeing his pair of threes, showed no disappointment, instead chuckled, today was worth it, spent more in a day than half a month, feels great. Mr. Jean, seeing Chen Chen lose over 2 billion, still able to joke and remain calm, greatly admired him. A young man who is not yet 20 years old actually possesses such a high level of accomplishment and strong composure, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Immediately, with a smile on his face, he said, alright, there is a restaurant and a relaxation area downstairs. Don't leave later, I must treat you to a meal. To have such breadth of mind and generosity at such a young age, I must make friends with someone like you. As he spoke, Boss Jean waved his hand, ready to let the leggy waitress next to him tidy up the spoils in a victorious manner. Wait, a weak and sweet female voice sounded. No one expected that Xu Elan would stand up at this moment. Boss, if the screen is correct, your three with a pair shouldn't have a straight, right? What? She has a straight? Everyone was stunned. This beautiful woman who had been sitting quietly at the table, although she had hardly participated in 90% of the gambling rounds from start to finish, had almost no presence here. So, everyone had almost ignored her. Especially before the last bet, her hesitant expression, and when Chen Chen helped her bet, she said her cards were small, which made everyone not take her seriously at all. Unexpectedly, now, at the crucial moment when Chen Chen had already lost, she claimed to have a straight, which was truly shocking. Upon hearing Xu Elan's words, Boss Jean was shocked, almost scared to the point of his blood running cold. Miss, don't joke around, you really have a straight? Boss Jean asked tremblingly. Yes, although the cards in my hand are not big, when combined with the community cards, it really is a straight. Xu Elan said as she revealed her two whole cards. 1 clover 10, 1 clover J. Everyone was shocked. With the community cards being clover A, clover K, clover Q, it was actually a royal flush of clover A, K, Q, J, 10, the highest hand in Texas Hold'em. Oh my god, the supreme hand in this kind of gameplay. How could this be just a small straight? Boss Jean fell back onto his chair as if his body had been emptied. How was this possible? Just a moment ago, he was immersed in endless joy, marveling at how lucky he was to have met a tycoon like Chen Chen. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he went from the peak of happiness to plummeting directly into an endless abyss. This change was truly unacceptable. Boss Jean rolled his eyes, feeling like he was about to have a heart attack. The red-lipped woman beside him looked at the two cards in front of Xu Elan, her mouth curled up in a faint smile, seeming self-mocking, yet also lamenting the unfairness of fate. She adjusted her little suit, buttoned up her chest, picked up her purse, and left the room without looking back. The handsome young man with a creamy complexion, since the moment Boss Jean revealed his cards, stood there like a statue, quietly frozen in place, not moving or making a sound, not even shifting his gaze. It wasn't until this moment that he stood up from his seat, said nothing, and silently walked away. The women, on the other hand, were ecstatic. Wow! Xu Elan, you are truly amazing. Yes, who would have thought, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is behind, the ultimate winner in the end is our Shueju. How much money is this? Probably around 30 to 40 billion. Rose and Peony in the background couldn't contain their excitement and started shouting. Xu Elan still had a calm expression on her face and said lightly, if I'm not mistaken, it should be 35,276 million, plus the discounted 6 billion for this new Lisboa entertainment city, making a total of 41,276 million. Really? Chen Chen was somewhat incredulous. The waitress next to him quickly counted the chips on the table, and indeed, it was exactly as Shueju had said. Oh my god. Shueju, you're amazing. How do you remember so clearly? Chen Chen was somewhat surprised, turning to look at Xuelan and asking, your calculation ability is so impressive. Earlier, you said you won over 30 million using your calculation skills. I was a bit skeptical, but now it seems you're even more remarkable than you claimed. You're being too modest. The money on the table is being shuffled around, yet you can accurately calculate the total amount, almost like a computer. Oh, it's nothing. I just glanced at it and remembered, Xuelan replied modestly. Seeing Chen Chen staring at her so closely, praising herself incessantly, her face blushed. At this moment, Wu Nan said, Xuelan, you don't need to be modest. You have this talent. It's not a flaw. Wu Nan then turned to Chen Chen and said, Before joining the military, Xuelan was the most outstanding talent at Huaxia Finance University. She completed the 7-year curriculum in just 2 years through self-study. This little calculation at the card table is nothing for her. Really? Now it was Chen Shen's turn to be surprised. He stared at Xuelan's pretty face without blinking, admiring her like a beautiful flower. Chen Shen suddenly realized how beautiful Xuelan was, like a goddess, different from Wunan's elegance, the rose's playfulness, or the peony's charm. What a find! Chen Shen thought to himself. He had thought these girls were just good at playing, but each one was extraordinary in their own way, which pleasantly surprised him. Xuelan and Chen Shen were already sitting close, and now with Chen Shen staring at her without blinking for a long time, Xuelan blushed and lowered her head. She looked like a newlywed bride being looked at by her beloved, feeling both happy and shy. You, please don't look at me like that. Xuelan gently pushed Chen Shen with her hand, almost standing up to move away. Seeing her embarrassment, Chen Shen mischievously moved his face closer and said with a hearty laugh, Xuelan, you're now a wealthy woman with over 4 billion. I just want to say, please support me. I want a free ride. Oh my, what wealthy woman. That sounds terrible. Xuelan couldn't take it anymore. She stood up from her chair and ran behind Wunan, saying, look at him. Wunan just smiled without saying a word. Xuelan then turned to Chen Shen again, I don't want this money. It was your money we were playing with, so if I won, it naturally belongs to you. We were just helping you win. Yes, that's right. The other girls nodded in agreement. Peony, Rose, and Wunan had all lost a considerable amount of money, and Chen Shen hadn't said a word. Now that Xuelan had won, it wouldn't be right for her to keep it. However, to everyone's surprise, when Xuelan said she didn't want it, Chen Shen slammed the table in a panic. How can you not take it? I finally lost that money, and if you give it back to me, do you want me dead? He had thought he would at least lose a few tens of billions this time, but unexpectedly, Xuelan won it all back. Not only did she recover the over 2 billion she had lost, but she also won back the over 10 billion from Jean Lao and the around 10 billion from the other woman and 2 men, including the entire entertainment city. If all that money came back to him, he would suddenly have to spend around 70 to 80 billion, which would be a disaster. Chen Shen firmly refused, saying seriously, Xuelan must keep this money. I don't need it. If you give it to me, you're harming me. Do you want to see me ruined? After he said this, no one dared to say anything. Xuelan could only nod and softly say, don't be angry. If you really don't want it, it's okay. I'll keep it for you. Whenever you need money, I'll give it to you. That sounds good, Wunan said. Xuelan has a talent for this. Money in her hands will surely grow faster. Mr. Jean, who had almost despaired and fainted, regained his senses and was shocked to see Chen Shen and several beautiful women seemingly uninterested in the 4 billion in front of them. But as he realized he had lost everything, a chill ran down his spine, and he felt a pang of regret. Suddenly, a bright idea struck Mr. Jean. He remembered something and quickly asked Chen Shen, Sir, do you still want to spend money? What? You want to gamble again? Chen Shen asked. No, Mr. Jean waved his hands repeatedly, shaking his head vigorously. Hearing Xuelan's background, with such a mathematical genius present, he couldn't afford to gamble anymore. I've lost everything now. I can't gamble anymore in my life. I need to find other ways to make a living. I have a piece of land. I don't know if you're interested. It's a large area. I bought it for 1 billion, and now the land value has increased. I won't make any profit from you. I'll sell it to you for 1 billion. I need some money to retire. What do you think? Oh, land? Sounds good, Chen Shen nodded. Real estate is booming everywhere, and it seems like it requires a lot of money. This is indeed a good way to spend money. So, he immediately asked, where is your land? How big is it? It's on the east side of Shanghai City. How big? Very big, in short, very big. I'll take you to see it on site tomorrow. How about that? Good, it's a deal. Soon, Chen Shen called Mr. Wang from Shanghai International Hotel and asked him to come to the new Lisboa casino immediately to handle something. Mr. Wang didn't dare delay and hurried over. When he saw Chen Shen and learned that Xuelan had won a fortune worth 4 billion, his jaw almost dropped to the floor. He admired Chen Shen and the girls immensely. Having been in Shanghai City for many years, he had never seen such a big deal. Chen Shen didn't mind that. He knew that although Xuelan had amazing financial abilities, it was inconvenient for a girl to manage everything. So, he asked Mr. Wang to take over the casino, splitting the profits 50-50. The profit from this casino was even greater than that of Shanghai International Hotel. Faced with such a good opportunity, Mr. Wang readily accepted. And so, the group happily took a dejected Mr. Jean downstairs to have dinner. 6th floor of the New Lisboa Casino. Luxury restaurant section. These were all luxurious private rooms in the dining department, with the Emperor's Hall and the Queen's Hall being the highest grade, as Mr. Jean explained. When the boss came to dine, it was naturally the most luxurious Emperor's Hall. Although Mr. Jean had just lost the entire casino to Shuelan, he was still considered the former owner, so his words held weight. With just a word from him, the waiters immediately opened the Emperor's Hall for them. Mr. Jean was still hoping to sell his last piece of land to Chun Shen the next day to secure his retirement fund, so he didn't dare neglect Chun Shen. Playfully, the group followed the waiter to the Emperor's Hall. As they were about to arrive, Chun Shen felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach. Although there were bathrooms in the luxurious private rooms, it was inconvenient in front of Wu Nan and the other girls, and he really needed to go. So, Chun Shen quietly told Mutin and walked out of the crowd to find a restroom. Twisting and turning, after some effort and with the guidance of the waiter, Chun Shen finally found the place. A sudden storm made him feel much more comfortable. A few minutes later, Chun Shen relaxed as he washed his hands clean and walked out. Upon coming out, there was no sign of Wu Nan and her friends. They must have already entered the private room. Fortunately, it was mentioned earlier that it was reserved in the Emperor Hall, so Chun Shen meandered along the beautifully decorated corridor to find the Emperor Hall. The corridor here was not straight but twisted and turned, resembling a maze. After walking for a while, just as Chun Shen saw the sign pointing to the Emperor Hall, a group of people suddenly approached from behind, causing him to stop and watch. Among them was a tall, stylish beauty, surrounded by a large group of people, walking confidently. The woman exuded a strong presence and seemed quite impressive. Just as Chun Shen was wondering who this woman was, the group also reached him. Initially, Chun Shen had already stepped aside to make way. However, as the woman approached, her accompanying guards still felt Chun Shen was in the way. A burly man protecting the woman pushed Chun Shen aside without any courtesy. The man didn't even bother to look at Chun Shen, let alone apologize. It seemed as if Chun Shen was not a person but an obstacle or a dog in the woman's path. Chun Shen was instantly angry. He was no ordinary person now. Although he didn't look very strong on the outside, just a handsome young man, after obtaining the Universe Master System, his physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. So, when the burly man pushed him, Chun Shen stood his ground, extending an arm to block. Instead of pushing Chun Shen, the man was lightly pushed back by Chun Shen's hand. As a result, the burly man, who was originally protecting the woman and standing close to her, stumbled back, catching the woman off guard. Her heel twisted, she screamed, and fell onto the corridor carpet. This incident caused an uproar. Vivi, are you okay? Protect Vivi. Where did this kid come from? Wasn't the area cleared already? Yeah, knowing Vivi was coming for dinner, the area was cleared long ago. Who is he? The people immediately surrounded them, inquiring about the condition of the woman called Vivi. Several people immediately surrounded Chun Shen, including the man who was pushed aside by Chun Shen. Realizing that he had caused a big trouble by pushing Chun Shen, resulting in bumping into the famous star Su Vivi, the bodyguard was both terrified and angry. Glaring at Chun Shen, he angrily said, "Kid, who allowed you to stand here? Are you looking for trouble? You even dared to bump into Vivi?" By saying this, he made everyone think that Chun Shen intentionally pushed him to shift the blame onto Chun Shen. However, Chun Shen was not intimidated by his words. He calmly said, "The road is for everyone to walk on, not just yours. Why can't I stand here? Moreover, I already made way for you, yet you still pushed me. Now you want to turn the tables, isn't that unreasonable? Do you know who Vivi is?" Seeing that Chun Shen didn't seem afraid of him, the man immediately brought up the woman's identity, trying to scare Chun Shen. "She is the superstar Su Vivi, famous across the region." Oh, Chun Shen glanced at the woman confidently. No wonder she looked familiar. She was the famous star Su Vivi who appeared on TV all the time. However, the real person in front of him looked much less impressive than on TV. Not only was she not as good looking, but her demeanor didn't seem as friendly as it did on stage. Indeed, life is like a drama, all depending on acting skills. This famous star Su Weiwei turned out to be like this. Just as Chun Shen was about to ask her if she was injured, Su Weiwei, who had already been helped up, angrily stared at Chun Shen and scolded, "Where did you come from, kid? How dare you block the way here? We've already cleared the scene, don't you know? Are you here to steal something? Or sneak in on purpose to get my autograph?" Hearing this, others knew that the big star was angry, and it seemed that she wouldn't calm down unless this kid suffered a bit. So, all the other managers, assistants, and bodyguards coldly looked at Chun Shen. Chun Shen was completely taken aback. He never expected that the friendly Su Weiwei on the screen would be like this in reality. He felt quite disappointed. "I'm neither here to steal nor to ask for your autograph. I'm here to have a meal, my friend is inside." "Having a meal? Oof." Su Weiwei, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, immediately showed a disdainful sneer. "Just you? Having a meal here?" Although she didn't say it explicitly, the implication was clear. She didn't believe that a young man under 20 could come here to dine. Most importantly, they had booked the entire place 3 days in advance. This new Lisboa Entertainment City was one of the top upscale venues in Zhonghai City. How could they go back on their word? So Su Weiwei believed that Chen Chen's claim of coming to eat was nonsense. "Having a meal? Are you planning to have a meal with me? Who invited you? Why are we not aware of it?" He. A girl who looked like an assistant said sourly while looking at Chen Chen. "Look at him, maybe he's a waiter here, still having a meal. Does such a person deserve to dine here?" Another person sneered. "Where is the manager? Go call the manager over. If they are their staff, make them all come and apologize to Sister Weiwei. This is too much. If not, we'll have to call the police." Look at him, acting all self-righteous after bumping into someone. He might have a criminal record. Yes, if not, we'll call the police. Say that he attacked Sister Weiwei. Once it's in the newspapers tomorrow, with the pressure from the fans, the police won't let this kid off easily. Several people taunted Chen Chen, constantly slandering him and throwing dirt at him. Chen Chen coldly looked at the ugly faces in front of him, not saying a word, wanting to see how despicable and shameless they could be. In no time, a man in his 30s wearing a black suit hurried over. Upon seeing Su Weiwei, he appeared very polite and said, "Miss Su, I'm really sorry, weren't you scheduled for 9 o'clock in the evening? Why did you come at 8? I finished early today, can't I come a bit earlier?" Su Weiwei said angrily, seemingly displeased with the manager's question. Of course, welcome Miss Su, you are a big star, it's our honor that you can dine here." The manager repeatedly smiled and said, "You know it's good that way. It should be an honor for you that Sister Weiwei can come. Many places invite Sister Weiwei, but she doesn't go." The female assistant said arrogantly, pointing and commanding. Yes, I know. The manager nodded and bowed repeatedly. "The Queen's Hall has been prepared long ago, please go there now." "Hold on a moment," the female assistant said with a fake smile. "You are the manager, right? Is this kid one of your people? Not only did he block the way, but he also knocked down our Sister Weiwei. How are you going to handle this? If you don't handle it properly, I'll have the entertainment newspaper expose you tomorrow, saying your management is chaotic, letting anyone in. You know the fame of our Sister Weiwei, with such a fuss, I guarantee you'll be out of business." Sorry, it's our mistake," the manager apologized repeatedly before turning to look at Chen Chen. Today was Chen Chen's first visit, and the managers were still unaware of the news that Xuelan had won at this new Lisboa Entertainment City. Of course, the manager had no idea about Chen Chen's identity and had never seen him before. After scrutinizing Chen for a while, the manager politely said, "Sir, this place has been booked by Miss Su Weiwei. May I ask who you are and what brings you here?" Chen Chen, seeing that the manager was decent, smiled faintly and replied, "I came here to eat. I wasn't aware that this place was booked, and even if it was, as a friend of the owner, dining in another private room shouldn't be a problem, right?" "What? You are a friend of the owner of this entertainment city? Are you kidding me? The owner of this new Lisboa Entertainment City is worth at least several billion. Can someone like you, a young lad under 20, be friends with him? That's ridiculous." The manager's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment, seeming to have doubts about Chen Chen's words. He said, "Sir, I have been working here since the day this entertainment city was built, for more than 7 years. I mostly know our owner's friends, but I have never seen you before. Since you claim to be a friend of our owner, can you tell me his name?" "I only know his surname is Jean, I really don't know his full name," Chen Chen replied casually. "Ha!" The female assistant rolled her eyes at Chen Chen and said, "Stop pretending. If you don't even know his name, it's embarrassing to claim you're his friend. Just ask around for his surname, and you'll know." Right. Others chimed in. Ignoring the assistant's disdainful expression, Chen Chen continued, "Although I don't know his name, I am very familiar with your new owner." "New owner?" The manager was puzzled now. The entertainment city had been running smoothly for 7 or 8 years, and there had never been any talk of selling it, so where did this new owner come from? The manager was starting to suspect if Chen Chen was intentionally making up stories to cover up some ulterior motive. Was this young man really here to steal something? However, seeing Chen Chen's polite demeanor and calm expression, he didn't seem like someone up to no good. If a person like him was here to steal, the manager found it hard to believe. Moreover, witnessing the arrogant behavior of the famous star Su Weiwei and her entourage, he was inclined to stand by Chen Chen. But with his responsibilities in Su Weiwei's group watching closely, the manager seemed unable to cover for Chen Chen. He had no choice but to call the security through the intercom. "What are you waiting for? Immediately get someone to catch this thief who sneaked in." The female assistant, seeing the manager hesitating, roared. "All right. Fine," the manager, feeling helpless, prepared to call the security. He wanted to confirm with the owner, but if he had to bother the owner for such a trivial matter, he wouldn't be fit to be the manager. Just as he was about to pick up the intercom to call for help, a middle-aged man's voice echoed in the corridor. "Why is everyone gathered here?" Su Weiwei and the others turned to see a man in overalls speaking, but since he seemed to be addressing only her, they didn't pay much attention. However, the manager, upon seeing the newcomer, was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected the owner to appear at this crucial moment. It was truly a stroke of luck. "Mr. Jean, there seems to be a misunderstanding between this gentleman and Miss Su Weiwei. He claims to be your friend, and we are unsure if it's true or not, so..." "Of course it's true." Before the manager could finish, Mr. Jean immediately walked over, nodded at Chen Chen with a smile, and loudly declared, "Mr. Chen is not only my friend but also my honored guest. Whatever the issue is, I will handle it." His words stunned everyone present. The manager was left dumbfounded. Never did he imagine that this young man was not only the boss's friend but that the boss would also speak up for him in such a manner. It was evident to all that the famous star Su Weiwei was in a bad mood and wanted to take it out on this young man. However, the boss not only knew Su Weiwei but also disregarded her powerful influence to endorse the young man's actions. It seemed that this young man under 20 was quite extraordinary. Su Weiwei was also taken aback, not expecting Chen Chen to actually know the owner of this entertainment city. She had initially thought he had sneaked in and was considering calling the police to have him taken away, but now it seemed impossible. However, her anger still burned within her, and she immediately demanded, "Even if you're not a thief, it's a fact that you hit someone, right? I demand an apology from you right now." "Apologize?" Chen Chen sneered coldly, disdainfully glancing at her. "You think you deserve it? You..." Su Weiwei trembled with anger. Never did she expect to be publicly scorned by someone, especially as a famous star admired by countless fans. Her female assistant, upon hearing Su Weiwei being insulted, immediately went berserk and shouted at the burly bodyguards, "What are you waiting for? Weiwei hired you for what? Get him now!" The bodyguards dared not hesitate and rushed towards Chen Chen. Seeing their audacity, Chen Chen showed no mercy and landed a punch on the first one's face with a dull thud. The man fell heavily to the ground, unconscious without a word. The others quickly joined in. Clamor and chaos ensued. Soon, the ground was filled with groaning figures, while Chen Chen stood there calmly without breaking a sweat. It seemed effortless for him to deal with these bodyguards. Seeing her men easily defeated by Chen Chen, Su Weiwei's face darkened slightly. However, relying on her status as a star and her influence, she believed that Chen Chen, an ordinary person, would not dare to harm her. So, seeing her men fail, she immediately turned to Mr. Jean and said, "We will dine at your establishment. Is this how you treat your guests? Moreover, I am a VIP customer who booked the entire place. I demand that this boy disappears from my sight immediately." Su Weiwei's attitude was arrogant, attempting to use the owner of the entertainment city to drive Chen Chen away and salvage some dignity. Unexpectedly, Mr. Jean replied, "I'm sorry, I know you're a big star, and I should give you some face. Knowing is enough. However, I am no longer the owner here. That lady is." At that moment, Wu Nan and her group, who had been looking for Chen Chen, arrived. They had also come to this place. Mr. Jean pointed at Xuelan and said she was the owner here. "Did you hear that? We are the owners now." Chen Chen kicked away a bodyguard at his feet, walked up to Su Weiwei, and disdainfully said, "Is booking the place so impressive? Does having money make you superior? Just because you're a star, does that mean you can disregard others?" Xuelan, sharp-witted, quickly understood what had happened and stepped forward, saying, "I am the owner. You booked the place, right? I will refund you 3 times the amount. You can leave now." Su Weiwei's face was almost black with anger. "You are running a business here, how can you be so untrustworthy?" "Trustworthiness? It depends on who we are dealing with," Lan Shui replied. Then, Lan Shui gestured to the manager, "We are not open for business tonight, no guests will be entertained, we will dine here." All right, the manager wiped the sweat off his forehead, repeatedly agreeing. Although he didn't know what had happened that day, Mr. Jean had made it clear that he was no longer the owner of the entertainment city. And the new owner, Lan Shui, had acknowledged taking over. Whose words should be followed if not hers? Seeing the new beautiful female boss speak, it was clear to him that they wouldn't be doing business tonight. He drove Su Weiwei and her group away. "Leave quickly, you are not welcome here." Su Weiwei, a popular superstar, accustomed to being adored wherever she went, had never been driven out before. If this got out, she would lose face in the entertainment industry. But what could she do by staying? Her bodyguards, usually so imposing, were easily beaten to the ground and couldn't get up. Now that the boss had issued an order to expel them, it would be embarrassing to stay with her status. Her female assistant quickly stepped forward to defuse the situation. Forget it, the environment here is so poor. If they want to invite our Weiwei to dinner, we are not interested. Right, Weiwei? Right. Let's go, the assistant said angrily to the scattered bodyguards. We are leaving, going to dine at the Shanghai International Hotel. We will never come back here. The standards there are higher, and they will surely treat our Weiwei as an honored guest. Who cares to come here? Oh, is that so? Shanghai International Hotel? Chen Shen looked at them coldly. I think you don't need to go there either because I am the owner of Shanghai International Hotel. People like you, if you go there, I will have you kicked out. Don't waste your energy. What? Su Weiwei and the assistant were stunned, looking at Chen Shen in disbelief. He was the owner of Shanghai International Hotel? How could that be? How old was he? What was happening in this world, where the owner of this new Lisboa entertainment city turned out to be a beautiful young girl, and a boy who looked like he was under 20 claimed to be the owner of Shanghai International Hotel? And by their looks, it didn't seem like a joke. Su Weiwei was furious. After so many years in the industry, being respected and privileged everywhere she went, she never expected to encounter this boy today, not only humiliating her but leaving her with no room for retaliation. She was itching with anger. Kid, I'll remember you for this. Su Weiwei coldly left with a final threat, turning away in anger. The assistant and the bodyguards quickly followed. They looked defeated, like fleeing soldiers after a lost battle. The next morning, on the outskirts of Shanghai City, by the beach, Shen Shen brought the beauties to see the piece of land Mr. Jean had mentioned. Several sports cars parked on the coastal road 23 kilometers from the sea, and everyone got out of the cars. The cool sea breeze with a hint of salt blew in, making the beauties' long, white legs visible as their hair fluttered in the wind. The girls ran out excitedly towards the sea, wanting to play on the beach. But not long after, they all returned dejectedly. Carrying their shoes, their once snow-white feet were now covered in yellow mud. Not fun at all, Peony grumbled. This place is not a beach at all, it's a mud flat. No wonder no one comes to play here, we got excited for nothing. Yeah, I thought we could go swimming in the sea, but before we even reached the water, our feet were covered in mud, Wunan added. Listening to their complaints, Chen Shen looked up. Before them lay a vast expanse of coastal mudflat, at least 2 kilometers wide and around 10 kilometers long, truly a large piece of land. Mr. Jean didn't lie about that. However, he didn't mention that his land was this kind of coastal area. Chen Shen had thought it could be used for real estate development, but now he realized that developing real estate in such a coastal area was not feasible. Mr. Jean, is this the large piece of land you mentioned? Chen Shen asked. Mr. Jean grinned and said, yes, isn't the area quite substantial? The area is indeed large, but this place is great, beautiful scenery, fresh air. You can develop any project here and make a lot of money. Making money was the last thing on Chen Shen's mind, but after some thought, he decided it didn't matter if he made money or not. Buying land wasn't about making money. With a monthly income of 10 billion, there was no need to worry about making a profit. Spending money was the way to go. Yes, he wanted to buy, and he wanted to spend money. That was enough. So, Chen Shen asked, you're selling this land for 100 million? Well, I bought it for 100 million, but now I need money for retirement, so I'm selling. If you're interested, I can give you a 20% discount. How does that sound? Chen Shen was not pleased at the mention of a discount. Mr. Jean, thinking Chen Shen found it expensive, reluctantly said, how about 30% off? We can negotiate. Shaking his head, Chen Shen said, how can 1 billion be enough for such a large piece of land? I think it's worth at least 2 billion, considering your hard work all these years. Oh, by the way, what have you been doing here? Mr. Jean, who had been trying to hold the line at 30% off, was completely caught off guard by Chen Shen's unexpected approach. I raise chickens on this beach, he said excitedly. Chen Shen was intrigued. Different indeed, not ducks or geese, but chickens on the beach. A person with ideals and pursuits. I'll buy all the chickens you raise for 3 billion, deal? Mr. Jean was so thrilled he almost kneeled down on the spot. Of course, everything on this beach is yours. You have a keen eye, truly admirable. The other girls, upon hearing about raising chickens on the beach, were also interested. Can you really raise chickens on the beach? Of course, after the tide recedes, the beach is full of small fish, shrimp, and shellfish, perfect feed for them. I raise grass chickens, black chickens, golden chickens, pheasants, all kinds. But why can't we see any of them? Peony looked at the empty beach in confusion. Mr. Jean blushed slightly and said, well, many have drowned by the sea, hee hee. The girls were speechless. Indeed, this was an unreliable and absurd idea. Chickens couldn't swim, so it was strange to raise them by the sea. However, after hearing Mr. Jin's words, Chen Shan's eyes lit up again, as if he had thought of a good way to spend money. I think Boss Jin's idea is great. I've bought this land, and I won't be doing any real estate business. I want to raise chickens too. Shu Elan, arrange for someone to buy chickens tomorrow, the more the better. I want my chickens to run all over this beach, then build a fence, create a tourist park, and name it Zhonghai Chicken Paradise. I want everyone in the city to come and have fun here. What do you think? Just hearing the name is very attractive. Boss Jean flattered. Wu Nan and her sisters, upon hearing Chen Shen's words, looked at him with disdain. Shu Elan couldn't believe it and asked, are you really going to buy them? Of course, how else would I spend money? Chen Shen replied seriously. All right then. Shu Elan, feeling helpless, knew that Chen Shen had a history of such antics. It seemed like they would really have to buy chickens all over the city tomorrow. Just the thought gave her a headache. As Chen Shen gazed at the vast beach in front of him, envisioning grand plans, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Chen Shen, it's me, Lin Xin. Yes, what's up? Are you free tonight? I want to talk to you. Lin Xin's tone was soft, and she seemed a bit upset. Talk? Chen Shen was taken aback. Did Lin Xin suddenly have a change of heart and want to offer herself tonight, discussing life and ideals in bed? So he quickly replied, I'm free, just call me. Okay, tonight at 8. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of Nanshan Manor. With that, Lin Xin hung up. Before Chen Shen could ask her what was wrong, the phone was already silent. Oh well, they would meet in the evening, and he could ask her then. Putting away his phone, Chen Shen walked towards the beach, ready to take a good look at this beautiful place that would soon become his kingdom. 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Shen arrived at the entrance of Nanshan Manor in Zhonghai City as agreed. Nanshan Manor was a high-end villa area located in the southern suburbs of Zhonghai City, not too far from the Moon Lake Villa area. While the Moon Lake Villa area was newly developed, Nanshan Manor was different. Some of the buildings inside Nanshan Manor were said to have a history of over 100 years. Many two-story and three-story villas were built by foreigners in the past and were now almost considered cultural relics. Many of Zhonghai City's high-end private clubs were located in Nanshan Manor. Since it wasn't too far from the villa on Moon Lake Island, Chen Shen didn't ask Wu Nan and the others to come with him. He enjoyed the evening breeze and walked slowly by himself. After waiting for a minute or two at the grand entrance of the manor, Chen Shen saw a taxi stop not far away, and a tall, slender figure in a purple evening gown stepped out. Chen Shen immediately recognized Lin Xin. However, he was surprised that Lin Xin, being a star, didn't have a car arranged by her company and had to take a taxi. It was unusual. You've been here for a while? After the taxi left, Lin Xin also noticed Chen Shen standing at the entrance of the manor. No, I just arrived. I can't keep a big star like you waiting. Chen Shen laughed. Lin Xin walked gracefully towards Chen Shen, forcing a smile. You talk too much, let's go in. Wait, Chen Shen carefully examined her somewhat weary face. Although her makeup was exquisite, the hint of sorrow in her eyes seemed impossible to conceal. What's wrong? Are you facing any difficulties? It's nothing, Lin Xin deliberately avoided Chen Shen's gaze. Is it about not having enough money for the movie? I can give you more. No, it's not that. Then what is it? Seeing the anxious look on Chen Shen's face, Lin Xin knew that Chen Shen truly cared about her. Feeling touched, her heart warmed, her nose tingled, and a string of warm tears flowed from her beautiful eyes. I've been terminated by the company, and the money you invested in me may not be recoverable. After hearing her words, Chen Shen breathed a sigh of relief and said, what's the big deal? It's just 3 billion. If it's gone, it's gone. I don't care. But why were you terminated by the company? You're in the spotlight now, the time when you can bring benefits to the company. Why would they terminate you? It's all because of Tianfengyi. Tianfengyi? Chen Shen was taken aback. Yes, Lin Xin carefully wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue before saying, after he was taken away last time, it was quickly resolved. He indeed knows many influential people in Zhonghai. His men were beaten in a hotel last time, and he was taken away. He has been holding a grudge ever since. But he seems to be wary of you and those girls around you. He doesn't dare to touch you guys anymore, so he targeted me. He used a lot of connections and money, forcing our company's boss to have no choice but to terminate me directly and blacklist me in the entertainment industry. Tianfeng has threatened that any company or director who dares to use me will have trouble with him. So, from today, I might bid farewell to the entertainment industry. This scum Tianfeng dares to cause trouble. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and cursed. Don't worry, I will find a way to deal with him. Just starting a film and television company, just having some influence in the entertainment industry, watch me destroy him. Chen Chen had already planned it out in his mind. He would arrange for people tomorrow to start building a film and television company, making movies and promoting stars. As long as money was invested, there would be no shortage of people coming, no fear of not making a few popular stars. If Tianfeng relied on his position and influence in the entertainment industry, then Chen Chen would defeat him in the industry, leaving him in ruins forever, never to turn over a new leaf. Seeing Chen Chen silent, his eyes fixed ahead with a determined and resolute look on his handsome face, Lin Xian smiled bitterly and comforted him. Don't worry, I'll be fine without being a star. Although I can't shine in front of people, doing something solid and meaningful is also good. Today is the last event I attend as a star. It's like a final curtain call. That's why I asked you to accompany me. Oh, Chen Chen was surprised. Event? What event? Lin Xian raised her delicate hand, gently tidied her hair tousled by the evening breeze, and somewhat embarrassedly said, there's a charity auction tonight, planned over a month ago. The money raised will be used to support children in impoverished areas to go to school. I am the ambassador for this auction event. Even though I've been terminated by the company, I still want to participate in such charity events. I can't let those children in need be affected because of me. I see, Chen Chen nodded. You, who have become a big star, still have the heart of the kind girl I knew from the orphanage. With Chen Chen's words, a blush crept onto Lin Xian's fair and pretty face. Let's go inside. Lin Xian affectionately linked her arm with Chen Chen's, leaning against his side. Sure, Chen Chen nodded, feeling the softness of her arm and the occasional waft of fragrance, his heart swaying. The two of them, like a loving couple, walked through the gates of Nanshan Manor at a leisurely pace, along the clean and tidy tree-lined path inside, heading towards the depths of Nanshan Manor. Deep within Nanshan Manor, in a rare four-story, grand villa, brightly lit and bustling with people. In the villa's hall, melodious music played as many socialites and distinguished gentlemen stood in small groups, engaging in hushed conversations. Various fruits, desserts, and fine wines were displayed in the corner of the hall for the guests to enjoy. Each person was elegantly dressed and spoke with refinement, appearing to be of high status. No one actually reached for the items on the table. At most, they would just take a glass of wine. Chen Chen and Lin Xian soon arrived. Lin Xian, being a designated charity ambassador, had an invitation in hand, allowing them to smoothly enter the villa's hall. However, when the socialites and gentlemen noticed Lin Xian's arrival, they all showed expressions of surprise and bewilderment. They continuously scrutinized the two with curious gazes. Although Lin Xian was mentally prepared for this kind of situation upon arrival, she still felt a bit embarrassed at that moment. I'm sorry for embarrassing you by bringing you here with me, Lin Xian said to Chen Chen. Chen Chen, however, paid no attention to the other men and women in the hall, wearing a relaxed smile on his face, and said, Oh, I thought it was just a boring auction, but it turns out to be so lavish, with fruits, delicious desserts, and so much wine. If I had known, we should have walked faster earlier. With that, Chen Chen casually walked to a table at the side of the hall, picked up a large, red strawberry, and popped it into his mouth. It tastes really good. After finishing a few strawberries, Chen Chen picked up a glass of champagne, took a sip, and praised the taste. Lin Xian watched him eating and drinking like a child and couldn't help but chuckle. However, to the gentlemen and ladies around them, the actions of the two seemed very impolite. Is that the celebrity Lin Xian? Who is the man next to her? Isn't it said that Lin Xian has been blacklisted in the industry? How come she's still here? Yeah, I heard her film company has terminated the contract with her. She can't even make it as an ordinary artist now, let alone a star. Look at the man she brought. Although he looks handsome, he seems so inexperienced, attending such a high-class auction party and even eating the fruits there. It's really embarrassing. No wonder Lin Xian got terminated, hanging out with this kind of inexperienced guy every day. What future can she have? If I were the boss, I might have terminated her too. As the crowd in the hall stood at a distance, pointing and whispering about Chen Chen and Lin Xian, there was a commotion at the entrance, indicating the arrival of an important figure. Immediately, the gentlemen and socialite ladies shifted their attention towards the entrance. It's Mr. Tian from Tian Film Industry and the big star Su Weiwei. Someone with inside information immediately exclaimed. Wow, the big star Su Weiwei, I admire her so much. Yeah, I didn't expect today's auction to be so grand, even inviting the superstar Su Weiwei. I'm so excited. Oof. I bet a certain little star is feeling sour now. Someone looked disdainfully in the direction of Chun Chen and Lin Xin. Oh, Su Weiwei is collaborating with Mr. Tian from Ardvanghai. This is really good news. You are so uninformed. The big stars Su and our Mr. Tian have been friends for a long time, just haven't collaborated until now. Today is the first time they are publicly appearing together. When everyone heard the names of Tian's entertainment and Su Weiwei, they all showed expressions of envy. Before long, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a woman with a voluptuous figure and heavy makeup walked into the hall together. The fat man was Tian Fengyi, and the woman was Su Weiwei, who was humiliated by Chen Chen just last night. Tian Fengyi greeted people with a smile, looking very pleased with himself. Su Weiwei also smiled warmly, nodding to everyone she saw. If Chen Chen hadn't seen her true self yesterday, he wouldn't believe that this beloved female star had such a dual personality in public and private. As Tian Fengyi and Su Weiwei walked in, they both suddenly noticed two people standing alone on the edge of the hall, outside the crowd. Is it him? Is it him? Tian Fengyi and Su Weiwei looked in the direction of Chun Chen and Lin Xin, almost simultaneously saying. Then, they quickly realized that something was amiss. Tian Fengyi asked, "Do you know them?" Su Weiwei nodded and, remembering last night, she was itching with anger. How could she forget Chen Chen? So Su Weiwei lowered her voice and briefly told Tian Fengyi about what happened last night. Tian Fengyi, slightly shocked, said, "I didn't expect this kid to have acquired the new Lisboa as well. If we let him continue like this, sooner or later, there will be no place for me, Tian, in Zhonghai. Isn't that girl Lin Xin? How come they are together?" Su Weiwei didn't know the relationship between Chen Chen and Lin Xin, so she was naturally surprised to see them together. They have known each other for a long time. It seems they were both orphans from the local orphanage. Oof. I don't know what luck they've had to suddenly become wealthy, Tian Fengyi said harshly. Today, we must strike his arrogance and show him that in Zhonghai, I, Tian, still have power, and he is not yet at the level where he can dominate everything. With that, Tian Fengyi, accompanied by Su Weiwei, went straight to Chen Chen and Lin Xin. Tian Fengyi looked Lin Xin up and down lecherously and said, "Miss Lin, you have already been terminated by the company. Why are you here? I am the ambassador for this charity auction. Why can't I be here?" Lin Xin had Chen Chen by her side and was not afraid of Tian Fengyi's antics. Charity ambassador? Ha ha ha. Tian Fengyi burst into laughter. Didn't anyone tell you? You are no longer the charity ambassador. Yesterday, we decided to appoint Miss Su Weiwei as the charity ambassador for this auction. So, you have no connection here anymore. You are nothing. You. Lin Xin did not expect Tian Fengyi to be so despicable, even obstructing something that had no benefit, just to contribute to charity. Upon hearing Tian Fengyi's words, Su Weiwei's eyes lit up, as if she had finally found an opportunity for revenge. She said to Lin Xin and Chen Chen, "I want to ask first, is this place also bought by you?" Lin Xin didn't understand what she meant and shook her head lightly. "That's good," Su Weiwei sneered, "since it's not your place, and you weren't invited, please leave immediately. You are not welcome here." She remembered clearly how she was driven out by Chen Chen yesterday, and now Su Weiwei wanted to pay him back in kind by kicking him out. "Why should we leave?" Chen Chen sneered. "Because she is no longer the charity ambassador. Why are you still here? Oh, to freeload on food and drinks?" Su Weiwei looked at the wine glass in Chen Chen's hand and an unfinished strawberry, disdainfully speaking. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xion's face turned ugly. She never expected to be terminated. Failing to act in the movie was one thing, but being kicked out from here was another. Lin Xion felt her face burning with embarrassment, lacking the courage to stay any longer. She lifted her head, gazing at Chen Chen with eyes filled with grievance, unwillingness, and helplessness, saying, "Chen Chen, let's go. I don't want to hear these words anymore. Go." Chen Chen popped the remaining half of a strawberry into his mouth, saying, "Why should we leave? Isn't this a charity auction? So what if we're not ambassadors? If we're not ambassadors, we can still do charity. I want to bid on things, I want to donate money, let's see who dares to kick us out." With Chen Chen's words, Su Weiwei and Tian Fengyi were immediately dumbfounded. Indeed, this was a charity auction, not the private domain of Tian Fengyi or Su Weiwei. Not being charity ambassadors, as long as they participated in the bidding, they had no right to expel anyone. Soon, the auction was about to begin. Tian Fengyi snorted coldly, reluctantly leading Su Weiwei away with a sense of discontent. Chen Chen and Lin Xian also entered the auction hall on the second floor together, finding a good spot to sit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nanshan Manor to participate in this charity auction. A tall and slender man in his 40s, dressed in a sharp suit, appeared on stage. He looked refined and courteous but lacked a strong presence, resembling a stylish and well-mannered family steward. He paused for a moment and continued, "I am Lin Fengtai, the steward of the Zhenghai Lin family. The items we are auctioning today are treasures collected by our young master from overseas. He is willing to auction these items and donate the proceeds to impoverished areas to support students in their education. We hope everyone can participate enthusiastically and contribute to society." With a wave of his hand, a beautifully crafted large box was brought on stage by a lady in a cheongsam. Lin Fengtai, the self-proclaimed steward, carefully opened the box and took out an item, causing an immediate gasp from the audience. The item in his hand was incredibly exquisite and luxurious. It was a lady's handbag that gleamed with golden light and shimmered with pearls. This is a handbag used by the Queen of Eagle Country, made of Scottish ice cicada silk and extremely fine gold thread spun together, then hand-sewn by the royal tailor. It is adorned with numerous diamonds and rubies, a rare artistic masterpiece. I believe any gentleman who buys this to gift to his beloved lady will surely move her. The auctioneer Lin Fengtai held the handbag, continuously extolling its various virtues. The noble ladies in the audience were captivated. A handbag used by the Queen of Eagle Country was already valuable, but this one was made of a blend of ice cicada silk and gold thread, exuding a luxurious aura. Adorned with many diamonds and gemstones, it was exquisitely beautiful from every angle. "If someone buys it for me, I will grant him a wish," a girl of about 16 or 17 said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the handbag. "I hope someone will buy it for me. He will surely become my Prince Charming. This handbag is so beautiful. It's a pity I didn't dress up today, otherwise, I could have attracted some handsome guy to buy it for me." The girls were all filled with anticipation, knowing that the item was definitely not cheap and not something they could easily afford. There were probably only a few people with the real means. Many had already turned their eyes to Tianfengyi. Just now, everyone saw that the famous star Su Weiwei came with him. If he could buy this gold-threaded diamond handbag and give it to Su Weiwei, it would be perfect. Such a luxurious and exquisite handbag, perhaps only a big star like Su Weiwei is worthy of using it. Tianfengyi and Su Weiwei naturally noticed everyone's gaze. Tianfengyi pretended to be a gentleman and asked, "How about it? Weiwei, do you like it? If you do, I'll buy it for you." Su Weiwei looked at Tianfengyi and smiled without saying a word. Needless to say, how could a beauty refuse such luxury items? Tianfengyi's question was intentional, to show respect for women and appear refined and courteous. After asking, Tianfengyi nodded with a smile, indicating that he had agreed to buy it later and give it to Su Weiwei. However, before the host Lin Fengtai could announce the starting price, Chen Chen, lying back in his chair with his legs crossed, casually said, "5 million, I'll take it." 5 million? This? Offering 5 million before the starting price is even announced? This kid even eats the fruit at the reception. With that poor look, can he afford 5 million? Chen Chen's words immediately sparked criticism. Tianfengyi, who was basking in the admiration of everyone, was about to publicly buy this item to give to Su Weiwei, thinking it would earn him a reputation for generosity and earn Su Weiwei's favor, killing two birds with one stone. But unexpectedly, before the auction began, Chen Chen disrupted the scene, causing Tianfengyi's expression to darken. Upon hearing Chen Chen's bid, Lin Fengtai graciously nodded towards him, thanking him, "Thank you for your bid. The starting price for this gold-threaded diamond handbag is 3 million, and now it's at 5 million. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price?" 6 million. Tianfengyi lightly waved his hand. He had already promised Su Weiwei in front of everyone. If he backed out of the bidding now, he would lose face and his reputation in the social circle. Moreover, Su Weiwei's opinion was crucial, so he had to raise the bid reluctantly. As long as it wasn't outrageously high, Tianfengyi had to swallow his pride and accept the loss. 6 million, someone has offered 6 million, anyone willing to bid higher? 10 million. Chen Chen raised his hand again, casually stating. It seemed as if he was just mentioning a number, not money at all. Oh my goodness. A 3 million item, and he's already bidding 10 million. I can't believe it, this kid is so wealthy. Lin Xinming is so lucky. Where did she meet such a person who's willing to spend 10 million on a handbag for her? I'm starting to feel jealous. Could he really be a tycoon? Some people were shocked to see Chen Chen jump from 6 million to 10 million directly. Even some elegant and beautiful ladies began to seriously consider Chen Chen, finding him quite handsome. They abandoned their previous prejudices and thought Chen Chen was not bad at all. If Chen Chen pursued them, they might consider it. It's 10 million now, anyone else willing to bid? Lin Fengtai asked again. Tianfengyi glared at Chen Chen fiercely. What could have been settled for 3 million had now risen to 10 million because of Chen Chen's presence. Spending so much money unnecessarily made Tianfeng feel a bit distressed, but not bidding was not an option, so he reluctantly raised his hand again. 15 million. Tianfeng added another 5 million, thinking that this would make him appear generous and also suppress Chen Chen's arrogance. Tianfeng thought that perhaps Chen Chen might give up at this point, but little did he know that Chen Chen was worried about not having anywhere to spend money. 20 million. Before the host could even ask if anyone wanted to bid higher, Chen Chen shouted loudly. Now everyone was no longer calm. An item worth 34 million, even if it was something used by the Queen of the Eagle Country, shouldn't be marked up so much. It had almost increased tenfold. Being able to spend that much, it was either foolish or true love. Many women in the hall were already casting envious glances at Lin Xin. Hearing the bid of 20 million, Tianfeng's face had turned as red as a pig's liver. He might make 1 or 2 million from investing in a movie, but now he was about to spend 20 million on a woman's handbag that wasn't worth that much. He felt it was not worth it. Moreover, he noticed that everyone around had also realized that the item was not worth that much. If he gave up at this moment, it seemed justifiable. So, Tianfeng put on a smile and looked in Chen Chen's direction, saying, Mr. Chen is truly outstanding, making a generous move for the woman he loves. I won't compete with you, I'll let you have it. The auctioneer Lin Fengtai, seeing Tianfeng withdraw, announced that Chen Chen had won the bid for 20 million on the handbag handcrafted by the royal tailor of the Eagle Country, previously used by the Queen of the Eagle Country. When the item was handed to Chen Chen, he immediately picked it up, examined it closely, and excitedly nodded, exclaiming, Ha! I've got my egg basket. You don't know, I just bought a beach chicken farm today and was worried about not having anything to carry the eggs in when I go to the beach to collect them. This thing is just perfect. What? Using it to carry eggs? Ahem. People in the hall were almost choked by Chen Chen's words. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Tianfeng's face darkened. He had intended to win the luxurious handbag, which he treasured, to give to the famous star Su Weiwei, but Chen Chen unexpectedly said he would use it to carry eggs. Tianfeng felt like he had been slapped in the face. He couldn't swallow this insult and said in a displeased tone, Mr. Chen is indeed creative, thinking of using such a luxurious item for such a lowly purpose. But, it doesn't seem quite appropriate not to give it to Miss Lin, right? With these words, Tianfeng drew everyone's attention to Lin Xin. Yes, spending 20 million on such a luxurious handbag and not giving it to the woman beside you, but instead planning to use it for collecting eggs, was wasteful. Did it mean that the woman beside you was not even worth an egg? Tianfeng's words immediately put Lin Xin in an awkward position. He was trying to sow discord between the two. Lin Xin was being stared at by everyone and didn't know how to respond. In fact, she didn't care about these things. If Chen Chen wanted to give her something, whether it was worth 20 million or $2, she would happily accept it. However, now that Chen Chen had bought it without mentioning giving it to her, Lin Xin felt a bit embarrassed. Just then, Chen Chen said, How can something used by an old lady match the hands of my Lin superstar? Only those flashy cheap goods would fancy using things used by others, right? Chen Chen smiled at Lin Xion's pretty face, took her delicate hand, and said, I'll give you something better in the future. Who are you calling flashy cheap goods? Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Su Weiwei couldn't sit still. She stood up abruptly, looking at Chen Chen angrily and shouted, How dare you? But soon she realized she had overreacted. She looked around at the people and put on a smile, saying, Please, sir, mind your language. How am I being rude? You jumped out so anxiously. Do you admit your cheap goods? Chen Chen chuckled. You! Su Weiwei turned her head in anger, not saying a word. She knew that arguing with Chen Chen further would only make herself more embarrassed. She decided to temporarily close her mouth, too lazy to argue with Chen Chen anymore. Everyone in the hall knew that Tianfeng had just said he would buy it for himself, and she did not refuse. The flashy woman Chen Chen mentioned who wanted this handbag, who else could it be if not her? Su Weiwei felt that she had never been insulted as much in a year as she had been in the past 2 days, and she was on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, Lin Fengtai, the auction host, stood on the stage and persuaded, Alright, everyone is here tonight for charity. Let's not create conflicts over a few words. The first item has been auctioned off, now let's proceed with the second one. Saying that, 2 waiters-like individuals carried a large tub, about half a meter high, and placed it in front of Lin Fengtai. After placing it, Lin Fengtai loudly introduced, Everyone, this is an extremely rare and exquisite porcelain piece, a grand piece among porcelains. My young master acquired it from an overseas auction, named Shenlong Dotsai Large Tub, said to have been looted by foreigners from the old summer palace. A genuine imperial kiln porcelain, Whether for personal collection or investment, it is a rare gem. The people in the hall, whether knowledgeable about porcelain or not, were slightly surprised to see such a huge piece. The large tub on the stage was colorful and exquisitely patterned. Anyone could tell it was a valuable item, especially after the host's introduction, mentioning it was made in the Qianlong period and had been in the old summer palace. It truly seemed like a treasure. Chen Shen thought this large tub would cost a lot, so he immediately raised his hand and said, "I'll take this tub. It can be used to feed chickens." Hearing his words, everyone's faces darkened. Using a national treasure to feed chickens? And not even asking about the price, just claiming it? How extravagant! The gentlemen and ladies present had never seen someone like Chen Shen at an auction. Each one of them was shocked. Lin Fengtai chuckled, "Sir, our starting price is 5 million. If you want it, please bid. After all, it's for charity. Once you buy it, what you do with it is your business." "Alright, since you put it that way, let's make it 10 million. Chen Shen reclined comfortably in his chair, swinging his legs nonchalantly. Starting at 5 million and straight to 10 million? Today is truly eye-opening. Never seen such a flamboyant person. Do you need more friends, Mr. Flamboyant? Many young gentlemen and ladies were already looking at Chen Shen with envy. The only person in the hall with a stern face was Tian Fengyi and Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei realized she was no match for Chen Shen and dared not provoke him further. Tian Fengyi, however, thought Chen Shen was just a young man with money to squander. Compared to him, he was still more cunning. So, when Tian Fengyi saw Chen Shen interested in the Qianlong Dotsai large tub on stage, a barely noticeable smirk flashed across his face. "I bid 12 million. Tian Fengyi immediately raised his hand. 12 million, does anyone bid higher? Lin Fengtai looked around, finally resting his gaze in the direction where Chen Shen was seated. 15 million, Chen Shen raised the bid again. "I have a strange habit. Once I set my eyes on something, no matter the price, I must have it." Chen Shen provocatively glanced at Tian Fengyi. Tian Fengyi sat there, motionless like a rock, raising his hand again. 17 million. In the eyes of others, Tian Fengyi seemed to be challenging Chen Shen. Just now, Chen Shen stole the limelight and even mocked Tian Fengyi. Everyone thought Tian Fengyi was determined to win this bid to outshine Chen Shen. However, only Tian Fengyi knew his true intentions. He wasn't trying to challenge Chen Shen or outdo him. Seeing that Chen Shen wanted the Qianlong Dotsai large vase, Tian Fengyi decided not to let him have it cheaply and maliciously raised the price. Although the item was good, it wasn't worth more than 10 million. The higher the bid, the bigger the loss. 17 million. Mr. Tian has bid 17 million. Any more bids? This porcelain is a rare masterpiece with great collection value. Buying it will surely be profitable. Lin Fengtai said. 25 million. Chen Shen raised 2 fingers high, looking disdainfully at Tian Fengyi. It was clear he was saying, "You think you can compete with me?" Hearing Chen Shen raise the price by 8 million to 25 million, Tian Fengyi hesitated whether to bid more. But seeing Chen Shen's look, he felt trapped and immediately raised his hand. 27 million. Phew! 27 million. A Qianlong-era porcelain, is it really worth that much? Yes, I remember the highest auction record at Christie's was around 12 million for a Qianlong-era porcelain. This is indeed high. 27 million. Any more bids? Lin Fengtai focused on Chen Shen as it seemed only he had the capability to bid this high. However, after asking for a while, Chen Shen seemed indifferent. At this moment, Tian Fengyi also sensed something was wrong. Could it be? Is this kid doing it on purpose? Tian Fengyi's face changed in shock, realizing that he might have fallen into Chen Shen's trap. Was his earlier eagerness to buy just an act to deceive him? Did Chen Shen see through his intention to inflate the price? In Tian Fengyi's terrified eyes, Chen Shen slowly said, "I suddenly don't want it anymore. I don't like the color of this vase. My chicken might not like it. Since Mr. Tian likes it, I'll give it to him. After all, he gave me something earlier, it's only fair. I'll be polite and save myself from being called uncivilized." Everyone fell silent. Just half a minute ago, Chen Shen seemed determined to win at all costs, but in a blink of an eye, he changed his mind. Many quick-witted individuals understood that this was a trap set for Tian Fengyi. Tian Fengyi was convinced that Chen Shen would buy the item, even at a higher price. However, no one expected Chen Shen to dig a big hole and wait for him to fall in. After Chen Shen spoke, Lin Fengtai understood the situation but remained composed. "So, any more bids? 27 million, anyone else? If not, I'll announce. 27 million for the first time. 27 million for the second time. 27 million for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Tian for winning the Qianlong Dotsai large vase for 27 million. Thank you for supporting the charity work of Shanghai. I believe this collectible will appreciate quickly in your hands. Clap, clap, clap. The people in the hall applauded one after another. Tianfeng regretted deeply at this moment, wondering why he had tried to raise the price. Now, instead of tricking someone else, he had tricked himself badly. 27 million. Buying a broken jar was not as good as buying the handbag just now. Although he regretted it deeply, Tianfeng had to maintain a smile, not letting others see his regret. It would be even more embarrassing if they did. The forced smile on his elongated face was as ugly as it could get. After receiving the item, the auction continued. This time, what was brought on stage was not jewelry or antiques, but a magnificent ancient costume, somewhat resembling the phoenix robe worn by the Empress in movies and TV shows. Ladies and gentlemen, this item is not from our young master's collection, but from our important guest today, our charity ambassador Miss Su Weiwei. This is one of her dresses. This dress was worn by the Empress she portrayed in last year's popular drama Legend of the Harem. Not only is this dress beautifully made, but it also holds commemorative value. Miss Su Weiwei is willing to auction it off, contributing her bit to charity. Applause immediately filled the surroundings. At this moment, Su Weiwei stood up from her seat, walked to the stage, and said with a smile, "Thank you all for attending today's charity auction gala, thank you for your applause. As an artist, I believe that one must have a sense of responsibility. The audience has given me a lot, so I want to give back. Nowadays, there are indeed many people in our industry lacking basic morals, which saddens me. However, I also believe that everyone will eventually see through such individuals, and our industry will not tolerate their presence. Production companies will terminate contracts with such people, blacklisting them from the entire entertainment industry." As she spoke, everyone's gaze turned to Lin Xin, who didn't know that she had just been terminated by the company, with rumors of her being blacklisted, never to be cast in any more films. Did Lin Xin have a character issue? Hearing the words of the famous star Su Weiwei, everyone couldn't help but doubt Lin Xin. Lin Xin was also stunned, never expecting Su Weiwei to say such things, as she had never offended her before. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Xin immediately stood up angrily and said, "Nothing much, I'm just talking about certain people in the industry. Why are you in such a hurry to defend yourself? He. Su Weiwei looked smugly at Lin Xin, eager to humiliate her opponent, even though Lin Xin was just Chen Chen's companion. "I was terminated because someone deliberately framed me, it has nothing to do with me." Lin Xin defended herself. "Is that so? I'm afraid your words alone won't be enough. I believe everyone's eyes are sharp, no one would falsely accuse you. You have been blacklisted, so accept it, reflect on your mistakes, maybe you can do something else." "The entertainment industry? He. Enough." Chen Chen suddenly stood up, looking at Su Weiwei coldly and said, "Stop pretending, it's disgusting. Clearly, you're a hypocrite, trying to portray yourself as noble. I should have shown everyone your sarcastic face from last night. Just acting in movies and TV shows? Still talking about blacklisting, making it seem like you have so much power and influence. Today, I'll tell you, Lin Xin will not only stay in the entertainment industry, she will rise to fame. Tomorrow, I'll invest 1 billion to establish a film and television company, where she will be the director and lead actress. I'll show you what it means to slap you in the face. Furthermore, you two despicable couple, just you wait. I will expose all your dirty tricks one by one, let everyone see what kind of people you really are. Let's wait and see. You." Su Weiwei was originally mocking Lin Xin with satisfaction, but now, Chen Chen's words immediately made her so angry that her hair almost stood on end. Tianfeng, seeing Chen Chen insult himself and Su Weiwei in person, also stood up suddenly, angrily saying, "Just you? You still want to start a film and television company? Oof. I'll wait for you, I want to see who will bring down whom." "Alright." Chen Chen stared at Tianfeng and sneered, "I will expose all your dirty secrets, see how many actresses you have coerced with threats and favors, I think a sentence of 10 or 8 years should be enough." "You." Tianfeng, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, was shocked and furious, and impulsively took a step forward, wanting to rush over and confront Chen Chen. However, in his haste, he seemed to have forgotten that the Qianlong Dotsai vase he had just photographed was right at his feet, and he accidentally kicked it. Crack! With a crisp sound, the originally intact vase was shattered into 4 or 5 pieces, white porcelain shards scattered all over the floor. "Oh my god! It's broken! Heavens, 27 million! Now no one will even want 27 cents. The gentleman couldn't help but curse, while the ladies covered their mouths in astonishment, their eyes widened. At this moment, even Tianfeng was stunned. Slowly lowering his head to look, the originally thin and translucent Dotsai vase was now shattered into pieces on the ground. Tianfeng suddenly felt dizzy, almost out of breath. This was worth 27 million, and it was gone with just one kick. Tianfeng's fat body trembled with anger, his fierce gaze fixed on Chen Chen, unable to utter a word. Chen Chen didn't even bother to pay him any attention, yawning deeply and stretching lazily. I can't stand you, but kicking the vase was somewhat interesting, huh? Lin Xian pulled Chen Chen, signaling him to stop. After all, it was a 27 million item, and she was worried that Tianfeng might do something drastic in his anger. Chen Chen gave her a determined look and said, forget the auction, it's not worth it, and it won't cost much. How about this? Besides the egg basket I bought earlier, I'll donate another 50 million, consider it a good deed for children who can't afford to go to school. What do you think? Chen Chen finally asked Lin Fengtai. Of course, Lin Fengtai readily agreed. He had never seen someone like this, attending an auction and then giving up everything and donating money directly. Alright, let's swipe the card. Saying that, Chen Chen took out the bank card linked to the Universal Tycoon system and handed it over, adding, can I make a request? What request do you have? Throw out that phoenix robe worn by some woman. This. Lin Fengtai looked at Chen Chen, then at Su Weiwei, looking hesitant. Others were also stunned, as it was clearly a slap in the face of the famous star Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei's eyes widened in anger, almost going crazy. Ha ha ha. Watching Tianfeng and Su Weiwei on the verge of exploding in anger, Chen Chen burst into laughter and left with Lin Xian. Leaving the South Mountain Manor, Chen Chen and Lin Xian walked together, strolling slowly forward. The path was quiet, the moonlight shining through the bamboo forest, casting scattered spots of light, the gentle breeze swaying, the bamboo shadows dancing. Thank you today, Lin Xian said softly, lowering her head. If it weren't for you, I don't know how they would have humiliated me. Although I won't be able to act in movies anymore, I have no regrets. Why won't you act anymore? Chen Chen stopped, grabbed her hand, and looked into Lin Xian's captivating eyes. I told you, I want to invest 10 billion for you. Let's start a film company together. I want to make you a big star, and I want to crush Tianfeng and Su Weiwei under our feet. Are you saying this just to help me save face? Lin Xian was surprised to see Chen Chen looking so serious. How could one simply start a film company? It requires a lot of things like locations, personnel, procedures, and most importantly, a huge amount of money. Even if you have the money, it takes a lot of effort to set it up. How could I just be talking casually? I really want to start a film company. You can be the director and the leading lady, and I'll even give you a cameo as a wealthy character. How about that? Chen Chen said with a smile. Really? Lin Xian looked at Chen Chen in awe, tears of excitement welling up in her eyes. Of course, when have we ever lied to you? Chen Chen looked at her with determination. Well, I believe you. Lin Xian raised her snow-white arms and embraced Chen Chen. Her autumn-like eyes gazed affectionately at him, her long eyelashes fluttered, and then slowly closed as her rosy lips moved closer. Chen Chen, looking at her peerless beauty under the moonlight, felt a flutter in his heart. He immediately embraced the beauty and gently kissed her. In an instant, the air was filled with a delicate fragrance like orchids, making Chen Chen feel dizzy, almost unable to distinguish reality from fantasy. At the same time, the primal force within him was awakened. Lin Xian, tightly held by Chen Chen, soon noticed his physical reaction. Blushing, she whispered, You've always liked me, haven't you? Today, I'm yours. Saying this, she hugged Chen Chen tightly, pressing her flushed face against his chest. Chen Chen, seeing Lin Xian's enthusiastic response, immediately lifted her without hesitation and ran to a nearby hotel. In the room, Lin Xian undressed herself, looked at Chen Chen who was approaching, and said affectionately, Chen Chen, love me. Despite being a big star, Lin Xian had always been chaste. This was her first time, and she was a bit nervous at first, but soon she was engulfed in the storm of happiness with Chen Chen. The next day at noon, eastern outskirts beach of Zhonghai City, Chen Chen brought Lin Xian to see the land he had just bought. At first, Lin Xian was thrilled to see the vast beach, but when she realized it was muddy and not suitable for playing or building houses, she was disappointed like the other girls. She asked, This is all muddy beach, not suitable for fun or development into a beach resort. What are you going to do with it? Raise chickens, didn't I tell you before? Chen Chen replied. Lin Xian was surprised. Are you serious? Raising chickens by the sea sounds absurd. Won't you lose money? Chen Chen shook his head. I'm not raising chickens to make money, just for fun. As they were talking, several luxury sports cars appeared on the road nearby, their roaring engines audible from afar. Soon, the cars stopped in front of Chen Chen, and it was the sisters including Munan. Last night, Chen Chen didn't let them follow, but today they had nothing to do, so they spent the morning buying chickens with Xuelan and returned with a full load. Sure, Chen Chen saw that behind Wunan and her friend's sports cars, there was a convoy of trucks, totaling 20 to 30 of them, each loaded with a full load of chickens. We've bought the chickens, a total of 100,000. I wonder if it's enough? Shu Elan walked up to Chen Chen inside. It's enough, it's enough. Chen Chen looked at the tired-looking beauty and reached out to wipe a chicken feather off her fair and pretty face. Shu Elan felt sweet when Chen Chen touched her face, blushing with embarrassment. But when she saw the chicken feather in Chen Chen's hand, she realized her mistake. Chen Chen was actually helping her remove the feather from her face. Wu Nan also approached and asked Chen Chen, now that we've bought them, what's your plan? Are you going to buy cages or build a fence? No need, Chen Chen waved his hand, just release them on the beach. Chen Chen just wanted to spend money, not actually raise chickens or expect them to make money. Even if they ran to the beach and jumped into the sea the next second, Chen Chen wouldn't care. Alright then. Wu Nan, feeling helpless, immediately instructed the chicken-selling trucks to drive to the nearest spot to the beach and release all 100,000 chickens. In an instant, like water bursting from a dam, a surge of chickens exploded, filling the ground and the air, fluttering and chirping everywhere. The girls were all stunned by the strange sight before them. They had never seen so many chickens flying all over the sky. Looking at the strange scene before them, they were all speechless, with only one thought in their minds: feathers everywhere. It was really chaotic. One of the chicken sellers was also dumbfounded. After selling chickens for decades, he had never seen so many bought at once, and to top it off, they were not going to be eaten but released by the sea. Indeed, city folks knew how to have fun. Chen Chen watched as the 100,000 chickens rushed towards the beach, feeling ecstatic. He had spent quite a sum of money again, but it was so satisfying. Most of the chickens had been raised on a farm and had never seen such a vast expanse of land, so when released, they joyfully ran towards the sea. They didn't even stop when they reached the water's edge. As a result, a wave came, and in a flash, within a 2-meter wide strip, all the chickens were swallowed by the sea. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. At this rate, the 100,000 chickens would be gone in no time. What was the point of raising them? Chen Chen didn't care. He asked Shu Elan to settle the bill with the chicken sellers and send them off. Half a day later, Chen Chen gathered Wu Nan and the others together and said, I ran into Tianfengyi and Su Weiwei again yesterday. They still haven't repented. I want to teach them a lesson and bring them down. So, I'm thinking of starting a film and television company. I'd like to hear your opinions. You ran into that stupid pig surnamed Tian again? Newton said. Yes, and he was with that woman from yesterday. The way they act, it seems like they can do whatever they want in the entertainment industry, acting all high and mighty. I want to show them who's boss in their so-called cool world and bring them down hard, Chen Chen said. Alright, we support you, Wu Nan said. How do you plan to do it specifically? Starting a film and television company, of course, we need to buy a decent building first, then find some people who know about film and television, and then recruit actors to make movies. As soon as they heard about making movies, the girls' eyes lit up. Meguei asked, can we be actors too? Even supporting roles? Newton shook her 36D chest excitedly. I want to act too. I want to act too. Chen Chen smiled and said, since we have our own film and television company, we can act however we want. Later on, each of you will star in a movie. You are all so beautiful, you will definitely become big stars. Wow! Let's get started. Newton's eyes were already sparkling with excitement. Of course, we will go buy a house immediately. It should be a bit upscale. I was thinking of building one myself, but time is running out, so we'll just buy one to use for now, Chen Chen said. Then, we'll have Lin Xin be the general manager, director, and actress of our film and television company. Ha ha! Great, let's go buy a house. Newton, upon hearing that they could make movies and become stars, immediately grabbed Chen Chen's arm, eager to set off. Chen Chen smiled and walked with the beauties towards the parking area. What kind of house do you want to buy? Shu Elan asked as she caught up. She wanted to clarify to help with the selection and offer her own opinions. Chen Chen thought for a moment, not too sure. Just as he was unsure how to answer, he suddenly noticed a newly constructed building a couple of kilometers away in the distance. A 10-story building with a facade of blue reflective glass curtain walls. From afar, it looked like a dazzling sapphire standing by the sea under the blue sky, exceptionally beautiful. That building, Chen Chen said. That kind of building? It might be hard to find. Looks like it will take some effort, Shu Elan said. Chen Chen shook his head and said, not that kind of building. What I mean is, I just set my eyes on that building. I want to buy it, no need to look for others. It seems like the building was recently completed, still brand new, should be good to use. Plus, standing in that building, I can see my beach, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But, Shu Elan wanted to say that the building was called the Morning Glory Tower, just completed and put into use, they might not be willing to sell. But before she could speak, Chen Chen waved his hand, immediately had everyone get in the car, and set off to buy the house. The beauties knew that as long as Chen Shen wanted to buy something, there was nothing he couldn't get, so they didn't say much and got in the car to leave. Morning Glory Tower in Zhonghai City. In the top-floor super luxurious conference room, the company's CEO, Wan Chenwei, was holding a meeting with the company's senior management. The main agenda of the meeting was how to lease out most of the floors of this building. This building they constructed is an office building, targeting various companies, aiming to sell or rent it out for office use. Chenwei Group specializes in developing such real estate properties. Faced with the CEO's questions and goals, the managers all spoke freely, discussing their views on how to attract customers and how to invite interested companies for visits. At that moment, a security guard pushed the door and walked in. CEO Wan Chenwei, seeing a security guard barging in without even greeting in such an important meeting, immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Who let you in?" Seeing the CEO getting angry, the security guard froze, his face awkwardly stuttering, "Mr. Wan, there's a boss who wants to see you. I couldn't stop him." After speaking, the security guard turned back with a mournful face and said to Chen Shen, "See, I knew I would get scolded for bringing you here." Chen Shen chuckled and said, "I won't let you get scolded for nothing. Take this tip and go have some tea." Chen Shen took out a wad of cash directly from Xu Elan's bag, thick and red, totaling 10,000, and tossed it to the security guard. The security guard, upon seeing a 10,000 red envelope just for showing the way, thought it was too generous, almost equivalent to 2 or 3 months' salary. With this 10,000, enduring a couple of scoldings is nothing. He immediately smiled gratefully at Chen Shen, thanked him profusely, and left in high spirits. After the security guard left, Chen Shen boldly led the beauties into the meeting room and found a place to sit. "This building belongs to you, right? I like it, so name your price," Chen Shen said nonchalantly. The people from Chenwei Group were all puzzled, not knowing what was happening or who this somewhat handsome young man was, boldly entering with a group of beauties and saying he wanted to buy the entire Chenwei building. Are they out of their minds, thinking they can just buy a building with a few bucks and keep some pretty girls? Who are you? Yeah, who are you? Do you even know where you are? You come in here and say you want to buy our building. Do you know how much our building is worth? Do you think you're so great just because you can keep a few pretty girls? The people in the meeting room, seeing Chen Shen's carefree and unrestrained appearance, surrounded by a group of beauties, speculated that he must be some rich second generation. How dare he act so recklessly and come here? As the CEO Wan Chenwei was also somewhat angry. They were in the middle of a company development seminar, and unexpectedly, this group barged in. Seeing Chen Shen, who looked no more than 20 at most, boldly saying he wanted to buy the building was truly a joke. Wan Chenwei looked at Chen Shen and said, "Sir, we are in a meeting. This is not a marketplace or a bar, and certainly not a place for anyone to come in and make a scene. Please leave now." "Oh?" Chen Shen pretended to be surprised. "I know this is not a marketplace or a bar, but isn't this where you sell houses?" Chen Shen glanced at the information being discussed and analyzed on the big screen and said, "Since you are discussing how to better rent out and sell the floors of your building, and now a potential buyer has shown up, why rush us out?" A tall manager in a black suit, hearing that Chen Shen not only ignored advice but also peeked at their company's internal information, slammed the table angrily. "If you continue to make trouble here, I'll immediately call security to kick you out. Do you know how much it costs to rent a floor in our building? It's 3 million a year. Buying it would be even more expensive. With just a brat like you, do you dare say you want to buy our building?" "Yes, our building is considered one of the newest and most high-end office buildings in Zhonghai City. Even some well-known companies in Zhonghai wouldn't dare to say they could easily buy a floor from us. How could a kid who only knows how to hang out with girls have the ability to buy it? I think you should be happy if you can rent a floor." Another manager-like person said, "Yeah, I think he's drunk, bringing a few girls here to act crazy. Let's kick him out and not waste our meeting time." Everyone in the meeting room sneered at Chen Shen, not believing he was really there to buy a house. Wan Chenwei's gaze was stern as he stared at Chen Shen. "All right, since you keep saying you want to buy my building, how much money can you bring out?" Seeing that Chen Shen seemed unwilling to leave easily, Wan Chenwei decided to play along. "You want to buy it? Fine, let's talk about the price." Wan Chenwei thought that once Chen Shen knew the price of the building, he would surely be scared off. However, to his slight surprise, Chen Shen remained calm and composed, saying slowly, "The building is yours. How can I make the first offer? You should name your price first, but be bold. I won't be afraid." "Oof." Wan Chenwei coldly snorted, "My building has 13 floors. If you want to rent each floor, it's also 3 million. That's 39 million a year, with a 40-year property right. If you want to buy, I'll give you a discount. 1.5 billion. Phew. 15 billion. Wow, so much money." Some employees of the Morning Glory Group were amazed by the boss's offer. Seeing everyone's reactions, Wan Chenwei seemed quite satisfied and proudly said, "How about that? Scared, aren't you? Stop pretending here. Even if you have some money at home to buy luxury cars, to support a group of girls, that's just small change. Want to buy a skyscraper, hee hee? Wait until 20 years later to talk about it." Wan Chenwei couldn't believe that a young man under 20 could come up with over $1 billion in funds, let alone 15 billion. But as his words fell, he did not expect Chen Chen to panic and run away as he had anticipated, but instead, he smiled relaxedly. "How much money do I need? Just 15 billion, the small amount scares me away? What?" The people of the Morning Glory group were stunned. "Small amount? 15 billion is a small amount? You're really good at showing off, huh?" Many people looked at Chen Chen, rolling their eyes in disdain. "I think he's either been through something traumatic or he's mentally ill, spouting nonsense like that." "Exactly, 15 billion, what kind of concept is that? In the whole Shanghai city, you can count the people who can come up with 15 on one hand, right? Get the security to kick him out, I can't stand this show off anymore." Wan Chenwei heard Chen Chen's words, not angry but smiling, saying, "Alright, I didn't expect that today I would meet a super young wealthy man who doesn't even care about 15 billion. If that's the case, go ahead, I'll sell it to you for 15 billion. "Sure," Chen Chen smiled, "I didn't expect you to be so straightforward." With that, Chen Chen was about to take out the Universe Godly System card to swipe. "Wait." At this moment, Xuelan suddenly stood up and said, "Just because you say 15 billion, it's 15 billion? I don't think this Morning Glory Tower is worth that much." After speaking, Xuelan looked around and continued, "This building of yours, although newly built with the best facilities, because it's located on the outskirts of Shanghai, its rent cannot even reach 3 million per floor. 3 million is the highest price in the downtown area, which is what you expect. Moreover, your calculation just now is incorrect. You used rent to calculate the value of a 40-year property, right? Obviously with a premium. Such a calculation is too advantageous for you as the seller. Another point, how long will it take to rent out all the floors of this building? And you even included that in the selling price, which is a significant amount. If you squeeze out all these margins, your building is worth at most 9 billion. Also, based on the location and floor structure here, I estimate the construction cost of this building to be between 400 million and 500 million, so at 9 billion, you've already made quite a profit." After Xuelan finished speaking, there was silence in the huge conference room. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that a pretty girl like Xuelan would have such astonishing financial abilities. Just by glancing at the information on the screen in their conference room, she could quickly estimate the value of the Morning Glory Tower based on the rental and sales situation in Shanghai City. Most importantly, she could estimate the cost of this building almost accurately, leaving the people of the Morning Glory Group astonished. Even Wan Chenwei and his financial manager were stunned. They both knew the situation of the building very well, and indeed, as Xuelan said, it might take some time to rent it out, and even if rented, it wouldn't reach the price of 3 million per floor per year. The most astonishing thing was that from buying the land, constructing the building, to all the final decorations, the total cost of the Morning Glory building amounted to 460 million. Yet, Xuelan confidently estimated the construction cost of this building to be between 400 million and 500 million, which was truly remarkable. "How about it? Am I right?" Xuelan asked Wan Chenwei. Judging by the expressions on the faces of the people from the Chenwei group, she knew that her assessment was definitely correct. Sure enough, the CEO Wan Chenwei nodded slowly. "You're pretty close. It's basically accurate. However, you based your estimation on the current market conditions. Perhaps in the future, our operations will improve, or maybe the city will develop towards the east. These are all uncertain factors. It's possible that the value of this building will multiply several times in a few years. So, I won't sell it for 900 million. If not 900 million, then how about 1 billion, Chen Chen said, looking at him. This 1 billion is your profit for 2 years. What do you think? Wan Chenwei was taken aback. He hadn't expected that with just one sentence, Chen Chen would raise the price by 1 billion, which indeed exceeded his profit for the entire building over 2 years. It was impossible not to be tempted. 1 billion was exactly the profit for a full 2 years and more. Wan Chenwei knew that buyers like Chen Chen were not easy to come by again. Moreover, the price of 15 billion just now was mentioned to scare Chen Chen, and he didn't really expect to sell it for 15 billion. 15 billion! The cost of this building was less than 5 billion, making a profit of 10 billion in one go. Such a good deal was rare in the world. However, he still felt a bit reluctant to part with 10 billion. Wan Chenwei had invested a lot of effort into this building and even named it after himself, hoping to make a career out of it. Unexpectedly, just as his career ship was setting sail, Chen Chen wanted to buy his ship. Wan Chenwei was momentarily unable to accept this, his face showing a complex expression, torn inside. Seeing that he still didn't agree, Chen Chen thought he was dissatisfied with the price and said, "Not enough with 10 billion? How about 11 billion? This. Wan Chenwei was stunned, staring straight at Chen Chen, unable to say a word. In the meeting room, the other executives of the Morning Glory Group were also dumbfounded. When had they ever seen such a price increase? Everyone had clearly heard Xu Elan's analysis. At the current price, this building was worth at most 9 billion, but in a blink of an eye, Chen Chen added 2 billion, directly increasing the profit margin of selling this building by over 20%. That was 2 billion, a substantial amount of money that could probably stack up into a small mountain of cash. Everyone was shocked by Chen Chen's boldness. If they had doubts about Chen Chen's strength at the beginning, after witnessing Xu Elan's astonishing abilities, they realized that Chen Chen and the several girls he brought along were definitely not as simple as they had imagined. They no longer saw Chen Chen as just a playboy second-generation rich kid. After all, which second-generation rich kid could keep such amazing talents by their side? Now, everyone looked at Chen Chen again and thought he looked much more handsome, believing that beneath his seemingly unrestrained appearance, he hid a heart full of ambition and talent. Not enough with 11 billion? Chen Chen looked at Wan Chenwei, crossing his legs casually, and asked in a relaxed tone, "Shall I add a bit more?" At this moment, Wan Chenwei was both surprised and delighted. He hadn't expected to encounter a wealthy buyer like Chen Chen, who was willing to add another billion with just a gesture. In fact, he was already tempted with 11 billion. Selling for 11 billion would still earn him a lot. With this money, he could completely venture into other areas, maybe even achieve something bigger. However, he noticed that Chen Chen seemed to have intentions to raise the price further, so he thought to wait a bit longer. As long as he could resist the impulse and hold on a little longer, he was sure he could earn even more. 12 billion? Chen Chen asked. Actually, whether it's 12 billion or 15 billion, it doesn't matter to Chen Chen. After all, the money is spent, and another 10 billion will come in next month. 12 billion? But for Wan Chenwei, it's a different story. At this moment, his heart was pounding. Adding another billion, he was almost unable to bear it, struggling fiercely in his heart. On the one hand, of course, he hoped that Chen Chen would continue to raise the price so he could earn more. On the other hand, he also worried that Chen Chen might suddenly find the price too high and give up buying directly. In that case, the few billion profits he could easily get would be lost. 13 billion, Chen Chen said again. This time, the spacious conference room fell silent, you could hear a pin drop, and everyone from Chenwei Group dared not even breathe. At this moment, if anyone made a sound and disrupted the deal, they would be in big trouble with the CEO Wan Chenwei. 14 billion. Another thrilling voice echoed from Chen Chen. Since he was going to spend money anyway, Chen Chen felt that spending a little more would bring him closer to completing the mission. So raising the price by 1 billion after another was easy and he didn't care at all. If Wan Chenwei disagreed, he was prepared to keep raising the price, not believing that money couldn't make Wan Chenwei speak. However, Chen Chen had overestimated Wan Chenwei's determination and courage. With 14 billion already on the table, Wan Chenwei felt it hard to breathe, his blood pressure was soaring to 180, so when Chen Chen was about to speak again, Wan Chenwei couldn't care less whether to raise the price again or if Chen Chen was giving up. He quickly said, 14 billion, I'll sell. After saying that, wiping the sweat from his forehead, he breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Well, since you agreed, let's make the deal right away, Chen Chen said, handing the bank card tied to the Universe Tycoon system to Xu Elan. Xu Elan smiled slightly at Chen Chen, took the card from him, and immediately signed the contract with Wan Chenwei and their company's finance department, transferring 14 billion. After everything was settled, the Chenwei building became Chen Chen's asset. Those from Chenwei Group, seeing Chen Chen effortlessly pay 14 billion, were all in awe. Most of them were white-collar executives, well-dressed, with cars, and some even had annual salaries of several million. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were all successful individuals. However, seeing Chen Chen's generosity today, they realized what true wealth was. After the transaction was completed, even the CEO Wan Chenwei changed his arrogant attitude, receiving the 14 billion transfer with a smile as bright as a flower. He personally poured a cup of tea and brought it to Chen Chen. Mr. Chen is truly a young hero, making such a generous move. Even someone like me, who has spent most of my life in Shanghai, can't help but admire. May I ask, Mr. Chen, what business are you in? Wan Chenwei had just learned Chen Chen's name after signing the contract and couldn't figure out which of the former tycoons in Shanghai he was. But seeing Chen Chen throw out billions so easily, his strength was far beyond ordinary. If he could establish a relationship with him, even a slight favor from him would bring Wan Chenwei a fortune. So, Wan Chenwei wanted to flatter Chen Chen a bit. "Oh, I raise chickens," Chen Chen casually replied. "Raise chickens?" Wan Chenwei was stunned. How could that be possible? Someone who raises chickens can casually throw out 14 billion without batting an eye? What kind of chickens are these, making such a profit? Wan Chenwei looked at Chen Chen's handsome face again, then at the beautiful women like Wu Nan Xuelan surrounding him, and couldn't help but think of those luxurious entertainment clubs. Just as he was about to get closer to Chen Chen unexpectedly said, "This place is mine now, please leave immediately." "Yes, yes, yes." In the early morning, Wan Chenwei noticed Chen Chen's cold attitude and could only smile awkwardly before hurriedly leaving with dozens of executives from his company. After everyone else had left the meeting room, Chen Chen stood up from his seat, walked to the window, and looked out through the bright glass, taking in the nearby beach. The 2 to 3 kilometers wide and 10 kilometers long beach was almost entirely within view. Chen Chen nodded, seemingly very satisfied with purchasing the building. Moreover, he noticed that to the north of the beach, there were several small mountains covered in green trees and red flowers, a vibrant sight that seemed like a nice place. He thought about visiting when he had time, and if possible, buying it as well. This way, not only would he own the beach, but also the land to the north and west of it. Although he didn't know yet what he could do with these places, Chen Chen felt that buying them was never wrong. Perhaps a good idea would come up one day. As Chen Chen stood by the window, envisioning a bright future, Lin Xin quietly approached him and asked, "The building has been bought, what do you plan to do next?" "Next, we will rename the building, then start recruiting staff and actors, officially launching our film and television company," Chen Chen replied with a smile. "What will our film and television company be called?" Lin Xin inquired. Looking at her freshly moisturized delicate face, Chen Chen smiled and said, "Let's call it Linshur Film Industry." "Linshur Film Industry?" Lin Xin was taken aback. "But this is your company, why use my surname?" "Silly girl, I promised to give it to you, to make you the hottest star, both a boss and a director, as well as an artist, of course. The company should be named after you," Chen Chen teased, pinching Lin Xin's upturned nose. "Besides, you are already mine. What's the point of distinguishing between yours and mine? What's yours is mine, haha." "Annoying." Lin Xin blushed, lightly pretending to punch Chen Chen twice with her fist before moving aside. "Alright," Chen Chen turned back to the conference table and said to Wu Nan and the sister Xuelan, "We have bought the building. Next step is to prepare for our film and television company. Miss Lin Xin is a star and the most knowledgeable about film and television, so the company will be named Linshur Film Industry, and she will be mainly in charge. Tomorrow, we will arrange for the name of the building to be changed. Also, immediately start advertising. We need to recruit a large number of people. Anyone with a dream, whether it's in the film and television industry or any creative idea, is welcome. The advertisement must be sensational, on TV, online, and on the streets." "Understood." Wu Nan and the sisters had no objections to Chen Chen's arrangements. As soon as he spoke, they would execute. So, the sisters split up and immediately went to do what needed to be done. One day later, the entire Zhonghai city was inundated with Linshur Film Industry's recruitment advertisements. Many people were enticed by the generous conditions and relaxed requirements. The ads stated that as long as you have a dream, as long as you want to do something, then come, we support you, we will help you with an enthusiasm you can't imagine. For a while, the whole city was buzzing. All the beautiful young men and women with dreams of stardom couldn't contain their excitement, eagerly wanting to audition for Linshur Film Industry. When it was time for the interviews, a multitude of people had already gathered in front of the Linshur Film Industry building, the scene described as a sea of people. Chen Chen, accompanied by Lin Xin, Wu Nan, and the sisters, received the applicants one by one in the lobby on the second floor of the building. When Lin Xin meets young and beautiful individuals with aspirations in the film and television industry, she carefully examines them and signs them on the spot if they meet the criteria. For those unsuitable for the film and television industry, Chen Chen conducts the interviews. Just now, a pretty young girl was signed by Lin Xin and happily bounced out. Next, a young man in a suit and tie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, confidently sat down in front of Chen Chen without a hint of nervousness. After sitting down, he introduced himself. "Hello, my name is He Weihao, a graduate of the Walton Business School in the United States. I just returned as a sea turtle. I studied risk investment and strategic planning. As long as you entrust the company to me, I guarantee that I can increase profits tenfold within a year, 2 years." That's enough, that's enough. Chen Chen immediately interrupted him. "I'm sorry, you're not what we need. Next." He Weihao couldn't believe it. With his excellent background in education, he was about to be kicked out before finishing his self-introduction. How could this be possible? Do you want to reconsider? No need, you're too good at making money, we don't need you. Chen Shan waved his hand, signaling him to leave. He Wei Hao was bewildered. What does it mean to be too good at making money and not needed? Is something wrong with their heads? He left in anger. Next, a young man who had just graduated from university entered. After politely greeting Chen Shan, he said, "During my studies, I researched a project." Chen Shan immediately perked up and asked, "Does this project require money?" The young man explained, "It doesn't require much money. I researched an invisible ink that only appears under specific light. This technology has great potential, and I have successfully developed it. You only need to invest a small amount of money to enter the market. I guarantee that it will cause a sensation in a short time and make a lot of money." Another moneymaker? Chen Shan's face showed disappointment. He looked at the young man and asked, "Don't you have something that requires a lot of money but doesn't make money, like perpetual motion machines?" The young man was puzzled. What kind of company was this? What kind of interview was this? Spending a lot of money but not making money, is their mind messed up? But upon careful consideration, he realized that this was quite challenging, mainly because he had never thought about it before. After a while, the young man shook his head. Disappointed, Chen Shan asked him to leave. Next, several girls who studied dance were interviewed, and Lin Xian signed all of them. Chen Shan felt no interest at all. He had hoped to find people who would spend money, but all he saw were those who knew how to make money, which made him lose all interest. Just as Chen Shan was losing interest and feeling drowsy, a middle-aged man in pajamas and slippers, with disheveled hair and a wild look, walked in. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and stepped on the chair, then looked at Chen Shan and said loudly, "Do you support people with dreams to start a business?" Yes, Chen Shan's eyes lit up upon seeing him. This middle-aged man was no ordinary person. "I have a dream." "Really? Does it require money?" Chen Shan asked. "It requires a lot of money. I want to build a rocket that can fly to the sun. Do you dare to invest?" The man tugged at his worn-out pajamas, tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, and looked at Chen Shan with a confident gaze, as if saying, "If you miss out on me, you don't know talent." Chen Shan was thrilled. "You are truly a talent. Building a rocket to fly into the sun is definitely a great idea for burning money. I'll invest. How much do you need?" Uncle was surprised to hear that Chen Shan wanted to invest money, which was unexpected. He then put away his arrogance and chuckled, I think such a big project should cost at least 2 million, right? I'll give you 3 million, remember to call me to watch on the launch day." Chen Shan waved his hand and immediately handed him a 3 million check. Uncle was overjoyed holding the check, and before leaving, he turned back to give Chen Shan a thumbs up, praising, "You have a good eye." With that, he left with his head held high. The news spread outside, causing a stir. Lin Xian and Wu Nan, upon seeing Chen Shan investing in such a fantastical project, could only roll their eyes and follow along with Chen Shan's antics. Next, another person entered, in their 20s, with thick glasses, wearing a checkered shirt, and carrying a black laptop bag. Upon entering, without even introducing himself, he asked Chen Shan, "Aren't you afraid of spending money?" "Yes," Chen Shan nodded. "I also have a project that requires a lot of money." "Tell me about it. You know about Bitcoin, right? Do you know about blockchain? I've invented something called Cosmic Coin. I want to build the world's largest server, allowing people from all over the world to connect to my server for mining. They won't have fixed servers, each terminal will be a server. It seems secure, but mine is more advanced. I not only want to build servers on Earth but also in outer space, on the Moon and Mars. When we make contact with aliens one day, my cosmic coin will become the universal currency used by Earth and aliens. I will become the most awesome person in the universe." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could meet aliens tomorrow. After hearing him, Lin Xian and Wu Nan were almost fainting. A currency shared with aliens, that imagination was too far-fetched. Whether aliens exist or not is debatable, and even if they do, it might take generations to discover. Planning for Cosmic Coin now was just absurd. This guy must be a computer maniac. Just as Lin Xian was about to ask him to leave, to her surprise, Chen Shan slammed the table, exclaiming, "Genius, you're absolutely a genius. I'm in, how much do you need?" Dealing with high-tech stuff is like a bottomless pit. No matter how much money you throw in, you can't even make a ripple. With such a great investment opportunity, how could Chen Shan let it slip away? Seeing Chen Shan interested, he was also delighted, adjusting his glasses and with a gleam in his eyes, "I'm Mabus. I've approached many venture capital companies and met a few big investors, but they all don't see the potential in my project. They think I'm crazy, but it's their short-sightedness. Today, I finally met someone with vision. Trust me, with your investment, there will be huge returns in the future." Ha ha. Chen Shen laughed, returns don't matter to me. I see you as someone who knows how to spend money, that's why I want to invest in you. Most people wouldn't dare to think like this. So, how much money do you need? Mavis looked at Chen Shen, pondered for a moment, and held up a finger, saying, for the initial equipment purchase and setting up the first phase of servers, I need 100 million, we can discuss the rest later. Done, Chen Shen snapped his fingers, Shuelan, give him the money. Such a fantastic project, only 100 million for the initial investment, it's a steal. Shuelan immediately wrote a 100 million check and handed it to Mavis. Mavis left without a word of thanks, walking away confidently, as if Chen Shen investing in him was taking advantage of him. Following that, many more people were interviewed, and actors and staff were hired. However, creative and big spenders were hard to come by. Occasionally, all it took was a few million to satisfy them. Chen Shen didn't hesitate and gave them all the money, agreeing to invest in their projects. As people came and went, it went on until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Chen Shen felt it was getting boring, so he left alone. Stepping out of the Linsher Film and Television building, breathing in the fresh air outside, Chen Shen suddenly felt much better. Especially being so close to the seaside, a gust of sea breeze blew, refreshing his whole body. Since Chen Shen didn't know where to go, he decided to head to the beach. It had been a day, and he wondered how the chickens he released were doing, whether they could adapt to the new environment here. Chen Shen quickly walked along the shaded path and soon reached the coastal road. Looking into the distance, a large group of chickens seemed to be pecking at things on the mudflats. Chen Shen sighed in relief that they hadn't all been washed away by the sea. However, after observing for a while, Chen Shen noticed something was amiss. The chickens on the beach didn't seem well. They were sluggish, lacking vitality, unlike when they first flew out of their cages to the seaside in an excited and frenzied state. What could be the matter? Chen Shen walked towards the flock of chickens and found many of them dead, their feathers wet from the seawater. Clearly, something was wrong. These chickens must be sick. After walking a few steps further, he found a dozen more. What should he do? Although it was a whim to buy so many chickens to raise by the seaside, he couldn't just watch them get sick and die in vain. It could lead to an epidemic. Standing there for a while, Chen Shen picked up a dying reed chicken from the ground and headed towards the road. Chen Shen decided to take it to a veterinarian to see if it had contracted any infectious diseases and then treat it accordingly to save the lives of all the chickens on the beach. But where could he find a veterinarian for chickens? Chen Shen hadn't thought about this before and now didn't know where to look. So, he could only carry the reed chicken and slowly walk towards the direction of the Zhanghai city area, hoping to find one along the street. After about half an hour of walking, Chen Shen suddenly saw a pet hospital by the roadside, a 3-story building, nicely decorated, looking quite formal. A pet hospital, a place for pets to receive medical treatment, where the doctors inside were naturally veterinarians. They could treat cats, dogs, and other pets, so chickens shouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Chen Shen pushed the door open, carrying the chicken inside. Inside, a young nurse was bathing a fluffy Samoyed puppy. Seeing Chen Shen come in, she politely asked, "Sir, how can I help you? Is this a pet hospital?" Chen Shen asked. "Yes. My pet is sick, could you please take a look?" The nurse looked puzzled as she glanced at Chen Shen, who didn't have a cat or a dog but was holding a chicken. "It's this one." Chen Shen placed the dying reed chicken on the table. "Oh my goodness." The nurse looked at the chicken in astonishment, then at Chen Shen, as if he were crazy, and said, "Is this chicken your pet?" "Yes, not just this one, there are many more. Please help me check what's wrong with this one. I think the others might have the same issue," Chen Shen said. The nurse was stunned and somewhat annoyed. "Sir, are you running a chicken farm?" Chen Shen thought about it and realized that he had bought so many to raise on the beach, it was almost like running a chicken farm. He nodded and said, "Yeah, something like that." The young nurse, hearing this, replied impatiently, "I thought you just had one chicken as a pet. I found it strange because who keeps a chicken as a pet? You're like a small chicken farm owner. If your chickens get sick, go find a vet for them. Don't stand here, don't let your chickens infect our other pets." "Aren't you the vets?" Chen Shen asked in confusion. "Who's the vet? Who's the vet?" "You're the vet. Your whole family is vets." The nurse exploded when Chen Shen called her a vet, shouting, "We are a pet hospital, we are pet doctors, understand? Every pet here, whether a cat or a dog, is extremely precious, each worth thousands to tens of thousands. Your chickens can't compare to them. We could buy 1,000 of yours with just one of ours. Hurry up, take your chicken and leave, don't dirty our place." "What's wrong with cats and dogs? Aren't they animals too? If you can treat cats and dogs, why can't you treat chickens? If treating cats and dogs isn't being a vet, then what is it? Cat doctor? Dog doctor?" Chen Shen was getting angry as the nurse tried to kick him out. Just then, a middle-aged male doctor in his 40s came down the stairs from the second floor, hearing the commotion. He saw Chen Chen and the nurse and asked, "What's going on? I could hear you arguing all the way from upstairs. Is there a problem, sir?" Seeing that he seemed to be in charge, Chen Chen guessed he must be a doctor at this pet hospital, possibly the nurse's superior. So, Chen Chen said, "I brought my pet for treatment, but this young lady nurse wants to kick me out. Isn't that unreasonable?" Before Chen Chen could finish, the nurse sneered disdainfully, "Listen to him, calling it a pet. What nonsense. Director, he's just a chicken farmer. His chickens are sick, and he wants us to treat them." Treat chickens? The middle-aged man, referred to as the director by the nurse, was taken aback and stunned. When he saw the sickly reed chicken in front of Chen Chen, he understood. So, he dropped the polite attitude towards Chen Chen and said coldly, "Sir, please stop causing trouble. This is a well-known pet hospital in Shanghai. Many wealthy ladies bring their beloved pets here for treatment and grooming. The pets that come here are worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. The least valuable ones are worth a few thousand. A chicken like the one you have is only worth a couple of dollars. Selling it wouldn't even cover our consultation fee. Here, a pet bath costs $300. So, I advise you to leave quickly. This is not a place for a chicken farmer like you. What's wrong with being a chicken farmer? Who says chicken farmers can't come here?" Chen Chen felt indignant as they seemed to look down on him. The director, seeing Chen Chen's firm attitude, smiled disdainfully and said, "No one says you can't come here, but our services are very expensive. It's not something a poor chicken farmer like you can afford. The people who come here are either rich or noble. They don't mind spending thousands or even millions on their beloved pets. Can someone like you, who earns money by raising chickens, spend thousands to treat a sick chicken? That cost could buy you hundreds more chickens. So, please leave." The director didn't want to deal with the young man holding a chicken any longer. This was where he opened the best pet hospital in Shanghai City. Every day, many rich young ladies and madams would bring their pets here. The fees were high, the profits were substantial, and he didn't want anyone to see someone bringing a chicken into the shop. If those wealthy people found out that he was treating chickens from a poultry farm in his pet hospital, who would come in the future? Therefore, the director urgently wanted to drive Chen Chen and his reed grass chicken away. Chen Chen had walked a long way and finally found this place where his chicken could be treated. He wasn't going to leave easily. Moreover, the disdainful looks from the nurse and the director made Chen Chen very angry. Treating pets and feeling superior, looking down on chicken farmers, did raising chickens mean one had no money? Chen Chen was a bit tired after walking for a long time. Seeing a sofa nearby for guests to rest, he walked over and lay down without a word. He said, "Don't you all think I can't afford to pay? Rest assured, I have money. Just treat my chicken, and when they are all cured, I will pay together. I guarantee your satisfaction." On the beach? Tens of thousands of chickens? The nurse's eyes widened. Are you kidding with us? Who raises chickens on the beach for no reason? The director, seeing that Chen Chen not only didn't listen but also sat on the sofa, immediately said angrily, "Your chicken feathers, don't dirty my sofa. When the other ladies come later, and their clothes get dirty, can you afford to compensate them? Stop boasting here. Who in their right mind would raise chickens on the beach, let alone tens of thousands? What a joke." The more the director looked at Chen Chen, the more he felt that he was just here to cause trouble with a chicken. He even suspected that he might be sent by a competitor to sabotage their business. Seeing that they still didn't believe him, Chen Chen said straightforwardly, "So, you think I have no money? You think I can't even afford the treatment for my chicken? How about this? I'll just buy your entire pet hospital. I'll take care of all the medicine and your salaries, and you can treat my chicken. How about that?" "What?" The nurse was stunned, thinking she had misheard. "You want to buy the whole pet hospital?" The director also looked at Chen Chen in amazement. After 2 seconds of being dumbfounded, they burst into laughter. "Ha ha! You, a chicken farmer, dare to say you want to buy the entire pet hospital?" The nurse sneered at Chen Chen. The director also looked down at Chen Chen sitting on the sofa and said disdainfully, "You really talk big. Do you know how much my pet hospital is worth? Do you know how much profit we make in a day? Do you know the value of our building and equipment? It would scare you to know. We make tens of thousands in a day, probably more than you make in half a year of raising chickens, right? Moreover, many of the equipment in our pet hospital are imported from abroad, and some of the medicines for pets are very expensive, adding up to hundreds of thousands. Not to mention our building, this 3-story building of ours, although not large, is worth around 3 million in Shanghai. When you add it all up, it's at least 4 million. You probably won't earn that much in your lifetime of raising chickens, right? Don't talk about buying my pet hospital. You probably can't even afford the down payment for a house with a loan, right? So, young man, stop boasting here and go back to take care of your chickens. Find a low-level veterinarian and get your chickens treated quickly, or they will all die, and you will end up with nothing, drinking the northwest wind. 4 million? Ha ha. Chen Shen looked at the director in front of him and chuckled. You act all high and mighty for 4 million? It seems you really haven't seen much money. You. The dean was taken aback by Chen Shen's disdainful attitude and immediately roared in anger, Get out now. If you don't leave, I'll call someone. We have security guards patrolling outside. Don't be in such a hurry, Chen Shen chuckled. I've been quite obsessed with buying houses these days. I really want to buy your little pet hospital so that I don't have to run around looking for a vet every time my chickens get sick. How much are you selling it for? Are you really buying it? The dean sneered. He didn't believe that this young man could actually come up with so much money. However, he couldn't let him keep boasting, so he thought of quickly sending him away. I never thought of selling this pet hospital, but if you really want to buy it, I won't ask for much. 4 million. If you can produce 4 million on the spot, I'll sell it to you immediately. If you can't, then get out with your chickens and don't disrupt my business here. After speaking, the dean glanced at the nurse beside him. The nurse naturally understood his meaning. They both smiled at each other, waiting to see Chen Shen being embarrassed and chased away. However, to their surprise, when Chen Shen heard the price of 4 million, instead of showing embarrassment at not being able to pay, he looked relaxed and said, Oh, you really haven't seen big money. You're missing out on a chance to make more profit. You won't even raise the price. It's really disappointing. I thought I would have to spend 1 or 2 tens of millions, but it turns out 4 million is enough. How boring. With that, Chen Shen took out a bank card tied to a binding system, threw it in front of the dean, and casually said, 5 million, an extra 1 million as a tip for you. Help me take care of my chickens later, do a good job, and you'll benefit from it in the future. Both the dean and the nurse were stunned. Could he really be so wealthy? Is he a nouveau riche? Offering a 1 million tip so casually, this was much more generous than those rich ladies. The dean hesitated, picked up Chen Shen's card. He couldn't be sure now whether Chen Shen was just bragging or if he really had that much money, casually spending 5 million as if it were nothing. The dean made up his mind and decided to swipe the card to find out the truth. There was a card machine in his pet hospital, so it wouldn't be a hassle. So, the dean immediately took Chen Shen's card to the cashier, entered a 5 million transaction, confirmed it, and a series of beeps sounded. The card was successfully swiped. In an instant, the dean was stunned. Swiping 5 million was successful. This chicken farmer really had 5 million, no, at least 5 million. The way he didn't care about the money made it seem like it was just a drop in the bucket for him. Oh my god. The dean was shocked to the core. He had underestimated this chicken farmer. He was really rich. The nurse standing not far from Chen Shen also heard the sound of the card machine and her face changed. She naturally knew what had happened. She had been thinking about how to ridicule him later, how to mock him properly and teach him a lesson so he wouldn't come to such high-end places without money. But suddenly, seeing the successful swipe, she was also stunned, standing there for a long time, mouth agape, unable to say a word. The way she looked at Chen Shen changed. 5 million. Bringing a chicken for treatment and ending up buying the entire pet hospital. What a whimsical tycoon. The nurse's heart was pounding wildly. She now realized that Chen Shen seemed quite handsome. Even though he claimed to be a chicken farmer, he didn't look like the typical weather-beaten farmer. This kind of tycoon seems quite attractive. At this moment, the dean also returned. He changed his previous arrogant attitude, handed the card to Chen Shen for his signature, and stood in front of Chen Shen, apologizing repeatedly. Oh, I'm really sorry just now. Look at me, a veterinarian who only knows how to treat animals every day. Even my own eyes have problems. A wealthy tycoon like you didn't even notice. Please treat the things I said earlier as nonsense. You must not lower yourself to my level. From now on, this hospital is yours. I am willing to work for you. Don't we need to treat the chickens? We can go right away. Looking at the dean, who was completely different from before, the young nurse's eyes almost fell to the ground. It seemed that even though Chen Shen could make 5 million by raising chickens, the dean's sudden change was more shocking to her. This person changes too quickly. He was just acting all high and mighty a moment ago, but as soon as he saw Chen Shen spend 4 million to buy the hospital and casually give a 1 million red envelope, he immediately turned into a good grandson. It really broadened people's horizons. However, despite her surprise and disdain, the young nurse couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. A 1 million red envelope was enough for her to buy a house in Shanghai. So, her attitude towards Chen Shen immediately did a 180-degree turn. She took a few steps forward, approached Chen Shen, twisted her waist, and tried to seduce him in her nurse uniform. However, although the young nurse had some charm, she was far behind Wu Nanmei and the others, not to mention top beauties like Lin Xian and Dong Chanshan. So, when Chen Shen saw the coquettish nurse, he didn't pay any attention. At the moment, he was focused on the sick chickens on the beach. After Chen Shen signed the papers, the dean handed over all the documents of the pet hospital to Chen Shen. However, Chen Shen declined, saying, "You keep these things for now. I really don't care much about a small pet hospital. I bought it for convenience. So, you continue to be the dean. Half of the profits are for you, and the other half is for the employees as a raise." What? The dean was stunned. He never expected Chen Shen to say such things. Buying a hospital and not caring, just for convenience, and sharing the profits with the employees. Is there such a good thing in this world? The dean almost doubted his ears. The young nurse, who was feeling a bit down because Chen Shen didn't show interest in her seductive eyes and nurse uniform, suddenly felt ecstatic upon hearing that half of the hospital's profits would be turned into their wages. She almost couldn't contain her excitement and wanted to hug Chen Shen on the spot. But seeing that Chen Shen's attention was not on her, she had to restrain herself and occasionally cast seductive glances at Chen Shen. Now she no longer saw Chen Shen as just a chicken farmer. This kind of tycoon who casually throws around 5 million must be raising golden chickens. Ordinary people really don't understand the world of tycoons. Perhaps super rich tycoons have unique hobbies, just like Chen Shen's fondness for hugging a reed flower chicken. Don't be surprised, this money isn't given to you for nothing, Chen Shen said to the surprised dean. I really have some chickens by the seaside, and it seems they are all sick. Help me take care of them, give them medicine. In the future, I'll entrust these chickens to you. Rest assured, if you take good care of them, you won't miss out on the red envelopes. Okay. The dean smiled and agreed repeatedly. Raising a chicken was nothing to him. He graduated from a regular medical university's veterinary department and could even perform surgeries on many pets. Taking care of chickens, which required low technical skills, was a piece of cake for him. Don't worry, I will definitely raise the chickens well, make them fat and lay more eggs, hatch more chicks. It won't be long before we start making money. Whether we make money or not doesn't matter. I haven't figured out what to do with that beach yet. I might stop raising them soon, Chen Shen said. Yes, whatever you want to do, we'll do it. The director of the pet hospital stood in front of Chen Shen, obedient and compliant, even more obedient than a well-behaved grandson. Alright then, no time to waste, let's go check it out now. Chen Shen stood up and said, the chickens on the beach don't look too good. They've been delayed for too long. They probably can't take it anymore. Okay, I'll go get the car and bring some medicine, the director said, then hurried into the room. Soon, he came out with a medicine box and a large bag of corn kernels. Chen Shen, the director, and a nurse went back to the beach together. The chickens on the beach seemed to be moving in slow motion, very sluggish, and some even lying on the beach scratching with their claws, struggling as if dying. What's going on here? Chen Shen asked. The director ran to the beach to take a look and came back asking, many chickens drowned in the sea, right? Yes, Chen Shen nodded. When we first put them on the beach, they may not have adapted well to the environment here. Some got too excited and rushed into the sea, resulting in a batch of deaths. That makes sense, the director nodded. Looking at the sea, most of the dead chickens should have been eaten by the fish in the sea, but with so many chickens, some might not have been eaten, so they float on the water, rotting and producing bacteria and viruses. These chickens must have eaten small fish and shrimp soaked in seawater, hence the collective illness. Don't worry, it's not a serious disease like a plague. Just give them some antibiotics, and they'll be fine soon. After saying that, the director and the nurse took out the bag of corn kernels from the car, mixed the medicine in, and scattered it all over the beach. After everything was done, the director said to Chen Shen, don't worry, I'll take care of it here. If there's any situation, I'll inform you promptly. I'm a legitimate veterinarian with a university degree. If I can't even take care of a few chickens, I won't be able to continue. Chen Shen was relieved to see the director quickly diagnose the cause of the chicken's illness and distribute the medicine. He praised, good veterinarian. He. Hearing Chen Shen's praise, the director looked proud, and the nurse admired him, no longer as nervous as before when hearing about a veterinarian. Money does make a difference. The next morning, Lincher Film Industry Building. The recruited staff were in position, starting their work. Actors were rehearsing their acting skills, and the props, lighting, and photography crew were preparing and adjusting equipment. It seemed like filming would start officially in a few days. However, Lin Xian had a worried look on her face as she ran to the top floor of the building to find Chen Shen. At that moment, Chen Shen was standing by the tall floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the chickens on the beach. Seeing Lin Xin coming in with a troubled expression, he asked, "What's wrong? Haven't we almost finished recruiting people? Why do you look unhappy? We've hired people, we've almost bought everything we need for the shoot, but there's still one crucial thing missing to make a good film." "The most important thing? What is it?" Chen Chen asked, puzzled. "Of course, it's the script." Lin Xin sat on Chen Chen's big boss chair, leaning on the wide office desk, her small hands supporting her chin as she softly said, "The script is the soul of a play. Without a good script, no matter how good the actors we find or how much money we invest, it's useless." Having been in the film and television industry for 2 years, Lin Xin understood best in this era where creativity and gimmicks attracted people, how crucial a good original script was. If one just wanted to shoot casually, there were plenty of heavily homogenized scripts on the market that could be picked up and maybe even gain some attention, but to truly shoot a hit, choosing a good script was essential. "In that case, let's go buy some good scripts," Chen Chen said without hesitation. "I've said it before, no amount of money is too much to make you a big star. I know that, but there are only a few famous playwrights, and their scripts are usually pre-booked before they even start writing. It's unlikely for us to even meet them if we try to approach them." Lin Xin sighed and then added, "Last year when I was filming, I met a playwright named Red Bean. We had a good chat back then, and she thought highly of me. So, I've arranged to meet her today. I want to talk to her about buying a script. Do you want to come with me?" "Sure," Chen Chen nodded. "If this playwright you speak of is so amazing, I want to meet her too." With that, Chen Chen walked from the window to the large office desk, pulled the lazy Lin Xin up, and the two of them left the building. Upmarket Coffee in Zhonghai City. Chen Chen and Lin Xin sat in a window booth, gazing out at the street scene, lost in thought. Lin Xin ordered a cup of milk tea, but it had almost gone cold, and she hadn't taken more than a few sips. Chen Chen, on the other hand, looked relaxed, savoring his black coffee without sugar, praising, "This bitter taste is the true essence of coffee." They had been waiting for over half an hour, but the playwright they were supposed to meet, named Red Bean, had yet to show up. Just as Lin Xin glanced towards the door for the nth time, she finally saw the slightly plump figure of a woman. Lin Xin immediately stood up, hurried over, and greeted, "Sister Do, you're here, please come this way. What would you like to drink, latte or milk tea?" "No need." The woman's tone was cold, indicating she wasn't very willing to be at this meeting. "I have something to attend to shortly, let's just chat briefly, I'll be leaving soon." With that, the woman sat down opposite Chen Chen. Lin Xin awkwardly smiled and decided not to ask further, obediently sitting next to Chen Chen. "Lin Xin, why did you invite me here today?" The woman called Red Bean asked coldly, her tone as if she were speaking to a stranger on the street, devoid of any warmth. As for Lin Xin's claim that they knew each other before, there was no sign of it. However, since Lin Xin needed a favor, she didn't want to push too much, so she smiled again and said, "Sister Do, I recently opened a film and television company and plan to produce some works myself. Knowing that you are the top playwright, I wanted to ask if you have any new scripts available?" "Open a film and television company? New scripts?" The woman paused, then a disdainful smile appeared on her heavily powdered face as she said, "Lin Xin, I used to think highly of you. You're beautiful, intelligent, and talented, but do you know you've been blacklisted by the entire industry? Do you know how much money it takes to open a film and television company? If you don't have a certain scale and just start a very small company, I dare say, within half a year, you will close down because you can't produce any works. Even if you work hard and manage to create something, no platform will be willing to buy your work, and no one will play it. So, you might as well give up. As for the script you mentioned, I think there's no need to discuss it anymore. Sister Do, my company. It's already established, and the scale is decent," Lin Xin said, "so, these are not major issues. I just want to buy a script from you." "Ah, it seems you still don't believe what I said. Since you insist, I won't stop you. You'll realize your mistake when you hit a wall," the woman said disappointedly. "As for my scripts, you know I have some reputation in this industry." "Yes, everyone in the industry knows Sister Do's name," Lin Xin smiled. "Even a long TV script of mine costs 1 million, so I think a newly established small company like yours should look for second-rate scripts. My price might be too high for you to afford." The woman looked proudly at Chen Chen beside Lin Xin. Obviously, she thought a band minor celebrity wouldn't have much money, and finding a boyfriend who didn't seem like a wealthy second generation, how could they, in their current situation, dare to discuss script matters with her? "How much?" Chen Chen, upon hearing the woman's words, was almost stunned. 1 million? Is it really 1 million? Seeing Chen Chen's surprise, the woman said disdainfully, "What? Shocked by the high price? I'm not making it up. I'm worth that price. 1 million is just an average price for a script. My high-quality scripts sell for 2 million. And that's just for the script. if you want me to guide you throughout the filming process, that will cost extra. You seem like you don't have much budget. I bet your company can't even afford one of my scripts. Forget it, don't embarrass yourselves here. You can't afford my scripts, don't waste my time. With that, the woman got up to leave. Wait, Chen said loudly, it's just 1 million, I'll give you 3 million each, sell us 10. What are you saying? The woman stood there looking dumbfounded, staring at Chen, then angrily said, do you think you're buying cabbages at the market? Asking for 10 at once, do you know how much that is? You can't even afford one, yet you pretend to be rich and want to buy 10, it's disgusting. In the woman's eyes, how could a young man like Chen possibly have that much money? Being able to produce tens of thousands was already a stretch. Moreover, in her view, neither Chen nor Lin Xin could afford one, yet Chen said he wanted 10, which was clearly an insult to her integrity. Creating a script is not easy, who can do it effortlessly and produce 10 just like that? Chen ignored her bad attitude and said disdainfully, how do you know we don't have money? In my opinion, your script is not much different in price from the cabbages in the market. I want to buy it, even if you have 100, I can afford it. Oof. Not afraid to talk big and end up with foot in mouth. Even the most well-funded production crew I've seen wouldn't dare to offer the price for 100 scripts like you just did. It's clear that my initial thought was right, you're just a poor devil who can only talk big but lacks even a basic understanding. The woman was already provoked by Chen words. She put down her bag, sat back in her seat, and angrily said, today I must see for myself, see how you all boast as if you're the richest in the world. Let's see how much money you can really come up with. With that, the woman took out a stack of A4 papers from her bag and threw it on the table, provocatively saying, you all have money, right? Can afford to buy 100 scripts from me, right? Well, I happen to have just completed a script worth 1 million. Now, if you can come up with 800,000, it's yours. The woman was determined, thinking that Chen was just stubborn and face-saving, and by offering something for him to buy, he would surely back down. Sure enough, Chen stared at the script on the table for a long time before slowly uttering 2 words, not interested. Lin Xin was about to speak but Chen held her hand, signaling her to stay quiet. Red Bean's sister was now furious, finally confirming her judgment that the boy in front of her was indeed a poor devil. He had talked big earlier, saying he could give 3 million for 1 million, that he could buy 100 scripts, but now when she actually presented a script for him to buy, he couldn't even come up with 800,000, which infuriated her to no end. What's wrong? Admit you're broke now? Weren't you arrogant just now? Wasn't it as easy as buying cabbages to buy 100 scripts from me? Why so quiet now? The woman looked at Chen, sneering at him disdainfully. After she finished speaking, Chen looked at her pitifully and said, first of all, let me repeat, I really don't lack money. Please don't impose your worldview and values on me because they simply don't apply. Also, I don't want the script you brought out not because I can't afford the 800,000 you think is a lot of money, but because from what you said earlier, your 1 million scripts are just ordinary, and what we want is the best script, got it? The best. The price, well, it's up to you. This. Upon hearing Chen's words, the woman was stunned. Not interested in ordinary scripts, want the best, and the price can be anything? Is that possible? Red Bean's sister stared at Chen with a complex gaze, seeing that he had maintained a carefree attitude from start to finish, as if tens of thousands or millions were nothing to him, making her wonder if he was really wealthy or just pretending. So, half believing, she asked, do you really want a good script, and don't care about the price? In fact, she did have a script in her bag, one she had spent over half a year painstakingly polishing. She had already reached a preliminary agreement with Tianchi Film Industry, who were willing to buy it for 2 million. She was ready to leave here and go directly to Tianchi Film Industry to sign the contract. Now, seeing Chen insisting on a good script and being willing to pay any price, Red Bean took out the script from her bag and placed it in front of Chen and Lin Xin, saying, do you really have money? If you truly want to buy, then take a look at this. This is a script I spent over half a year writing. Definitely a good script. I can tell you, Tianchi Film Industry has already shown interest. If your price satisfies me, I can sell it to you. But if you can't come up with the money and are just fooling around here, humph. I, Red Bean's sister, also have some influence in the industry, and I won't let you off the hook. After she finished speaking, Lin Xin picked up the script from the table and flipped through a few pages. Indeed, it's a good script, Lin Xin couldn't help but praise as she read. This palace intrigue romance script is better than the TV dramas that have aired before. The characters are captivating, the story twists and turns, the pace is fast. It's a rare gem of a script. If it's filmed, it will surely be a hit. Hee. Looks like you have some taste. Hongdo's face beamed with pride upon hearing Lin Xin's praise. Chen Shan, seeing how much Lin Xin liked the script in her hands, thought they had found the right person. So he said, "We are very satisfied with the material. How about you name your price?" Hong Do was taken aback, surprised. "Are you really going to buy it?" "Of course, do you think we're here wasting time for nothing? Tell us, how much do you want?" Chen Shan remained indifferent, as if money was no object. Hong Do felt a bit awkward now. She had been so sure that Chen Shan and Lin Xian didn't have money, but now they were asking her to name her price. This was not the attitude of someone without money. So, Hong Do awkwardly said, "I had agreed on a price of 2 million with Tian Sure Film. If you want it, let's make it 5 million. Only 5 million? That's too little." Chen Shen waved his hand. "I'll give you 5 million. 5 million. Hong Do was stunned. She had asked for 5 million without negotiating, and he just offered 5 million. In her 20 years in the industry, she had met countless film company bosses and investors, but she had never seen anyone so generous with money. Hong Do looked at Chen Shen, feeling a bit flustered. "Actually, you don't need to offer that much. A good script is already worth 3 million, 5 million is a bit high." "It's okay," Chen Shen said, "we want a good script. How can it not be worth 5 million? Besides the 5 million, I'll give you another 5 million to hire you as a consultant for the entire filming process. If the show becomes a hit, you'll also get bonuses and royalties. How about that? Do you want to consider it?" Oh my god. Hong Do could hardly believe her ears. Was this really happening? Not only did she earn 5 million for a script, but now she was being offered another 5 million to guide the production. This was a price that was hard to come by. She had worked as a consultant on sets before, earning at most 3 to 500,000. Now, Chen Shen was offering 5 million upfront, 10 times the normal rate. This was a deal that was almost too good to be true. And on top of that, if the show did well, she would receive bonuses and royalties. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hong Do didn't need to think twice. Even if she used her toes to count, she knew she should accept Chen Shen's offer immediately. "I agree, no need to think about it. Since you value me so much, I feel honored. I can start working today." Hong Do was impatient, knowing that this opportunity was too good to pass up. Although she was well known in the entertainment industry, writing scripts was not easy. After months of hard work and brainstorming, a script she created would usually sell for around 1 million. Even those high-quality scripts worth 2 million required a lot of effort to write. Normally, she would earn a few 100,000 a month. Now, with Chen Shan offering such generous terms, she felt grateful and ecstatic beyond words. "Okay, since you agree, let's settle it this way," Chen Shan said, and then directly had Lin Xian write a check for 10 million to Hong Do. Lin Xian was in charge of the Linsher Film Company, so she now held the 1 billion funds given to her by Chen Shen, enough for her to buy whatever she wanted and hire whoever she wanted. Hong Do, taking the check, looked at the long string of zeros after the number 1 and was almost dumbfounded. Now she completely believed that Lin Xian and Chen Shen were indeed extremely wealthy, and her judgment of them just now was way off. Moreover, looking at the company name on the check, it was boldly written as Linsher Film and Media Limited Company. Could it be? Hong Do was startled, suddenly recalling the recent uproar in Shanghai City about the Linsher Film Company recruiting people, the city filled with advertisements, and the mysterious investment events rumored by many. She suddenly realized that the big-spending Linsher Film Company was actually founded by Lin Xian. Hong Do looked at Lin Xian with astonishment and asked, "The Linsher building, the massive recruitment a few days ago, and the lavish investments made by Linsher Film Company, are all done by you?" "Yes," Lin Xian nodded, still maintaining a humble attitude. "Oh my!" Hong Do was shocked and could no longer pretend to be arrogant in front of Lin Xian and Chen Shen, who in Shanghai City hadn't heard about the head of Linsher Film Company, who spent 1.4 billion to buy the Chenaway building and transformed it into the headquarters of his film company. Moreover, Linsher Film Company recruited extensively, offering the best benefits in the industry. Those who were successfully signed were overjoyed as if it were New Year's Day. Most importantly, it was said that the young boss inside, whenever encountering someone with ideas and willingness to spend money, would casually throw out millions. Of course, these were just rumors circulating among the people of Shanghai City, and Hong Do was initially skeptical. But today, seeing Chen Shen and Lin Xian spending 5 million on a script and casually giving her another 5 million, she finally believed. And she felt that Chen Shen's level of extravagance definitely surpassed the rumors. Thinking of this, Hong Do immediately changed her attitude, smiling broadly, and said, "I'm sorry for my behavior earlier. I underestimated the value of my script, thinking that a few million was a lot of money. Now I realize that I am the poor one here, and in your eyes, my script is indeed worthless. Rest assured, I will work hard and ensure that the drama is produced to the best of my ability. Shin Shen nodded, feeling pleased to see her groveling at his feet after receiving money, and then said to her, filming can wait. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to sell this script to the Tiancher Film Company, right? Although I have already bought it, I want you to help me deliver a message to their boss, Tianfengyi. Let him know that I snatched his script. Is it appropriate to do that? Hongdo felt a bit awkward, not expecting her first task to be provoking another company in person. It's okay, just go and deliver the message. You don't need to worry about anything else. Trust me, it won't be long before Tiancher Film Company ceases to exist. After saying this, Chen Shen stood up from the sofa in the booth, stretched lazily, and left with Lin Xin. Chen Shen returned to the top-floor office of the building, stood by the window, gazing at the sea, a habit he had almost developed over the past few days. Not only was the seaside view beautiful, but his chickens were also there. Looking across a distance, the entire beach was in full view, with the layers of waves crashing onto the shore and the chickens pecking and running around, creating a unique scenery. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he saw a figure running towards him from the small path extending from the building to the beach. As the person approached closer, Chen Shen realized it was the director of the pet hospital responsible for raising the chickens. Could something be wrong with the chickens again? Chen Shen was surprised. Wasn't the director always saying that raising chickens was a waste of time and resources? Why was he rushing over so urgently now? After waiting for a while in the room, the director soon came in panting heavily. Chickens! 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 He rushed in, too out of breath to speak a complete sentence. What's wrong with the chickens? Chen Shen asked anxiously. The chickens laid eggs. The director raised a plastic bag in his hand, containing about a dozen eggs. Seriously, you're this excited because the chickens laid eggs? I thought you laid the eggs. Chen Shen realized it was a false alarm and said irritably. The director was a grown man, the director of a pet hospital, yet he was acting like a child, getting so excited over chickens laying eggs. With so many chickens, many of them already mature, having food and drink on the beach, wasn't it normal for them to lay eggs? Seeing Chen Shen's lack of surprise, the director immediately said, I've seen chickens lay eggs before, but these are not ordinary eggs. With that, the director handed a test report to Chen Shen and said, take a look at this. I just did a nutritional analysis of the eggs laid by the chickens at the beach. I found it strange when you mentioned raising chickens at the beach. It wasn't until I saw this report that I realized, boss, you truly are a visionary genius. Look at the nutritional content of these eggs. The various trace elements are 3 to 4 times higher than regular eggs, and there are many nutrients that regular eggs don't have, which are also present in our eggs. These chickens eat small fish and shrimp by the beach every day, along with some seafood. The eggs they produce can rival the value of seafood. No, they are even more precious than seafood because they also have the nutrients of eggs. When these eggs hit the market, even if they are sold at 10 times the price of regular eggs, they will definitely be in high demand. By then, if we do more advertising and promote our naturally raised chickens and eggs from the beach, we will make a fortune. Chen Shen watched the excited director gesticulating and listened to his enthusiastic speech, feeling somewhat stunned. He had never expected that chickens raised by the beach could bring so many benefits. Are the nutrients in these eggs good? Chen Shen asked in confusion. The director vigorously nodded and said, good, of course, they are good, exceptionally good. These eggs are simply the perfect combination of seafood and eggs. Regular people can supplement their nutrition by eating them, and for those who are ill, they can effectively help them recover. They are truly invaluable natural supplements. Sounds promising. Chen Shen nodded. Since you discovered this and are in charge of the chickens on the beach, go ahead and handle it. If it's not particularly important, you don't need to report to me. Alright, the director nodded repeatedly. I'll go contact the market. As long as I bring the report and eggs, they will be in high demand. Besides, I want to buy more chickens to raise on the beach. I think the current scale is far from enough. In a few days, our eggs will definitely be in short supply, and our orders will come pouring in like snowflakes. Chen Shen didn't take it seriously and waved his hand, saying, alright, do whatever you want. Since Chen Shen raised chickens not for money, he wasn't particularly interested in whether the eggs were regular or golden. He had planned to buy tens of thousands more chickens when the current ones died, but now it seemed unnecessary. Okay, I'll leave first. Seeing that Chen Shen wasn't too concerned about selling eggs, the dean didn't bother him anymore, put down the plastic bag, and hurriedly left. He knew Chen Shen had money and probably wasn't interested in this small matter. However, the dean was confident that once he showed profitability and expanded the scale, Chen Shen would take notice. The dean believed that these seafood-fed chickens would be a revolutionary breakthrough and would cause a sensation. After the dean left the room, Chen Chen stared at the ordinary white plastic bag on the table, looking at the dozen eggs inside, which appeared no different from regular eggs. Are they really as good as he said? Would they strengthen the healthy or heal the sick? Chen Chen was puzzled. However, after staring at the eggs for a while, he suddenly remembered something. It had been several days since he went to school, and he didn't know how Li Xiaojing was doing or if the money he donated for her mother's surgery had been used. Since the last donation, the principal and the leaders of the Shanghai City Education Department had given Chen Chen numerous honors. Even if he didn't go to school until graduation, he would probably still graduate smoothly. That was the benefit of being a famous alum. Forget it, I'll just call Li Xiaojing to ask. Chen Chen took out his phone, dialed Li Xiaojing's number, and waited, but no one answered. Was something wrong? She should have been out of school by now, either at home or in the hospital. Chen Chen called again, but still no answer. Chen Chen couldn't help but worry and was about to go to Li Xiaojing's house when his phone suddenly rang. Li Xiaojing was calling back. Hey, Chen Chen, I'm sorry, I had something just now, so? Li Xiaojing's voice sounded weak and breathless, as if she had been crying. It's okay, I was just checking on you since I haven't seen you in a few days. Where are you? Is your mother's condition improving? Did you receive the school's subsidy? I'm at the hospital, the subsidy has been received, and my mother's surgery costs are almost covered, but, Li Xiaojing seemed unable to continue, starting to sob softly. Chen Chen quickly realized and found it very strange. Although Li Xiaojing's family was not well off, she was usually very strong-willed, and ordinary things wouldn't make her cry, except for her mother's illness. Since the surgery costs were covered, why was she crying? Chen Chen asked with concern, Xiaojing, why are you crying? What's wrong? Tell me. There was only the sound of the girl sobbing softly on the other end of the phone. Chen Chen became even more worried and said, Xiaojing, wait for me at the hospital, I'll come over right away. Click. Chen Chen hung up, grabbed the plastic bag brought by the dean, took the dozen eggs, and hurriedly left. Li Xiaojing's mother had been in the hospital for a long time, and Li Xiaojing had brought Chen Chen there once before. So this time, Chen Chen went straight there. When Chen Chen reached the door of the ward, he saw Li Xiaojing sitting on a bench in the corridor, her head bowed deeply, her long hair falling to cover half of her face. Her delicate profile remained as captivating as ever, but today it seemed more lonely and helpless than usual. Xiaojing, Chen Chen stood in front of Li Xiaojing and called out softly. Hearing Chen Chen's voice, Li Xiaojing slowly straightened up, raised her head, her eyes swollen from crying, still teary. When she saw Chen Chen, she seemed to find solace and immediately threw herself into his arms. Chen Chen! Li Xiaojing cried like a forsaken child, her fragile shoulders trembling slightly in Chen Chen's embrace. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Chen asked, is your mother's condition worsening again? Li Xiaojing shook her head, holding back her tears, and said, no, my mother has already scheduled the surgery. It's just that we don't have enough money. The school's surgery fee isn't enough? Chen Chen was puzzled. He had specifically instructed the principal to make sure they covered the surgery fee for Li Xiaojing. No, Li Xiaojing shook her head, the school has provided the surgery fee, just enough. The main issue is that today the surgery time was confirmed, and the lead surgeon talked to my father. It seems like he wants us to give him a red envelope. A red envelope? Yes, Li Xiaojing nodded. My father asked other hospitalized patients, and it seems like everyone who undergoes surgery gives one. They say if you don't, they won't perform the surgery properly, and even if something goes wrong, the family has already signed a risk agreement, so they won't be held responsible. And even if the surgery goes well, there might still be complications later on. So, many people choose to give, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. We also want to give, but apart from the surgery cost, we have no extra money left. After the surgery, my mother will need to stay in the hospital for a while, and the recovery process will also require a considerable amount of money, so I don't know what to do. My father has gone to borrow money from relatives and friends, but they are all afraid to lend us more, and I'm afraid no one will help us anymore. I see, Chen Chen regretted not informing the principal to give Li Xiaojing more money directly, or he could have given her money a few days ago, and this situation wouldn't have arisen today. In the past, Chen Chen might have only been able to comfort Li Xiaojing in such a situation, share her worries, but now things were different. Chen Chen had money, tens of millions or even billions were nothing to him, so what was this small amount of money before him? Don't cry, I'm here, I'll get you the money. Chen Chen wiped her tears and said, come, take me to see that doctor, I'll talk to him. Li Xiaojing had seen everything that happened in the classroom when the principal went to award Chen Chen. Later, she heard from classmates that Chen Chen had beaten Yang Chao at the school gate and had his car vandalized. Knowing that Chen Chen had indeed become wealthy, Li Xiaojing couldn't find anyone else to help her now, so although she didn't want to take Chen Chen's money, she had no other choice at the moment. Li Xiaojing said, "Thank you, Chen Chen. When I graduate in a couple of years and earn money, I will definitely repay you as soon as possible." "Silly girl, don't be so polite with me. You don't have to repay me," Chen Chen said, and then he and Li Xiaojing walked towards the doctor's office together. Bang! 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 "Come in." Chen Chen and Li Xiaojing arrived at the door of an internal medicine consultation room, and after knocking, a man's voice came from inside. Chen Chen pushed the door and walked in. The office was small but neatly arranged, with only a tall plant in the corner, a desk, 2 chairs, a computer, and a stethoscope. A male doctor in his 30s sat at the desk, wearing a clean white coat, meticulously groomed, with a dignified appearance that suggested a well-mannered demeanor. Chen Chen looked at him and found his impression quite favorable, unable to imagine that such a person would actually ask for a bribe from a patient's family. "What brings you here?" the doctor asked upon seeing Chen Chen, feeling a bit unfamiliar. "We are family members of the patient in bed 17. I am her daughter," Li Xiaojing said. The doctor glanced at Li Xiaojing, nodded as if recalling her, considering that she had been taking care of her mother for a long time. He couldn't have forgotten her. "Do you have any concerns coming here?" the doctor inquired. He knew that the patient in bed 17 was scheduled for surgery soon, and since he had mentioned the bribe issue yesterday, the arrival of the patient's daughter was likely related to that matter. He had already noticed that this family was not well off and might not be able to offer much money. As for Chen Chen and Li Xiaojing's visit, he instinctively thought they must be here to plead for something, probably unable to afford the bribe money. "Indeed," Chen Chen directly stated, "we are mainly here for the bribe." "Bribe?" The doctor sneered, feeling justified in his assumptions, especially when he saw Chen Chen holding a dozen eggs, which he found contemptible. "You probably don't have money to give a bribe, right? Forget it, you don't need to bother. The few tens or hundreds of yuan you might offer wouldn't even be enough to floss my teeth. I can't be bothered to accept it. I will arrange for an intern to perform the surgery on bed 17, and as for the outcome, I believe he will do his best. As for you, just leave it to fate. Why should an intern perform this surgery? We paid the full surgery fee, didn't we?" Chen Chen, seeing the doctor's rude attitude when he couldn't get a bribe, was very angry. "Why?" "Because I have the authority to do so. What's wrong with having an intern? Interns are also doctors. My decision doesn't violate any hospital rules. If you can't afford to pay for a good doctor, then don't complain so much," the doctor said bluntly, not even bothering to look at Chen Chen and Li Xiaojing. Upon hearing his words, Li Xiaojing lowered her head in silence. Yes, they had this right. If they gave a bribe, they would do their best, but if not, they would immediately find 1,000 reasons to assign the surgery to a novice, treating the patient as a guinea pig to enhance the clinical experience of their interns. Reality was so cruel. After listening to him, Chen Chen coldly sneered, "Thank you for explaining the rules so clearly to us. So, if I have money, I can hire a good doctor, right?" "Yes," the doctor nodded candidly, as if receiving a bribe was a matter of course. "As long as the money you offer is sincere enough, my surgical results will be equally sincere." Chen Chen nodded and asked, "So, how much are you worth?" Seeing Chen Chen's arrogant tone, the doctor disdainfully replied, "How much am I worth? Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to afford it. Here's the deal, if you can come up with 20,000, I will perform the surgery properly for you. If not, please leave immediately and don't waste my time. I need to write medical records." "Ha ha, how much are you worth? Just 20,000? You, a cheap doctor who dares not ask for more in bribes, must be a mediocre doctor. I can't be bothered to use you even if you want to operate on me. You!" The doctor was furious. He never expected Chen Chen to look down on the price he asked for, mocking him as a quack. He said indignantly, "Are you out of your mind for not being able to borrow money? You can't even afford a 200 yuan red envelope, yet you claim that 20,000 is too little. Stop boasting here. Instead of talking big, why don't you spend your time begging and borrowing money from others? You don't need to worry about money. I have plenty. I will find a doctor who charges higher than you and has better skills to do the job. As for you, you are no longer qualified," Chen Chen said coldly, standing there. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, the doctor immediately showed a surprised expression and sneered, "You want to find someone better than me? You say I'm not qualified? It's ridiculous. Where do you get the confidence to say such things? Do you know? Our hospital is the best in Zhonghai City, both in terms of medical equipment and the skills of our doctors. In the field of internal surgery, among all the doctors in Zhonghai City, I rank second. No one dares to claim the first place. If you want to find someone better, go ahead. You can't even afford a penny, yet you talk like this. Are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing the doctor's words, Li Xiaojing was shocked. She had heard that this doctor was an expert in treating the kind of illness her mother had. If he refused to treat her, no one else could. So, Li Xiaojing quickly apologized. Doctor, I'm sorry. We were wrong. He's just anxious, so he spoke harshly. Please don't mind. The doctor smirked coldly. You were wrong? No. How could I dare to say you were wrong? You are so amazing that even I look down on you. Now, please leave. I don't want to see you again. I detest people like you, poor and arrogant. Angered, Qinshen retorted, in the end, you just think we don't have money, right? You think we can't afford the red envelope, right? Today, I'll show you whether I have money or not. I'll buy this hospital directly. I'll have all the doctors come and consult for Xiaojing's mother. I'll also invite dozens of experts from Yanjing and abroad. I don't believe we can't treat the illness without you. Qinshen's words were resolute, but to the doctor, they sounded like a delusion. Buying the hospital, inviting experts from Yanjing and abroad, these were things an impoverished young man couldn't possibly achieve. He openly showed his disdain for Qinshen, saying, you must be seriously ill. Go to the psychiatric department and get yourself checked. Buying our hospital? Are you crazy? Do you even know how much our hospital is worth? At least 7-8 billion. And you dare to talk about buying a hospital? If you can buy this hospital, I'm the director's father. Who's the father? At that moment, a white-haired old man in his 60s walked in. He asked, is the patient in bed 17 your surgery? The doctor was taken aback. Why was the hospital director coming in at this moment and showing concern for the surgery in bed 17? Normally, he wouldn't bother with such details. Director, yes, it's my surgery, and the time is already set, the doctor replied. Good, then do it well. An old friend entrusted me to come and say hello, the director instructed. It turned out that the president of Shanghai University and he were classmates. The president, at Qinshen's request, was very concerned about Li Xiaojing's mother's situation and specially called to inform him. As the director was about to leave, Qinshen spoke up. Wait, you're the director of this hospital, right? Yes, the old man nodded. I want to buy your hospital. Name your price. Qinshen said boldly. What? The director was shocked. He never expected this young man under 20 to make such a surprising statement of wanting to buy the hospital. He turned to look at the doctor, wanting to ask him what was going on. The doctor immediately looked at Qinshen with disdain and said, they are the family members of the patient in bed 17, causing trouble here. Not only did they say they want to buy our hospital, but they also said they won't let me perform the surgery and want to bring in the best experts from Yanjing and abroad. Oh, the hospital director was taken aback and said, young man, I understand that you as family members are anxious, but causing a scene in the doctor's office is not right. How much money do you have to dare to buy my hospital? I have a lot of money, Qinshen said indifferently, name your price. I want to buy your hospital so I can rest assured in treating Xiaojing's mother. Hee, alright, the director chuckled, I am getting old and close to retirement. If you can really afford it, I will sell it to you. The price is 8 billion. Can you afford it? The doctor, upon hearing the director's offer, was stunned for a moment, then looked at Qinshen with amusement and said, what do you think? Scared? Have you ever heard of so much money? I've advised you not to show off. If you don't have money, act pitiful, make people sympathize with you. Maybe you can get a bargain. Now, like you, pretending when you have no money will only make you lose face and make your loved ones suffer. Are you done? Qinshen looked at the doctor who wouldn't stop talking, impatiently saying, nonsense. Then, he took out the bank card bound with the most awesome and shiny universal godly system and handed it to the director, saying, go ahead, swipe it. 8 billion, I bought your hospital. The director was stunned. Do you really have that much money? Whether I have it or not, swipe it and you'll know, Qinshen shrugged nonchalantly. After a moment of silence, the director suddenly made up his mind and said loudly, alright, strike while the iron is hot. Since it happened today, I've said it, I'll go swipe the card. As long as you really have the money, the hospital is sold. After that, the director left with the card. In the office, the doctor still couldn't believe that Qinshen, who came to see the patient with eggs, could have 8 billion. How much money was that? It was an amount that an ordinary person couldn't earn even after several lifetimes of hard work. Doctors like him only made a fraction of that. However, 2 minutes later, the director returned. As soon as he entered, he smiled at Qinshen and said, young man, congratulations, you are now the new owner and director of this hospital. What? The doctor was as if struck by lightning, his eyes widened in horror, frozen in place. Did he really bring out 8 billion? 8 billion? How was this possible? This poor boy who was reluctant to even buy a fruit basket for patients actually had so much money and even bought the hospital? This was the best hospital in Shanghai City, and he really bought it? At that moment, the doctor was shocked, then felt as cold as ice. Never did he imagine that he had offended a tycoon, and now he was the owner and director of this hospital. Thinking about how hard he had worked to get in after graduation, only to be terminated like this, he regretted it deeply. After standing still for a while and realizing the seriousness of the situation, he quickly walked up to Chen Chen, smiling apologetically. "I'm sorry, I was confused just now. I will definitely perform the surgery on the patient in bed 17 properly." "No need," Chen Chen looked at him disdainfully. "I told you, your price was too low, you are not worthy. Moreover, as an unethical and greedy doctor, even if you have money, I won't let you profit. I have bought this hospital, and now I call the shots here. You can leave. You are fired." The doctor immediately fell silent, standing there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. "Director, He wanted to plead with the director for help, but the director had just heard him curse at his father, and before he could settle that score, the director merely gave a cold snort of disdain without speaking up for him. Li Xiaojing was completely lost in a daze at this moment. The surprise came too suddenly, she could hardly believe it. Just a moment ago, she felt like there was no end in sight for the measly 20,000 yuan red envelope. However, after Chen Chen arrived, not only did he make the high and mighty attending physician bow his head, but he also bought the entire hospital and directly fired him. Everything felt like a dream to Li Xiaojing. She looked up at Chen Chen, her eyes filled with gratitude, admiration, affection, and ambiguity, a mix of complex emotions. But Chen Chen didn't say anything to her. Instead, he turned to the director and said, "Sir, could you do me a favor? You've been the hospital director for so many years. You must know many experts and professors. Could you help me contact some experts from Yanjing and abroad? I want to invite them to treat my friend's mother. As for the remuneration, it's not a problem at all." Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, the director said, "Well, that's easy. Seeing how righteous you are for your friend, it's only right for me to help. I'll go and contact them for you right away. Thank you so much." After saying that, Chen Chen took Li Xiaojing's hand and walked out with the old director, leaving the fired doctor standing foolishly in place, looking lost. Coming out of the doctor's office, Chen Chen accompanied Li Xiaojing to the ward to visit her mother. As they entered the ward, Chen Chen saw a small room packed with 4 beds, an elderly lady with white hair and a haggard face lying on the innermost bed. The room was too crowded, even the family members accompanying the patients had no place to rest, and Chen Chen didn't know where Li Xiaojing rested at night. "This ward seems a bit crowded, doesn't it?" Chen Chen said to Li Xiaojing. In fact, he had noticed it last time he came, but back then he had no money and different thoughts. At that time, as long as there was a place to lie down and receive treatment, it was good enough. He didn't dare to hope for more. But now things were different. He not only had money, he had just bought the entire hospital. How could he let Li Xiaojing's mother stay in such a crowded place? "It's okay," Li Xiaojing smiled, blinking at Chen Chen. She was completely relieved now. Chen Chen not only resolved the issue of giving red envelopes to the doctors, but also bought the hospital and planned to have the hospital director contact the best experts from Yanjing and abroad to treat her mother. Li Xiaojing was so happy that she didn't know what to do. She didn't care about where she stayed at all. "At night when I'm here, I just move a chair and sleep by the bed. You don't need to worry about that," she said. While they were talking, Li Xiaojing's mother lying on the bed also saw Chen Chen coming in, smiling and greeting. "Chen Chen, come in, thank you for visiting Auntie." Chen Chen and Li Xiaojing walked into the room. Chen Chen said, "Auntie, are you feeling better? I brought you some eggs, you can eat them when you're hungry. My friend told me they're good for patients." "Really? Thank you." The old lady's smile was very kind. She had heard from her daughter that Chen Chen grew up in an orphanage and had very poor conditions, so she didn't think much of the gifts he brought. "Xiaojing, quickly get a chair for Chen Chen," she said. Li Xiaojing brought over a red plastic stool and placed it in front of Chen Chen for him to sit on. Chen Chen thanked her and sat down without further ado. Li Xiaojing also sat on the edge of the bed, chatting casually with each other. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open, and a dark-skinned, shabbily dressed old man walked in. When he saw Chen Chen sitting by the bed, he was first stunned, then glanced at Li Xiaojing, as if suddenly understanding something. He walked over and said, "Is there a visitor?" "Dad, he is my classmate," Li Xiaojing said. Chen Chen quickly stood up. "Uncle, hello, I'm Chen Chen, Xiaojing's classmate." "Oh, please sit down quickly." The old man patted Chen Chen's shoulder, indicating him not to be polite. Then, he looked at Li Xiaojing's mother lying on the bed, sighed heavily. He said, "I went to visit my eldest brother and third brother today, but it was in vain. As soon as they saw me, they either said they had urgent matters to attend to or directly cried poverty, saying they had no money. As for the red envelope matter, I still need to figure out a solution." Upon hearing his words, the old lady also looked worried and said, "Forget it, if it doesn't work, we won't send it." According to my opinion, we won't seek treatment for this illness. The money sent by the school can be used for Xiaojing. Mom, what are you saying? Li Xiaojing was a bit angry when she heard her mother talking about giving up. Then she said, you don't need to worry about the red envelope matter. Chen Chen has already taken care of it. Taken care of it? The old man and the old lady both looked somewhat incredulously at Li Xiaojing and Chen Chen. The old lady said, you don't need to comfort me. I know that Chen Chen's family conditions are not good. Where did you get the money to give red envelopes? I appreciate his intentions, don't worry about me anymore. This matter has indeed been resolved, Chen Chen said lightly. You two don't need to worry anymore, and also, this ward seems a bit crowded. I will talk to the hospital staff later and see if we can move to a better single large ward. No need. The old lady shook her head repeatedly. This kind of ward costs several hundred a day. This is already very good. We can't afford anything more expensive. Next to the bed, a woman in her 30s, wearing a red dress and looking somewhat wealthy, with a watch and necklace, said with a smile, oh, this little brother has a good heart, but he speaks too casually, without thinking. Do you think this hospital is run by your family? Talking about changing to a large ward so easily and casually. Do you know how expensive the beds in this hospital are? In our 4-person room alone, each bed costs over 300 a day. Those independent large wards probably cost more than 1,000 a day. Can you afford that? As soon as she finished speaking, an old man in his 60s on the next bed also said, yes, those wards are prepared for wealthy people. Let's not think about it. Little brother, you are still in school. You don't know the situation here. After listening to them, Chen Chen chuckled and said to the woman, you are right, this hospital is indeed run by me. The woman never expected that this poor young man under 20 would claim to own the hospital. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. This stupid jerk must have a crush on someone's daughter, pretending to be someone he's not. There is a notice board outside the hospital. Unless one is blind, anyone can see that the director is a 60-something old man. How could he claim to be the director and owner of the hospital? What a joke. The woman sneered and disdainfully said, I thought you were very caring towards the elderly. I thought you were a decent young man, but it turns out you were just a big talker, claiming this hospital is yours. Why don't you say the whole city belongs to you? Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with a middle-aged woman, indifferently said, it's possible, maybe not long from now, the whole city will indeed belong to me. Nonsense. The woman gave Chen Chen a disdainful look, then turned her head away, ignoring him. Yes, Li Xiaojing's father nodded. How could people like us stay in those high-end wards? We are fine here, no need to trouble this student. In fact, the old man also thought that Chen Chen was just being young and reckless with his words. This hospital was the best in Zhonghai City, and the high prices were one thing, but the large number of patients and the tight ward space were more crucial reasons. Even if you were willing to spend money, without connections, you couldn't get into those luxurious wards. No problem, I'll arrange it shortly, Chen Chen said firmly, disregarding their attitudes. I've also asked the hospital director to contact many experts from Yanjing and abroad to come over for a consultation with Auntie, striving to find the best treatment method. What? The old man, the old lady, the woman in red, and even the old man in the next bed were all stunned when they heard Chen Chen's words. Asking the hospital director to find experts from Yanjing and abroad? How was that possible? Not to mention the fact that this hospital already had many renowned doctors. The hospital director himself was a seasoned expert with a lifetime of experience. Why would he listen to you? Would he go just because you asked him to? This was all nonsense. The woman in red looked at Chen Chen again, disdainfully saying, you're young, but your face is as thick as a city wall. You talk big without blushing or skipping a beat. Who do you think you are? The old man in the next bed also reprimanded him without holding back. Young man, if you have the ability to boast like this, you'd better go make more money. That way, you can be more practical. Li Xiaojing's father was initially polite to Chen Chen, but now he realized what kind of person Chen Chen was, spouting baseless grandiose words. He didn't want his daughter to marry such a person, especially when he noticed that Li Xiaojing's gaze towards Chen Chen was quite unusual, indicating that she had taken a liking to him. This made the old man even angrier. Alright, enough showing off here. Xiaojing, your mother needs rest, quickly take your classmate back, the old man said impatiently. Dad, why are you saying that? Chen Chen is not lying. This hospital really belongs to him, Li Xiaojing said anxiously. Look, it's true that bad company corrupts good character. Xiaojing, such a good girl, how did you learn to talk big? Leave this guy soon. The woman in red pitted Li Xiaojing's mother. Li Xiaojing's mother, who initially thought Chen Chen was quite polite and seemed like a very nice young man, and could see that her daughter also liked him very much, had even thought of finding an opportunity to have a good chat with Chen Chen and entrust her daughter to him in the future. However, she didn't expect Chen Chen to keep talking big today, and even Li Xiaojing standing by his side made the old lady a bit displeased. She knew about Chen Chen's background, a child raised in an orphanage, struggling to even afford meals in college. How could he possibly have the money to stay in a high-end ward or the ability to arrange for the hospital director to do things, let alone buy this hospital? The old lady looked at Chen Chen for a while, sighed, and said, "Forget it, the kids mean well." "Mom, everything Chen Chen said is true. Why don't you believe us?" Li Xiaojing, seeing that even her mother seemed to have doubts about Chen Chen, became frustrated. The woman in red persisted, "Xiaojing, I'm saying this for your own good. You can't be with such a man, you will regret it in the future." "What's it to you whether I regret it or not?" Li Xiaojing, annoyed by her incessant chatter, shouted. Just as the atmosphere turned awkward, the door of the ward creaked open again, and an old man walked in. As everyone got a good look at him, they were all stunned and speechless. The hospital director had arrived. Why would the hospital director come to the ward? The woman in red couldn't believe it. Normally, the hospital director wouldn't personally come to the ward. Usually, it would be the attending physician. Figures like the hospital director were usually unapproachable. So why did he suddenly show up here? Just as everyone was filled with surprise and doubt, the director walked straight to Chen Chen and politely said, "Mr. Chen, I have arranged the experts you were looking for. 7 top experts from Peking Union Medical College Hospital, 4 medical professors from the United States, 2 of whom are authorities in treating this disease and have published numerous papers in international medical journals." When they received my call, they were all surprised and questioned why they were needed when regular doctors could handle it. But when I mentioned that the price was negotiable, they all fell silent and eventually agreed to come. "Great, great," Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction, "thank you so much." Not at all, not at all, it's only right to help when you are so generous." The director was very polite. At this moment, everyone else in the ward, upon hearing their conversation, was stunned. The woman in red was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the floor. She stared at Chen Chen, wide-eyed, unable to say a word. Her heart was in turmoil. She never expected that when Chen Chen asked the director to find experts for him, it was actually true, and not just a request for help. Judging by the director's attitude, it was clear that he was very respectful and polite. The woman in red felt her face burning. She was now certain that Chen Chen was indeed a remarkable person. His seemingly boastful words might actually be true. "Mr. Chen, the price quoted by the experts from Peking Union is 2 million each. Whether they perform the surgery or not, the fee must be paid. As for the 4 American professors, their fee is a bit higher, totaling 15 million in US dollars. The director added, "Goodness, 2 million each, 7 of them make 14 million, plus 15 million US dollars. Just hiring these experts would cost 100 million in soft sister coins." This kind of treatment was too extravagant, almost insane. Even the wealthiest person in Shanghai City might not be able to afford such medical expenses. Upon hearing the director's words, Li Xiaojing's parents were shocked. Although they couldn't fully understand what was being said, they clearly understood the numbers 2 million and 15 million. Spending millions or even billions to hire an expert had left them too frightened to speak. They all stared blankly at Chen Chen, unsure of his identity. Chen Chen remained calm upon hearing the director's words and casually replied, "They are the top experts in this field. The price is reasonable. You can go ahead and inform them. I agree to it and will pay immediately upon their arrival." All right. The director admired Chen Chen's generosity in agreeing to pay 1 billion just like that to help a friend's mother. As he turned to leave, Chen Chen suddenly remembered the matter of the ward and said, "Director, wait, there's one more thing." "What is it? Tell me. I want to move Auntie to a better ward. Can you arrange that?" "Of course, you see, I've been so busy arranging the experts that I forgot about this matter. How can your friend's mother stay in such a public ward? I'll immediately have the hospital's most luxurious top-tier ward prepared and have you moved there shortly." "All right, thank you." "You're welcome, it's nothing. This is your hospital, I just helped out casually, no big deal," the hospital director said before pushing the door open and leaving. Now, everyone in the ward was dumbfounded. The director himself said this was Chen Chen's hospital. Just a moment ago, they were mocking Chen Chen, believing he was bragging, thinking that a poor guy like him could never have any connection with the director. Unexpectedly, the director himself acknowledged that this hospital belonged to Chen Chen. Moreover, after the director arrived, he treated Chen Chen with great respect. When Chen Chen mentioned changing rooms, the director immediately agreed to arrange the best ward, leaving everyone astonished. Everyone in the ward was speechless with surprise. Only Li Xiaojing was overjoyed. Hearing the director say that the best doctor in the world had been brought in, she was sure her mother's illness would be taken care of. And Chen Chen, in order to help, had spent another 100 million in an instant, leaving Li Xiaojing both shocked and delighted, not knowing what to say to Chen Chen. As she looked at Chen Chen, her eyes grew increasingly warm, her heart pounding like a deer. She thought to herself that if Chen Chen was willing, she would immediately offer him her pure body. Whether Chen Chen wanted to marry her or just wanted her body, she would have no regrets. But now, in the hospital room, she could only blush and think about it in her heart, unable to say or do anything. Her parents beside her finally realized that they had misunderstood Chen Chen earlier. The old man, red-faced and uneasy, rubbed his hands and said, "I'm sorry, my attitude just now wasn't very good." The old lady also said, "I always said Chen Chen is always with Xiaojing. How could he be an unreliable bad boy? Look, Chen Chen is indeed promising." "It's okay, don't worry too much," Chen Chen reassured them when he saw their unease. In fact, Chen Chen was not angry. After all, they were Li Xiaojing's parents, and even if there was some misunderstanding, it was all to protect their daughter. Chen Chen didn't think they had done anything wrong. "Thank you, Chen Chen, we will always remember your kindness," the old lady said earnestly. "Why don't you and Xiaojing go out and have some fun? We have nothing to do here. From now on, Xiaojing will be in your care, don't bully her." The old lady now looked more favorably upon Chen Chen. When Chen Chen had no money before, she didn't mind, even had the idea of letting Li Xiaojing be with Chen Chen. Now, Chen Chen suddenly became very wealthy, buying even the hospital, spending so much money on doctors without hesitation, which made her even happier. She thought her daughter had a good eye, being able to recognize Chen Chen as a good match. "Mom, what are you saying about bullying and not bullying?" Li Xiaojing blushed all the way to her neck. How could she not understand the meaning of those words? She stole a glance at Chen Chen with her head down. Chen Chen was completely caught off guard by the old lady wanting to hand her daughter over to him, setting the pace for him to become her son-in-law, so he could only smile awkwardly. Although Li Xiaojing was very beautiful, pure, and had a good personality, this was a bit too sudden. Chen Chen was completely unprepared, so he said, "Auntie, rest assured, I won't bully Xiaojing, and I won't let anyone else bully her in the future." All right, you two go out and have fun," the old lady said, very satisfied with the two young people. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Li Xiaojing felt that Chen Chen had agreed, and from now on, he would be her fiancé. After all, the parents had met and agreed to take care of her. So, blushing, she grabbed Chen Chen's hand and hurriedly ran out. After the two left, the woman in red dared to speak and complimented Li Xiaojing's mother. "Your Xiaojing is really lucky to have found such a wealthy boyfriend who is also filial. To pay for your treatment, it costs 100 million. 100 million? Upon hearing this number, Li Xiaojing's parents were stunned. They were honest and straightforward people who had no idea about exchange rates. Just hearing about 2 million, 15 million, they already thought those were astronomical figures. Unexpectedly, when the person next to them mentioned 100 million, they were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. Seeing their bewildered expressions, the woman in red explained, "You may not understand. When they mentioned 15 million earlier, that was in US dollars. When converted at the exchange rate to soft sister coins, it's multiplied by more than 6 times, which is around 1 billion. And for the other 7 people's 2 million, that's another 14 million. Oh my, just hearing these amounts makes my heart race. I truly envy you." After hearing the woman's words, Li Xiaojing's parents were speechless. Now they realized that Chen Chen was even wealthier than they had imagined. Buying a hospital and spending over 1 billion, he probably had more money than the richest person in their village, Wang Fuguei. The elderly couple thought of Li Xiaojing and Chen Chen's relationship and felt a sweet warmth in their hearts. Indeed, not long after, the head nurse arrived with a few nurses and transferred them to the hospital's most luxurious ward. The old man in the neighboring bed, watching this scene, was so envious that he almost cried. He had spent money and pulled strings for a month but couldn't get a better ward. Now, Li Xiaojing's mother, who was originally much worse off than him, suddenly rose to a level that made him envious. The old man regretted not building a relationship with Chen Chen earlier. Chen Chen and Li Xiaojing took a stroll in the hospital's small park and soon returned. There shouldn't be any more problems at the hospital, and Chen Chen was relieved. He told Li Xiaojing to call him if there were any issues and that she could go directly to the hospital. Since the hospital was now owned by him, there was no need to pay any medical expenses. The hospital's doctors and nurses, aware of this relationship, would surely take good care of her. Li Xiaojing nodded, understanding that Chen Chen had other matters to attend to and didn't try to keep him. She stood at the hospital's entrance, watching Chen Chen's figure disappear before heading inside. Early the next morning, Chen Chen arrived at the Linshur Film Industry building. With the script ready and actors cast, was it time to start filming officially? It was his first time making a movie, and he was quite excited. Apart from the large conference room, the top floor of the building had other rooms converted into offices. Chen Chen and Lin Xian each had a super large and luxurious office. Chen Chen entered Lin Xian's office, intending to tease her, but seeing her on the phone, he abandoned the idea. After closing the door obediently, he sat on the sofa. Soon, Lin Xian hung up the phone and pouted at Chen Chen. It seems we've oversimplified the problem. Can we still not make our movie? What's wrong? Chen Chen was puzzled. Don't we have the script? Even the playwright Hong Do is working with us now. What's the issue? Did someone sabotage them again? Come up with a bad idea? Chen Chen was puzzled, looking at Lin Xian, unable to figure out what was still not right. It's the location issue. Lin Xian furrowed her brows, smiling bitterly. We're filming a palace intrigue romance. You can't expect me to shoot in this modern building, right? We need to go to the film and television city, find those well-set ancient scenes, and then we can start filming there. This is indeed a problem, Chen Chen nodded. Have you contacted the film and television city? I just called them. They had some available space, but as soon as they heard it was me, they refused directly, saying someone had already spoken to them and I'm not allowed to shoot in the film and television city. That person is Tian Fingyi. It's him again, Chen Chen said angrily. It seems like he's constantly opposing us at every step. We need to speed up getting rid of him. Let's go to the film and television city together, talk to the boss face to face. If it doesn't work, we'll build our own. Anyway, the beach area is still vacant. Lin Xian listened to Chen Chen's words, smiled and said, even if you have money, building the film and television city is not something that can be done immediately. The fastest it can be built in a year is already good, so for now, the best option is to rent their location. Alright, let's go take a look first. After saying that, Chen Chen called Wu Nan and her sisters, and they all drove straight to the film and television city. Shudian Film and Television City. Located about 100 kilometers south of Zhonghai City. It is a very famous film and television shooting base in Huaxia. Many movies and TV dramas are shot here, with different filming areas based on different historical architectural styles, divided into dozens of different shooting areas. If you want to shoot ancient dramas, you go to the ancient architectural area. If you want to shoot Republican dramas, there are specific old scenes. If you want to shoot war dramas, there are many rural houses and outdoor scenes. In short, no matter what kind of theme you want to shoot, you can find a suitable location here. That's why Lin Xian insisted on renting a filming location here. When Chen Chen and the beauties arrived, they found that Shudian Film and Television City was indeed extraordinary. Early in the morning, it was crowded with people. The extras were almost blocking the entrance of the film and television city. Chen Chen and the group finally squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the entrance, but were stopped by the security guard. Hold on, the security guard, with a cocky attitude, wearing a large brimmed hat crookedly, a rubber stick around his waist, reached out to stop Chen Chen and said, the extras are waiting outside, the doors are not open yet, and only after the stars and directors of the crew go in, can you enter. Chen Chen ignored him and said, who said we are extras? We have other business to attend to inside. Not extras? The security guard's eyes widened. Then you definitely can't go in. Go buy tickets. Ordinary visitors need to buy tickets to enter for sightseeing. How much for a ticket? Peony standing aside asked. 200. The security guard said disdainfully. 200 just to look around? Peony exclaimed. The security guard, feeling offended, said, 200 is still too expensive? Then why did you come out to play? Stay at home if you don't want to spend money. Don't even want to pay $2. If you don't have money, don't come out and show off. What are you saying? Rose immediately got angry. How do you know we don't have money? We just think your tickets are too expensive. You little security guard acting all high and mighty here, making it seem like this Shudian Film and Television City is your own? You. The security guard got angry, didn't expect to be looked down upon by a few young girls, and said angrily, dare to call me a little security guard? Let me tell you, I am the head of the security team of this film and television city. Dozens of security guards here are under my command. My brother-in-law is the largest shareholder of Shudian Film and Television City, so it's not wrong to say it's my family's, right? Also, you have money, right? Don't pretend in front of me. See that ticket office over there? You can buy VIP tickets inside. As long as you have a VIP ticket, you can enter anytime, and even have the opportunity to take photos with the stars, but the ticket price is 2,000 yuan each. How about that? You have money, right? Go buy it. The security guard pointed to a small house dozens of meters away, mocking Chen Chen and the girls. At 2,000 yuan per ticket, it wasn't something just anyone could afford. The security guard assumed that since Chen Chen and the girls were young students, they wouldn't buy such expensive tickets. However, to his surprise, after hearing her, Chen Chen immediately sent Xuelan to buy them. 8 people, 8 tickets, a total of 16,000 yuan. When Xuelan returned with the tickets, the security guard was stunned. He never expected Chen Chen to spend 16,000 yuan without hesitation, which left him speechless. So, he was a second-generation rich kid. The security guard quickly dropped his arrogant attitude and politely said to Chen Chen, "Alright, I didn't realize you guys were so wealthy. I misunderstood you. Since you've all bought VIP tickets, I can't stop you. Go in quickly. I heard that the big star Su Weiwei is coming to film today. You're lucky, maybe you can even get a photo with her and an autograph." "Who? Su Weiwei? Oof. We're not interested in her autograph." Newton spat disdainfully. "Hey!" The security guard was puzzled, increasingly unable to understand these young people in front of him, who didn't even care about the big star Su Weiwei. Just as he was about to urge them to go in, Chen Chen asked, "You just said your brother-in-law is the biggest shareholder here, right?" The security guard was taken aback, looking at Chen Chen in confusion and asking, "What? You don't believe me?" No, Chen Chen shook his head. "I just wanted to know where your brother-in-law is now. I need to talk to him about something. Good things." "Oh." After hearing Chen Chen's words, the security guard immediately looked at him with a strange look, as if he understood, and said, "You also want my brother-in-law's help, want to invite a female celebrity to dinner, right? Ha ha. You rich second-generation kids, surrounded by so many beautiful girls, still want to date celebrities, unbelievable." The security guard looked at Lin Xian, Wu Nan, and the others, each more beautiful and lively than the last, and he couldn't stand Chen Chen's behavior of wanting everything. Seeing him like this, Chen Chen didn't explain, but immediately took out several red banknotes of 100 yuan from the small bag Xu Elan brought and gently stuffed them into his pocket. "Do me a favor, go buy some cigarettes." The security guard was delighted, almost losing his hat with joy, grinning as he said to Chen Chen, "You really know how to handle things. No wonder you're surrounded by so many beautiful girls, all well-behaved. They don't get mad when you go to see a star, they even come with you. I'm starting to admire you. He. It's nothing special," Chen Chen laughed. "Let's get to the point. Where is your brother-in-law?" The security guard scratched his head, pondered for a moment, and said, "At this time, he should still be in my sister's bed. If you want to find him, you'll have to wait a bit longer. Around 10 in the morning, he'll come here to work, right in the management center of the film and television city. Just go find him directly. When the time comes, say you're my buddy, he'll definitely give you face. Wanting to meet any female celebrity will be a piece of cake." "Alright, thank you," Chen Chen said politely, then led Lin Xian and the others inside. However, it was still early, just after 9 o'clock, about an hour before the time the security guard mentioned. Even if they went now, there would be no one to receive them. Since everyone was up early and hadn't had breakfast, Chen Chen chose a relatively clean-looking small restaurant to go into. There were many supermarkets and restaurants in the film and television city. You couldn't tell from the outside, but once you entered, you realized that there was everything here, not just filming, but also selling clothes, renting props, a variety of things, all readily available. It was like a city within a city. Perhaps because the main door was not open, there weren't many people in the small restaurant. Chen Chen chose a large table, a square solid wood table that could seat 8 people comfortably. "Boss, what would you like to eat?" The waiter could tell right away that young people like Chen Chen, accompanied by 7 beautiful women, were not ordinary, so he quickly came over to greet them warmly. "What delicious dishes do you have here? We have buns, pies, porridge, and typical breakfast items. We also have a very famous seafood egg dish that we just introduced, which is extremely popular and in high demand every day. Would you like to try a few?" "Sure, then bring us 2 baskets of buns, a bowl of porridge for each, and 2 eggs per person, please." "Oh, 2 eggs per person?" the surprised waiter said. "What's wrong?" Chen Chen asked in confusion. "Are you worried we can't afford it?" No, that's not what I meant. I'm just concerned we might run out of eggs." "Let me go check right away," the waiter said and hurried off. After a while, he returned disappointedly, saying, "There are only 10 left." "Then bring them all over. I want to taste what this seafood egg dish tastes like," Chen Chen said with a smile. Chen Chen never expected that when the director of the pet hospital came to him and said that this seafood egg dish would definitely be a hit, he didn't believe it at first. But he was surprised to find out that it was already being sold in a place 100 kilometers away, and according to the waiter, it was quite popular. As the waiter was about to leave, a man suddenly entered the restaurant. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with a big head and ears, wearing pajamas and slippers, and with a fat body that wobbled as he walked. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Waiter, bring me 10 of those seafood eggs from yesterday." Damn, I didn't expect them to work so well. I didn't believe it yesterday, but after eating a few, I played with a girl all night, and my legs didn't even go soft. My combat power is still strong. It's truly a treasure. The waiter was stunned, standing in front of him, and said with a troubled expression, "Mr. Hong, Mr. Hong, you're a bit late." The last 10 seafood eggs were just taken by this gentleman and a few ladies, so we're out of them today. What? All gone? Mr. Hong immediately got angry, glanced at Chen Chen and the girls, and sneered, then I'll take the last 10. Tell them to get lost. This isn't good. The waiter looked embarrassed. Who do you want to kick out? Wu Nan immediately stood up from his chair, angry, and said, Hey, Mr. Hong, it's surprising that someone dares to defy you. It seems you don't know who I am. Chen Chen saw Wu Nan getting into a conflict with the fat man and also stood up, saying coldly, I don't care if your name is Hong or Green. We were the first to order the eggs. There should be a rule of first come, first served. Why should you take them just because you say so? Rule? Mr. Hong shook his big belly, laughing heartily. In this Star City, my word is the rule. If I want something, hardly anyone dares to compete with me. Not to mention a few eggs. Even if I tell a woman to climb into my bed, she will immediately undress and wait for me. Seeing them getting angry, the waiter quickly intervened and said to Chen Chen, Mr. Hong is also one of the shareholders of Star City. All the shops here have to give Mr. Hong some face. Otherwise, we can just let him have these eggs today, right? Did you hear that? Mr. Hong looked proudly at Chen Chen and said, I own 7% of the vertical store Film and Television City. I am also the boss here. What I say goes, who dares to challenge me for a few eggs? Don't you want to mix with us? Even if you're the boss, you should still be reasonable, Chen Chen said coldly. Since you want to buy and I want to buy, why not do this? Let's see who offers the highest price, and the winner takes it. This way, it's fair and reasonable, and no one is put in a difficult position. What do you think? Ha ha ha. All right, Mr. Hong burst into arrogant laughter. Dare to compete with me in wealth? Don't forget, this is my territory. Shareholders like me earn hundreds of thousands every day. Look at you, although not poor, you're just a small second-generation rich kid. Still want to play with me? Come on. Chen Chen nodded as he saw him agree and asked the waiter, how much for 10 eggs? 300. I'll pay 30,000. Chen Chen said calmly. 30,000? The waiter was stunned. Standing there like a statue, even the tray in his hand almost fell to the ground. 30,000 is enough for one person to eat in a small store for a year. Spending 30,000 for 10 eggs, isn't that too extravagant? Mr. Hong was also taken aback, completely unprepared for the young man to demand such a high price right off the bat. He thought a few $100 would be enough to settle it. He thought, after all, a young man just trying to show off his competitiveness, how could he really be willing to spend so much money? But now that the words were out, if he backed out now, it would be a disgrace that would quickly spread throughout the entire film and television city. How could he continue to stay here? Furthermore, Mr. Hong had indeed experienced the nourishing effects of these seafood eggs and was thinking about which young actress to invite over tonight. How could he not first take care of his health? So, although the price of 30,000 was a bit high, it was still affordable. Looking at Chen Chen immediately, he boldly shouted, I'll pay 40,000. Goodness gracious. The waiter was almost scared out of his wits. Mr. Hong, who was usually so stingy that he would even take toilet paper from the small store, was now willing to spend 40,000 to buy 10 eggs. The waiter quickly called the boss out. At first, the boss didn't believe it, thinking the young waiter was joking. But when he came out and heard Chen Chen offer 50,000, he was also dumbfounded. They knew the two were fighting over eggs, but they thought they were going to auction off his small store. Seeing Chen Chen raise it to 50,000, Mr. Hong gritted his teeth. 60,000, I don't believe it. A slightly wealthy second-generation kid dares to challenge me in wealth. I'll show you what a real tycoon is. I'm going all out today. I'll keep raising the price until you give in. Alright, Chen Chen said nonchalantly, whoever gives up first is the loser. 70,000. If I don't beat you, you're my daddy. 80,000. Mr. Hong puffed up with anger. 100,000. After a while, Chen Chen still kept smiling and raising the price. By now, Mr. Hong's face was red, he was short of breath, and sweat was dripping down his face. 100,000, he had shouted up to 100,000 for 10 eggs. Even eggs made of pure gold probably wouldn't be worth that much money. Although Mr. Hong had some shares worth tens of millions and had a few million in spare cash, he was used to being stingy. He had never spent so much money at once. He thought it was just a competition of wills, thinking Chen Chen would give up quickly. He would then humiliate Chen Chen, maybe throw a few $100 to the store owner after he left, and that would be the end of it. However, Boss Hong never expected Chen Chen to be so stubborn, shouting out a million and showing no signs of backing down. Boss Hong was starting to feel overwhelmed. Looking at Chen Chen, he said, "You talk big here, do you really have that much money? Boss Hong, don't have time to play with you kids. I don't want the eggs either, you can have them. With that, he turned to leave. The waiter and the shop owner could tell that he was backing down, but he didn't want to appear weak, so he said those words intentionally. However, they didn't dare say much more. After all, Boss Hong was the owner of the film and television city. They couldn't afford to offend him while running their businesses on his turf. Even if Boss Hong really brought out $1 million, they wouldn't dare accept it. Seeing Boss Hong about to leave, Chen Chen coldly said, "What? Can't handle it anymore? Admit defeat? Who's admitting defeat? I'm not admitting defeat. I just think it's bullying you guys to compare wealth. Winning against you young people wouldn't give me any face, forget it," Boss Hong said. "Then just call me Grandpa, and you can leave." Chen Chen stared at him, saying loudly, Are you looking to die?" Boss Hong said angrily. "You were the one who provoked me first," Chen Chen said, stepping forward abruptly. "Call or not?" Chen Chen's tone was firm, and his momentum was strong. Thud. Startled by Chen Chen's scolding, Boss Hong suddenly closed his eyes, fell heavily to the ground, clutching his chest, and fainted from a heart attack. He lay there like a dead pig, unresponsive. Seeing this scene, the small shop owner was terrified and immediately called for an ambulance. When it arrived, they took Boss Hong away. Shen Shen and the beauties were also shocked. This fat and strong Boss Hong, full of bluster and boasting about how tough he was, unexpectedly had a heart attack from being scared, which was truly ironic. Now, Shen Shen had no interest in eating seafood eggs anymore. He just had some porridge casually, then had Shualan throw 100,000 yuan to the small shop owner, and they left. Following the directions given by the security guard at the main entrance, Shen Shen and his group quickly found the place called the Management Center in the film and television city. The Management Center was located in an antique-style small western building. Upon entering, Shen Shen found a bright lobby on the first floor, with a row of counters behind which were beautiful women dressed in black professional suits. Those who needed to rent venues should come here to handle procedures. Seeing Chen Chen enter, a woman with a ponytail and flesh-colored stockings walked over. "Sir, may I help you? Are you looking to rent a venue or a room?" Chen Chen glanced at her and said, "I want to buy a venue." The woman with the ponytail was taken aback, her professional smile freezing on her face, and she said seriously, "Sir, please don't joke around. The filming venues here are only for rent, not for sale, and even if they were for sale, they would be at sky-high prices. I'm afraid you can't afford it." "How do you know I can't afford it?" Shen Shen retorted casually. Then he ignored her and looked around the lobby. "How do I know you can't afford it?" The woman with the ponytail looked at Chen Shen and sneered, "Because those who can afford our venues must be successful and influential figures, and you, I don't think you're anywhere close to that." She saw that Chen Shen had no airs at all, not even a hint of a big shot, so how could she believe he could afford the venues here? Each filming venue in Vertu Film and Television City was worth at least several million, and places with large palaces might even cost tens of millions. The rental fees for those places could be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands per day. "How do you know I'm not a successful person?" After looking around, Chen Shen's gaze fell on the woman with a ponytail. "I not only want to buy, but I also want to buy the entire Shudian Film and Television City." Oof. The woman with the ponytail didn't mince her words, disdainfully saying, "Wanting to buy our entire film and television city, I see you can't even afford a single venue. Blowing hot air without consequences, daring to speak such grand words, aren't you afraid of getting tongue-tied by the wind? Our film and television city has been established for so long, and no one has ever claimed to have enough money to buy it. Even those wealthy individuals ranked high on the rich list dare not make such claims. How can you casually say you want to buy it?" The more the woman with the ponytail spoke, the louder her voice became, quickly attracting the attention of many people. There weren't many people doing business at the moment, with over a dozen employees from the Film and Television City Management Center in the lobby. Upon hearing Chen Chen and the woman with the ponytail arguing, they all curiously stared. Seeing her colleagues gathering around, the woman with the ponytail proudly exclaimed, "Sisters, look, a super-rich tycoon is here, saying he wants to buy our entire Shudian Film and Television City, hee." "What? How is that possible? Buy the entire film and television city? Are you crazy?" "Yeah, how could that be possible? Unless it's a big corporation, how can an individual have so much money?" "Exactly, I heard that even our big boss only owns 70% of the shares, and he started it with others. How could a young person possibly have more money than our big boss?" Those women from the management center all cast disdainful glances at Chen Chen, thinking he was talking big, looking for trouble, and coming here for entertainment. The woman with a ponytail decided it was time to drive Chen Chen away. Seeing all the women in the lobby mocking him, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit angry. He directly took out 2 stacks of brand new banknotes from Shu Elan's bag, a total of 20,000 yuan, untied the bundled paper strips, coldly looked at those women, and said, "You said I have no money, right? Let me show you whether I have money or not." After speaking, Chen Chen grabbed the 2 stacks of banknotes, raised his hand, and threw them high up in the air. Suddenly, red 100 yuan bills rained down like a storm, fluttering and falling all over the lobby. "As long as someone apologizes to me, the money on the floor can be picked up at will," Chen Chen declared. The women working in the management center were all stunned. He casually threw away such a thick stack of banknotes, treating money as if it were nothing. Could they really pick up the money just by saying sorry? Looking at the scattered banknotes all over the floor, the women were excited, their eyes shining, unable to resist the urge to pick them up. Especially the woman with a ponytail. Most of the banknotes thrown by Chen Chen landed in front of her. However, the women still had some dignity. They had just mocked Chen Chen's words, which were still fresh in their minds. How could they bring themselves to pick up the money he threw now? So, everyone stood there, no one spoke, no one moved, their eyes fixed on the scattered banknotes on the table and floor. At this moment, they were afraid of others acting first and missing out, but they were also embarrassed to be the first to pick up the money. "What? Not enough for you?" Chen Chen looked at them, sneered disdainfully, and took out another thick stack of banknotes. Just like before, he threw them up in the air. Another shower of red banknotes. A total of 50,000 yuan. Although these women were dressed beautifully, they were only earning 5 to 6,000 yuan a month working here. The money Chen Chen threw could almost cover a year's salary for each of them. Their eyes widened in disbelief. If any of them were willing to be the first to bend down and pick up the money, they could easily grab several thousand or even tens of thousands, basically equivalent to 2 months' salary. "Let me give you a little more." After Chen Chen finished speaking, he suddenly took out 4 or 5 stacks and threw them all out. In an instant, the entire hall, whether on the tables or on the floor, was almost completely covered with red banknotes, everywhere tempting in red. The women were all stunned, even their breathing became a bit rapid. It was already close to 100,000 yuan, such an opportunity would not come again if missed. What's the big deal about apologizing? So, after another minute of silence, someone finally wavered. A woman in her 30s with dyed yellow hair smiled awkwardly at Chen Chen and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I take back what I said earlier." After speaking, she quickly raised her hands and collected the banknotes on the table in front of her. Immediately dozens of them piled up in front of her. She didn't bother to organize the money, immediately squatted down to pick up the scattered ones on the ground. Seeing this, the other women didn't hesitate anymore, fearing they wouldn't even pick up a single note later, so they immediately nodded and bowed apologetically to Chen Chen, then immediately joined the money-picking queue. For a moment, the floor was crawling with women picking up money. Even the woman with a ponytail had to lower her head in the end, hastily apologized to Chen Chen, then squatted down to pick up the money scattered at his feet. These women who had just mocked Chen Chen in every possible way, at this moment, were all crawling at Chen Chen's feet just for a few tens of thousands of yuan. Lin Xian and Wu Nan, a few beautiful women, seeing their fawning and money-loving appearance, showed disdainful expressions. "Humph, just now they said we had no money, but in less than a few minutes, they are crawling on the ground picking up the money we threw. It's ridiculous." Lin Xian coldly snorted. "Forget it, don't bother with them, these people have never seen much money after all. Their vision is too shallow, no need to pay them any mind." After Chen Chen finished speaking, he walked towards the second floor. Normally, those women would have stopped him from going up because upstairs was the boss's office, and ordinary people were not allowed up there. But in this situation, those women were all busy fighting for the banknotes on the ground. Where would they have the time to care about whether someone was going upstairs to the second floor or not? Chen Chen and Lin Xian and a few beautiful women went up to the second floor, walked to the end of the corridor, and saw a slightly ajar door with the words "Chairman's Office" written on it. This should be the place. After Chen Chen finished speaking, he lightly knocked on the door, and upon hearing someone inside respond, he pushed the door and walked in. The person inside, upon seeing that it was Chen Chen who entered, widened their eyes in surprise. Chen Chen, upon seeing the 2 men and a woman sitting on the sofa in the room, also smiled inwardly, sighing that it was a small world, never expecting to encounter Tian Fengyi and the famous star Su Weiwei here again. The other person on the sofa was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, his chubby cheeks slightly sagging, a high hairline, styled in a big back-combed hairstyle, giving off a strong presence. Chen Chen felt that, if he wasn't mistaken, this person should be Li Mingcheng, the largest shareholder of the vertical store Film and Television City. Indeed, upon seeing the unfamiliar Chen Chen come in, Li Mingcheng was slightly surprised, thinking that the women from the management center downstairs had come to find him, but he didn't expect that the person knocking on the door was a young man he had never seen before. And there was also a large group of young and beautiful girls behind him, which made him even more puzzled. "Young man, who are you? Do you have business with me? My name is Chen Chen, I came here today." Before Chen Chen could finish his sentence, Tian Fengyi immediately interrupted. "You came to rent the venue, right? Ha ha. Unfortunately, you're too late. I'm also going to film a palace drama. I've just discussed it with Boss Lee. Your arrival is pointless. Besides, you've been blacklisted by the entire industry. Even if there were a venue available, it wouldn't be rented to you. If you want to compete with me, go develop in another industry first. In the entertainment circle, you are not my match at all. Why bother wasting words on them? Let them see our strength, let them understand the importance of connections in the entertainment industry. Money doesn't give them the right to do as they please." The famous star Su Weiwei disdainfully looked at Chen Chen standing at the door and said sarcastically. At the last charity auction, she was insulted by Chen Chen again, and now she was eager to seek revenge. Moreover, seeing Chen Chen wanting to rent a filming location today was a perfect opportunity for revenge. "Are you Chen Chen?" Li Mingcheng asked Chen Chen, then he looked at Lin Xin beside him and said, "You are the rising star Lin Xin from last year, right? It seems so, but your visit today is in vain. I already knew about your request to rent a location. Unfortunately, you've been blacklisted in the industry, and since we have no personal relationship, there's no need to offend others for your sake. I can make money from anyone, my venue will never have trouble being rented out. Therefore, I can only choose to stand with my friends in the circle and cannot rent the location to you. Please leave." "Did you hear that?" Su Weiwei arrogantly raised her chin and taunted Chen Chen. "Boss Lee has made it clear. You, along with this little star Lin Xin, think you're so great? In front of us, you are nothing, understand?" Provoked by Su Weiwei's words, Chen Chen was slightly angered, but he remained calm on the surface. Instead of leaving, he smiled faintly, walked leisurely to the sofa, sat casually next to Li Mingcheng, and said, "Since Boss Lee is a businessman, let's not talk about grievances, only business." "Oh?" Li Mingcheng was surprised. He didn't expect a young man under 20 like Chen Chen to have such composure and resilience. Facing the sarcasm from Tian Fengyi and Su Weiwei, he could still remain composed and calm, which earned his admiration. "What business? You can say it, as long as it's not about renting a location and doesn't put me in a difficult position, I might actually be able to help. I'm starting to like you a bit now." "Thank you for the opportunity, Boss Lee," Chen Chen smiled. "Since we can't rent and I must use the location, how about this? What do you think if I just buy this film and television city from you?" "What? Buy the entire film and television city?" Not only Li Mingcheng was shocked, even Tian Fengyi and Su Weiwei sitting beside him were taken aback. This film and television city was not something you could just buy. It was worth billions and involved many intricate relationships. If it were to be sold directly, not only would the other shareholders need to be convinced, but also the friends in the circle, who were frequent collaborators. If it were sold abruptly, they might lose their friendships. Therefore, after hearing Chen Chen's words, Li Mingcheng shook his head repeatedly, his expression serious. "You must be joking. This film and television city is worth billions. How can a young person like you under 20 buy it? Don't worry about the money. If you're willing to sell, just name your price." Chen Chen said nonchalantly. "No, even if you have the money, I won't sell it. It took me years of hard work to build this film and television city, and I never thought of selling it." "Really? Can't you understand human language?" Tian Fengyi glared at Chen Chen angrily. "Mr. Lee has already said that if he doesn't want to sell, he won't sell. I've told you before, our circle is not something you can just waltz into whenever you please." Tian Fengyi shouted in frustration, his words directed at both Chen Chen and Li Mingcheng. He was genuinely worried that Li Mingcheng might make a foolish decision and sell the film and television city to Chen Chen. That would undoubtedly be a huge blow to him. The news of banning Lin Xin was spread by him in the industry. Only those who respected him would refuse to work with Lin Xin. If today Li Mingcheng sells the film and television city to Chen Chen and Lin Xin, it would mean that Li Mingcheng no longer cares about his ban. If someone chooses to stand by Li Mingcheng's side, then Tian Fengyi would lose his reputation in the circle and likely diminish his status and influence. Therefore, he must stop Chen Chen and Lin Xin today, pressuring them so they can't make any movies. If delayed for half a year, Lin Xion's company would collapse due to inability to persist. "Get out quickly, still thinking of buying the film and television city? We won't even rent it to you, stop daydreaming," Su Weiwei scornfully exclaimed. Seeing Tian Fengyi and Su Weiwei's attitudes, Li Mingcheng, with a hint of apology, said to Chen Chen, "I'm sorry, I really can't help, please leave." "Since Mr. Li is unwilling to sell the entire film and television city, how about I buy a portion of the shares?" Chen Chen persisted, saying, "You've banned Lin Xian, but not me, right? I'm not even part of the entertainment industry. If I propose to buy a portion of the shares from Mr. Lee, it shouldn't violate your principles or put you in a difficult position, right? Well, Mr. Lee hesitated, thought for a moment, and said, "You're not wrong." "Then it's settled," Shinshin smiled faintly. "I'm willing to pay 3 times the market price to buy a portion of the shares from you. This way, I'll be the owner of Virtu Film and Television City. It's legitimate for me to use a location, isn't it?" "No." Before Li Mingqing could speak, Tianfeng immediately stood up from the sofa in anger. "Mr. Li, you can't do this. We've been friends for so many years. You wouldn't disregard my face, would you?" "Brother Tian, please sit down. Don't be in such a hurry." Li Mingqing waved his hand, signaling Tianfeng not to be so agitated. "I did agree, didn't I?" However, although Li Mingqing said so, he was actually calculating how to maximize his benefits. He was a businessman, so he would do whatever it takes to make money. There are no permanent friends in business, only permanent interests. Li Mingqing and Tianfeng became friends because they were both in the same circle and could help each other, sharing common interests. Tianfeng needed to rent the film and television city's facilities to shoot, paying Li Mingqing a substantial amount in rent, so of course, Li Mingqing wanted to be friends with him. But now, Shinshan's offer to pay 3 times the market price to acquire a portion of the shares was indeed a great temptation. Li Mingqing was momentarily unsure of whom to befriend. Just then, the office door was knocked. Everyone wondered who was so tactless as to come in at this time. When the door opened, everyone was stunned, captivated by the beautiful sight before them, instantly lightening the tense atmosphere. It turned out to be a stunning beauty. Dressed in a white dress, with flowing long hair, and a tall figure that was already captivating, coupled with her exquisite features, bright eyes, and delicate features, she seemed like a fairy, dazzling everyone in the room. When the beauty entered the room and saw Chen Shen sitting on the sofa, she was stunned and exclaimed, "It's you! What a coincidence! We meet again." Chen Shen looked at her and smiled lightly. It turned out that this beauty was none other than Li Lukun, the stunning car model who stood next to the Rolls-Royce when Chen Shen bought it at the auto show. Chen Shen never expected to meet her again here today, especially seeing her in light makeup and a white chiffon dress, looking even more radiant and charming than at the car show. "Aren't you supposed to be modeling for luxury cars? Why are you here?" Chen Shen stood up politely, extending his hand to shake hers. Li Lukun smiled sweetly, shook his hand gently, and said, "I need a break too, and besides, this is my uncle's place, why can't I come here?" "Right, uncle?" Saying that, Li Lukun ran to sit next to Li Mingqing, leaning against him and coquettishly asked, "Uncle, do you miss me? Didn't expect me to suddenly come to see you, right?" Li Mingqing chuckled, "I really didn't expect it. Our top car model, why did you come back to see uncle instead of following the car show and developing your career?" "Oh, I just finished a car show and happened to have a few days off. Since it's not far from here, I thought I'd come and take a look." Li Lukun, at this moment, seemed like a young girl in her teens, speaking as if she was coquettish with adults, completely different from her usual bright and glamorous model demeanor on the stage. Well, I've always said not to push yourself so hard, but you never listen. Even if you do nothing, the family can still support you." Li Mingqing doted on her, then asked somewhat puzzled, "Xiaochun, do you know this young man?" Li Lukun blinked her bright eyes like autumn water, nodded and said, "I know him, we're friends." In fact, Li Lukun had only met Chen Shen once, when Chen Dong's Rolls-Royce was scratched, and Chen Shen, to help him, spent 18.88 million to buy the car directly and gave it to Chen Dong on the spot. Throughout, Chen Shen always had a calm smile on his face, leaving a very good impression on Li Lukun. However, they never had the chance to meet again. But it was truly unexpected how life brings unexpected encounters, meeting here so coincidentally. Li Lukun glanced at Tianfeng and Su Weiwei sitting beside her, as well as Li Mingqing's expression, sensing that something was amiss. She sensitively detected the tension in the room, realizing it was not the usual business atmosphere, and the possibility of Chen Shen being friends with them was slim. Li Lukun asked softly in confusion, "Uncle, what are you discussing?" "Oh, this young man wants to acquire a portion of my shares, and I'm considering it." "Acquire shares?" Li Lukun was taken aback, staring at Chen Shen with widened eyes. "Rich guy, why are you thinking of buying my uncle's shares again?" "Well," Chen Shen sighed inwardly and said, "I have no choice. I have a film and television company and wanted to rent a location here to shoot our movie, but that couple kept interfering, advising your uncle not to rent to us. So, I had no choice but to consider buying." "Who are you calling a couple?" Tianfeng and Su Weiwei frowned and retorted angrily. Seeing Chen Shen acquainted with this sudden girl, who happened to be Li Mingqing's niece and appeared to have a good relationship, they immediately realized the situation was not favorable. Their relationship with Li Mingqing was not as close and reliable as they claimed, but merely a facade for the sake of interests. Li Lukan ignored them and nodded, saying, "So that's how it is. I thought you were going to do the same as last time, having money but nowhere to spend it, buying things only to give them away. He. This time it's for real. Alright then, how did your discussion go?" Li Lukan asked curiously. Chen Shen shrugged and said, "I'm willing to pay 3 times the market price to buy a portion of your uncle's shares." "Someone is pressuring your uncle not to sell to us. Is that so?" Li Lukan glanced at Tianfengyi and Su Weiwei, then said to Li Mingcheng, "Uncle, I think this deal can still be done. 3 times the price shows sincerity, and he is my friend. Can you do me a favor?" Li Mingcheng was already tempted by Chen Shen's offer, and now with his niece supporting him, the scales in his mind tipped towards Chen Shen. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, "I own 70% of Shudian Film and Television City. I can sell you 10%, but I want 5 billion. This is also for the sake of Xiaochun's face. If you can pay immediately, I can agree." In fact, the annual profit that Tianfengyi brings to the film and television city is only a few million. Selling shares to Chen Shen at this price would earn him enough to cover the profits Tianfengyi would bring in 10 years. Therefore, it didn't seem too difficult for Li Mingcheng to make a choice. Indeed, when they heard Li Mingcheng's conditions, Tianfengyi and Su Weiwei were immediately shocked. Although they had suspected this possibility, they never expected Li Mingcheng to actually agree. Selling shares to Chen Shen would make Tianfengyi's ban on Lin Xian in the entertainment industry a joke. If this news got out, Tianfengyi would be ridiculed in the entertainment industry. So, he was emotional and pointed at Li Mingcheng, saying loudly, "Mr. Li, how could you do this? Are you disregarding the face between friends? I want to ban this woman Lin Xian, and you want to sell shares to them?" Seeing Tianfengyi daring to stand up and accuse him, Li Mingcheng also became stern and said coldly, "He is my niece's friend, and I am satisfied with the price offered. I am in business, and if such a good deal comes to me, why would I not make money? Moreover, I have already given you face by rejecting Miss Lin Xian's request to rent the venue. What more do you want? Why do you want to ban her? Do you think no one knows about your affairs with many actresses behind the scenes? I gave you face as a friend. Without that, you are nothing. There are plenty of star directors and bosses who come to me. I don't need you." With Li Mingcheng's words, Tianfengyi immediately wilted. Indeed, although Tianfengyi had some status and influence in the industry, he was far inferior to Li Mingcheng. The owner of Shudian Film and Television City had connections with almost all domestic stars, directors, and investment bosses, something Tianfengyi couldn't compete with. So, after Li Mingcheng finished speaking, Tianfengyi glared at Chen Shen and gritted his teeth. "Kid, just you wait. I won't let you off." After saying that, with Su Weiwei in tow, they left with their heads hung low. As they were about to leave, Chen Shen's laughter echoed behind them. "Thanks for clearing the space for us. Ha ha ha." Tianfengyi and Su Weiwei were so angry their teeth almost shattered. They slammed the door heavily behind them and disappeared. Next, Chen Shen promptly paid and bought 10% of Shudian Film and Television City's shares from Li Mingcheng, becoming the rightful owner of the Film and Television City. As for the issue of filming locations, it immediately ceased to be a problem. With Tianfengyi and Su Weiwei pushed out, the best location naturally belonged to Lin Xian. Chen Shen immediately asked Lin Xian and Wu Nan to prepare. After the beauties had all left, Li Mingcheng also mentioned that there was an important matter to attend to, so after exchanging a few polite words with Chen Shen, he hurriedly left. In the room, only Chen Shen and Li Lukan remained. The beauty noticed Chen Shen staring at her incessantly, her pretty face blushing slightly as she scolded. "What are you looking at?" "Ah." Chen Shen pretended to be startled and said, "You, this beautiful model with a great figure, I can't help but stare at you. Smooth talker." Li Lukan scolded with her mouth, but she felt a subtle sense of delight in her heart. "You've helped me so much, how can I thank you? How about I treat you to a meal first?" Chen Shen suggested. Li Lukan blinked mischievously and said, "I bought so many shares for you, you can earn a lot of money every year. You don't plan to just dismiss me with a meal, right?" "Of course not. I mean, let's have a meal first, and in the future, if you have any requests, feel free to ask, I will agree to them all." "That's more like it." Li Lukan smiled and then left the room with Chen Shen. On the commercial street of Shudian Film and Television City, Chen Shen and Li Lukan walked side by side. "Where are you taking me?" Chen Shen asked in confusion. "Of course, we're going to a high-end restaurant, a rich person should treat. I can't just casually go for fast food, that would be too cheap for you." Li Lukan laughed, took a few quick steps, then turned around with a smile to Chen Shen. All right, Chen Shen could only follow her obediently, knowing that she had helped him a lot today, owing her a favor. As the two were strolling forward, suddenly, a group of people dressed in Japanese military uniforms ran towards them in a hurry. In the Film and Television City, it was quite common to see extras not changing their clothes and appearing on the streets, so the pedestrians on the road were not surprised and didn't pay much attention. However, more than 10 people dressed in Japanese military uniforms aggressively approached Chen Chen and Li Lukun, making Chen Chen immediately alert. Indeed, the group rushed to Chen Chen and Li Lukun, surrounding them instantly. "Are you Chen Chen?" One of them, tall and with a samurai sword at his waist, asked fiercely. Chen Chen looked directly at him and calmly said, "Yes, I am Chen Chen. What do you want? You've offended someone, and now someone wants to deal with you." He was interrupted as a black Mercedes-Benz slowly drove past them, stopped beside them, and the window rolled down to reveal the faces of Tian Flingy and Su Weiwei. "Kid, since I left earlier, I've had people watching you all along, and now I finally have the chance. Those girls who were protecting you are not around, right? He. Today, let's see how you escape from me," Tian Flingy said smugly while smoking in the car. "Not only did you make me lose the filming location earlier, causing me a lot of money, but most importantly, you made me lose face in the industry. Today, you've fallen into my hands. Let's see how I deal with you. These people are all martial artists from the crew, each one skilled. Without those female bodyguards protecting you, watch how I deal with you today." Tian Flingy ordered the people dressed as Japanese soldiers, "Beat him hard, spare the women, cripple the man first. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for all consequences." "Yes, boss." The martial artists under Tian Flingy's command immediately took their stances, each one looking like they had some martial arts training. However, facing these people, Chen Chen remained calm and composed, seemingly not taking the group of more than 10 people in front of him seriously. He looked in the direction of the car and disdainfully said to Tian Flingy, "Do you really think that just because I left a few girls' protection, you can easily control me? I really don't care about these random people in front of me. Who are you calling random people? I'll teach you a lesson." With that, the tall guy leading the group swung his fist towards Chen Chen's face. Chen Chen stepped forward, shielding Li Luchun, and suddenly kicked the approaching man, sending him flying back. Since obtaining the system, his body had been quietly undergoing changes day by day. His physical strength was increasing daily, and now he could kick with the force of hundreds of kilograms. Even though these people were skilled extras who often performed stunts in the theater, they couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. Before the leader's fist could reach Chen Chen, he was kicked and sent flying 6 to 7 meters away, unable to get up. Even his samurai sword fell to the ground. The others were stunned by Chen Chen's kick. Wasn't this guy supposed to be powerless, always relying on a few girls for protection? How could he have such strong combat power? The man who was kicked to the ground was their group's captain, known for his fighting skills. It was shocking to see him unable to stand after just one round. "Let's attack together," someone shouted, and about 10 people suddenly woke up, throwing punches and kicks at Chen Chen. Although they mainly practiced performance-oriented martial arts, they were much more skilled in combat than ordinary people. When this intimidating group approached, Li Luchun, standing behind Chen Chen, was terrified. She instinctively hugged Chen Chen to protect him, but instead hindered his movements. In the chaos, both of them were hit a few times. Chen Chen was furious and slapped a guy in front of him so hard that he fell unconscious. Then, he dodged an attack and kicked another person in the face, knocking out 2 teeth. In no time, Chen Chen skillfully defeated all 10 or so people, leaving no one standing. This outcome greatly surprised Tian Flingy. The group he had brought together were all skilled fighters. In the past, when they had conflicts with other crews, these 10 people could take on a group of 40 to 50. Tian Flingy had been confident today, but he never expected this result against Chen Chen. Unexpectedly, without the protection of those girls, Chen Chen could still defeat these 10 extras on his own. Tian Flingy was both shocked and disappointed. As he was about to close the car window and leave, he suddenly saw the captain of the extras, who had been kicked down by Chen Chen, slowly getting up and drawing a sharp samurai sword. Die! Taking advantage of Chen Chen turning to look at Li Luchun, the captain raised the sword and viciously swung it towards Chen Chen. As he attacked suddenly, Chen Chen seemed unable to react in time, and the sharp blade was almost at his back. Li Luchun was facing the direction of the attack and, seeing the dangerous scene, she screamed in astonishment, closing her eyes in fear, knowing that the next moment would be a bloody sight of Chen Chen being injured. Even Tian Flingy and Su Weiwei in the car were stunned, not expecting the captain to be so ruthless. However, they had no sympathy for Chen Chen. They hoped that this strike would leave him permanently disabled, relieving the resentment in their hearts. Tian Flingy and Su Weiwei both widened their eyes, eagerly waiting to see how Chen Chen would be taken down by this sudden attack. However, at the critical moment, Chen Chen seemed to understand something from Li Luchun's expression. With incredible speed, he leaped forward, grabbing Li Luchun and throwing him 2 meters away. Captain Wuxing's seemingly sure strike fell short. As he prepared to attack again, Chen Shen swiftly turned around, grabbed his hand holding the sword, twisted it, disarmed him, and kicked him in the chest, breaking 2 ribs with a crisp sound. After this, none of the dozen men dared to confront Chen Shen. Seeing this, Tianfeng immediately closed the car window in fear and urged the driver to leave at once. However, just as the vehicle started, Chen Shen outside raised his hand and threw the long sword. It pierced through the sturdy car window, lodging in Tianfeng's left arm, blood flowing onto the seat. Tianfeng, pale-faced, trembling lips, unable to speak, felt the excruciating pain and shouted, "Drive, damn it, I told you to drive." The driver, terrified, had never imagined someone could stab through a Mercedes window and throw the sword out like that. It was terrifying. Car windows are very strong, usually requiring force at the edges to break. The driver, hearing Tianfeng's agonizing cry, dared not linger and quickly accelerated away. As they drove hundreds of meters, Chen Shen's figure grew distant behind them. Su Weiwei, pale-faced, shivering, asked, "Are you okay?" She checked Tianfeng's injuries, finding his left arm bleeding profusely, even wetting his pants. Tianfeng, grimacing in pain, cursed, "Damn it, I didn't expect him to be this powerful, a hidden master. The thrown sword had such force, unbelievable. Last time at the Zhonghai International Hotel, he seemed average, so I thought a dozen men would be enough, but they were all defeated, and I almost lost my life. It seems we need to find another way to deal with him," Su Weiwei said with lingering fear. If the sword had more force and didn't get stuck, it might have pierced not only Tianfeng's arm but also her abdomen. Tianfeng, looking at his bleeding arm, nodded silently and sighed, "Let's go to the hospital first, bandage my wound." After the Mercedes drove off, Chen Shen looked down at the dozen people on the ground and coldly asked, "How about it? Anyone else dares to challenge me?" "No, no, no." A group of lightly injured guys got up from the ground, knelt there, begging for mercy repeatedly. "Big brother, no, sir, we were wrong. We also took money from a guy surnamed Tian, he asked me to do things. We had no choice. Yes, yes, please forgive us, don't treat us the same as us small people. We were blinded by greed, blinded by money, we won't dare to do it again in the future. That guy surnamed Tian is not a good person, he has done a lot of unethical things, spare us, we will definitely turn over a new leaf in the future and never follow him again." The group of martial artists were completely subdued by Chen Shen, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Even the captain of the martial artists was too scared to say another word, clutching the 2 broken ribs kicked by Chen Shen, grimacing in pain, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He saw Tianfeng actually ignored them and drove away directly, which made him so angry that he cursed inwardly, "Beast, scum, no sense of loyalty at all." Chen Shen looked at them, knowing that these people were just obedient dogs. If Tianfeng asked them to bite someone, they would bite, they didn't care who they were biting. There was no need to lower himself to their level. Chen Shen had to say, "Now do you remember who I am? Tell everyone my name is Chen Shen, so when you hear my name mentioned in the future at the film and television city, do you know what to do?" "Yes, yes, we know, we know." The group of people immediately nodded like chickens pecking at rice. "Next time we meet you, we will definitely go far away and never dare to cause trouble in front of you again." "Good," Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction, "you guys still have some brains, if you provoke me again next time. Did you see the knife on the car? Check if your belly is as hard as the car window, now scram." "Yes, yes." Over a dozen people felt like they had been granted amnesty, nodding repeatedly, expressing their gratitude for a while, before helping each other, limping back in the direction they came from. Because all these guys were wearing the costumes of the invaders, onlookers who didn't know the truth thought they were filming. Seeing Chen Shen and their intense fighting, they praised, "This crew is great, the fights look so real, whether it's getting beaten up or kicked down, it's very impactful, much better than that what's it called tearing ghost show." "Exactly, exactly." Someone even pointed at Chen Shen and commented, "Look at this young man, so handsome, he took down over a dozen people in just a few moves, very convincing." Some onlookers were pointing and discussing animatedly. Chen Shen didn't have time to pay attention to them. After those people left, he immediately turned to Li Lukan and asked, "Are you hurt? Thank you for risking your life to protect me just now." Li Lukan shook her head, "I'm not hurt much, just got hit on the arm." Saying that, she raised her snow-white arm to show Chen Shen. Chen Shen held her snow-white and tender arm. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a bruise on her wrist, about the size of half a palm. It seemed she was hit by a fist just now. "Does it hurt?" Chen Shen thought of how Li Lukan had used her body to block the punches and kicks to protect him. He was quite moved. He didn't expect a girl to have such courage. So, looking at the bruise, he gently blew and touched it with care. Li Lukan, feeling Chen Shen's warmth threw his hand on her arm and the warm breath he blew, blushed and smiled shyly, saying, "It's nothing. It'll be fine in a few days, you don't have to do this, many people are watching, it's embarrassing." After speaking, she gently took her arm away from Chen Shen's hand. Chen Shen also noticed that many people were watching, and immediately said, "Let's go find a pharmacy first and get you some medicine to apply." "Okay," Li Lukan nodded and walked forward with Chen Shen. Li Lukan said as they walked, "The area of my injury is so large, it's hard to cover up. Looks like I won't be able to go to work for the next few days. What should we do?" "I'm really sorry, it's all because I offended someone surnamed Tian, that's why all this happened, and now it's affecting you," Chen Shen said apologetically. "It's nothing. It's just a coincidence. I don't blame you. Besides, I was planning to go back to my hometown for a few days anyway. My mom's birthday is coming up, so I was going to take this opportunity to take a few days off and rest." "Is that so? Well, that's good. I just don't know how I can help you. You've helped me, I haven't even treated you to a meal yet, and now you're injured because of me. I really feel bad about it." Li Lukan tilted her head, blushing slightly, and somewhat embarrassedly said, "If you really want to help me, can you pretend to be my boyfriend? Every time I go home, my mom and all my aunts bombard me with questions and try to set me up on blind dates. If I bring you back and say you're my boyfriend, would that be okay?" "Sure." Chen Shen agreed without hesitation, saying cheerfully, "I don't mind pretending, or even acting it out for real." Chen Shen looked at the beauty in front of him, feeling elated. Li Lukan was a model for luxury cars, with both looks and figure of a goddess. Dream on! Hearing Chen Shen agreeing to be her real boyfriend, Li Lukan blushed and smiled shyly, tossing her long hair and turning away. Li Lukan was familiar with the film and television city and quickly found a small pharmacy. After explaining the situation to the owner immediately took out a bottle of safflower oil, explaining that in the film and television city, actors often got injured due to action scenes, so these items were frequently purchased. Chen Shen was familiar with this product too. Back in school, when classmates sprained their ankles, they would use similar products, which worked well. So, Chen Shen took the bottle from the owner, opened it, poured some into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and carefully applied it to Li Luchuan's arm. The beautiful woman didn't resist as Chen Shen applied the oil, instead, she looked shyly pleased. After about 5 minutes, Chen Shen stopped and said, "Alright, it should heal quickly now. I massaged it for a while, so the oil should work." "Thank you." Li Lukan looked at Chen Shen with gentle eyes and softly replied, "It's nothing. You got hurt because of me, so taking care of you is the least I can do." Chen Shen comforted her, then turned to the owner and asked, "I haven't paid you yet. How much for this bottle of safflower oil?" "It's not expensive, just 20 yuan, the owner replied casually. Chen Shen and Li Lukan were well dressed, the man handsome and the woman beautiful, so the owner didn't think twice about the payment. "I don't have cash, can I pay by card?" Chen Shen took out his card and handed it to the owner. The owner was puzzled, looking at Chen Shen for a while before saying, "Why do you want to pay 20 yuan by card? Why not just give cash?" "I really forgot to bring cash with me. This card is all I have. But our shop is very small, we don't have a card machine." "You want to pay 20 yuan by card, are you trying to avoid paying?" The owner hesitated. Chen Shen, feeling embarrassed, looked at Li Lukan and asked, "I'm really sorry, do you have any money with you?" Li Lukan certainly didn't think Chen Shen did it on purpose. Just before they came out, she saw Chen Shen use this card to pay a huge sum of 1.5 billion. Maybe Chen Shen really doesn't have any change on him now. Li Lukan searched herself, but after searching for a while, she was surprised to find that her wallet was also left in the car, while her car was parked at the entrance of the film and television city 2 kilometers away. Suddenly, Li Lukan also stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Seeing the embarrassed look of Chen Shen and Li Lukan, the pharmacy owner immediately looked a bit displeased and said, "I say you too, looking like a handsome guy and a beautiful woman, dressed nicely, how can you not even have 20 bucks? Are you two deliberately teasing me, deliberately not wanting to pay? How could that be?" Chen Shen said, "I threw out 100,000 in the morning, your little money, for me, is really insignificant, it's just that you can't swipe the card here, otherwise I would buy your pharmacy too." The pharmacy owner, perhaps anxious that he couldn't collect his 20 bucks for the medicine, got a little angry after hearing Chen Shen's words and said, "You not only claim to have thrown out 100,000 in the morning, but also that you would buy my small shop. Now I not only find out that you have no money, but I also find out that you are good at boasting, huh?" Just then, a figure flashed at the entrance of the small pharmacy, and another person came in. The pharmacy owner, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately put on a pleasing smile, nodded and greeted, "Little Wu, are you here to buy medicine again? Or is it 20 bottles this time?" "Yes, 20 bottles of red flower oil. We have a lot of fight scenes in the crew recently, so we need to buy more to keep in stock." After speaking, he took out 400 yuan from his pocket and threw it directly on the transparent glass counter. Then, He glanced at Chen Chen and Li Lukun, and asked the owner, "What's going on?" The owner carefully arranged the 20 bottles of medicine, placed them on the counter, and disdainfully said, "These two people look decent, but they don't even have $20. Want to use my medicine for free? Isn't that annoying? Is that so?" The young man called Little Wu looked at Li Lukun, tall figure, full chest, beautiful face, especially the exposed arms, fair and tender, and immediately swallowed his saliva. He was also a stuntman following the crew, and his biggest flaw was that he couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman. Seeing Li Lukun looking very beautiful, the stuntman called Little Wu said with a lecherous smile, "Girl, give me your number, and I'll pay for your medicine. Let's be friends. What do you think?" Li Lukun looked at him disdainfully. How could she not know what he was thinking? This kind of person just wanted to use a little favor, then cling to the girl shamelessly, trying to take advantage, but once he caught her, he would immediately choose to abandon her without hesitation. Li Lukun said impatiently, "No need for your help." Oh, Little Wu was stunned, didn't expect the beauty to have a big temper, immediately changed his attitude, and said to the pharmacy owner, "Look, she's broke but still arrogant. I heard that a couple of scammers have recently arrived at our film and television city, and I think it's highly likely to be them." The pharmacy owner, upon hearing this, became anxious, walked out from behind the counter, stood between Chen Chen and the entrance of the small shop, and nervously said, "How come you can't even pay $20? Turns out there's a problem. You are indeed professional scammers, but you won't have it easy with me. Pay up. If you don't pay, don't even think about leaving through this door today." Li Lukun had no choice. Even though it was just a small amount of money, she couldn't just ignore it. Normally, her lipstick costs thousands, and a piece of clothing costs tens of thousands. When has she ever cared about a few bucks? But now, even a penny was hard to come by. After some careful thought, she said, "How about this? I'll go to the parking lot of the film and television city right now to get my wallet. Once I have the money, I'll pay you immediately. Is that okay?" Of course not, they are just looking for excuses to escape. The nearby Xiaowu had already bought the medicine, but he refused to leave, waiting to embarrass Chen Chen and Li Lukun here. Not only was he lecherous, but he was also petty. Just now, when Li Lukun glanced at him, he immediately got angry. He could tell from the disdainful look in the beauty's eyes that she was clearly saying, "You, a toad, dare to ask for my contact information? You must be dreaming." This made Xiaowu furious, so he continued to provoke, determined to make those who looked down on him lose face. Maybe Li Lukun would be forced to come back to beg him later. By then, he would make her kneel and worship him. Exactly, do you think I'm that easily fooled? The owner of the small pharmacy, after being instigated by Xiaowu, immediately thought that Li Luchuan's words were just an excuse to escape. He stared with alert eyes. Aren't scammers like you supposed to be wealthy? How come you can't even afford a bottle of medicine that costs a few bucks? Today, if you don't pay, I won't let you leave. If necessary, I'll call the police and have you all arrested. Let's see what you have to say then. Seeing Xiaowu and the pharmacy owner calling them scammers, Chen Chen also got a bit angry and said coldly, "Who said we are scammers? Who said we won't pay? Didn't I tell you, I just don't have cash? There's plenty of money on this card. Don't talk about a bottle of medicine, even your pharmacy, even a pharmaceutical factory, I can afford it, but you don't have a card reader, do you? Pa!" The pharmacy owner spat on the ground, looking coldly at Chen Chen. "Stop bragging with that broken card. You don't even have a few bucks, and you're talking about buying my pharmacy, even saying you can afford a pharmaceutical factory. Truly shameless scammers, boasting to no end. Today, no matter what, if you don't pay, don't think about leaving through this door." Seeing the pharmacy owner's tough attitude, Xiaowu smirked triumphantly at Li Lukun and Chen Chen, saying, "How about it? If you kneel down and beg me, maybe I'll help you pay the money. If this beauty is willing to accompany me tonight, hee. Forget about a bottle of medicine, I'll buy a whole box, and I'll even give you a few $100 as a tip. How about that?" Smack! Li Lukun raised her hand and slapped him. Angered, she said, "Look at your attitude. It's just a few bucks. Do you really think we can't afford it? Let me tell you, my uncle is Li Mingcheng, the owner of this film and television city. And this Mr. Chen Chen here also owns 10% of the shares of the vertical studio film and television city. Do you really think we are penniless scammers? Just wait, I'll call my uncle now and have him bring the money over immediately. By then, I'll make sure you all get out of the film and television city." Li Lukun was probably very angry, her tone was very harsh, especially when she mentioned that her uncle was Li Mingcheng and the current owner of the film and television city, which immediately shocked Xiaowu and the pharmacy owner. The two's faces changed drastically, and their eyes kept shifting between Chen Chen and Li Lukun. However, half a minute later, Xiaowu, rubbing his sore face, sneered, "Boss, don't listen to her. I've seen this kind of trick too many times. Who doesn't know the name of Lee Mingcheng, the owner of the film and television city? I even said Lee Mingcheng is my brother, but who would believe that? The guy said he's also a boss, with 10% of the shares. How is that possible? Everyone in our film and television city knows it's worth at least several billion. Even a tenth of that would still be several billion, right? Just a broke kid who can't even pay a few bucks, saying he's the boss of the film and television city. Only a fool would believe that. Daring to lay hands on people, I think we should definitely call the police and have them arrested. The owner of the small pharmacy heard his words, muttering in his heart for a long time, feeling uncertain. If this beauty's uncle is really Lee Mingcheng, if the kid in front of him holding a card to swipe is really a shareholder of the film and television city, then maybe it's still time to apologize, not to mention a bottle of $20 of safflower oil. Even if it's a few bottles of better medicine, he would be willing to give them for free. After all, being able to climb up the relationship with the boss of the film and television city, he could get by here in the future. Who wouldn't give him some face? And as long as the boss of the film and television city casually rewards a few things, it would be enough for him to make a lot of money. However, thinking about what Xiao Wu said, it does make some sense. Who in the film and television city doesn't know the name Lee Mingcheng? Anyway, there are not many people who truly know him. Casually saying he's a relative of his family, there's no way to verify it. And this kid, no matter how you look at it, doesn't seem like someone who can come up with several billion. So, after thinking back and forth for a long time, the owner of the small pharmacy still felt that what Xiao Wu said made more sense. He believed that Chen Chen and Li Lukan were just talking nonsense out of desperation. I've been here in this film and television city for a year or two, and I've never heard of Lee Mingcheng having a niece, nor have I heard of a young boss appearing in the film and television city. So, stop pretending. The more you say that, the more I feel like you're definitely scammers. The owner of the small pharmacy said disdainfully to Chen Chen and Li Lukan. Then, he picked up the phone on the counter and dialed the police. Xiao Wu, the martial arts extra next to him, finally felt quite pleased that things were getting out of hand. With a mocking smile on his lips, constantly squinting at Li Lukan, Chen Chen didn't stop the owner of the small pharmacy from calling the police. Since they weren't allowed to go out and get the money, either they had to call someone to bring the money, or they had to call the police, find a place where they could swipe the card, or let Li Lukan go to the car to get the money. The situation would probably be resolved. Li Lukan also said, "Why don't we just call someone to bring the money? Why make things so complicated?" However, the owner of the small pharmacy was resolute, refusing to budge, saying, "How do I know if you're calling someone to bring the money, or calling accomplices to help? Just by looking at you, I can tell you're scammers. I'll call the police and have you all arrested, then you'll be honest, see if you still brag about being a boss or a boss's relative." Just as the call was about to go through, a figure suddenly flashed at the door of the pharmacy, and a woman in a professional suit and ponytail came in. Her voice arrived before she did. "Honey, I'm off work. Today was really surprising and joyful." She hadn't finished her sentence when she suddenly saw Chen Shan and Li Lukan in the store, her words stuck in her throat, standing there tongue-tied for a long time without saying a word. It turned out that this woman was the ponytail woman who was hit with money by Chen Chen in the Film and Television City Management Center in the morning. Now it was lunchtime, she had over 10,000 yuan in her bag picked up from the ground, planning to come back and tell her husband about what happened in the morning. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered her own small pharmacy, she saw the figures of Chen Shan and Li Lukan, completely shocked that they would come here, and was dumbfounded. "Why are you just coming back?" "Just in time, I just caught two scammers who couldn't even afford a few dollars for medication. Let me show you. I was about to call the police to have them taken away directly, to see how they..." Before he could finish his sentence, the woman with the ponytail quickly rushed forward, snatched the phone, and with a snap, hung up the call. "What are you doing?" The owner of the small pharmacy saw his wife not only not praising them but also snatching the phone and hanging up, feeling somewhat inexplicably angry. "You still pity those two scammers? Watch how I deal with them." The woman with the ponytail looked at Chen Shan and Li Luchuan's cold faces, listened to her husband calling them scammers one after another, and was so scared that she was about to break into a cold sweat. She slapped him and shouted, "Shut up, you idiot." The owner of the small pharmacy was dumbfounded, wondering what he had done wrong. Why was he being hit again? The assistant Wu Xing on the side was also shocked, not expecting the owner of the small pharmacy to be so strict, looking at his face in pain. However, he couldn't understand why this woman was acting this way, siding with outsiders and hitting her own man. After hitting him, the woman with the ponytail immediately put on a pleasing smile, fawningly said to Chen Shan and Li Lukan, "Boss, Miss Li, I'm sorry, my husband is a bit out of his mind, he hasn't taken his medication today. If he said anything that upset you just now, please don't mind him, I apologize on his behalf." The woman with a ponytail and a group of women working in the management center were ecstatic after collecting money in the morning, especially when they found out that the young man who was throwing money around was indeed going to buy the film and television city, but the boss refused to sell. In the end, he splurged $1.5 billion to buy a 10% stake, leaving the women shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. They only then realized that Chen Chen was a true tycoon. Throwing around 100,000 yuan was nothing. He casually spent $1.5 billion. How much money was that? A group of women didn't dare to imagine. For a boss like Chen Chen, all these women could think was, bring on more like him. As for Li Lucan, she had visited the management center before, so the woman with the ponytail naturally knew that she was the niece of the big boss Li Mingcheng. Especially, they all knew that Li Mingcheng doted on Li Lucan very much, treating her like a precious gem. Now that these two heavyweight figures came to her small pharmacy to buy medicine, it was such a good opportunity to curry favor. The woman with the ponytail never expected that her husband would stupidly insult them, making her so angry that she wanted to scratch him. Boss? Miss Li? The owner of the small pharmacy and the assistant Wu Xing were both stunned. The owner of the small pharmacy covered his face, stared with a pitiful look in his eyes, and seeing the angry gaze from his wife, he knew he had caused trouble again. Trembling, he said to Chen Chen, You really are the boss? Chen Chen smirked slightly. We've said it before, but you didn't believe it. The owner of the small pharmacy was speechless for a moment, and couldn't help but cast a blaming look at the assistant Wu Xing, who had been inciting things on the side. What about you? Why don't you apologize to the boss and Miss Li quickly? The woman with the ponytail looked at the somewhat dull man, angrily said. But, they really took the medicine without paying? The owner of the small pharmacy still felt wronged. The woman with the ponytail was completely enraged this time. Snap! Another slap! She shouted, how much is a bottle of medicine worth? Why are you so stubborn? The boss and Miss Li came to our store to get medicine. That's showing us respect. Why ask for money? Does the boss need your little money? He gave us a bonus of 100,000 in the morning. I got over 10,000 from it. With that, the woman with the ponytail took out a thick stack of banknotes from her bag and slammed it on the transparent glass counter. The owner of the small pharmacy was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the young man who couldn't even come up with 20 bucks was actually the owner of the film and television city. If someone else had said this, he might have had doubts, but now that his wife said it herself, it must be true. Moreover, his wife even took out over 10,000 bucks, claiming it was the money Chen Chen gave them in the morning, leaving him speechless. Standing there dumbfounded for a while, he managed to force a grim smile on his puzzled face and stammered, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Forget it. Chen Chen waved his hand and said, it's not all your fault since we didn't offer the money first, but it was a bit much not letting us get it from the car. Yes, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. The small pharmacy owner didn't dare to argue. Not to mention his wife working in the management center and directly managed by the owner of the film and television city, just his small pharmacy, as Chen Chen, the owner, a word from him could shut it down immediately, forcing him out of the film and television city. So, knowing the identities of Chen Chen and Li Lucan, he didn't dare to utter a word of complaint. Seeing that the small pharmacy owner and the girl with a ponytail were sincerely apologizing, Chen Chen didn't make things difficult for them any further and said, alright, let's end it here. You don't need to worry. I'm not that petty to retaliate against you. Just work and run your store peacefully. Maybe I'll come to buy medicine in the future. I'll have someone deliver the money for the medicine this time, so rest assured. Hearing Chen Chen's words, the girl with the ponytail and the small pharmacy owner were grateful and humble, waving their hands repeatedly, saying, no need, it's just a few dozen bucks. However, Chen Chen insisted on sending it, and they didn't dare to say more. Meanwhile, Wu Xing, who had been scheming and inciting trouble on the side, was also terrified after learning the true identities of Chen Chen and Li Lucan. Initially, he thought Chen Chen and Li Lucan were just tourists visiting the film and television city who might have forgotten their wallets, so he saw an opportunity to take advantage, especially considering Li Luchuan's beauty. However, he suddenly realized that he had provoked someone he couldn't afford to mess with. He never imagined that Chen Chen, a young man, was actually one of the owners of the film and television city, let alone that the tall and beautiful girl in front of him was Li Mingqing's niece. Thinking about his earlier flirtatious and insulting remarks to her, Wu Xing was now sweating profusely. Quietly picking up the 20 bottles of safflower oil he had just bought, he tried to sneak away unnoticed while Chen Chen wasn't paying attention. But Chen Chen had already seen him. Just as he turned around, Chen Chen coldly asked, "What, you want to leave without a word?" Wu Xing was startled, feeling a cramp in his calf. Slowly turning around, with a mournful face, he pleaded fearfully, "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the real owners, I didn't know you were important figures, I was blind, I'm not human, please spare me." "Spare you?" Chen Shen snorted. "Who was the one cursing me as a poor loser and accusing us of being scammers, calling for us to be arrested?" "It was him, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have made a mistake," the small pharmacy owner, recalling the incident, said angrily. Looking at Wu Xing holding the medicine in front of him, Chen Shen, at this moment, no longer had the arrogant and domineering attitude he had before. He now put on a pitiful and miserable look, as if he was the one being bullied. Chen Shen knew that people like this were most afraid of tough guys, it was just their instinctual survival tactic. Chen Shen wouldn't fall for his act and coldly said, "Originally, I could overlook the false accusations you made against us if you knelt down and apologized. But since you are being disrespectful and dare insult the girls around me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, I have already injured over a dozen people, one more won't make a difference." Bang! A muffled sound. As Chen Shen's words fell, he swiftly raised his foot and kicked Wu Xing Xiaowu in the chest, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters back, landing on the ground. A mouthful of bright red blood immediately spilled from Xiaowu's mouth. Lying on the ground, Xiaowu was terrified upon hearing Chen Shen's words. It dawned on him that his dozen or so companions were the ones injured by Chen Shen. He didn't come to buy red flower oil for some staged fight, he came because his captain had 2 broken ribs, and his martial arts companions were beaten up. He was buying medicine for them. Before coming, Xiaowu learned from them that just now, they were beaten by a kid on the street, whose skills were extremely formidable. Even when they ganged up on him, they were no match for him. Xiaowu never expected that the person who brutally beat his companions was the same Chen Shen he provoked. Now, Xiaowu was filled with fear and regret. He was no match for Chen Shen, not even close to his companions who were beaten. He had lost the courage to fight back. Lying on the ground, he begged bitterly, I was wrong, spare me this once." Chen Shen took a few steps forward, stood in front of him, looked down at him as if he were an ant, and coldly said, "Since you've provoked me, let this be a lesson for you so you won't forget me next time." With that, Chen Shen lifted his right foot and stomped on Xiaowu's arm, and with a slight force, crack, the crisp sound of bones breaking immediately followed. Xiaowu let out a pig-like scream of agony. His bones were directly broken by the stomp. Seeing this scene, the ponytail girl and the small pharmacy owner turned pale with fear, silently grateful that they had apologized in time, or it could have been them lying on the ground now. "Do you understand your mistake?" Chen Shen looked at the struggling man on the ground and said coldly, his voice chilling the air around them. I was wrong. Will you dare disrespect the girls around me again?" I won't, never again. Spare me, please." "Good, I hope you truly remember this. Consider this a warning. If there's a next time, it won't be just your hand that gets broken. Now, get lost." With that, Chen Shen kicked Xiaowu again, sending him rolling out towards the pharmacy's entrance. Xiaowu didn't dare hesitate, he quickly got up, apologized to Chen Shen, and then hurriedly ran out, holding his broken arm. After he left, Chen Shen called Wu Nan and asked her to come to the pharmacy to collect 20 yuan when she had time. Wu Nan initially thought she misheard and asked if it was 20 yuan or 20,000 yuan. When she confirmed it was indeed 20 yuan, she was surprised. After hanging up, Chen Shan and Li Lu Chun bid farewell to the ponytail girl and her husband and left the small pharmacy. They continued strolling along the streets of the film and television city, but this time, they weren't heading to a restaurant. After the recent incident, Shin Shin felt it was best to have some cash on hand, so he and Li Lu Chun decided to withdraw some money before going to eat. After walking for a while, the two of them found a bank that was open. They walked into the lobby. Inside, Shin Shin noticed that there were quite a few people, so he took a number and sat with Li Lu Chun on a chair in the lobby, waiting to be called. Chen Shen thought he should withdraw more money since they were going to Li Luchuan's house, anticipating the need for cash and the possibility of not needing a card. Therefore, he decided to withdraw 2 million directly at the counter. After spending a long time in the small pharmacy, Li Luchun felt uncomfortable. Seeing several people still waiting in front of their number, she told Chen Shen that she needed to use the restroom and got up to leave. In the bank lobby, as Chen Shen sat bored on the chair, a girl who looked about 17 or 18 and was very pure and beautiful walked out. She was dressed in a black suit with a white shirt inside, black stockings, and small leather shoes, attracting attention. However, it was clear she had just started working, appearing a bit timid and shy. She held a stack of promotional flyers and stood there, staring blankly at the customers in the lobby. Chen Shen thought she must have just been given a task to promote something to the customers in the lobby. Sure enough, after hesitating for a while, the girl finally spotted a middle-aged lady and seemed to feel the least pressure from her. Gathering her courage, she took a deep breath and walked over. "Auntie, what business are you here for?" The middle-aged lady, seeing the innocent and lovely girl, politely replied, "My child sent me some money, and I want to deposit it." "Oh," the girl nodded, "would you like to buy some?" Before the girl could finish her sentence, she looked at the calloused hands of the middle-aged lady and seemed to realize something, thinking that she must also be someone who had a tough life. She changed her approach. "Have you filled out your deposit slip? If not, I can help you." "Sure, thank you, dear." The middle-aged lady happily went with the girl to fill out the forms. After a busy time, the girl finally helped the middle-aged lady complete the process. Amid the lady's repeated thanks, the girl took a few steps back, looking somewhat lost at the people in the lobby. She quickly spotted another well-dressed woman in her 30s and mustered up the courage to approach her. It seemed that this target had a certain economic ability, relieving the girl of any guilt. "Madam, hello, I'm a sales representative from Tianan Insurance. Would you like to know more about our insurance?" "No, no need." The woman looked disgusted, waving her hand repeatedly, then turned away, ignoring her. The girl faced rejection once again, turned around, and walked a few steps, intending to find the next potential customer. Chen Shen, observing the entire process, knew that this girl must have recently graduated and just entered the workforce. She was very thin-skinned, even needing to approach very gentle female customers to sell insurance. Yet, she seemed to have a good heart. Just now, she noticed that the lady who wanted to deposit money didn't seem very wealthy, so she gave up on persuading her to buy insurance and even helped her fill out the deposit slip. This left a very positive impression of the girl on Chen Chen. In this world full of materialism, there were not many girls with such pure hearts. As Chen Chen quietly watched the girl, a man in a black suit walked into the lobby. He was clean-shaven, with neatly groomed hair, exuding a leadership aura. Approaching the girl, he seemed a bit angry at her bewildered expression and sternly said, "Mu Run, did you fail to sell any insurance today again?" "Manager. I." The girl glanced at the man's dark face, lowered her head, and remained silent. She tightly held the stack of advertisements, nervously fidgeting as if she had made a serious mistake. The manager, infuriated by her lack of sales, said angrily, "Mu Run, today is your last day of internship. If you can't sell a single one today, don't bother coming in tomorrow. It's embarrassing that you've been here for so long and still haven't made a sale. Even I, as the manager, feel ashamed for you. On your first day, I explained the business to you, and you had the audacity to say our insurance is a scam. You really opened my eyes. And I specifically told you which clients to approach as a beginner, but instead of closing deals, you end up advising them not to buy after lengthy explanations. Are you a reincarnated bodhisattva, only helping others but neglecting yourself?" After being scolded by the manager, Mu Run didn't know how to respond and stood there dumbfounded, speechless. As the manager continued his reprimand, Chen Chen felt uneasy and stood up, saying, "I don't think this girl did anything wrong. There's no need to speak to her like that." The manager, surprised by the interference, looked at Chen Chen and disdainfully asked, "Who are you? What business is it of yours if I reprimand my own staff? It doesn't matter who I am. I just think you're being too harsh in pursuit of profit," Chen Chen calmly replied. Mu Run, grateful for Chen Chen's support, smiled at him awkwardly, a mix of embarrassment and cuteness in her expression. However, she knew arguing with the manager was futile. The insurance company's system was clear: no results, no value. Being scolded by superiors was part of the job. Mu Run thanked Chen Chen, saying, "Thank you, but it's my fault. I didn't do my job properly." "It's not the manager's fault. See? She says it's fine. If her performance is lacking, it reflects on me as a manager. Can't I even scold her a bit?" The manager angrily retorted, directing his frustration towards Chen Chen. Seemingly transferring his unresolved anger from the girl to Chen Chen, the manager shouted, "You, a grown man, shouldn't take it out on a young girl just because of a performance issue. It's just about sales. Put in more effort, and you'll succeed." Oh, speaking without understanding the situation, the manager sneered at Chen Chen, dismissing him as an ordinary person. "Do you know our monthly sales target? As a manager, I need to achieve at least 1 million in insurance sales per month, while she, and in turn, needs to reach 50,000. Have you ever seen that much money? Instead of meddling, go earn money doing something else." Listening to the manager, Mu Run nodded at Chen Chen, as if to say, "He's right. That's how much we need to sell." However, Chen Chen didn't take it seriously and casually remarked, "I thought the target would be much higher. Turns out, a manager only needs 1 million. It's not as big a deal as it seems." Chen Chen's comments stirred discontent among the onlookers. How can you belittle 1 million like that? It's a huge amount. Selling 1 million in insurance every month is extremely challenging. This guy doesn't even know the value of 1 million. He's just talking big to defend the girl. Manager heard what Chen Chen said. He was also very angry, as if he felt despised by a beggar for not having money, immediately said in anger, "What are you boasting about? 1 million is nothing. I bet you haven't even seen 10,000 before. Do you think selling a 1 million insurance is easy? I bet you don't even know what insurance is, right? You look like a poor devil who has never bought insurance. Do you even deserve to argue with me here? Get out quickly, humph. I haven't bought insurance before, but 1 million is really nothing to me. If you are willing to ask me, I will buy a 1 million insurance from you, to show you whether I am boasting, to see if I really don't consider 1 million as money," Chen Chen said. "Apologize to you? Ha ha ha." The manager laughed loudly, looking disdainfully at Chen Chen, saying, "Stop pretending to be a rich second generation in front of me. Rich people have long bought insurance, only poor devils like you would say such big words." Mu Runrun saw Chen Chen and the manager arguing for her sake. She hurriedly persuaded, "Don't argue, I quit. I can't sell insurance, it's my lack of ability. Please stop arguing." She didn't want Chen Chen to confront the manager for her sake. She knew that Chen Chen was just trying to save her face. How could Mu Runrun believe that Chen Chen could easily come up with 1 million to buy insurance? Seeing the girl still trying to protect Chen Chen, the manager became even more angry, saying, "You should have resigned long ago. You have no business ability at all, always pretending to be kind-hearted. You only deserve to be with this kind of poor devil. People like you will never know what it feels like to be rich in your lifetime." Because they were arguing loudly, many people waiting to do business in the hall were attracted over. Many people felt that although the manager's approach was a bit harsh, it seemed that he hadn't done anything wrong. After all, in today's society where poverty is not as shameful as prostitution, as long as you can make money, you are considered capable, regardless of your kindness or anything else. But if you have no performance at all, you will inevitably be scolded. And guys like Chen Chen who look poor and still act like 1 million is nothing, are even more contemptible to them. Everyone pointed fingers at Chen Chen, telling him to mind his own business and stop boasting. While everyone was discussing, the leader of the bank also came out, a man in his 50s with slightly graying hair. After clarifying what had happened, the leader said to Chen Chen, "Although this manager's criticism was a bit too harsh, it is also his job responsibility, and although you were well-intentioned in wanting to help, you also need to know your limits. As for your claim that 1 million is nothing to you, thinking that a 1 million insurance coverage is easy, I think it's a bit exaggerated." "Not exaggerated," Chen Chen said lightly, "I really think so. It's just 1 million. It shouldn't make this manager so angry, venting all his grievances on a young girl. What kind of ability is that? You." The manager did not expect Chen Chen to still say that, immediately complained to the leader, "You see, he just said that, as if we are all incompetent losers, as if 1 million is as insignificant to him as 1 yuan. He looks like a poor loser who has never bought insurance, never seen money, and still shamelessly says such things. I have never seen such shamelessness." The bank leader also seemed displeased, saying to Chen Chen, "Since you keep saying that 1 million coverage is nothing to you, that you don't care about 1 million at all, then let's do this. You buy some insurance, let us see your strength. How about that?" "Okay." Chen Chen smiled faintly, stood next to Mu Runrun, and said, "You said this girl's kind heart is worthless, right? Well, I'll buy from this girl today. I want you to know that you guys are the ones truly worthless like dog shit." After Chen Chen finished speaking, Mu Runrun stood there dumbfounded, not reacting for a while. It took a good half moment before her face lit up with surprise, saying, "Are you buying insurance from me?" "Yes," Chen Chen nodded. "Great. I won't be fired now, and I'll sell an insurance policy too," Mu Runrun happily exclaimed. After a while, she handed Chen Chen an advertisement paper, saying, "Look at the types of insurance here, there are many options. Just buy a little, or maybe this 880 yuan major illness insurance?" Chen Chen carefully examined it and said, "Only 880 yuan, that's too little." Then, Chen Chen turned to the bank leader and asked, "How much do I need to buy to promote this girl to a manager level?" "What? This? What kind of insurance buying method is this? Why ask directly how much to buy to get a promotion to manager?" Everyone looked at Chen Chen in confusion. The bank leader remained silent for a moment and said, "We do have a promotion system like that. An ordinary salesperson, if they can exceed 1 million in sales every month for 6 consecutive months, can be promoted to manager. Of course, if they can achieve a sales volume of 5 million at once, that's also possible." "Is that so?" Chen Chen nodded and casually said, "In that case, let's start with buying 5 million first to make this girl a manager. I guess I won't have to endure this guy's criticism in the future, right?" Chen Chen glared at the insurance manager with disdain. The manager, upon hearing Chen Chen's sudden intention to buy 5 million in insurance, immediately sneered in disdain and said, "You, buying 5 million in insurance? Ridiculous. If you can buy 5 million in insurance, I'll resign on the spot, and this manager position will go to Mu Runrun." If you're just bragging and can't even afford 10,000, then don't embarrass yourself here, not just you but Mu Run Run too. Get out together. Okay. Chen Chen responded nonchalantly with a relaxed expression. At that moment, his number was called, so he went straight to the bank window to withdraw money. The insurance manager watched Chen Chen's back with a cold smile, thinking he was just putting on a show and couldn't possibly afford 5 million in insurance. The bank leader also had some doubts about Chen Chen. Seeing his young age and lack of tact in hiding his sharpness, they speculated that he must have no background and was just a penniless radical. Only the girl Mu Run Run, watching Chen Chen go to the window to withdraw money, felt a bit worried and touched. She hadn't expected Chen Chen to stand up for her by making such a big fuss, thinking she should thank him later. Mu Run Run had mentally prepared herself. She decided that when she was asked to leave later, she would hold her head high, smile, and walk out gracefully. She couldn't let others look down on her. She must not cry, that would be too embarrassing. Then she would take Chen Chen out for a big meal to celebrate her first job being terminated and thank him for his righteous help. 2 minutes later, when everyone was anxiously waiting, Chen Chen returned empty-handed from the window. The insurance manager immediately mocked excitedly, "See, I was right, he's just a poor loser. Wasn't he going to withdraw money? Where's the money? Insufficient balance, right? Ha ha." The bank leader also looked very disappointed, shaking his head at Chen Chen. Mu Run Run walked up to Chen Chen, comforting him, "It's okay, I'm quitting. Let's go, it's just a job, nothing serious. I'll treat you to a meal." Chen Chen remained calm and composed, looking at her with a smile and saying, "Let's not rush to eat. Let the bank bring my money first, buy insurance first, and then talk about you becoming a manager." "What?" Mu Run Run was stunned. "Didn't you fail to withdraw the money? What money did the bank bring you?" "Oh, they said I withdrew a bit too much cash, so they asked me to wait for a moment. I've already told them to send the money directly here," Chen Chen said casually. Sure enough, within a minute, 4 bank employees pushed 2 carts filled with bundles of red 100 yuan bills. The bills stacked on the 2 1-square-meter carts were almost as tall as a person. After seeing Chen Chen, the 4 individuals pushed the money in front of him and politely said, "Sir, the 7 million cash you withdrew is all here. Do you want to count it?" "No need," Chen Chen waved his hand, then casually picked up 4 stacks from the small mountain of money and threw them to the 4 employees, saying, "Tips, go have some tea." Damn! The 4 individuals were instantly stunned. Is this guy a tycoon? Just for helping him push the money over, he gave a 10,000 tip, which was too extravagant. Although they worked in the bank and saw piles of cash every day, facing tens of thousands or even millions did not faze them. But that was because they knew that the money was not theirs. No matter how much there was, it was no different from blank paper. However, what Chen Chen gave them was different. Once he gave it to them, it became their own money. 10,000 at once was not a small amount of money. The 4 individuals thanked Chen Chen repeatedly and left happily. Now, the onlookers were all stunned. Many people looked at the 4 bank employees with intense envy. The gray-haired leader in the bank also did not expect Chen Chen to be so wealthy, and even more so, he did not expect him to be so generous, casually taking out 40,000 as a tip for the bank employees, which indeed surprised him greatly. At this moment, when the insurance manager saw 2 full carts of banknotes being delivered to Chen Chen, his face turned green, and his astonished eyes almost fell to the ground. He never expected that Chen Chen could actually produce 5 million, no, it was 7 million, as the bank employee just mentioned. Now he regretted it deeply. He never thought that he would make such a big mistake today, encountering such an unlucky situation. Originally in a bad mood, he just wanted to criticize Mu Run Run a bit, but it caught the attention of this tycoon. If he had been a bit more polite at that time, if he could have convinced Chen Chen to buy insurance from him, not only would his performance have greatly improved, but he might have even climbed higher in his position. But now, in a fit of anger, he offended him. Not only did he lose his business, but he also bet his current managerial position. He now wished he could slap himself hard on the head. However, what's done is done. Once words are spoken, it's almost impossible to take them back. He could only stand there dumbfounded, staring blankly. At this moment, Chen Chen walked up to Mu Run Run and gently said, "I want to buy 5 million worth of insurance. I wonder if this excellent insurance saleswoman can help me with that." Mu Run Run was completely dumbfounded at this moment. She had already prepared to walk out proudly amidst the disdain of everyone, never expecting that Chen Chen would seemingly perform magic and have the bank staff bring out 2 full carts of banknotes. She was now overwhelmed with surprise, her heart beating rapidly, and she was completely incoherent. "Of course. You. 5 million, What insurance do you want to buy?" She initially thought that Chen Chen was just helping her out, deliberately speaking to the manager in that way, deliberately mentioning buying insurance. Even when Chen Chen firmly insisted on buying it later, Mu Runrun felt that making Chen Chen spend 880 yuan was already a big favor, owing him a lot. But what shocked her was that Chen Chen actually said he wanted her to be the manager, suddenly wanting to buy a 5 million insurance policy. When the money was piled up in front of her, Mu Runrun realized that Chen Chen was not joking, everything he said was real. However, she suddenly found herself in a dilemma because she had just arrived not long ago, hadn't even sold insurance worth a few hundred yuan, and didn't know how to handle the procedures. Now, with a heavyweight 5 million policy, she didn't know where to start. Mu Runrun just stared at Chen Chen's face foolishly, smiling. The bank leader on the side had already noticed Mu Runrun's situation. He was in charge of both the bank and insurance business here, so he immediately put on a smile and said to Chen Chen, "Sir, Xiaomu is still an intern and has not dealt with such a big business. Let me handle it for you personally. But rest assured, all of this will be considered her achievement. I will announce her permanent position tomorrow, and she will immediately take on the role of manager. What do you think?" Now he realized that Chen Chen was a super rich man. Such big clients, whether in terms of bank deposits or insurance and financial management, would be treated like treasures wherever they went. Moreover, he also realized that Chen Chen was determined to help Mu Runrun. Although he couldn't confirm their relationship for the time being, with 40 or 50 years of life experience, he could guess that something was going on between the two. One was a young, beautiful, just graduated, innocent and cute little beauty, and the other was a handsome, wealthy tycoon under 20. It seemed quite normal for something to happen between these two. Chen Chen saw the bank leader personally stepping in to help with the business and guaranteeing that all the credit would go to Mu Runrun, so he did not refuse and nodded in satisfaction. He said, "Okay." After that, he directly gave him Xu Elan's phone number and said, "You can contact this young lady. Just tell her I want to spend 5 million to buy insurance for her and the employees of the film and television company, let her arrange it." Okay. The bank leader respectfully noted down the phone number given by Chen Chen, feeling amazed. No wonder he was so rich, he actually owned a film and television company. Starting a film and television company at such a young age, and being so generous, his future was limitless. He felt that he must serve Chen Chen well. If he could establish a relationship with Chen Chen, it would be a small matter for him to raise funds in the future. As he was thinking about how to please Chen Chen, the insurance manager beside him was crying and pleading, "Leader, can you give me another chance?" The insurance manager had also climbed up from the grassroots as a hard-working business agent. After finally reaching the position of manager, he not only earned more than before but also didn't have to run around begging for business anymore. As long as he supervised his subordinates to complete the business volume, those could also be considered part of his 1 million. So, although he was complaining now, he was much better off than before. Therefore, he was particularly unwilling to give up everything now. However, the bank leader had clearly heard his sarcastic remarks towards Chen Chen earlier. If he gave the manager a chance now, it would be like not giving himself a chance. So, when the manager pleaded, the bank leader immediately shouted angrily with a black face, "Chance? Do you, a person like you, still deserve another chance? You didn't even take such a big client seriously just now. How can I dare to give you a chance? Get out. You have been fired." "Me?" The manager wanted to argue a few more points, but he realized it was useless. The leader was just using him as a tool to please Chen Chen. It would only bring more ridicule and criticism if he continued. So, he could only sigh heavily, hang his head in dejection, and roll out. After dealing with the insurance manager, the bank leader smiled at Chen Chen and said, "I never realized how despicable this kind of person is. It was my negligence in work. If you hadn't come today, I wouldn't have discovered talents like Mu Runrun, who have good character and excellent business skills. I must thank you and please come often in the future." He. Chen Chen smiled faintly, thinking to himself, money does make a difference. Initially cold towards me, now seeing a few million in cash, suddenly becomes extremely enthusiastic. Initially wanted to fire Mu Runrun, now because I bought a 5 million insurance policy, Mu Runrun immediately turned into an outstanding talent with good character and strong business skills. However, Chen Chen saw through it but didn't expose it, just exchanged a few polite words with him. Then, he had him count and take away the 5 million in cash first, and the bank leader happily rushed off to do so. With 1.96 million left in the car, as Chen Chen was thinking about how to take it away, he suddenly saw the cleaning lady. She was holding 2 large black plastic garbage bags, which Chen Chen thought were suitable for holding money. So, Chen Chen picked up 2 stacks of money from the pile, walked up to the cleaning lady, and said, "Auntie, are your garbage bags for sale?" The cleaning lady was taken aback. "Garbage bags? For sale? No, young man, who would want these?" "I do, sell me too." Hey, if you need them, just take them. I'll go get 2 more from the warehouse. Saying this, the cleaning lady handed the 2 large black garbage bags to Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't hesitate, took them directly, and stuffed the 2 neatly stacked brand new 100 yuan bills into her hands. For you. After saying that, Chen Chen turned and left, leaving the cleaning lady standing there, looking at the 20,000 yuan in her hand, feeling bewildered. Buying 2 cheap garbage bags and giving 20,000 yuan. 20,000 could buy a truckload of garbage bags. She couldn't earn 20,000 in half a year of work. The cleaning lady looked at Chen Chen with admiration, praising the young man for being handsome and generous. She regretted being born too early. After sighing for a while, she happily went to the warehouse to get new garbage bags with the 20,000 yuan. Mu Runrun, who had been in a daze for a while, seemed to have awakened a lot, knowing that she was not only not fired but also very lucky to be promoted to manager. And all of this was brought to her by the young man who looked somewhat handsome in front of her. Watching Chen Chen stuffing money into the garbage bags, Mu Runrun walked up and quietly started helping. As she helped Chen Chen fill the bags, she lowered her head shyly and said softly, "Thank you, if it weren't for you, I would have been fired today. It's okay, it's just a small effort. You have a kind heart, and I couldn't stand seeing the manager bully you like that," Chen Chen said casually. Mu Runrun was stunned, blushing slightly as she stammered, I've never had anyone besides my parents say they don't want others to bully me. Do you? Do you like that I have a kind heart? After saying this, her pretty face turned as red as her snow-white neck, almost burying her head in the garbage bag. Ha! Chen Chen, busy throwing money into the bag, without much thought, said, I do. With that, Mu Runrun's heart raced as if she had a few little rabbits hopping around inside, feeling excited and nervous. He hesitated, how about I treat you to dinner later, okay? Chen Chen was taken aback. Dinner? No, not today. Maybe next time, I have something to do later. Oh? Mu Runrun's bright eyes dimmed slightly in disappointment. Alright then. With Mu Runrun's help, Chen Chen quickly stuffed all the money into the trash bags. Just as he stood up, Li Lucan returned and saw the trash bags in Chen Chen's hands. Puzzled, what? Weren't you going to withdraw money? Why are you using trash bags? Before she could finish, she seemed to realize something, chuckled, covered her mouth, and said, You put the money in the trash bags, didn't you? You're quite a character, always fooling around. After speaking, she took one bag, helped Chen Chen carry it, and they walked towards the door. She had seen Chen Chen spend money on a Rolls-Royce with just a wave of his hand, having swiped 1.5 billion in the morning, so she wasn't surprised at all that he took out some money. Chen Chen and Li Lucan walked slowly outside. In the hall, Mu Runrun was left staring at their backs, lost in thought. She didn't know what the relationship between Chen Chen and this tall, beautiful woman was. Seeing the intimacy between them, Mu Runrun's eyes reddened, feeling a mix of envy and bitterness. Although Chen Chen had agreed to have dinner with her next time, when would that be? She stood there forlornly, gazing in the direction of the glass door for a long time, feeling like something in her heart had been taken away. Chen Chen and Li Lucan walked down the streets of the film and television city, each carrying a large trash bag, attracting many curious glances along the way. People on the street couldn't understand why these 2 good-looking individuals were walking around with 2 bags of trash. Looking at the people on the street, Chen Chen and Li Lucan smiled at each other. Only they knew that the bags didn't contain trash but over 1.9 million soft sister coins. If those curious onlookers saw it, they would surely be shocked. A few minutes later, they finally reached the parking lot. Li Lucan pressed the car key, beep beep. A white BMW Mini flashed its lights twice. Li Lucan opened the trunk, threw the black trash bag inside, jokingly said, I'm not as rich as you to buy a Rolls-Royce, so you'll have to settle for my small car. Chen Chen chuckled, aren't all cars just 4 wheels? They're all the same to me. As long as there are luxury cars and beautiful women, I'm happy, hee hee. With that, he placed his trash bag in the trunk, opened the passenger door, and got in. Immediately, a scent similar to Li Luchuan's enveloped him, almost making Chen Chen dizzy. He couldn't help but squint his eyes, sniffing hard a few times, so fragrant. Seeing Chen Chen's reaction, Li Lucan was slightly surprised and a bit shy. Blushing slightly, she asked, Fragrant? Very fragrant. Chen Chen intoxicatedly replied. Hee hee. Then you can just stay in my car and not get out. Sure, but you have to keep me company. Chen Chen teased. Ha, dream on. You've already taken over my car, and now you want me to keep you company. Who do you think you are to me? Just so you know, no man has ever been in my car before. Li Lucan said. Chen Chen shamelessly said, I'm honored then. I won't leave. But what's our relationship? Are you my girlfriend? Shouldn't you take me home to meet your mom and relatives? We're pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, okay? Don't even think about doing anything to me. Li Luchuan's voice grew softer as she spoke, not really rejecting him, making Chen Chen feel like he was being blatantly tempted. Fortunately, the two of them only had to drive less than 200 kilometers, so after a brief argument, they quickly set off in the car. Just 3 kilometers away from the film and television city was the entrance to the highway. The BMW mini car drove directly into the entrance and onto the highway. Li Luchuan's home was actually in Zhonghai City as well. However, her home was not in the urban area of Zhonghai. Zhonghai was a prefecture-level city with 5 counties and 3 districts below it, and her home was in one of the county towns called Qingshui County. Qingshui County was about 70 kilometers away from the urban area of Zhonghai, but it was nearly 200 kilometers away from the film and television city. They needed to drive for about 2 hours on the highway. The car drove fast and smoothly on the clean highway, with a refreshing fragrance in the air, listening to the melodious music in the car, and watching the beautiful scenery flying past the window. Chen Chen felt very relaxed. Li Lucan was obviously in a good mood as well, with her fair and tender hands placed on the steering wheel like jade. She playfully tapped her fingers to the rhythm of the music from time to time. A happy and sweet smile adorned her face, and when there were fewer cars ahead, she would turn her head to look tenderly at Chen Chen. Li Lucan was also very happy and excited that Chen Chen could accompany her home. So, listening to music and chatting, an hour quickly passed. By this time, they had covered a little over half of the journey. Li Lucan noticed a service area ahead and slowly drove into it, wanting to take a rest there for a while. The parking spaces for large and small vehicles were separated in the service area. The area for small cars was crowded, and Li Lucan drove her BMW Mini slowly in, finally finding an empty parking space after a while. She carefully maneuvered the car and began to reverse into the parking space, with Chen Chen also helping her by looking through the car window, as the service area was very crowded at the moment. Li Luchuan's driving skills were not bad, and she quickly reversed into the space. Just as there was only about half a meter left to park the car properly, a black Audi A6 suddenly reversed out in front, seemingly not noticing the presence of the minicar. Click! A harsh sound rang out as the two cars collided. 2 people immediately got out of the black Audi. One was a tall and thin young man in his 20s wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and the other was a muscular young man with prominent muscles on his arms and elaborate tattoos, looking like a tough guy. The one driving was the tall young man with gold-rimmed glasses. After getting out of the car, he immediately went to the back of the car, glanced at the point of collision between the 2 cars, and then looked at Chen Chen and Li Lucan in the Mini, tapping the hood of the car aggressively with his fingers, and arrogantly said, Hey, how can you drive like this? Can't you drive? Come over and take a look. You've crashed my new Audi like this, you have to pay for it. Li Lucan was somewhat angry. It was clearly the black Audi that had not paid attention to the rear when reversing, and they had actively collided with her car. Now they were falsely accusing her of crashing into them. But seeing the arrogant attitude of the 2 men, especially the one with tattoos, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Chen glanced at her, held her hand, and comforted her, saying, It's okay, I'm here. Let's go down and see the situation first. With that, Chen Chen and Li Lucan both opened the car doors and got out of the car. The tall young man with glasses brightened up when he saw Li Lucan coming out, realizing she was a rare beauty. His attitude improved significantly as he said, Beauty, how did you drive? Look at what you've done to my car. This is a brand new Audi A6 that I bought not long ago, costing me a whole 700,000 yuan, fully equipped. What do you think we should do? As he spoke, his eyes kept scanning Li Luchuan's face, chest, and waist, looking lecherous. At this moment, Li Lucan was too angry to pay attention to his actions and said, Are you unreasonable? My car is about to reverse into the parking space, and it's your fault, isn't it? Oh, is it? The tall and thin young man pushed his glasses up and smirked, but what I saw was you backing up and hitting me. You! Li Lucan was furious. I have a dashcam. Let me show you and see what you have to say. She angrily opened the car door to check the dashcam, only to find the screen was black because the charging cable had come loose without her noticing. Now, she couldn't prove her innocence. The tall and thin young man, standing outside the car, had already seen Li Luchuan's expression through the window and guessed that something was wrong. Smugly, he said, What's wrong? Couldn't capture it on camera? Ha ha. Now you're in trouble, right? How about this? Let's be friends, exchange contact information. I'm Zhang Yichen. I'll fix the car myself. I can't make things difficult for a beauty like you, can I? With that, he took out a fancy business card and handed it over. Unexpectedly, Li Lucan didn't even look at it and disdainfully said, I don't want your dirty stuff, keep it away. You? The tall and thin young man didn't expect such a blunt rejection. Feeling embarrassed, he took back the card, sneered, and said, "Fine, since you're acting all high and mighty, don't blame me for being rude. Pay up then." "Pay up?" Lee Lukun coldly snorted. "My car is insured. I'll just call the insurance company." "Sure, go ahead if you don't mind the hassle." The tall and thin man arrogantly crossed his arms, looking at Lee Lukun. Chen Chen, who had been silent on the side, thought that these two were just trying to extort money. Giving them some money would settle it. Reporting to the insurance would only cause more trouble and delay, and Lee Lukun still had to go home to celebrate her mother's birthday. So, Chen Chen said to Lee Lukun, "Forget it, just give them some money. It's not a big deal. Dealing with insurance is too troublesome." But Lee Lukun still felt indignant. She was the one who got hit and now had to pay the other party. However, considering Chen Chen's words, she reluctantly nodded without saying a word. Seeing her agreement, Chen Chen said to the two, "You know who's right or wrong in this matter. We're in a hurry. How much do you want?" The burly young man with tattoos, hearing Chen Chen's tone, felt like they were being treated like beggars, and angrily said, "Brother Chen, this kid clearly looks down on us, treating us like beggars." Zhang Yichen looked at Chen Chen with a cold gaze, feeling even more furious seeing him with such a stunning beauty. He coldly said, "All right, do you have a lot of money? My car is the latest model, and the parts are expensive. The rear tail light and bumper are damaged. You should compensate me 100,000. Zhang Yichen was asking for an exorbitant amount. His car cost only 700,000, and the damage wasn't severe, costing around 10,000 to repair. But he just wanted to embarrass Chen Chen. Although he didn't know the relationship between Chen Chen and Lee Lukun, he could tell that the car probably belonged to Lee Lukun. These BMW Minis were mostly bought by girls, men rarely drove such small cars. Therefore, Zhang Yichen felt that Chen Chen was very likely not as wealthy as the beauty. Even if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, Chen Chen was highly likely to be a freeloader. Zhang Yichen thought that as long as he could make Chen Chen back down, he could show off his financial power and charm in front of the beauty, and perhaps even win over this tall and beautiful lady. 100,000? Chen Chen was taken aback, his expression displeased as he said, "Fixing this minor issue shouldn't cost that much, right? How can it not cost that much?" Zhang Yichen immediately said in frustration, "You clearly haven't seen good cars before. This is an Audi, not your family's bicycle. Just one taillight costs several $1,000. Hurry up and pay." "I can pay, but I can't let you guys extort me, can I?" Chen Chen sneered. He. Zhang Yichen chuckled, "Kid, I can tell you can't come up with that much money. You think I can't see through you, a freeloader? You don't have that much money and still want to show off in front of me. I'll make sure you regret it today. Right, Brother Chen, we can't let him off easily. If he can't pay up today, I'll make him taste the punch of a sandbag." The burly tattooed man beside him cracked his knuckles. Lee Lukun, seeing the fierce and menacing looks of the two, realized that they wouldn't give up easily without compensation, and looked at Chen Chen in confusion. Chen Chen also understood that he had encountered two thugs. If he didn't give them something, they wouldn't let him go easily. Normally, he would have dealt with them properly, but now, with Lee Lukun by his side and the need to return to her house before dark, he couldn't be bothered with these two. Chen Chen walked to the back of the BMW Mini, opened the trunk, took out a black garbage bag, and then walked back to the front of the car. Zhang Yichen and the burly tattooed young man thought Chen Chen was going to get money, but when they saw him coming back with a large black garbage bag, they were puzzled. "Damn, Brother Chen, is this kid a garbage collector? Or does he really think we're beggars and wants to give us the trash from his car?" The tattooed young man was so angry that veins popped on his forehead. Zhang Yichen, looking at the black garbage bag in Chen Chen's hand, was also furious and said loudly, "You poor loser, not only are you a freeloader, but you also have a hobby of collecting trash. I really look down on you. Who said what I brought is trash?" Chen Chen placed the bag on the hood of the Mini, and when he let go, a gust of wind blew, opening the bag to reveal several stacks of banknotes. Now Zhang Yichen and the tattooed young man were dumbfounded. It turned out that the black garbage bag didn't contain trash at all, but half a bag of red 100 yuan bills. Damn, can a freeloader make so much money? Zhang Yichen looked at the pile of banknotes in front of him and even envied Chen Chen. Chen Chen casually picked up a few stacks of banknotes and shook them in his hand, saying, "I was just worrying about where to spend this money." "If you want money, it's fine. Didn't you say you had to pay 100,000 for damaging something of yours? I think that's a bit low. How about I choose a few more places? 100,000 for each. Deal or not?" Zhang Yichen was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Chen to want to spend money, saying that 100,000 was just a small amount and wanting to find more places. Zhang Yichen suspected that Chen Chen had been squeezed dry by the beauty and his brain had gone bad. One place for 100,000, apart from the engine of this Audi worth over 700,000, there probably weren't many places worth 100,000. He said, alright, as long as you pay 100,000 for damaging one place, I'm all in today. Let's play. Chen Chen chuckled, threw out 100,000, this is for the rear-end collision. Zhang Yichen waved his hand, and the tattooed young man immediately took the photos, carefully examined them, and nodded, saying, yes, they are all real. Zhang Yichen chuckled and said, good, continue. Chen Chen then took out another 100,000, threw it out, and walked towards the Audi car. He looked around but didn't do anything until Zhang Yichen started feeling uneasy. Chen Chen then opened the car door, kicked it in with force, and the steering wheel came off with a snap. Damn it! Zhang Yichen and the tattooed young man were startled. The steering wheel connection was very sturdy, made of metal rods, yet it was broken with just one kick. How much strength did that require? Both of them felt a bit scared, realizing that Chen Chen might not be as simple as they thought. Zhang Yichen didn't want to continue, but Chen Chen was on a roll and wasn't willing to let them off easily. He threw another 300,000 and continued circling the Audi. Finally, when Zhang Yichen was trembling, praying not to start the engine, Chen Chen opened the engine compartment cover. Suddenly, he had a small fruit knife in his hand and directly cut a coolant hose. Splat! A blue-green liquid immediately flowed out, spreading all over the ground. Without the coolant for engine cooling, the car was basically unusable. Trying to start it would trigger a high-temperature warning in a few minutes, potentially damaging the engine or causing plastic parts to catch fire. Zhang Yichen felt like his heart was bleeding, his car was now practically useless, and he would have to call a tow truck to take it for repairs. However, Chen Chen still had two more chances. He aimed at the engine belt and cut it. Bang! The belt snapped, making it impossible to start the engine. Zhang Yichen's face turned green. Although the hose and belt weren't particularly valuable, they were crucial components. With both destroyed by Chen Chen, driving away from there was almost impossible. Although there were repair shops at the service area, Audi parts weren't readily available everywhere. There was one last chance left, and Zhang Yichen was at his wit's end, feeling trapped. He had thought Chen Chen was an easy target for extortion, but Chen Chen's skills were far beyond that. They could only stand by and watch, hoping Chen Chen would stop. But after a while, Chen Chen chose to target the engine. He opened a cover, threw the fruit knife into the crankcase, then started the car. Clang clang! A series of metal collisions and braking sounds echoed. Then, Chen Chen walked away with a satisfied smile. Zhang Yichen's face turned dark. The previous damages were minor inconveniences, but Chen Chen's final move was a fatal blow to his Audi. The crankshaft was damaged, requiring extensive repairs and replacements. This was a new car, and dismantling it would render it useless. Zhang Yichen felt like his heart was bleeding. Yet, he couldn't do anything to Chen Chen now, so he could only watch his car pitifully, sighing continuously. Li Lukan stood next to the Mini, initially puzzled when she heard Chen Chen demanding not only 100,000 in compensation but also additional tens of thousands in more damages. She didn't understand what Chen Chen was up to. However, after watching Chen Chen fiddle around in the Audi for a while, Zhang Yichen's face looked as ugly as if his father had died. Li Lukan guessed that Chen Chen must have come up with another bad idea. When Chen Chen returned with a smile on his face, Li Lukan knew he must have given the other party a good beating. Without saying much, the two rested in the service area for a while before continuing on their journey. Zhang Yichen stood in front of his Audi for half an hour, his face almost turning purple with anger. He had just spent over 700,000 on this car, hadn't even driven it for a few days, hadn't even finished the running-in period, and now it was ruined. Although he received tens of thousands in compensation from Chen Chen, a quick calculation showed that he still lost a lot. Zhang Yichen secretly vowed that if he ever encountered Chen Chen again, he would make him pay. The burly man with tattoos, who was initially arrogant, was scared into silence when he saw Chen Chen break the metal connection of the steering wheel with one kick. His bones were not as tough as metal. It wasn't until long after Chen Chen and Li Lukan had left that he resumed his fierce demeanor, spat on the ground, and muttered a few harsh words. It was past 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the BMW Mini finally stopped in front of a 3-story villa on the west side of the county town of Qingshui. We're here, this is my home. Li Lukan had already forgotten the unpleasantness on the road and felt good again now that she was back home. Especially since she brought Chen Chen back this time, her heart was still pounding with excitement. Chen Chen also got out of the car and looked at the very clean and tidy 3-story building in front of him, as well as the flowers and plants in the courtyard visible through the fence. He exclaimed, "Your home is really nice." Li Lukan smiled and said, "Really? If you like it, stay a few more days. My mom will be very welcoming." "Sure." Chen Chen chuckled and said, "Then I won't be polite, I'll be a son-in-law, enjoying the beauty's hospitality every day. It's not a bad life. Dream on, hurry up and come in." Li Lukan said, taking Chen Shen's hand and walking shoulder to shoulder towards the courtyard. Acting had to be convincing, playing the role of boyfriend and girlfriend, she didn't want to show any flaws, and besides, she didn't need to act. She actually hoped to be Chen Shen's girlfriend. "Mom, I'm back." Li Lukan held Chen Shen's hand, and as soon as the two entered the living room on the first floor, Li Lukan called out coquettishly. Just as she finished calling out, a graceful woman in her 40s, with a beautiful face and wearing simple and neat clothes, came down from the second floor. With her beautiful eyes and exquisite face, bearing a resemblance to Li Lukan, although a bit older, she was still very beautiful and elegant. This woman was Li Luchuan's mother, Zhang Qiujin. As Zhang Qiujin came downstairs, she smiled and said, "You, girl, haven't been home for how many days? Have you forgotten about your mom?" Smiling, she came to Li Lukan and Chen Shen. Li Lukan giggled and said, "How could I forget? I'm back to see you, aren't I? I remembered your birthday." All right, mom knows," Zhang Qiujin chuckled and said. Seeing her daughter with a handsome young man by her side, especially noticing that they were still holding hands without letting go in front of her, she knew her daughter had a boyfriend. She carefully looked at Chen Shen, who had a sunny and handsome appearance, and seemed very compatible with Li Lukan. Zhang Qiujin seemed quite satisfied and said with a smile to Chen Shen and Li Lukan, "You two must be tired from the journey, go sit on the sofa and rest for a while. I'll make you dinner soon." "Thank you, Auntie," Chen Shen said politely. "Okay, hurry up, Mom, I'm starving." Li Lukan pulled Chen Shen towards the sofa in the living room, not forgetting to urge her mother a bit. "This girl, I'm on my way there." Zhang Qiujin listened to her daughter's coquettish urging and couldn't be happier. Especially today, bringing back a very nice young man, the marriage matter she had been worrying about finally had some progress. Zhang Qiujin walked happily, the meal was quickly prepared, a full table was set, not only fast but also exceptionally delicious. Chen Shen felt his appetite open up as soon as he sat down at the table. The two women kept serving him dishes, and Chen Shen accepted everything, eating voraciously, finishing 4 bowls of rice before laughing and saying he couldn't eat anymore. Li Lukan looked at Chen Shen's bulging belly and said, "I didn't expect you to eat so much?" Chen Shen wasn't embarrassed but admitted frankly, "I couldn't eat this much before. The dishes Auntie made today are just too delicious. If my stomach could hold more, I would eat more." Hearing Chen Shen's words, Zhang Qiujin was also very happy, looking at the two with affection and saying, "It's okay, I'll cook for you every day from now on." Okay, Chen Shen nodded repeatedly. Li Lukan blushed slightly and said, "What's okay? This is my mom, how can she cook for you every day?" "What are you saying, child?" Zhang Qiujin pretended to be angry immediately. "From now on, when you both come back, I'll cook delicious food for you every day." After a moment of silence, she looked at Chen Shen and asked, "Child, where is your family from, and what do your parents do?" "Mom, what are you doing? Checking the household registration?" Li Lukan seemed to know about Chen Shen's background, knowing he grew up in an orphanage, and now hearing her mother's question, she became a bit nervous, not sure if bringing up these things would remind Chen Shen of his sad past. However, Chen Shen appeared calm and composed, saying, "Auntie, I'll be honest with you, I'm an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage since I was little. I don't even remember what my parents look like, or have ever tasted my mom's cooking. So, the food you cooked today tasted especially delicious to me." Zhang Qiujin was completely surprised to hear about Chen Shen's background, thinking about how her husband died in a car accident when her daughter was 10 years old, and Li Lukan practically grew up in a single-parent environment. She felt a pang of sadness, realizing they were both children with difficult lives. She said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Don't be sad. From now on, consider this place as your own home. Just tell me what delicious food you want to eat." Sighing, Chen Shen ate this meal filled with motherly love for the first time. Listening to this heartfelt care, his eyes couldn't help but moisten. The three of them chatted for a while at the dining table before Chen Shen and Li Lukan went back to the living room to watch TV. They wanted to help with the dishes, but Zhang Qiujin insisted she could handle it alone and asked them to go play. After tidying up the kitchen, she quickly went upstairs and turned on the lights in a room on the 3rd floor. 10 minutes later, she returned to the staircase on the 2nd floor and told Chen Shen and Li Lukan, who were still on the sofa in the living room on the 1st floor, "I've already laid out the blankets for you. Don't catch a cold at night. I'm going to bed now, don't stay up too late." "Okay, Auntie, good night." Chen Shen, who was watching TV, seemed to not pay much attention to what she said, only hearing her mention sleeping early, so he casually said good night. However, he quickly realized something was off. "Wait," she asked him and Li Lukan to sleep early and not catch a cold. Chen Shen was stunned, she really considered him as a son-in-law, allowing him and her daughter to sleep together before getting married? Chen Shen's eyes widened in surprise. Upon hearing her mother's words, Li Lukan blushed like a red apple, not even in the mood to watch TV. The room on the third floor that was opened was her boudoir. Before going to college, she had always lived there, and hardly anyone else had been inside. Unexpectedly, today her mother took the initiative to tidy up the room, even letting Chen Chen move in. Li Luchuan's heart was pounding, and her palms were starting to sweat. Although she really liked Chen Chen and was willing to be with him, it all seemed too fast, making Li Lucan unable to help feeling nervous. Both of them understood Zhang Qiujin's intentions. When their eyes met again, there was inevitably some ambiguity and awkwardness. Li Lucan blushed and said indignantly, "My mom is really something. There are other rooms on the third floor that could be cleaned up for you to stay, but she. Chen Chen was delighted inside but said seriously, "Why don't I just sleep on the sofa in the living room? It's all the same to me. How can that be? You came back with me, how can I let you sleep on the sofa? Besides, you're my boyfriend, I can't let others think it's fake." Li Lucan said softly, "All right then, as long as you're not afraid I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing, I'll endure it and sleep in your room." "Ha ha," Chen Chen teased her, taking her hand and heading upstairs. Li Lucan was like a docile kitten at this moment, letting Chen Chen lead her without any resistance, obediently following him upstairs into the room. The room was tidy and warm, with pink curtains and furniture that exuded a feminine touch. A large, soft-looking bed was placed in the room, covered with a new bright red quilt. It looked like the kind of bed newlyweds would use on their wedding night. After Li Lucan entered the room, she slowly freed her hand from Chen Chen's grip, turned around, and gently closed the door. The room fell into a profound silence, with only the sound of their heartbeats and slightly hurried breathing. Chen Chen looked at the charming and shy Li Lucan, intending to suggest he would sleep on the floor while she took the bed, but before he could finish, the beauty suddenly lowered her head. In an instant, her white skirt gently fell to her ankles, revealing her exquisite curves to Chen Chen. Li Lucan gracefully walked to the edge of the bed, gently pulled back the covers, and slipped in. Soon, she took off the remaining clothes under the covers, placed them beside the bed, and then, with infinite tenderness, glanced at Chen Chen and softly said, "Remember to turn off the light." After speaking, blushing, she tucked her head under the covers. Chen Chen's head was spinning. Was this really okay? After all, they were in Li Luchuan's home, and her mother was sleeping downstairs. If there was any commotion, how could he face her tomorrow? But if he didn't go, the beauty had already taken the initiative. If he really didn't go, neglecting Li Lucan, she would surely think he was rejecting her. Therefore, Chen Chen was momentarily at a loss on what to do. Standing there blankly for 10 minutes, he couldn't make up his mind. When the beauty peeked out from under the covers again, gazing at him with deep affection, Chen Chen finally gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and thought to himself, "I'll go, after all, I've agreed to be her boyfriend, and it's only natural to sleep on the same bed as my girlfriend." So, Chen Chen walked to the edge of the bed, undressed, and then slipped under the covers. At first, there was some distance between them, but soon, Li Luchuan's tender hand quietly reached over, very warm and incredibly soft. Chen Chen immediately felt a powerful force awakening within him. Without further thought, he embraced the beauty tightly in his arms. With all his strength, he took her to heaven, to hell, then back to heaven, the room echoing with the sounds of their happiness. Like this, wave after wave, until almost dawn, the two fell into a deep sleep. When Chen Chen woke up, it was already around 11 in the morning. The pale sunlight shone through the window, casting light on Chen Chen's body and face. Not long after he woke up, Li Lucan pushed the door open from outside, holding bread, eggs, and a cup of milk in her hands. "Darling, have breakfast," she said, placing the items on the small table and handing Chen Chen his clothes. Chen Chen looked at Li Lucan, who was wearing a floral dress today, with a low neckline that accentuated her smooth, long legs, even more charming after being nourished by love. Her skin seemed even more radiant and translucent than before, her rosy cheeks exuding a seductive pink hue. Chen Chen was mesmerized, unable to look away. "Little devil, it's been a whole night, and you still can't get enough?" Li Lucan teased ambiguously. "Get up quickly, the neighbors next door heard my boyfriend is here and they all want to meet you. They're in the living room chatting with my mom. Get up, freshen up, have breakfast, and we'll go downstairs together. My aunt might come over today." Chen Chen was taken aback. "So many people want to see me? Scared?" Li Lucan teased, looking at Chen Chen's bewildered expression. "I've told you before that every time I come back, a bunch of people surround me, urging me to get married. Now you finally realize how serious it is, but it's too late because you're already mine, huh?" Li Lucan pretended to smirk mischievously. Chen Chen had no choice but to obediently get up, freshen up, eat the bread, drink the milk, and then hug Li Luchuan's waist as they went downstairs together. In the hall, indeed, 3 or 4 middle-aged women were sitting on the sofa gossiping incessantly. They chattered about trivial matters for an hour without getting tired. They were chatting animatedly when they suddenly saw Li Lucan coming down from upstairs with Chun Chen, and they all fell silent. At that moment, Xing Qiujin introduced, "This is little Chun's boyfriend, Chun Chen. These are aunts from our neighborhood. This is Aunt Li from the east, this is Aunt Wang, and this is Aunt Zhang. They are your elders." Chen Chen nodded. Since he had agreed to be Li Luxuan's boyfriend and Zhang Qiujin had been very kind to him, he felt he couldn't let them lose face in front of the neighbors. So, he immediately greeted them warmly, "Hello, aunts, I'm Chen Chen. Nice to meet you all." The women found Chen Chen polite and quite handsome, and they nodded in approval. This young man is not bad, he looks spirited and handsome, quite suitable for our little Chun. Of course, our little Chun has been a beauty since she was young. If her boyfriend isn't good looking, I, as an aunt, wouldn't approve. So little Chun has been waiting for you all this time? The women chatted, praising Chen Chen's luck in finding Li Lucan, a girl with good character and beauty. Li Lucan felt embarrassed by their words. However, Chen Chen nodded in agreement with them. After chatting for a while, Li Auntie from the east suddenly asked, "Chen Chen, what do you do for a living now? How much do you earn in a month?" Yes, can you support our little Chun? You can't let her suffer, right?" Aunt Zhang added. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, "I'm still a university student now, I don't have a proper job yet, it seems." Although he had several companies like Zhenghai International Hotel, Chen's Group, Lin's Film Industry, Xuelan's New Lisboa Casino, and a 10% stake in Shudian Film and Television City, all of these could only be considered his side businesses. His main identity at the moment is still a university student. What? You don't even have a job? And you're still a university student? Aunt Li widened her eyes. So, what you mean is, not only can't you support Xiaochun, but you have to rely on her to make money to support you? Another woman exclaimed in surprise. How can you be like this? How can you be able to accompany our Xiaochun like this? I thought you already had some achievements in your career? Yes, still a university student. If there's no money at home, doesn't that mean you're a poor guy? How can this work? Exactly, I think we should reconsider. We need to find a better young man for Xiaochun. Several middle-aged women, upon hearing that Chen Chen was just a university student, instinctively felt that he must be broke. Therefore, they immediately looked down on Chen Chen a bit and started talking to Zhang Qiujin, wanting to help Li Lucan find a better boyfriend. Li Lucan couldn't bear to listen to their criticisms of Chen Chen, and besides, Chen Chen hadn't even finished speaking before they interrupted him. It's true that he's a student, but Li Lucan knew very well that Chen Chen was not a poor guy. He didn't even bat an eye when buying a Rolls-Royce, and he exchanged 1.5 billion for a 10% stake in Shudian Film and Television City. Just these achievements were already quite remarkable. So, when those ants were chattering away, Li Lucan immediately said seriously, "You're not allowed to speak ill of my boyfriend like that. How do you know he doesn't have money? He has money that you can't even imagine, and besides, I like him for who he is, not his money. You're not allowed to talk about him like that." Seeing Li Lucan getting angry, the others pursed their lips and anxiously said, "Look at her, she's been blinded by this poor guy. She actually says he's rich. He's just a university student who hasn't even graduated. How much money could he have?" Exactly, I only see Xiaochun's car parked at the gate. He doesn't even have a decent car, how could he have money? It's Xiaochun, you must not be deceived. Let me tell you, you might think money isn't important now, that love is the most important thing for you, but let me tell you, after you get married, you'll find that without money, your life will be a mess every day. Love and all that is just nonsense. That's right, I have a niece who stubbornly married a poor guy from out of town last year. What happened in the end? That guy only earns a few thousand a month, he can't even afford a piece of clothing for her normally, and now they're divorced. So, we definitely won't agree to Xiaochun dating such a poor guy. Watching these women all indignant, it seemed like they cared more about Li Lucan than even themselves. Chen Chen was speechless. In the end, he could only smile and say, "Aunties, although I said I'm a student, I never said I'm broke." So, are you saying that your family is wealthy? If that's the case, it's almost there. How much assets does your family have? What do your parents do? How many properties does your family have? Is the new house for marriage ready for you? The women bombarded him with questions like a rapid fire. Facing Li Lucan and her mother, Chen Chen couldn't evade the truth and had to say, "I'm an orphan, I don't have parents, my family didn't leave me any assets, if there are any assets, they are mine." What? He was an orphan, which meant he couldn't possibly be a rich second generation. So why was he still here? Get out, how dare you think you're worthy of being with Xiaochun? That's right, the daughter of my third uncle's family looks much worse than Xiaochun. She even married someone with tens of millions at home. You, a poor student, to put it bluntly, are like a toad. How dare you even think about eating swan meat? Chen Chen was stunned. These women were so fierce, they didn't even give him a chance to speak. Zhang Qiujin listened to the neighbors gossiping, a faint smile on her face, seemingly unaffected by their words towards Chen Chen. She believed in her daughter, in her judgment. Even if Chen Chen was truly a poor student, as long as her daughter genuinely liked him, as long as they loved each other, she would accept it happily. But Li Lucan didn't have the same patience. She saw the aunties not believing her, continuously calling Chen Chen a penniless ghost, her face full of anger, almost ready to kick them out. Chen Chen saw Li Luchuan's anger and knew she was trying to defend him, afraid he would be upset. So he grabbed her hand, smiled at her, and said, "Wait for me." Then, he ignored the women who kept chattering and went straight to the BMW Mini outside. He took out the remaining half bag of cash from the trunk at the service area and returned to the living room. At first, the women thought Chen Chen had left because of their words, but to their surprise, he quickly returned, carrying a large black garbage bag. The women looked down on him even more, pointing their noses at him, accusing him of being poor and worthless. It was his first time visiting his girlfriend's home. Not bringing a gift was one thing, but bringing a garbage bag, what was he thinking? Was he planning to pick up trash to sell here? The women were about to stand up and kick Chen Chen out together. However, Chen Chen kept smiling, not stooping to their level. If it was just about money, he could solve it easily. Amid the women's continuous disdainful remarks, Chen Chen walked up to them with the garbage bag, emptied it, and suddenly more than 300,000 in cash spilled out. Bundles of red banknotes covered the coffee table. The women, who had been noisy like ducks, were all stunned, speechless, as if someone had choked them, staring wide-eyed, not saying a word. They were all staring at the scattered banknotes on the table, deeply shocked. Seeing their reactions, Chen Chen was satisfied with the outcome and continued, "Aunties, let me finish. Although I am an orphan, a university student, I am not short of money. I forgot to buy a gift in a hurry. Here is over 300,000 in cash. Each of you take tens of thousands, consider it a gift for my first visit, and thank you for caring for Xiaochun." A gift? Tens of thousands each? The women were dumbfounded, never expecting Chen Chen to be so generous, casually giving over 300,000 as a first visit gift, each worth tens of thousands. This was just a neighborly relationship, yet he was so generous. The women excitedly divided the money, not even bothering to be polite, fearing Chen Chen might regret and take it back. Then, looking at the bundles of banknotes in front of them, they couldn't stop smiling. Next, they all praised Zhang Qiujin enthusiastically. They said she was really lucky, having a daughter who was as beautiful as a celestial being, and finding a son-in-law who was equally handsome and, most importantly, very wealthy. A young man so generous and with such a good temper was hard to come by. They praised Li Lucan for having such good taste, being able to find such an outstanding boyfriend. No wonder she had never been interested in the people they introduced to her before. The speed at which they changed their attitude left Chen Chen amazed. He could hardly believe that these women, who were all smiles and compliments now, were the same ones who had mocked him just a while ago. The women kept praising Zhang Qiujin and Li Lucan incessantly, occasionally throwing in a few compliments for Chen Chen. An hour passed, and they showed no signs of stopping. Finally, Chen Chen couldn't take it anymore and had to remind them that it was lunchtime and they should make lunch or chat another time. Reluctantly, they hugged the money Chen Chen gave them and left cheerfully. In the afternoon, a Land Rover suddenly arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. A man and a woman got out of the car. The woman looked to be in her 30s, quite pretty, dressed in expensive clothes like a wealthy lady. The man was very young, around 17 or 18, dressed in branded clothing from head to toe. They entered the courtyard, where Li Luchuan's mother, Zhang Qiujin, had already come out to greet them. "Oh, why didn't you come in the morning? I had prepared your lunch, but you never showed up," Zhang Qiujin said with a smile as she looked at the newcomers. "Sis, I had something to attend to in the morning and couldn't get away. I had to rush over after leaving the business matters behind," said the woman who was Li Luchuan's aunt, Zhang Xufang. She hadn't visited for a long time, but since her elder sister's birthday was the next day, she had to come over for a family reunion first. The young man beside her was her son, Wu Yifan. When Wu Yifan saw Zhang Qiujin, he immediately nodded and greeted her, "Hello, auntie." "Oh, Yifan is getting taller and more handsome as he grows up," Zhang Qiujin praised. Then she took the two of them and said, "Come, let's go to the living room upstairs and talk." Chen Chen and Li Lucan, who were resting in the room upstairs, heard the commotion downstairs and lost their sleep. Li Lucan recognized her aunt's voice and decided to bring Chen Chen downstairs to the living room. "Sis, you said on the phone that Xiaochun has a boyfriend now?" Zhang Xufang asked eagerly as she sat down in the living room. Zhang Qiujin nodded, "Yes, Xiaochun came back yesterday and brought her boyfriend to meet me. His name is Chen Chen, and they are resting upstairs now. Really? Zhang Xiufang seemed a bit disappointed. I was thinking of introducing another boyfriend to Xiaochun during this visit. I've already met the person, he's tall, handsome, and most importantly, very capable. Despite his young age, he has already climbed to a middle management position in a large company in Shanghai, earning quite a bit of money. With his own abilities, he bought a house, a car, and is highly regarded by the management. My husband's company often collaborates with theirs, so I had the chance to meet him. Zhang Qiujin nodded and said, please don't worry about Xiaochun every day. She already has a boyfriend now, so let's drop it. Oh, sis, look at what you're saying. I am Xiaochun's aunt, I have to worry about her. If I don't, who will? Zhang Xiufang said, where is her boyfriend from? What's his family background like? I'll meet him later. If he's not up to par, Xiaochun must break up with him, and I'll introduce her to someone better. Our girl is so outstanding and beautiful, how can we not carefully choose a man who is worthy of her? Zhang Qiujin nodded and briefly explained Chen Chen's situation to her. However, Zhang Qiujin did not know how much money Chen Chen had, nor did she know how many companies Chen Chen owned. In the morning, Chen Chen gave money to the neighbors, and Zhang Qiujin felt that Chen Chen might have taken it out just to save face, speculating that he might not have much money. Just as she finished speaking, Chen Chen and Li Lukan also came down from upstairs. Auntie! Li Lukan sat next to Chen Chen in the living room before greeting Zhang Qiufang. In the past, every time she saw Zhang Qiufang, she would rush over to hug her. This time, maybe because she had grown up or felt a bit embarrassed in front of Chen Chen, she just politely smiled and greeted her. However, these actions, seen through Zhang Qiufang's eyes, made her somewhat unhappy. After listening to her sister's words and looking at Chen Chen in front of her, she felt that Chen Chen's conditions were too poor, not worthy of Li Luchuan's beauty. Moreover, the young man Chen Chen introduced to Li Lukan was even worse. Especially when Zhang Qiufang saw Li Lukan with this boyfriend, she wasn't as warm towards her as before, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. Zhang Qiufang glanced at Chen Chen and asked, your name is Chen Chen? Yes, Chen Chen nodded. My sister said you are an orphan and still in college? Yes, that's right. Do you have money? Can you afford to take care of our Xiaochun? What do you have to make her happy? Zhang Qiufang's tone became heavier, sounding somewhat accusatory. Chen Chen was slightly impatient. Why did everyone ask these questions? What does it matter if I have money or not? We know how we live, and that's all that matters. There's no need for everyone to come and see how much money we have. Chen Chen said lightly, I have money, how do you know I can't make Xiaochun happy? Ha ha. Zhang Qiufang, seeing Chen Chen's unfriendly tone, liked him even less and said, what's with your attitude? With your situation, what money can you have? Instead of making Xiaochun happy, I think it's Xiaochun who will make you happy and give you a meal to eat, right? Auntie, Li Lukan, seeing the two about to argue, immediately said, how can you say that about Chen Chen? He is my boyfriend, I like him, and he really is very wealthy, even wealthier than your family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiufang burst into laughter and said, silly girl, this boy, wealthier than my family? Are you kidding me? The construction company my husband and I run is one of the best in Shanghai City. Even the Moon Lake Villa project in Shanghai was built by our company. My family now has assets of at least tens of millions. This kind of insignificant boy probably won't even know how much tens of millions are in his lifetime, let alone being wealthier than us. What a joke! Her son, Wu Yifan, upon hearing Li Luchuan's words, also showed disdain, glancing at Chen Chen and saying, cousin, you're praising this boy too much. Just look at him, wealthier than my family? What a joke! I probably have more pocket money in a month than his entire family's wealth. Ha ha! I've seen many like him, relying on their looks to sweet-talk girls. Cousin, don't be fooled. Shut up, I don't need you to teach me. Li Lukan said angrily. Seeing the atmosphere turning sour, Zhang Qiujin immediately intervened, smiling and saying, oh, we are all family, let's not ruin the harmony. Whether rich or poor doesn't matter, as long as Xiaochun and they are willing, it's fine. Seeing her sister speak, Zhang Qiufang didn't want to continue, but the more she looked at Chen Chen, the more she disliked him and the angrier she became. Although Wu Yifan stopped talking, he was thinking of ways to properly humiliate Chen Chen, to see if he dared to defy his mother and pretend to be wealthy. A few people chatted casually for a while, discussing plans for the upcoming banquet and the guest list. By evening, under Zhang Qiujin's arrangements, they had dinner together. After dinner, as Zhang Qiufang was about to leave, Wu Yifan suddenly suggested taking Chen Chen and Li Lukan to a bar to meet some new friends. Zhang Qiujin was pleased with Wu Yifan's invitation to Chen Chen and hoped the young people could get along well like a family. She encouraged them to go out and have fun. Chen Chen initially didn't want to go, but upon hearing Li Luchuan's excuse of feeling unwell, he reluctantly agreed. Unexpectedly, Li Lucan declined, citing genuine discomfort and not wanting to make things difficult for Chen Chen. Chen Chen, upon hearing Li Luchuan's refusal, decided not to go as well. However, Wu Yifan insisted that Chen Chen should join them at the bar, emphasizing the importance of integrating into their group. Determined to humiliate Chen Chen in front of his wealthy friends, Wu Yifan saw this as a rare opportunity with Li Luchuan's absence. With Zhang Xiujin's approval, Chen Chen was persuaded to go. Zhang Xiufang understood Wu Yifan's intentions and supported his decision, even offering them a luxury car to use. Chen Chen, confident in his abilities, accepted the invitation without hesitation. Li Lucan, reassured by Chen Chen's resolve, smiled and bid him farewell as he left with Wu Yifan. As they arrived at the Amethyst Bar in Qingshui County, the night had already fallen. Looking out from the parking lot, the bar was decorated gorgeously, with neon lights outside the wall constantly changing and flashing colorful lights. At the entrance of the bar stood a beautiful young lady in a cheongsam, looking all alluring and attractive. As Chen Chen followed Wu Yifan into the bar, the waiters greeted Wu Yifan warmly, clearly recognizing him as a regular. Wu Yifan led Chen Chen into a private room numbered 666. Upon entering, a dozen or so young men and women immediately stood up, raising their bottles to greet Wu Yifan. "Yifan, why are you late? You owe us 3 shots as punishment." "Yeah, you gathered us here to treat us, but you're late. Where's the sincerity?" "Yifan, what about your internet-famous girlfriend? Bring her out for us to see. Heard she's skilled in certain areas, is it true?" The group of people, with guys sporting earrings and chains around their necks, looking fashionable, and girls with smoky makeup, ripped jeans, crop tops, and short skirts, all giving off a rebellious vibe. Hearing their words, Wu Yifan felt proud, walking with a swagger, saying, "I just gave that girl a few tens of thousands as a tip. She came running over, indeed skilled, but got bored after 2 days, so I sent her back. Damn, what a shame." A chubby guy seemed to have missed out on a great opportunity, frowning and saying, "Yifan, if there's such a good deal, you should have told your bro, just a few tens of thousands, I would have given it to her. Can't I be the next one in line?" Ha ha. The group burst into laughter immediately. Someone mocked, "Chubby, you think just because you have a few tens of thousands, she'll come running to you? Looks matter, right? You're not as handsome as Yifan, maybe the girl doesn't even look at you. Don't hit where it hurts, okay?" Chubby guy, feeling exposed, sat on the sofa angrily, picked up a glass and gulped down a drink. At that moment, someone noticed Chen Chen behind Wu Yifan and asked, "Yifan, who's this guy? A new friend? Haven't seen him before." Wu Yifan glanced back at Chen Chen, then walked to the middle of the crowd on the sofa and said sarcastically, "This is my cousin's new boyfriend, Chen Chen. He claims to be very wealthy. Be careful not to let him look down on you guys." TSK. A guy with long hair sneered, "Wealthy? How wealthy? Richer than my family? Richer than Yifan's family?" Someone immediately chimed in, "Exactly. Look at him, obviously a poor guy who hasn't seen the world. How can he compare with Yifan? Yifan's family has assets worth tens of millions. There are probably only a few families in the whole county as wealthy as them. That's right, not just Yifan, even us, probably much better off than him. Who doesn't brag? I even say I'm richer than Bill Gates, but who the hell believes it? Ha ha." A girl with exaggerated makeup and a revealing outfit said disdainfully, "Yifan, your cousin's boyfriend can be like this. Seems like your cousin isn't that great looking, huh?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Wu Yifan. Wu Yifan looked at the girl, disdainfully saying, "Not great looking? Let me tell you, my cousin is a car model, a top-notch beauty specifically for luxury cars. She has the figure and the looks. If she wasn't my cousin, I would have gone for her." With that, he picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, lit one, took a deep drag, looking indignant. "Damn! Such a beautiful woman with such a poor guy, heaven has no eyes." The people around looked at Chen Chen with great indignation. Chen Chen looked at them one by one, all still immature delinquent boys and girls, not on the same level as him. He found a corner, sat down on the sofa, poured a cup of tea, and slowly savored it. In the private room, several girls were singing and dancing, while the guys kept drinking and chatting, quickly emptying the beer on the table. Someone drunkenly asked, "Fangu, it seems like we're out of alcohol. You're treating, you wouldn't be so stingy, right? Not even ordering more alcohol?" Wu Yifan had already downed several bottles by now, his mind somewhat excited and blurry from the alcohol. When he heard his buddy's half-joking, half-teasing words, he immediately slammed the coffee table and said, "You think I'm a pushover? When did I, Fangu, ever back down from treating? Call the waiter and bring the drinks menu." Soon, a waitress in a vest came over and handed them the drinks menu. Wu Yifan generously let everyone order whatever they wanted, no need to be polite, he was treating today. Then, he ordered 4 bottles of red wine and a bottle of champagne for himself. Wu Yifan intentionally wanted to show off his wealth in front of Chen Shen, so he insisted on ordering 2 more bottles. Although Wu Yifan was a bit blurry, he roughly checked the prices, totaling less than 20,000, which he could afford. The others were also drinking in a daze. When they heard Wu Yifan's suggestion to order freely, they were excited too. Some of them held the drinks menu, pointing to the drinks they wanted to the waitress, but they themselves were not sure which ones they were pointing at. Soon, the ordered drinks arrived, all of them high-quality drinks rarely seen. Although this group of kids often frequented bars, they mostly ordered beer, occasionally some red wine. Today, they were suddenly served such good drinks, and they were all excited, praising Wu Yifan generously as they drank. Wu Yifan was also extremely pleased. Holding the bottles in his hands, he staggered over to Chen Shen, disdainfully saying, "See that? This is the life of a wealthy person. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever drunk such expensive red wine?" When Wu Yifan saw that Chen Shen had been drinking tea all along, he looked down on him even more. You must have never been to such a high-end bar before, sitting here, not drinking the fine red wine and spirits, only drinking tea. You're really a country bumpkin." The others were just thinking of ways to flatter Wu Yifan, but now seeing him humiliate Chen Shen, several of them also gathered around, swaying their glasses, looking at Chen Shen and saying, "This poor loser, too scared to even drink, so pathetic. I bet he's afraid that he'll have to pay if he drinks, right? Ha ha ha. Fangu said he's treating, how could he make this poor guy pay? He doesn't even have the guts. What kind of man is he?" A girl in a crop top also came over, looking disdainfully at Chen Shen, sneering, "I don't know how Fan Ji's cousin could have fallen for him. If it were me, I would never want a boyfriend who's both poor and cowardly." A group of people surrounded Chen Shen, drinking and mocking him. At first, Chen Shen saw them as a group of immature kids and didn't bother with them. But now, as they became more and more offensive, he couldn't help but get a little angry and said, "Have you had enough fun? If you have, then sit back and drink your own alcohol. Ha ha." Getting angry now, one person chuckled sarcastically, "I didn't expect a poor guy to have a temper. I'm so scared. Oof. What confidence does he have to get mad at us? We're all rich second-generation kids, he's just a poor boy, and he dares to challenge us?" Seeing Chen Shen's expression turn sour, Wu Yifan smugly said, "What's wrong? Are you jealous of us enjoying luxurious drinks? Feeling inferior? Do you feel uncomfortable sitting there? That's right, today I want you to know that you, a poor wretch like you, are not on the same level as us. You are not even worthy of my beautiful cousin. You better roll back to your orphanage, back to your lousy university. Do you really think you belong with us? Exactly, poor loser." A drunken girl pretended to accidentally spill half a glass of red wine from her cup onto Chen Shen's body. The group burst into laughter at the sight. The girl, seeing Chen Shen not reacting, felt smug and arrogant. Chen Shen wiped his wet clothes with a tissue and said sternly, "Are you done? I don't stoop to your level. Don't think I'm an easy target." With that, Chen Shen picked up his teacup and splashed the remaining half cup of tea onto the girl's face. The tea trickled down her face, soaking her clothes in front. The girl was dumbfounded, sobering up a bit, and when she met Chen Shen's cold and angry gaze, she felt a chill in her heart and dared not speak. Others were taken aback, not expecting Chen Shen to lose his temper. Awkwardly, they chuckled and didn't have the courage to cause a scene in the bar, so they said nothing and led the girl back to their seats. Wu Yifan, seeing the situation, knew that Chen Shen had been humiliated enough, and further trouble might escalate, so he glared at Chen Shen but said nothing. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly turned cold, and no one felt like playing anymore. Many had already had their fill of drinks, so someone suggested it was time to leave as it was getting late. Seeing most people in agreement, Wu Yifan nodded and called the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter promptly brought the bill and handed it to Wu Yifan, saying, "Sir, your total bill for tonight is 328,000 yuan. Will you pay by card or cash?" "What? 328,000 yuan? How can it be so much? Isn't it usually just a few thousand? At most, it's only 20 or 30,000. How can it be over 300,000 this time? Is there a mistake? It can't be this much." Hearing the waiter's words, the men and women in the room were dumbfounded. None of them had expected to spend so much money this time. Although they were second-generation rich kids, most of them had assets worth millions or tens of millions at home, but their pocket money was usually only a few thousand yuan a month, at most tens of thousands. Over 300,000 was still a significant amount for them. Someone like Wu Yifan, who had tens of thousands a month, was considered wealthy among them. However, even though Wu Yifan had a lot of pocket money each month, he was still shocked when he heard he needed to pay 300,000. Holding the bill, he asked incredulously, "How can it be so much?" I just ordered a few extra bottles of wine, spending 40 to 50,000 at most. How can it be over 300,000? Did you make a mistake? The waiter stood there, apologetically saying, Sir, there's no mistake. I brought the drinks menu over earlier. The few bottles of wine you ordered were indeed only 20 to 30,000, but your friends also ordered a lot of expensive wines. Pointing at the bill, the waiter continued, Look here, there are 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. This is Royal Salute imported from England, this is XO, this is imported gin. As the waiter spoke, he pointed out each drink on the bill, each priced at least 4 or 5 figures. When Wu Yifan saw the last line, he was shocked to see a bottle of foreign wine priced at 180,000. Is this a mistake? Did you add an extra zero by accident? Wu Yifan pointed at the bottom of the bill, looking embarrassed as he asked the waiter. The waiter carefully checked and replied, Sir, there's no mistake. This wine costs 180,000 per bottle. It's imported from France and is said to have been brewed in the 16th century. The ship carrying the wine sank to the bottom of the sea, and it was only discovered by a salvage company a few years ago. This wine is extremely precious and rare, with very few bottles in the world, hence the high price. After hearing the waiter's explanation, everyone in the private room was dumbfounded. 180,000 per bottle. That's too extravagant. They all looked at each other, bewildered. No one knew who had ordered it. Perhaps they had all drunk too much, or maybe someone had mistakenly pointed to it on the drinks menu. It seemed pointless to investigate who had ordered it now. All the bottles, whether finished or not, had already been opened, so not paying was not an option. But over 300,000 yuan. They were all just 17 or 18-year-olds. Where would they get that much money from? At this moment, Wu Yifan sat there, unable to say a word. In his account, there was only the 50,000 yuan pocket money his mother, Zhang Qiufang, had given him for the month. He had planned to spend 20 to 30,000 to treat his friends and embarrass Qin Shen properly. He never expected to overspend so much in a single moment. 50,000 yuan was not enough to cover the bill. If he called his mom for more money and she found out he had spent over 300,000 on drinks, he would surely be scolded when he got home. His pocket money might even be reduced in the future. As he struggled with his thoughts, a long-haired boy suggested, Let's pool our money. We can't let Fan Ji pay for all of this alone, right? The others nodded in agreement. However, most of them knew Wu Yifan was treating them, so they hadn't brought much money with them. Some didn't even have much money at home and were just following Wu Yifan to benefit from his generosity. After pooling their money, they only managed to gather a little over 20,000 yuan, including Wu Yifan's 50,000. It was far from the 328,000 total. The waiter stared at them blankly, waiting for a solution. Suddenly, he noticed Chen Shen sitting in the corner and suggested to Wu Yifan, Does that gentleman over there have money? Maybe he can help pay first? Wu Yifan looked in Chen Shen's direction and disdainfully replied, He doesn't have a penny. I spent all this money today just to embarrass him. If he had money, would he be sitting in that corner not even daring to drink? The others also sneered and rolled their eyes at the idea of Qin Shen helping to pay. Qin Shen, sitting quietly on the side, watched them make a mess, unable to end the night, and ignored their comments, waiting to see how they would resolve the situation. After another 20 minutes passed, and despite many phone calls to borrow money, they were still far from the required amount. It was almost midnight, and a few girls murmured that they had to leave to avoid worrying their parents. Wu Yifan waved them off in frustration. As the girls left, others mentioned that they had to be home by midnight and also wanted to leave. Wu Yifan angrily shouted, Get out, all of you! Riding horses, drinking and singing, each more excited than the last. Now trouble arises, one by one they all have to leave. However, his anger was of no use. Soon most of those who had just been like brothers left. Only a few people remained. However, even those who stayed could only stare blankly, unable to come up with more money to help pay the bill. In the end, Wu Yifan, with red eyes, politely said to the waiter, Brother, I somewhat know your boss. Could you help me talk to him? Can we leave the bill unpaid for now and settle it slowly later? The waiter hesitated for a moment and said, Sir, I can't make that decision. Could you wait a moment? Let me see if the boss is around and talk to him. All right, thank you. Wu Yifan became exceptionally polite to the waiter. After the waiter left, he returned in a few minutes, followed by a young man in his 20s dressed in a suit. As soon as the young man came in, he saw Wu Yifan sitting in the middle and sneered, What? Wu Dashou has run out of money? Seeing the young man come in, Wu Yifan quickly stood up from the sofa, bent over with a bitter smile and pleaded, Boss Chu, Brother Chu, I'm really sorry, my friend ordered expensive drinks today, I don't have that much money on me. Could you give me a few days to pay back slowly in the future? Pay back slowly? When? The young man obviously didn't buy his story, coldly saying, I run a small business here, I never give credit, you better call home and have someone send money over, or don't blame me for being impolite. Wu Yifan originally thought he had some connection with the bar owner and could save face by asking for a few days extension, but now he realized that his face was of no use at all. Now his face looked even worse. When Wu Yifan turned his head in despair, he happened to see Chen Chen sitting in the corner, instantly becoming furious. He felt that if it weren't for Chen Chen today, he wouldn't have come to the bar, wouldn't have ordered so much alcohol, and wouldn't be in this situation now, so he blamed all the faults on Chen Chen. Wu Yifan loudly said to the bar owner, "Go ask the person sitting over there, it's all because of him today that I came to the bar. His girlfriend is a famous supermodel, very wealthy, go ask him." Chen Chen sat in the poorly lit corner, disdainful of Wu Yifan's words. He stood up slowly and walked out, saying, "I didn't drink any of your alcohol, why should I pay for a bill of over 300,000? Hearing Chen Chen's words, the bar owner only then realized there was another person in the room. When he turned to see Chen Chen clearly, he was stunned. He exclaimed, "Chen, Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen, what are you doing here?" It turned out that this young boss surnamed Chu was none other than Chu Tianxi, the eldest son of Chu Tianxiong, who had been driven out of Shanghai by Chen Chen, the former Chu Group's big shot. They had handed over the Chu Group to Chen Chen at half the market price and promised never to return to Shanghai. So, they returned to their hometown of Qingshui County and invested all their funds in bars and hotels. Chu Tianxi never expected to meet Chen Chen here. Helpless against Chen Chen's abilities and wealth, Chu Tianxi now saw Chen Chen as a deity, with no thoughts of revenge. Seeing Chen Chen, he only felt fear and awe. Of course, Chen Chen recognized him, saying lightly, "So you're Chu Tianxi, I'm here drinking with my girlfriend's cousin, didn't expect to meet you here, this bar is nice, seems like you're doing well since leaving Shanghai." Chu Tianxi nervously nodded and bowed to Chen Chen, saying, "Oh no, Mr. Chen is joking. My place is just a small one where I make a living. How could it catch your eye?" Chu Tianxi dared not offend Chen Chen anymore. If he made him unhappy again, he feared that even the last bit of his family property would be bought by him, and he and his son would have to leave their hometown and wander far away. On the side, Wu Yifan was puzzled watching Chu Tianxi's respectful attitude towards Chen Chen. What's going on here? How come the boss of the Qingshui County Amethyst Bar is so polite to his poor cousin's boyfriend? Wu Yifan couldn't make sense of it at all. This bar owner Chu Tianxi was no ordinary person. Wu Yifan knew that he used to be the famous young master of the Chu family in Shanghai City, with assets of over 10 billion. Just recently, for some unknown reason, they moved back to Qingshui County, and it was said that they sold the Chu family group. It was also rumored that they invested several billion in Qingshui County to open several bars and hotels. The Chu family had strong connections, making them powerful figures in Qingshui County. How could someone like Chu Tianxi be so polite to an ordinary guy? Not only Wu Yifan but also his friends were confused, not understanding the situation with the bar owner. They even speculated whether they had mistaken Chen Chen for someone important. However, Chu Tianxi knew better than anyone else whether he had made a mistake. He had just heard Chen Chen mention that he was here with his girlfriend's cousin to drink, and immediately understood what was going on. He asked, "Mr. Chen, is this Wu Yifan your girlfriend's cousin?" Chen Chen didn't speak, just nodded lightly. Chu Tianxi immediately put on a look of realization, saying apologetically, "It's all my fault, I didn't know about this relationship, let alone that you were here today. I've been neglectful. Let me treat you today, consider it my treat, please don't be polite." Chu Tianxi's words were sincere and elegant, as if offering to cover Chen Chen's bill was a great honor for him. Chen Chen just responded with a faint and didn't say much. After all, 30,000 was nothing to Chu Tianxi, and even less significant to Chen Chen. Accepting this favor from Chu Tianxi was like forgiving him and his father for their past actions. In the future, as long as there was an opportunity, Chen Chen could easily send them back to Shanghai or give them any project to make them earn a fortune, which would make them very happy. But when Wu Yifan and his friends heard that Chu Tianxi wanted to cover the bill, they were shocked once again. Chu Tianxi's attitude towards Chen Chen, more respectful than to his own father, had already surprised them, and now, without saying much, Chu Tianxi waived the bill of over 300,000. Moreover, his attitude seemed like he was seeking Chen Chen's favor, gaining a significant advantage from him. Wu Yifan and his friends stood there dumbfounded, staring at Chen Chen, not understanding what was happening. What was going on in this world to make the bar owner do such a thing? Chu Tianxi looked at Wu Yifan and his friends in front of him, recalling Wu Yifan's words about having Chen Chen pay the bill and Chen Chen coming out of the corner. He immediately understood what was going on. Surely, these kids in front of him, just like he used to be, thought Chen Chen was a loser and wanted to humiliate him. How could Chu Tianxi miss such a good opportunity to flatter Chen Chen? He immediately frowned and loudly reprimanded Wu Yifan and the others. Did you guys just now have ill intentions and offend Mr. Chen? We just cursed at him a few times. The long-haired boy seemed a bit defiant towards Chu Tianxi's attitude, raising his head to stammer. Smack! A loud slap resounded. Chu Tianxi's slap sent him flying 4 to 5 meters away, making the long-haired boy spin a few times before crashing heavily into a table full of wine bottles, shattering glasses and bottles, leaving several cuts on his face and body. You ignorant fool, with your kind of trash, you dare to disrespect Mr. Chen. It wouldn't be excessive to kill you. Chu Tianxi cursed fiercely. Then, he looked at the people standing in front of him and angrily said, who else insulted Mr. Chen just now? Speak up. Wu Yifan and the others, seeing their companion nearly beaten to death with a slap, lost all their usual arrogance, their legs giving way as they all knelt down, pleading repeatedly, Boss Chu, Brother Chu, we were wrong, we won't dare again. Dare again? Chu Tianxi kicked one by one, except for Wu Yifan's group, all were heavily kicked to the ground by him. Chu Tianxi was very clever. He knew that Wu Yifan was Chen Shen's girlfriend's cousin, possibly becoming his future brother-in-law, a relationship he would need to curry favor with in the future. He couldn't hit him, just scare him a bit for a lesson. As for the others, it didn't matter if he was rough with them. We won't dare, we won't dare. The boys, feeling like their bones were about to break from the kicks, got up from the ground, continuously kowtowing to Chu Tianxi for mercy. Which way should we kneel? Chu Tianxi suddenly roared, frightening them into continuously kowtowing to Chen Shen for forgiveness. Judging by Chu Tianxi's attitude, if they couldn't get Chen Shen's forgiveness today, they might end up severely injured at best, or even lose their lives. Wu Yifan was now also terrified, taking 2 steps forward while kneeling, grabbing Chen Shen's thigh, pleading, Brother-in-law, you're my real brother-in-law. I know I was wrong. I won't say a bad word about you again. Please talk to Boss Chu. Let us go. Chen Shen looked down at the kneeling men, finding them utterly repulsive like a bunch of mangy dogs, and coldly said, Get lost. Hearing this, the men were overjoyed, quickly expressing their gratitude before running out of the room under Chu Tianxi's furious shouts. After they left, only Chen Shen, Chu Tianxi, and Wu Yifan remained in the room. Chen Shen looked at Chu Tianxi and said calmly, You're not bad. I'll remember this incident. With that, she turned and left. Upon hearing Chen Shen's words, Chu Tianxi was momentarily stunned, feeling ecstatic inside, touching his forehead with a silly smile, thinking that the 30,000 spent today was totally worth it. To receive such praise from Chen Shen was truly remarkable. Wu Yifan, seeing Chen Shen leave, hurried to catch up. Despite his foolishness, he now realized that Chen Shen was definitely not simple. Regardless of his wealth or lack thereof, he was certainly a person with a powerful background. Otherwise, Chu Tianxi wouldn't be so submissive. And his cousin, such a beautiful and outstanding beauty, so intelligent and sharp, how could her boyfriend be a useless waste? Thinking this, Wu Yifan quickened his pace. When they reached the entrance of the bar, he finally caught up to Chen Shen, then warmly and obsequiously smiled, Brother-in-law, it's late, let me drive you home in my Land Rover? No need, isn't your home in the county town? Hurry back home, I'll take a taxi myself. With that, Chen Shen ignored him, hailed a taxi, got in, and left. Behind him, Chu Tianxi stood at the entrance of the bar, watching Chen Shen disappear until he was out of sight before slowly turning back. Inside the small villa, the TV in the living room was still on, the screen flashing continuously, casting different colors with various lights in the darkened first-floor living room. Li Lukan, lying on the sofa waiting for Chen Shen to return, was covered with a blanket and already asleep. Her slender and graceful body lay quietly, breathing evenly, in a tranquil serenity. When Chen Shen gently pushed the door open and entered, he saw this heartwarming scene that made him feel warm inside. He quietly approached the sofa, squatted beside her, and gazed at the beauty before him, her delicate willow eyebrows, curved eyelashes, straight nose, rosy lips, breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a sense of tenderness and affection. Chen Shen couldn't help but lean down and kiss her gently. Sensing Chen Shen's warmth, Li Lukan quickly woke up with a soft murmur, opened her beautiful eyes, and upon seeing Chen Shen's face in front of her, she lazily reached out her arm and hugged his neck. Darling, why did you come back so late? Oh, I ran into a friend from Shanghai I knew before. We chatted for a while, so I ended up coming back late. Chen Shen lifted her up, and the two snuggled on the sofa, whispering softly. He didn't want Li Lukan to worry about their relationship anymore. Fortunately, the matter had been resolved, and there was no need to bring it up again. After listening to Chen Shen's words, Li Lukan didn't think much of it and gently said, I was worried you drank too much and wouldn't come back at night. How could that be? With a beauty waiting for me, how could I bear to get drunk outside and not come back, hee. Chen Shen said, looking into the beauty's eyes, a flame seemingly reigniting within them. No, Li Lucan half coquettishly, half fearfully exclaimed, pretending to break free from Chen Shen's embrace, "You were too intense yesterday, my injury hasn't fully healed yet, if you come again, my life will be in your hands." Chen Shen wouldn't let her go, firmly holding her and then, in a princess carried her upstairs to the room. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle this time." The next morning, Qingshui County's Grand Emperor Hotel. Li Luchuan's mother, Zhang Qiujin, was celebrating her 50th birthday here. Chen Shen and Li Lucan arrived early in the morning with her mother. The hotel had been booked in advance, in a luxurious hall. Their presence was mainly to greet the guests and arrange their seating, leaving the rest to the hotel staff. Although Li Luchuan's father had passed away in a car accident when she was 10, he had many assets, so their family's financial situation was still good. After her father's death, all the assets were managed by her uncle, Li Mingcheng, the boss of Zhenghai Film and Television, who would give Li Luchuan's family a substantial annual dividend. Therefore, even if Li Lucan didn't work, Li Mingcheng would say at the management center of the film and television city that she could still live a good life. Li Luchuan's hometown was in Qingshui County, and their family conditions were good, so when Zhang Qiujin had her birthday, many relatives and friends would come, and the occasion had to be grand. After Chen Shen and the others arrived, the first to come over was Li Luchuan's aunt, who was the younger sister of Li Luchuan's mother. Since it was her sister's birthday, she couldn't just be a guest. After Zhang Xufang arrived, she asked about this and that, checking if anything was missing, and even helped direct the hotel staff on how to arrange the seating. Li Lucan and her mother were quite leisurely, sitting at the main table, chatting with some early guests. Chen Shen found it strange that Wu Yifan did not come with his mother Zhang Xiufang. He wondered if Yifan had drunk too much yesterday and not yet sobered up, or if he felt embarrassed to face himself after being humiliated by Chu Tianxi and his friends at the bar last night. However, Chen Shen thought to himself that it was peaceful without Yifan around, so he decided not to bother about it and wandered around the hall, looking for ways to help. After a while, Zhang Xiufang seemed to notice Chen Shen's presence. She walked up to him and said impatiently, "I'm so busy, why are you standing around like you have nothing to do? Go stand at the entrance and help guests with their belongings, show them the way. Have some initiative, okay? How can you be worthy of being Luchuan's boyfriend like this?" Chen Shen felt disgusted by her words but refrained from getting angry. After all, she was Luchuan's aunt, and he couldn't just confront her. With a sigh, he decided to go to the hotel's entrance and stand next to the doorman. As Chen Shen stood at the hotel entrance, guests started arriving one after another. Many mistook him for a doorman and asked him for directions or to carry things, treating him like a servant. Shortly after, Zhang Xiufang arrived at the entrance, talking on the phone about welcoming someone. When she saw Chen Shen standing there, looking like a poor fellow helping guests, she looked down on him even more. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xiufang said to Chen Shen disdainfully, "With your current status, you still want to be Luchuan's boyfriend? You better give up on that idea. I've introduced a new boyfriend to Lucan, and he's on his way. He's a successful young man who has earned a lot of money through his own efforts, unlike you, a poor student who only knows how to stand at the door. You are no match for him." Zhang Xiufang then turned to look outside the hotel, waiting for the arrival of the outstanding young man she mentioned. Chen Shen sneered inwardly, wanting to rebuke her, but considering she was Luchuan's aunt and it was his mother's birthday, he held back his anger and didn't lash out. After a few minutes, a brand new black Mercedes-Benz E350L pulled up at the hotel entrance. A tall and thin young man in his 20s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a spotless suit, got out of the car. He looked like a successful person. Zhang Xiufang immediately greeted him warmly, praising his appearance and expressing her approval. The young man, Zhang Yichen, thanked her graciously and they walked into the hotel lobby together. As they walked a few steps towards the entrance, Zhang Yichen looked up and saw Chen Shen standing there like a doorman. He was surprised to see Chen Shen again. After a moment, a hint of disdain and anger flashed in his eyes. His brand new Audi S6 had been almost ruined by Chen Shen, the engine nearly destroyed. The car, originally worth 700,000, could barely be sold for 200,000. With the help of friends, he managed to sell it for just over 100,000. Seeing Chen Shen again, he felt that the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. He walked up to Chen Shen and arrogantly said, "Kid, remember me?" "I remember." Chen Shen looked at him and sneered, "Last time wasn't satisfying enough for you, so you switched from Audi to Mercedes and came looking for me again? You." Zhang Yichen, hearing Chen Shen daring to mock him, immediately became furious and disdainfully said, "So what if I want to play again? I have money. If the Audi breaks down, I'll get a Mercedes. If the Mercedes breaks down, I'll get an even better one. Unlike you, who has no ambition and works as a doorman at a hotel. I thought you only knew how to leech off others, but it seems you've learned to stand on your own. What's wrong? Did someone get tired of you and dump you?" Ha ha, do you know him? Zhang Xiaofang looked at Zheng Yichen and Chen Chen talking, asking in confusion. Know him? How could I not know him? I'd recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Zheng Yichen gritted his teeth. He left quite an impression on me. He's Little Chun's boyfriend now, Zhang Xiaofang said. What? Zheng Yichen was stunned. The girl you want to introduce me to, her boyfriend is this kid? Suddenly, Zheng Yichen remembered the tall, leggy beauty who was with Chun Chen at the service area. Could it be her? She was undeniably stunning, and Zhang Yichen had the urge to have some fun with her back then, but he ended up with nothing but disappointment, not even exchanging business cards. Now, hearing that the girlfriend Zhang Xiaofang was introducing was indeed her, he felt excited. Moreover, seeing that Chen Chen was just a doorman at the hotel entrance, he felt even more confident, not considering Chen Chen as a worthy competitor. Yes, Zhang Xiaofang said, my niece must have been deceived by this smooth talker. Don't worry, with his poor status, how can he compare to you? When Little Chun sees you later, she will definitely be captivated by you. I'll speak a few good words for you, and she will surely dump this kid. Alright, Zheng Yichen nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, once we become family, I won't mistreat you in our business dealings. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofang repeatedly thanked him, and the two glanced disdainfully at Chun Chen before entering the hotel. Inside the hotel, Li Lukan and her mother were entertaining guests with laughter. Li Lukan hadn't seen Chen Chen for a while and didn't know where he had gone. She stood up and scanned the lobby carefully but couldn't find him. She had to call Chen Chen, and upon learning that he was at the entrance welcoming guests, Li Lukan felt a bit angry and worried, so she asked him to come back. Chen Chen casually agreed and said he would return. Hanging up the phone, Li Lukan felt a bit angry, thinking her aunt was becoming more and more unreasonable. Yesterday, she said those things about Chen Chen, which she could overlook, but today she made Chen Chen stand at the entrance. Li Lukan was about to lose her temper. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofang arrived with Zheng Yichen. Seeing Li Lukan, Zhang Xiaofang immediately smiled and said, Lukan, come here. Auntie will introduce you to a boyfriend. His name is Zheng Yichen. He works at a large real estate company in Shanghai, and despite his young age, he's already a middle manager and has earned quite a bit of money. Come on, let's get acquainted. Zheng Yichen also put on a gentlemanly demeanor, extending his hand with a smile. Hello, we meet again. Isn't this also a kind of fate? Who said we have any fate? Li Lukan saw the man her aunt was about to introduce, the same guy who tried to extort money from her at the service area the day before, and she felt disgusted. Li Lukan loudly declared, I have a boyfriend, I don't need any more introductions. Understand? Her shout attracted the attention of many people around. Zhang Xiaofang noticed someone paying attention and immediately put on a caring look, saying, Xiaochun, I'm also doing this for your own good. What's so good about your boyfriend? A poor college student who probably needs you to support his future life. What's the point of having such an unambitious man around? Look at the one I introduced to you, Yi-chun, young, handsome, and wealthy. He's 100 times better than that Chen Chen. Why don't you listen to advice? Just then, Chen Chen walked over. Li Lukan ran to him, hugged his arm, and said to Zhang Xiaofang, how do you know he has no money? I've told you before, he can easily bring out more money than your family's wealth. Even if he has no money at all, I love him, I want him, I'll take care of him for life, I'm willing. Zhang Xiaofang was almost fuming. She sighed repeatedly to the people around, look at this, for a poor boy, she even rejects her aunt and says such things to me. Most of the people around were relatives of Li Luchuan's family. They were displeased seeing this scene. They had seen Chen Chen standing at the door earlier and thought he was a hotel employee. They never expected that he was Li Luchuan's boyfriend. However, having such a person as a boyfriend for a supermodel and beauty like Li Lukan did seem a bit off. So, some people started advising Li Lukan as well. But how could Li Lukan listen to them? She took Chen Chen and went to sit at the main table where Zhang Qiujin was sitting, ignoring the others. Just as they sat down, Zhang Qiufang came over with Zheng Yichen. After sitting down, Zhang Qiufang introduced Zheng Yichen to the people at the table, praising him vigorously, mentioning his several luxury cars, his house in Shanghai, and his prominent position as a deputy manager in a well-known company in Shanghai at just over 20 years old. After she finished, Zheng Yichen took the opportunity to take out a small gift box from his pocket and handed it to Li Luchuan's mother respectfully, saying, Auntie, I wish you blessings as vast as the eastern sea, longevity as towering as the southern mountain. This is a birthday gift for you, a pair of jade bracelets brought back from Myanmar by someone. This is high-quality jade, fitting for your status. You will look very beautiful wearing it. Oh, a jade bracelet, it must be expensive? Yes, brought all the way from Myanmar, the quality must be excellent. I heard that a pair of full green jade bracelets cost at least tens of thousands. The people at the table started discussing animatedly, casting envious glances at Li Luchuan's mother. Having a beautiful daughter was indeed a blessing. Introducing a boyfriend who would give such a valuable gift on the first meeting was even better. Seizing the moment, Zhang Qiufang immediately praised Zhang Yichen for being thoughtful and generous. After praising Zhang Yichen, she looked at Chen Chen and asked in a displeased tone, "It's Xiao Chun's mother's birthday today. What gift have you prepared?" Chen Chen thought for a moment, realizing he hadn't specifically bought any gift, and said, "I didn't prepare anything in advance, so I'll give Auntie a house. When you want to visit Zhenghai in the future, you can stay there." Upon hearing Chen Chen's words about giving a house, the people at the table were all astonished. The property prices in Zhenghai were very high. Even in less desirable areas, the price per square meter was in the tens of thousands. In good areas, it was several tens of thousands per square meter. It was too casual for him to say he would give a house so easily. Moreover, they had just learned that Chen Chen was just a poor student. He didn't deny it earlier, and now he casually said he would give a house. What a joke. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Zhang Yichen and Zhang Qiufang were first stunned, then they looked at each other and burst into laughter, as if Chen Chen had just made a hilarious joke. Zhang Qiufang laughed for a while before disdainfully looking at Chen Chen and saying, "You dare to spout such big words? Aren't you afraid of getting caught in a lie? Do you know what my family does? My family runs a construction company in Zhenghai City. Which real estate development in Zhenghai do I not know about? The prices of those properties, I am well aware of. A poor student like you dares to say you want to give away a house. Are you crazy or planning to build a thatched hut in the suburbs to give to Xiaochun's mother? Ha ha ha." As soon as she spoke, it immediately caused a burst of laughter. Everyone around also thought that Chen Chen was just bragging. How could he possibly afford to give away a valuable property like a house in his current situation? Chen Chen was unfazed and coldly said, "How do you know I can't afford it? If I give, I will give the best. How about a villa in Mingyue Lake?" Mingyue Lake? The one in the southern outskirts of Zhenghai? The villa area of Mingyue Lake is adjacent to the South Mountain Manor. It is now the most high-end villa area in the entire Zhenghai city. Isn't that exaggerating a bit too much? The villas there cost millions or even tens of millions per unit. I might believe it if you said you would give a regular apartment, but a villa in Mingyue Lake, I absolutely don't believe it. As people at the table questioned one after another, Zhang Yichen couldn't help but laugh and said to Chen Chen, "I didn't want to say this, to not appear rude, but your boasting is just too much. I can't stand it anymore. Do you know what I do? I am the deputy manager of the Mingyue Lake project. That project has already been taken over by our group's chairman. He now lives in the villa on the island in the lake, and the surrounding villas have been frozen by him. If he doesn't speak, no one in the company dares to sell. So far, not a single unit has been sold. And you say you want to give away a villa in Mingyue Lake? Even if you have the money, you can't buy it at all, understand? So, stop boasting." Phew. The people at the table were all surprised, looking at Zhang Yichen again. They didn't expect him to be the deputy manager of the Mingyue Lake Villa project, and they all cast admiring glances at him. As for Chen Chen, everyone increasingly felt that his character was lacking. It's one thing to not have money, but how could he be so vain and lie? Seeing Zhang Yichen's convincing words, which left Chen Chen speechless, Zhang Qiufang was also very pleased and said, "That's right, the Mingyue Lake project. My husband is a construction contractor, and those villas were built by our company. I can vouch that Yichen is telling the truth." "Humph. Chen Chen, you little brat, didn't expect that, did you? Your lies were so easily exposed, right?" Zhang Qiufang looked triumphantly at Chen Chen. Chen Chen disdainfully glanced at her, sneered, and said, "Country bumpkin, do you think you know a lot? Do you think you're so great? Let me tell you, I am the chairman of the Chun Group, and the Mingyue Lake project is mine. Giving away a villa is nothing." After that, Chen Chen asked the waiter for paper and pen, scribbled for a while, and placed a paper full of words in front of Li Luchuan's mother, saying lightly, "Auntie, take this note written by me. Go to the Mingyue Lake sales office whenever you want, choose whichever one you like, it's up to you." "Is this real?" Zhang Qiujin was stunned. Even Li Lucan did not expect that Chen Chen turned out to be the chairman of the Chun Group in Zhenghai, and asked in surprise, "Is what you said true? Are you really the chairman of the Chun Group?" "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Chen Chen smiled and nodded. Li Lucan was shocked. The predecessor of the Chun Group was the Chu Group, with assets of over 10 billion, quite famous in Zhenghai. How could she not have heard of it? He had thought that Chen Chen was very wealthy, but he didn't know where he got so much money from. Now he knew that Chen Chen was a young and promising entrepreneur, and even the Chun Group belonged to him. Li Lucan was instantly delighted, clinging tightly to Chen Chen's side, saying to Zhang Qiufang, "Auntie, now you know, right? My boyfriend is wealthier than your family, right? Much stronger than the people you introduced, right?" Zhang Qiufang was also taken aback when she heard Chen Shen say he was the chairman of the Chun Group, because she had indeed heard that the new chairman of the Chun Group was a young man under 20. However, she couldn't connect the image of Chen Shen in front of her with the chairman of the Chun Group, who had such a huge difference. She still thought Chen Shen was lying, so she angrily shouted, "Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe it. How could he, like this, be a chairman? I don't believe it. Just casually write a few words on a piece of paper and say you can exchange it for a villa. Who wouldn't know that?" Just as she was roaring in anger, several men walked in from the hall and headed straight towards where they were sitting, as if they were coming to wish Zhang Qiujin a happy birthday. When the men approached, those with sharp eyes immediately recognized the leader as the owner of this Emperor Hotel, Chu Tianxiong. It turned out to be the famous chairman of the Chu family group, Chu Tianxiong. Behind him were Chu Tianxi and several other managerial-looking individuals. When the group arrived at the table, the others no longer dared to remain seated and all stood up to greet Chu Tianxiong respectfully. Zhang Qiufang and Zhang Yichen also stood up immediately. They had previously dined under Chu Tianxiong's leadership at the Chu family group, so they dared not show any disrespect to their former boss and benefactor, smiling and greeting him warmly. The other guests in the hall, upon seeing the owner of the Emperor Hotel personally come to offer birthday wishes, expressed surprise and admiration. They thought that Chu Tianxiong must have learned that someone from the Li family was celebrating a birthday, which was why he came in person. After all, Qingshui County was not large, and everyone knew of Li Mingqing's reputation. However, suddenly everyone was surprised to find that things seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Because when Chu Tianxiong reached the table, he did not immediately wish the birthday celebrant well but instead walked over to Chen Shen, bowing respectfully and saying, "Mr. Chen, you are truly a rare guest. Your presence here adds luster to this place. I never expected such a prominent figure like you to come to Qingshui County. Yesterday, Tianxi told me he met you at the bar, and I was a bit skeptical. Seeing you here today is truly wonderful. Is this elderly lady your girlfriend's mother? It's my honor that she chose to celebrate her birthday at my hotel. Let me cover all the expenses today, and I have specially arranged an 18-layer birthday cake, which will be brought over shortly, as a token of my respect for the birthday celebrant." Upon hearing Chu Tianxiong's words, Zhang Qiufang and Zhang Yichen were both stunned. They had no idea what was happening. What kind of person was Chu Tianxiong? He had been a prominent entrepreneur for decades, even a tycoon with billions in assets. How could he be so polite to this young man in front of them? In the past, they were nothing more than insignificant figures in Chu Tianxiong's eyes. He wouldn't even spare them a glance. Unexpectedly, now Chu Tianxiong was voluntarily lowering himself and showing such deference to a poor young man they looked down upon. Zhang Qiufang, bewildered, asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu, isn't this Chen Shen just a poor student? What are you saying?" As soon as she spoke, Chu Tianxiong immediately turned his head, glaring angrily as if he wanted to devour her. "Is someone like Mr. Chen someone you can talk about? You lowly wretch, get out of here." Standing behind, Chu Tianxi saw his father getting angry, especially when he heard the woman bad-mouthing Chen Shen. He went up, grabbed her collar, and pulled her forcefully, immediately dragging Zhang Qiufang off the chair, causing her to fall back 2 to 3 meters and land on the ground face up. Zhang Qiufang was completely shocked, never expecting Chen Shen to have such power. She had only said a few words in front of Chu Tianxiong and was treated like this. If Chu Tianxiong had known what she said about Chen Shen before, she might have lost her life. Zhang Qiufang lay on the ground, speechless, too scared to say a word. Zhang Yichen, who had been sitting next to her just now, was also dumbfounded. Seeing Chu Tianxiong's attitude, he finally understood that Chen Shen was probably not lying. He must indeed be the chairman of the Chun Group. Otherwise, with Chu Tianxiong's status, why would he bow down to a young man under 20? His worth was undeniable. Zhang Yichen's face turned pale, and the cold sweat on his back almost soaked his clothes. He worked for a real estate company under the Chun Group, thinking highly of himself, only to find out that Chen Shen was the chairman of his group. Thinking about how he had repeatedly mocked Chen Shen, he regretted it deeply. Chen Shen turned his head after seeing Zhang Qiufang fall to the ground, looked down at her coldly, and said, "Do you believe me now?" Zhang Qiufang's face turned red, looking as ugly as a pig's liver. Faced with Chen Shen's questioning from a position of power, she hesitated for a while before nodding slowly. "I believe you, I do. Do you still think I'm a poor student, a loser?" No, I don't dare. Never again. You accused me of being poor, a loser with no money, and said I was far below your family, unworthy of being Little Chun's boyfriend? I was wrong, I was foolish, never again." Zhang Qiufang was completely terrified. Chen Shen had been considerate because she was Li Luchuan's aunt, but now that the Chu family had set the precedent, he was not going to be polite anymore. He said to Zhang Xiufang, I used to respect you as little Chun's elder, not wanting to embarrass you too much. But since you have not restrained yourself and instead escalated the situation, then it's your own fault. Your family has a small company, right? You thought you were making a lot of money, right? Well, let me tell you, your good days are over. The Chun Group will immediately terminate all cooperation with your family's company. Furthermore, no one in Zhonghai City will ever work with you again. Go home and eat dirt. Zhang Xiufang was dumbfounded, never expecting that offending Chen Shen would have such serious consequences. Their company relied entirely on the Chun Group for profits. If the cooperation was indeed terminated, their company would immediately face bankruptcy. If her husband found out that all this was because she had offended Chen Shen, the chairman of the Chen Group, he would not spare her. Zhang Xiufang, disregarding her seniority and face, immediately got up and tried to kneel in front of Chen Shen to beg for his forgiveness. However, before she could reach Chen Shen, Zhu Tianxi kicked her back. Kneel there, don't come any closer. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Xiufang nodded repeatedly with a fawning smile, not daring to approach again. She pleaded with Chen Shen, Chairman Shen, I am a short-sighted woman. Please don't lower yourself to my level. I apologize and admit my mistake. Please spare me this time. If the cooperation is really terminated, our family is finished. Chen Shen looked at her coldly, if only you had known earlier, why bother now? Zhang Xiufang was helpless, seeing Chen Shen unmoved, she had no way out. Whose fault was it? Blaming herself for being naive. But she was unwilling to give up and crawled to Li Lukun, pleading, Xiao Chun, please help auntie, can't you bear to see us suffer in the future? Li Lukun was initially reluctant, but recalling Zhang Xiufang's previous taunts towards Chen Shen and her attitude, Li Lukun felt angry. Especially now that she learned that Zhang Yichen was actually the deputy manager of the Chun Group's real estate company, and her aunt's company had close ties with him. Introducing herself to him as a boyfriend was just her aunt's way of building business relationships. Li Lukun coldly snorted, turned away, ignoring her. Seeing that pleading with Li Lukun was futile, Zhang Xiufang turned to Zhang Xiujin, tears streaming down her face, narrating her hardships. Zhang Xiujin was quickly moved, softened her heart, and said to Chen Shen, she is still your aunt after all. Let's forgive her this time since we are all family. She didn't know at first, so let's spare her this time, okay? Li Lukun was caught in the middle, torn between her aunt and Chen Shen. She remained silent, only turning her head to look at Chen Shen, deciding to support him no matter what. Indeed, Chen Shen had to consider Li Luchuan's mother's words. After some thought, Chen Shen said, since auntie has spoken, I will give you a chance. We can continue to cooperate, but you must give half of the shares to Xiao Chun. If you agree, I can overlook the past. If you refuse, well, terminate the contract today, and I will bankrupt you in 3 days. Zhang Xiufang was stunned, at a loss. Giving away half of the shares meant losing millions in profits annually. It was like cutting off a piece of her flesh. But if she refused, she wouldn't earn a penny in the future. Moreover, Chen Shen's words were clear. If she refused, he would easily bankrupt her company with the Chun Group's power. So, after a brief consideration, Zhang Xiufang knew what choice to make. Painful as it was, she forced a bitter smile and said, I agree. Giving half of the shares to Xiao Chun, I have no objections. We are all family. Hearing her words, Chen Shen nodded and said coldly, you may be materialistic and repulsive, but you are not stupid. Let it be this way, get up. Yes, Zhang Xiufang gratefully got up from the ground, too scared to sit back down, standing nervously on the side. Seeing Zhang Xiufang being forgiven by Chen Shen, Zheng Yichen breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to apologize to Chen Shen. After all, he needed to keep his current job and couldn't avoid the chairman's scrutiny. Bending down, he apologized to Chen Shen, Chairman, I didn't know your identity before. I'm sorry for my foolish actions. Just as Zhang Xiufang was settled, Chen Shen was about to deal with him, and he took the initiative to apologize. Perfect timing. Chen Shen looked at him and said, hee. You suddenly being so polite. I'm not used to it. It's not like the you from before, right? I was just pretending. Zhang Yichen, feeling Chen Shen's stern gaze, immediately lowered his head, his face turning pale. No, don't be modest, Chen Shen sneered. One moment you drive an Audi, the next a Mercedes. The gifts you give auntie are all Burmese jadeite. A successful person like you, how could it all be an act? I borrowed some money from friends to buy the car, just to show off, and also, that jade bracelet. Zhang Yichen hesitated as he spoke. Actually, it wasn't brought back from Myanmar, I got it from a friend who sells jade stones. It's just A-grade jade, worth only a few $1,000 at most. They are all fake. As soon as he said this, the people at the table were immediately shocked, looking at him with disdain. Initially, everyone was shocked to hear it was a jade bracelet, but it turned out to be a subpar counterfeit. To think of giving such a thing as a gift and still hoping to win a girlfriend, it's simply outrageous. Everyone felt manipulated by him and was extremely angry. Zhang Qiujin remained calm, unable to tell if she was happy or angry. She never took Zhang Yichen seriously, knowing that her daughter liked Chun Shen. So, she had already accepted Chun Shen as her son-in-law in her heart, which is why she agreed to let them stay in the same room. Li Lucan, on the other hand, looked disdainful, mocking coldly, "I knew it. How could someone who extorts money even for a car accident afford to give such an expensive gift? Indeed, this jade has issues, it's truly disgusting." Zhang Qiufan, who stood aside without daring to speak, trembled with anger upon hearing that the jade was fake. She never expected Zhang Yichen to be so cunning, giving a gift and still managing to get A-grade jade. If you don't have that much money, it's fine to give something cheaper, but at least give something genuine. Now, to claim that the gift he gave was a counterfeit, she felt even more embarrassed. Zhang Qiufan's eyes were filled with anger, ready to burst into flames, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yichen. However, Zhang Yichen had no time to pay attention to all this. All he could think about now was how to gain Chen Chen's forgiveness and how to keep his well-paid position. So, he pleaded again, "Chairman, I was wrong, truly wrong. You can punish me however you see fit, I will admit my mistake, but please don't fire me." "Do you really want to admit your mistake? Do you want me to give you a chance?" Yes, Zhang Yichen immediately nodded vigorously upon hearing Chen Chen mention a chance for forgiveness, showing his determination. "Alright then, I am a reasonable person. Once we settle our accounts, I will forgive you," Chen Chen said. "Regarding the incident at the service area, giving you money was my choice, damaging the car was your choice. There's nothing more to say. But when you clearly hit our car and still tried to extort money from us, that's where you went wrong. As for this matter, let's forget about the money. I don't lack that amount. Consider it as 10 slaps. Slap yourself 10 times, and we'll be even." Zhang Yichen suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It was truly humiliating to slap himself 10 times in front of so many people in the hall. However, just as Zhang Yichen hesitated for 2 seconds, Chu Tianxi immediately stood up, kicked him down with a bang, and slapped him hard across the face, scolding, "Damn it, who do you think you are? Giving you a chance to hit yourself is already giving you face, and you still hesitate." Chu Tianxi's blow was heavy, and with one slap, a bright red 5-finger mark swelled up on Zhang Yichen's face. Zhang Yichen covered his face, too angry to speak. Whether in Qingxue County or in Zhanghai City, he couldn't afford to offend the Chu family father and son. Now, he couldn't afford to offend Chen Chen either. Helpless, he knelt down and began slapping his own face left and right, giving himself 10 slaps in a row. Then, he looked up again at Chen Chen, waiting for him to speak. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well done. Let's consider this matter settled. Now, let's talk about today's events. You insulted me at the gate, calling me a gatekeeper, a poor loser, and then you didn't stop here, you said a lot of insulting things. Let's count that as 100 slaps for you. After you finish these 100 slaps, starting from tomorrow, you will work as a security guard at the company for 3 months. If you complete that, I will forgive you and you can continue as the deputy manager. How about it?" Upon hearing that he had to slap himself 100 times and work as a security guard, watching the gate for 3 months, Zhang Yichen immediately became furious. Killing someone was one thing, but this was just too much. He was about to resist, but Chu Tianxi had already made his move, kicking Zhang Yichen to the ground and starting to beat him. In the horrified gaze of the people in the hall, he received exactly 100 resounding slaps. After the slapping, Zhang Yichen lay on the ground with his face swollen like a pig's head, completely unrecognizable. Seeing his pitiful state, many people in the hall were terrified. Some of them, who had just entered, had been disrespectful to Chen Chen, even ordering him rudely to move things. Now that they realized Chen Chen was a formidable figure, they were all frightened. Some who were seated far away were so scared that they didn't dare to eat anymore. Taking advantage of the distraction, they quietly slipped away, fearing that Chen Chen would come after them later. However, after dealing with Zhang Yichen, Chen Chen had no intention of causing trouble for anyone else. He waved his hand, instructing Chu Tianxi to have Zhang Yichen thrown out, and then began serving food. Chu Tianxiong also sat down to accompany the guests, continuously toasting Chen Chen and praising Li Luchuan's beauty, and expressing admiration for Zhang Qiujin's good fortune. When they had drunk 3 rounds, Li Mingcheng hurriedly returned. Seeing both Chen Chen and Chu Tianxiong, he was very happy and sat down with them, enjoying the drinks. When Chu Tianxiong learned that Chen Chen had acquired 10% of the shares of the Shu Dian Group, he was even more impressed. The other guests who had come to the birthday banquet, seeing how polite Chu Tianxiong and Li Mingcheng were to Chen Chen, truly realized that this young man was no ordinary person. The next day, Lee Lukan received a call from the company, informing her that there would be a car exhibition in 2 days and she needed to return as soon as possible. Although she didn't lack money, she was unwilling to give up her beloved job, so she decided to return immediately. Chen Chen had been out for a few days and thought he should go see Lin Xian and Wu Nan and check on the progress of the movie. So, the two of them once again drove back to the Shudian Film and Television City in Li Luchuan's BMW Mini. After bidding farewell at the entrance of the Film and Television City, Li Lukan went to where she was organizing the car exhibition, while Chen Chen slowly walked towards the Film and Television City on his own. Last time he had to buy a ticket, but this time was completely different. Chen Chen was already the boss of the Film and Television City, so who would dare to stop him? At the banquet, Li Mingcheng gave Chen Chen a card, saying it was a black card for entering and exiting the Shudian Film and Television City, a symbol of identity. He explained that ordinary actors had white ordinary cards, those involved in business and opening stores had blue cards, and only those stars and famous directors could get gold cards. As for the dark gold black card in Chen Chen's hand, only a few bosses had it, making it extremely valuable. Soon, Chen Chen arrived at the ticket checkpoint. The security guard who had received his tip last time immediately recognized him and came up cheerfully to greet him. "Oh, it's you again. Did you see any big stars when you came with my sister-in-law last time?" "Yes," Chen Chen nodded. "Well, have you developed a taste for it? Why are you back in just a few days? Which female star did you see last time?" "It was Su Weiwei, but she's too cheap for my liking," Chen Chen said with a smile. The security guard chuckled. "You have quite high standards, even turning down Su Weiwei. She's so beautiful, with both looks and figure." Chen Chen disdainfully replied, "You probably haven't taken a close look at her." "Oh." The security guard looked at Chen Chen playfully and teased, "You're quite something, judging by your tone. Ha ha. Go get a VIP ticket quickly, or you might miss out later." In his eyes, Chen Chen seemed to be addicted to female celebrities, buying VIP tickets again. However, Chen Chen shook his head and said, "I'm not buying VIP this time. I got a season pass." With that, Chen Chen pulled out a dark gold card and showed it to the security guard. "Wow! Black card." The security guard was taken aback. After a moment of daze, he cautiously took the card from Chen Chen, examined it thoroughly, and confirmed its authenticity. The security guard immediately stood at attention, respectfully saluted Chen Chen, then returned the card, saying, "I'm sorry, boss." All right. Chen Chen took the card, waved his hand, and said, relax, don't be so serious. It's nice to chat like we did earlier." He. The security guard chuckled foolishly, his mind in a whirl. He had no idea who Chen Chen really was. Last time he came with several stunning girls, and now he was buying tickets to see female celebrities. This time, he just whipped out the black card of the Film and Television City and transformed into the owner of the Film and Television City, which was truly astonishing. The security guard tentatively asked, "Are you really the boss?" Chen Chen smiled, shook the card in his hand, and said, "As long as this card isn't handed out to everyone, then I am." "Phew!" The security guard exclaimed, "Only the boss has this card, not even big stars can get it. How could it be handed out to everyone? Please go in quickly." Seeing that Chen Chen was indeed the boss, the security guard dared not chat with him anymore and just hurried to let him in. After revealing his identity, the security guard was startled and lost interest, so Chen Chen walked in. Just as he took a few steps, he heard the security guard shout from behind, "Boss, don't go straight in, take the left path, there's a group of extras causing trouble there." "All right." Chen Chen waved his hand without looking back. However, he was surprised in his heart. Extras causing trouble? What's going on? Inside the gate of the Film and Television City, there were 3 main roads, left, middle, and right. Chen Chen learned from the security guard at the gate that something seemed to be happening on the middle road. There were extras causing trouble. Considering he was the owner of the Film and Television City, he decided to go and have a look. Walking along the ancient-style street, Chen Chen went about 700 to 800 meters, turned a corner, and arrived at a place resembling an ancient rice mill by the street. On a space of several dozen square meters, surrounded by large millstones, gathered around 40 to 50 people. Some were dressed in modern clothes, while others might have just come from the set, still wearing ancient costumes used for filming. They were all very emotional, clenching their fists tightly, glaring at a man standing by the millstone. It seemed that the man had done something to greatly anger them. Standing at the front of the group, a man dressed in a gray ancient servant's attire pointed at the man and demanded, "Our brothers are still lying in the hospital. You didn't send anyone, didn't pay. Do you really think our lives as extras are so worthless? Are we supposed to just accept it when we get injured during filming? Is that our tough luck?" "Exactly," another person beside him added, "we earn the least, but we do the most dangerous work. When you need a stunt double, you think of us, but when something goes wrong, you see us as a burden and want to push us away? If you don't give an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. Yes, our brother is lying in the hospital, already owing tens of thousands. The hospital said if we don't pay up soon, they'll kick him out. Are you really going to turn a blind eye and watch a severely injured patient get kicked out of the hospital because he can't afford treatment? Are you really that heartless, not caring about whether our brother lives or dies? About 40 to 50 people surrounded the man, talking nonstop, their emotions running high. It seemed like they wouldn't let him go without an explanation. The man, trapped in the circle, realizing he couldn't leave, sat directly on the large stone millstone. He sighed to the people surrounding him. Brothers, I know it's not easy to work as extras in martial arts films. You've risked your lives for your pay. I didn't hesitate to cover 50,000 yuan for the hospitalization when we first went. I can't do more. Besides, it was his own carelessness that led to the accident. Who can be blamed? My money doesn't come out of thin air. I can't endlessly cover his hospital bills. Hearing his words, the others immediately started clamoring. Chen Chen, standing on the outskirts of the crowd, listened for a while and roughly understood what was happening. It seemed that an actor from this crew got injured during filming, and the hospital expenses were insufficient. The actors felt the production should cover the costs, but this man believed it was his personal accident and responsibility. He had already paid 50,000 yuan, considering it was enough, and didn't want to pay a penny more. Chen Chen tapped the shoulder of a person in front of him and asked, "How is the injured brother doing? Is it serious?" The person turned to look at Chen Chen, finding his face somewhat unfamiliar, assuming he was a new actor who had recently arrived at the film and television city. He said, these crew people are really something. During filming, they keep raising the bar, asking us to perform dangerous stunts for a brilliant performance. But when something goes wrong, they don't want to take responsibility. Our little brother, Weia, fell and is still unconscious in the hospital. Oh, Chen Chen nodded. Which company are they from? Tianshi Film and Television, the person said bitterly. I heard the boss is quite influential in the industry, doesn't care about us small fries. That's why they dare to be so reckless, causing accidents and not bothering about it. Hearing it was Tian Fengyi again, Chen Chen felt indignant. This guy not only played dirty tricks on him but also seemed unkind to others. He was a complete scumbag. Chen Chen squeezed into the crowd, walked up to the millstone, and asked the man sitting there, "Are you from Tian Fengyi's company?" The man was taken aback, looked up at Chen Chen, and asked in surprise, "Do you know our boss?" Chen Chen sneered, "Know him? Of course, we're old acquaintances. So, I want you to pass on a message to him. Tell him, don't be such a despicable person, only caring about making money and enjoying life at the expense of others, disregarding their lives. Otherwise, one day, even if God doesn't punish him, I will. You're asking for trouble." The man, named Wang Chang, couldn't believe Chen Chen dared to insult the boss. He immediately jumped off the millstone, glaring at Chen Chen angrily. "Who do you think you are to say such things? Does our boss need a kid like you to give him advice on what to do?" Today, being blocked here by these extras, he was already feeling irritated. When he saw Chen Chen, an ordinary young man, daring to speak up and even scolding the boss, he became even more furious. "Why should I listen to you?" Chen Chen sneered, saying, "Just because I am the boss of Shujian Film and Television City. In my studio, there was a serious accident where someone got seriously injured, and yet the crew involved turned a blind eye to it, trying to find excuses to absolve themselves of responsibility. Do you think I shouldn't intervene?" Seeing the situation in front of him, Chen Chen knew that if he didn't act, these disadvantaged extras would truly be at the mercy of the scum Tianfengyi. Therefore, he felt he should lend them a hand. As for the people around him, upon hearing Chen Chen claim to be the boss of the film and television city, they all turned their gaze towards him. They knew that if he really was the boss of the studio, the chances of getting justice were much higher. However, seeing Chen Chen looking so young, barely 20 years old, they couldn't be too sure of his words.